Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
In fact, Chin Yun now definitely doesn't have the ability to survive in a vacuum purely with his physical body. But I can't stand Chin Yun is a fill money player. The force field shield I bought before can be used in practice, and there are actually many functions that can be developed. When the deflector shield is activated, it will cover the whole body and can completely isolate the whole person from the external environment. The huge negative pressure and radiation in the vacuum environment are not a problem for Chin Yun. The only things to consider are temperature and oxygen, so don't look at Chin Yun, who seems to be very calm now. In fact, he had already started to feel a little unbearable. Before he entered the dimension gate, he took a deep breath and held it back. The temperature is blocked by origin magic power heating, but it didn't last long, so Chin Yun is actually observing the terrain quickly. The base must be put down immediately. The terrain of the moon is actually quite complicated, but the location of the dimension gate is not bad. It happens to be a plane. Chin Yun felt it, and it shouldn't be a big problem. He didn't have hesitation either, and quickly took out the purchased modular base from the system space. In the hand, the base looks like a miniature Lego toy. Everyone is curious, how did Chin Yun come up with a toy all of a sudden? However, before he was curious, Chin Yun threw the toy in his hand. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, the toy began to disintegrate in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye, turned into a piece of parts. And in this process, the parts began to get bigger and bigger. In the end, almost the entire sky was obscured. Wanda stared wide-eyed, shocked. Subconsciously, what Chin Yun said just now came to mind. If you're strong enough, you can even rewrite reality and make the whole world move according to your will. Is Chin Yun's so-called rewriting reality? The little toy soon began to automatically assemble on the ground in the eyes of everyone. It seems that every part knows where it is going. Amidst the dazzling mechanical changes, a simple moon base just stood up out of thin air. Wanda and Quicksilver were still in shock, but the others seemed not surprised at all and walked towards the entrance of the base in an orderly manner. Chin Yun even came to the airlock immediately without any intention of staying. He was really a little out of breath. If you hold it down, you will be hypoxic. Only Wanda and Quicksilver are behind the scenes. Was that magic just now? I don't know, it's not like my magic. Wanda doesn't know how to explain this scene. Chin Yun's magic and her magic are not at the same level at all. The two walked slowly towards the branch base with shock. Chin Yun, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, a physical sigh of relief. Fortunately, the base is packed and can be quickly deployed. I almost suffocated myself. Next time I won't pretend, at least I have to find something that can be supported. Breathing the fresh air of the base, Chin Yun just felt that such an oxygen-rich environment is really wonderful. However, the Earth next to it, which also has oxygen, is not beautiful. Huge amounts of monsters poured out of the wormhole. Across the ocean, it is wreaking havoc in the city. The Tokyo Coast Guard Command is almost in chaos. Quick, Level 3 Kaijuman, it's in the center of Tokyo. How could it be so fast? Doesn't it take 15 minutes to land? It's a speed one, Baga. It can fly. Where's the nearest hunter? Tango Wolf is under maintenance. Cannot be dispatched. Still taking care of a ghost. Anyone who doesn't move out of Tokyo will die, but many parts are not installed. There will definitely be problems starting up now. Then force it to start. Don't worry about it so much. Hold on first. Where is the support? When will it arrive? Storm Crimson at Hong Kong Hunter Base will arrive in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. The Earth in this world is even worse than the three-body world. At least, in the timeline of the Trisolaran world, the Trisolarans have not yet arrived, and the agreed aggression is still on paper, because everyone is preparing for war. However, this world, the giant beasts of the pioneers, has entered a state of non-stop fighting. The invasion never stopped. Basically, every once in a while, a monster will emerge from the wormhole. From the very beginning, the planes and cannons were able to deal with them, but later on, the monsters became bigger and stronger. Only the superstar mecha hunters created by humans can do it. Now, even the mecha hunters are a little bit overwhelmed. Monsters appear more and more frequently, and every time they appear, people have to go all out. In 9 minutes, by the time the Huxia mech support is in place, 1/5 of the city of Tokyo will have been destroyed. Foot Basin people die a miserable death. At the same time, an uninvited guest broke into a conference room of the United Nations. "Everyone, are you in a meeting?" The man is smoking a cigar and wearing a Rolex watch. Looking very comfortable, he picked up a chair and sat down consciously. "Miles from the space agency, how did you get here? We are in a meeting, we will talk about it later." At the moment, the conference room was discussing about the third-level monsters that appeared in Tokyo this time. Everyone looks very busy. "What else can we hold in a meeting? Isn't it just that there are monsters invading somewhere? I have something here, and I think you should be more interested." While talking, he took out a USB flash drive and put it on the table. "What could be more important than a new monster invasion?" Someone said impatiently. "In this world, facing the invasion of monsters is the main theme, and everything else must stand aside." Miles held up his USB flash drive very confidently. "Every time there will be new monsters, which is nothing unusual. Anyway, sooner or later they will be killed. Besides, isn't that monster in Tokyo? It's a small place like the Foot Basin, with so many people, it doesn't matter if it's dead." Beijia Road. "What are you talking about?" Hearing this, a certain Japanese high-level executive became furious, instantly rage, stood up and slapped the table hard. Miles just raised his eyebrows and inserted the USB flash drive into the projection device beside him as if nothing had happened. "Everyone, look here." Although Miles was very rude and even a little embarrassed, the projected picture still attracted everyone's attention. They want to see what can make Miles so rampant. However, at the beginning, everyone was shocked. Even the Japanese congressman, who was about to pick up a knife and challenge Miles, stared at the screen in disbelief. "This is the picture captured by our Deep Space 2, Miles explained from the side. In the early hours of this morning, the orbit of Deep Space 2 coincided with the Moon, forming a straight line. The Moon is nothing to take pictures of. However, after all, it is a rare orbital angle to observe the Moon. This time, the system recorded something different. In the picture, a building complex appeared on the supposedly bare ground of the Moon. In the picture, some spherical and square buildings are arranged in an orderly manner on a certain plane. The lights above are brightly lit, and it seems that there are still people active inside. Near a recess next to the building complex, a large arch-like thing can be vaguely seen. When did we already establish a colony on the Moon? What the hell is your space agency doing? The Japanese member of parliament asked repeatedly. For a moment, everyone looked at Miles with surprise and heartache. That's right, heartache. Because they think the things on the Moon must have been made by the space agency. After all, in this era when the world is thinking of fighting mechs, only the space agency can have the ability to land on the Moon. This is what makes them sad. Funding. It is said that a piece of shit in space is more expensive than gold. This is the basic common sense in the aerospace industry. Because the battle with the kaiju beast requires a lot of productivity and funds, in fact, the space agency has not allocated large amounts of funds for a long time. Before that, the space agency was actually a marginal department, the kind that Grandma didn't love and Grandpa didn't love. How much would it cost to build such a moon base? How many hunter mechas can be built? No, tilde the reason why I came here is because. This is not something that our space agency created tilde, Miles rolled his eyes. With the small budget of the space agency every year, it is already amazing to be able to launch a few satellites into the sky. Building a moon base? He can't afford that much money with his life. Didn't the space agency do it? Meyer's words stunned everyone. I'll show you one more episode. Saw everyone hooked up, the corners of Miles' mouth curled up slightly. Another video started playing. Oh, God, how is this possible? What happened? This video was surprisingly recorded by Chin Yun when he deployed the moon base. The Deep Space Telescope serves as a large camera capable of observing deep space. Shooting things at a distance like the moon is almost equivalent to taking a photo of your face with a mobile phone, and the picture is very clear. In the video, countless mechanical structures are flying in the air, getting bigger, and finally gradually changing into their familiar appearance. It's unscientific. It's against the law of conservation of mass. The man in the video can be seen holding what appears to be in his hands. That's just a slap in the face file size. After throwing it out, it turned into such a huge base. The difference in size and quality must be at least tens of thousands of times, right? Foldable beds are not so foldable. How did you do that? Who are they? That guy isn't even wearing a spacesuit. Is it a robot? Among a group of people, Chin-Yun in a suit was unusually obvious. How powerful is human technology? It all happened so fast, without fast-forwarding. It only took a dozen seconds to go from the empty ground to such a huge base. It is hard to imagine who and what kind of force is this technical means. Everyone, do you still think that Kaijuman in Tokyo is important? Miles seemed very satisfied to see everyone's shocked appearance, although he was also very shocked when he first learned the news. Don't be a fool, say it. Yeah, Tokyo doesn't matter. What the heck, I'm done dying. Many people knew of Miles' temper, and they began to appease him according to Miles' intention. As a department that can't get funds on weekdays, it's normal to coax a little at this time. Even the Japanese congressman fell silent. Even he understands how tempting this kind of thing is. Just to put it simply, add the mechanical hunter mecha, build it with this technology. Even if the people in Tokyo are dead, it is worth it. You know, a giant mecha will take several years and countless manpower and material resources. Not even as big as this moon base. Anyone can count 10 seconds in years, so now everyone is eager to know who has such awesome technology. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Myers slowly got up and tidied up his clothes. Slowly said, "Actually, I don't know either." What he said was straightforward, but it was surprising. Everyone present wanted to press Miles to the ground and beat him to death. What are you talking about, Galba? Don't you know you're making such a big fight? Facing the anger of the crowd, Miles held his head up. I've sent countless messages and never got a response. 257, but is it my fault? Is it my fault? Don't even look at how much money you allocate to the space agency. Now you want us to do something? This was said without embarrassment at all. It was like one person turned the audience over. It left a member of the House of Representatives speechless. Indeed, after the appearance of the kaiju beast, the appropriation of the space agency has been decreasing every year. Until now, there is almost not much, and it is enough to pay a salary. Everyone, the people on the moon, the technological level is obviously several levels higher than ours. And, I suspect, they might not be from Earth. Hasn't some expert said before that the evolution of human beings may have become what it is now with the intervention of aliens? You said, is there a possibility to use the ball on the ball? Is it those people? Chrysanthemum beasts invade more and more frequently. We must find higher-level weapons, higher-level technology. The moon is our chance. So, do you understand? Space agency Miles, pay money. I'm going to launch a spacecraft to the moon and meet them in person. I agree. Then let's suspend the project of the new mecha for a while. This time the money will be allocated to the space agency. Soon, members of Congress unanimously passed a plan to allocate funds to the space agency when it's bustling on this side of the Earth. Chin-Yun was a little helpless. Boss, they have sent at least 10,000 communication requests. F***G. Chin-Yun did not expect that no one has paid attention to the moon. Suddenly, a deep space telescope caught them. No, the other party's communication signal almost shut down the base's equipment. Each frequency band, each method indiscriminate telephone bombing. Are we going to contact them? Let's ignore it for the time being and deal with it here after the Trisolarans' affairs are settled. Chin-Yun doesn't want to establish contact with this side now. The main reason is that I don't want to expose myself to the eyes of the pioneers. The reason why the men in black want to do things in a low-key manner is that everyone does not know their existence, and it is also for this reason. Many third-type lives are really too strong. Only by keeping them mysterious, so that people don't know their cards, can they kill them with a single blow at a critical moment? Qin Yun first observes the behavior patterns of the pioneers and then considers how to deal with these things. Invisible's diplomatic struggle actually started when Qin Yun arrived with people. Meanwhile, Earth, Tokyo, it's over. Every mech has a place that needs to be defended, and it is difficult to mobilize without orders. And Miles interrupted the meeting, causing the nearest mecha to receive an order to support Tokyo. It was already 40 minutes later. The Tango wolf hunter that was forcibly activated at the foot basin had already been turned into scrap metal by the sharp claws of the third-level monster. Almost half of Tokyo was destroyed, countless people were displaced, and countless people died. Basin is very helpless today. Almost when Tokyo was completely destroyed, the system's daily task prompts also came to Qin Yun. Zoom in and zoom out lights. When Qin Yun saw this reward, he almost jumped up excitedly. Good guy, this is pure black technology, right? Can zoom in and out of objects without following the law of conservation of mass. Reasonably, there seems to be a person in the Marvel world who has this kind of ability. Ant-Man. It's just that Ant-Man uses something called PIM particles to complete this operation, which seems to be not the same principle as the zoom-in and zoom-out lights rewarded by the system. This thing should be a technology from the world of Doraemon. To be honest, Qin Yun was moved. It's just that if you want to complete this task, you have to think carefully about how to do it. The system gives two options. One is to establish diplomatic relations, and the other is to go to war. These are also the two most common forms of diplomacy, but both are very laborious. The pioneers are similar to the Trisolarans. They both belong to the old civilization that doesn't take human beings seriously. For the pioneers, this contempt is even more obvious. After all, the Trisolarans are a crisis civilization and need the entire civilization to immigrate to the solar system. And the pioneers are just a few people's family workshops to deal with the Earth. It seems that in most worlds, humans will be the lowest ones. Qin Yun sighed. He understood why the Men in Black organization existed. Why is there a so-called community of shared future for mankind? After all, in most of the human world, everyone is struggling. Facing the third type of life that is much stronger than themselves, they are either being invaded or struggling to survive. If you don't report to the regiment to keep warm, it may really be extinct sooner or later. However, with the current strength of the Man in Black, it is a bit difficult to deal with the pioneers. Is it only possible to establish diplomatic relations? For this option, Qin Yun was very dissatisfied. The other party looked at the Earth, and human beings were only the aborigines of the Earth, so diplomatic relations had been established. It is only possible to deal with those aboriginal residents like the discovery of the New World back then. Vulnerable groups who were enslaved. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yun couldn't figure out how to deal with it, so he had to let this matter go. The moon base, Qin Yun, has also been installed. Anyway, you can come to this world at any time in the future, and I will take a look when the time comes. Leaving most of the Secret Service maintenance base, Qin Yun returned to the Marvel world with Wanda and Quicksilver. The two seemed to be a little excited, and they still couldn't forget what happened just now. Quicksilver is thinking, 2 pro promises. But Wanda is different. She still thinks Qin Yun's method of setting up the base is to use origin magic power. He is thinking about how to become as powerful as Qin Yun. However, when they returned to the Marvel world, Qin Yun found out. The impact of global amnestics is far from over. Because the base of the Men in Black welcomed a visitor that Qin Yun never expected. You said there is a bald man in a robe in the video store. He said he wanted to find someone, but he didn't know who to look for. The video store usually has no business at all, and most of the time it is hung with a arrest sign. This time was no exception, but even so, the bald head came uninvited. Hearing the word bald head, Qin Yun subconsciously became cautious. Because no matter in any world, bald people are the most powerful and special group of people. Bald people are not to be messed with. This is one of the laws of traveling through the heavens and worlds. Called the Monitor, and the result really surprised Qin Yun. Ancient One. Oh, there is no doubt that when you are picking and choosing a bald head in a video store, your attire is very obvious. It is the strongest magician on Earth, Ancient One. How did this thing come here? Qin Yun never listed Ancient One among the candidates he wanted to contact. After all, the things of the men in black are all on the technological side. Unlike Wanda, a half-baked magician, Ancient One is a real veteran magician. When things involve magic, it's easy to get confused. Isn't this guy going to retire? I'm so speechless. Why are you running around? According to the normal timeline, Tung One at this node should be retiring soon. Then pass the location of Sorcerer Supreme to that doctor. Didn't arrange things well before retiring and went shopping. And even visited a video store. There is no such coincidence in the world, right? Boss, are we going to drive her away? 404 asked. No, I'll go to meet her in person. Although Qin Yun really didn't want to meet Ancient One, but everyone came to him, and it would be unnatural to drive him away. Come with me, Wanda, and I'll introduce you to someone. Wanda had just changed her clothes when she heard Qin Yun asking him to meet someone together. Although Wanda was slightly socially afraid, she still nodded in agreement without hesitation. Good tilde, is this going to meet Qin Yun's friend? A few minutes later, when Qin Yun brought Wanda to the ground by elevator. Ancient One is looking through several old discs. The customer has a good eye. This disc is a treasure in the store. Although not many people have heard this song, it is very nice. Qin Yun took the initiative to greet him, and Wanda stood aside like a little secretary, silently looking at the bald head secretly. But my heart was overwhelmed and a little complicated, because she found that she couldn't capture the emotions of this bald head. This is already the second person in just 2 days. She has never met such a person before, but now she has met 2 in succession. Could it be? This bald head also has origin magic power. What Wanda doesn't know is that it's normal for her not to be able to capture Ancient One's emotions. Ancient One's magician system is very complicated, and it borrows powerful power. What was borrowed was either Visandi or Dormammu, this type of Chaos Mephisto. These Chaos Mephisto can also be regarded as latitude creatures. Although the power is not as powerful as the source of origin magic power, it also involves high levels in essence. It is very difficult to capture the Ancient One under the blessing of these powers. He once told me that when he was a singer, no one cared about the songs he wrote, even the album was sold by himself, and not many people bought it. A total of thousands of copies were sold, and I didn't expect you to have one here. Ancient One opened his mouth but seemed to be a little nostalgic, gently stroking the old disc, as if evoking some unforgettable memories. Oh, you know him? This is already a singer of the last century, right? This vinyl disc alone has a history of 80 years, and the 3 Qin Yun are all old together. He was my student. Ancient One wasn't hiding either. Good guy, it's amazing to live so long. Qin Yun thinks that Ancient One's B outfit is a bit blunt. I'm sorry, when people get old, it's easy to like to recall the past. Ancient One smiled and gently put the disc on the shelf. I understand. After all, it's been hundreds of years. Seeing people familiar to everyone leave, there must be such a feeling that things are different. Qin Yun nodded and smiled mysteriously. Okay. Upon hearing the words of a few hundred years, Ancient One's face was full of astonishment, and he looked at Qin Yun in amazement. How does Qin Yun know that he has lived for so long? You know me. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One tilde you found it here, I know you're weird. Qin Yun was also surprised. Ancient One was able to find the video store, which means she must have discovered something. Otherwise, why are you here? But listening to her, it seems that she doesn't know much. The future is blurred and everything that was clear is broken. And in these fragments, I see that many people will come here, so I came here, looking for an answer. Now it seems that I have found it. Ancient One just stood there with his hands behind his back, staring at Qin Yun intently. Qin Yun immediately understood the meaning of Ancient One and why Ancient One appeared here. There is no doubt that the Ancient One holding the time gem is the most knowledgeable person in the world. Because others know something or learn something, they need to learn step by step and get answers from other people's mouths or materials. Ancient One is different. She opens and hangs directly. Take the time gem to flip through the timeline. Almost everything in the past, present, and future can be seen. And when the man in black appeared in this world, the timeline was different. Everything that was going to happen may change because of Chin Yun's appearance. The result of the change, time gem, is also hard to see. Because the man in black has the power to connect the heavens and the world, but the power of the time gem is limited to this world wish. He cannot touch the world beyond the wall. Therefore, Ancient One discovered that his plugin suddenly didn't work. Still, as a longtime time gem user, she sees something in a future that's starting to crumble. That is, some very important people in the past will often come to this video store. So, here she is. Maybe I have the answer you want, but magician, aren't you going to retire? Do you really want this answer? Even if it makes things more complicated, there is actually no bad influence on Ancient One Chin Yun. It is also good to be able to make friends with her, but according to the original plan, Ancient One may die in a few days. Moreover, her death was not a simple death. Rather, it relates to the death of Creator God and what lat Mephisto. This is about the power system of Ancient One. Her magic originally came from S.H.I.E.L.D. Visandi is also a latitude Mephisto, but he is more orderly. He will borrow his power to those magicians, and the magician's practice will also increase his strength. When the magicians die, S.H.I.E.L.D will take back all the power, plus the magician's lifelong practice. Strictly speaking, it is like lending money, but there are benefits for both parties. After all, people are dead, so what do you need the power of the flesh? However, Ancient One encountered huge amounts of crisis at some point, and it was the kind of crisis that no one but her could withstand. Seeing that her life was coming to an end, she had to resort to other methods. That is Dormammu. Dormammu was once part of the invasion of Earth, but was repulsed by Ancient One. Later, Ancient One found a way to forcibly absorb Dormammu's power to maintain life. The means are harsh, but effective. At this stage, Ancient One possesses the power of Mephisto of 2 latitudes, which is very powerful, and relying on this power, it has guarded the Earth for many, many years. She was tired, and she was under a lot of pressure. She felt that her lonely life was too painful, and she wanted to retire. However, if you come out to hang out, you have to pay it back. She has borrowed too much power. Once she dies, even her soul will be taken away. For the things she borrowed, the interest rate is actually not high, so she thought of another way. She once met a person when she was young. No, it should be a god. His name is Eternity. Eternity is the 5 creator gods of the Marvel world. Eternity admired her so much that he even gave her the time gem. With this relationship, Ancient One found that she finally had a way to retire. That is, after death, the soul goes to find Eternity and becomes his younger brother. In this way, she can leave with most of her body's strength, but the debt collectors dare not come to collect it. There is no way, because it is awesome. Even if Dormammu is rampant, he dare not really trouble the Creator God. I can only collect some principle from the corpse of Ancient One. That's the whole plan of Ancient One wanting to retire. And Chin Yun's scruples are these 3 Mephistos: Dormammu, Visandi, and Eternity. This is also the reason why Chin Yun didn't want to contact Ancient One. Once Ancient One had contact with the man in black, he knew the existence of the man in black. Those 3 guys will probably notice them. Reasonable. As far as the current man in black and the 3-body man have to play tricks, they really face the level of the Creator God like Eternal. No kidding. A sneeze can destroy several small universes, right? You even know about my retirement. Ancient One is not surprised to know that she is Sorcerer Supreme. After all, although her name is nothing in the eyes of ordinary people, many high-level people Shendu know it. But she has never told anyone, Zhao Heiahao, about her retirement. It's all just a plan in her head. How did Chin Yun know? I still know a lot of things, such as why you want to retire, such as where you plan to go after you die. Chin Yun smiled slightly. Listening to Ancient One, I just feel my scalp tingling. What the hell, this young-looking man in front of me? Who the hell is it? Even after experiencing many things, Ancient One still couldn't calm down. After all, her panties are about to be exposed. It seems that I have come to the right place. Here, or you, should be the source of all this. At this moment, Ancient One's eyes met Qin Yun's. Both of them had their own thoughts. For a while, the atmosphere became silent. Neither of them spoke, and both seemed to be making some sort of huge amounts of decision. Wanda saw the communication between the two of them from beginning to end. To be honest, she looked dazed. Because it seems that the two of them talked a lot, but she could understand none of them. It's like two riddlers. Especially when they can't capture the emotional fluctuations and thinking of Qin Yun and Ancient One, the hidden reason is that they are really anxious. The only thing I understand seems to be, the bald woman in front of me seems to be very old, hundreds of years. Can people really live that long? There was a long silence, not knowing what Ancient One was thinking. Finally, she said slowly, "If I must know, what price will I have to pay?" Hearing this, Qin Yun also narrowed his eyes. He was a little confused about the specific meanings of Ancient One. Is it because he blocked the timeline, so Ancient One thinks he is not a good person and wants to do it? Or did she simply want an explanation? It shouldn't be necessary to do it. After all, it still looks very harmonious until now. After thinking about it, Qin Yun replied, "If you must know, then your retirement plan may have to be delayed. Under normal circumstances, when someone comes to visit as a guest, at least they have to be invited in for a cup of tea. But the current situation is that Qin Yun really doesn't want Ancient One to stay here. Because if Ancient One retires, all her belongings will be divided and recovered by Visandi and Dormammu. Even the soul has to run to mix with eternity. There's probably nothing wrong with Ancient One. But Qin Yun will have a very headache once those three things pay attention to the man in black. If Eternal has a bad intention or something, Qin Yun can't handle it now. Therefore, if you want to contact Ancient One, at least before the man in black has gained the combat power of the Creator God, Ancient One cannot retire. Most importantly, for a magician of Ancient One's level, amnestics are useless to her. Her memory has been cultivated to be bound to the soul, unless it is a higher level of power. Otherwise, there is no way to clear her memory. How long it takes? To Qin Yun's surprise, Ancient One actually asked, "How long does it take to delay retirement?" "Didn't you die a long time ago? How can you still ask?" Qin Yun felt helpless. Not sure, months, years, thousands of years. How can the power of the creation god level be obtained so easily? It still depends on luck and the development of the Men in Black organization. If you're lucky, the Man in Black might get rich overnight in a few months. If you're unlucky, it could be decades, hundreds, or even thousands of years. After all, which god of creation didn't grow up after billions of years in the past? I can see that you have no bad intentions. What are you afraid of? Ancient One suddenly changed the subject. You are right, I am indeed afraid. I don't want to attract the attention of the Creator God. What Qin Yun didn't expect was that Ancient One really saw through his thoughts. I wear a shield on my body, so it's definitely not mind reading or something. Perhaps it is only felt through facial expressions and words. It can only be said that it is an old fritters for hundreds of years. There is a set. You really know too much. However, Ancient One gasped. Qin Yun's words about God of creation almost made her feel numb. Qin Yun can even clearly understand the details that he will find eternity to be his backer after retirement. To be honest, she was even more curious. At this moment, she seemed to have made some kind of decision. How about, buy me a glass of water? $7. It seems that Ancient One's curiosity is far stronger than imagined. You know, her retirement plan has been planned for many years. But Qin Yun didn't know how much influence 813 had on Ancient One because of the confusion of the timeline. The reason why Ancient One was able to retire without any scruples and give up everything on the earth was because the future was already transparent. She has been able to find a successor who can take her place and make her career very high. All of this is based on the future she can see, when the future is unclear and everything has turned into a fog. The idea of Ancient One's retirement has actually become less firm. After all, she is not sure now, after she really leaves, will the successor really be able to do the same as before? The elevator goes down. Sitting in the elevator of the Man in Black, Ancient One was amazed. Interestingly, some kind of force distorts the space so that the pressure of speed does not act on people and protects the fragile body. Technology is indeed a magical power. Ancient One is a person who is extremely sensitive to time and space. He noticed the black technology of this elevator almost as soon as he got on the elevator. People's potential is infinite, but some fragile places still need to be protected. The force field protection technology can make people have more possibilities. Qin Yun laughed. Although it's just an elevator, Qin Yun has already discovered how powerful the technology is. After all, the elevator runs extremely fast, but the perception in the elevator is very comfortable. Qin Yun also specially sent the technical catalog in the main system of the base. The force field protection technology, even among the supporting technologies presented by the system, is one of the top ones. He can make people protected by the force field in the vehicle, although it may not be effective against any attack. But it can allow people to withstand huge amounts of overload acceleration. After all, the speed of the vehicle machinery can be very fast, and it is normal for the acceleration of spaceships and the like to reach hundreds of gs. People can only bear a few g. With him, no matter what kind of vehicle it is, people can use it safely. As the elevator arrived, Qin Yun brought Ancient One to his office. Wanda thoughtfully went to the pantry and brought tea. I know you should prefer tea to coffee. You really understand me well. Ancient One took the cup from Qin Yun. From the corner of the eye, he looked out the window from time to time. There are many people in the base, and they are all busy with their own affairs. The moon base, preparations for the meeting in Trisolaris, etc. Qin Yun's office has a good view, and you can almost see the whole lobby on the first floor at a glance. You guys, shouldn't be some government organization? Ancient One asked. That's right. Before I explain to you why the future becomes blurred, Sorcerer Supreme, I want to ask you once again, have you really considered it? I've thought about it, so shall I say it? Speaking of business, Ancient One silently put down his teacup, then nodded. I do wonder what happened to the timeline. After Ancient One noticed the change in the timeline a few days ago, it has actually been investigating for many days. But still nothing, this is already a very big event for her. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qin Yun, the head of the headquarters of the 6th Sector headquarters of the Men in Black organization. For Ancient One, Qin Yun gave enough respect. Moreover, at this time, he actually had a bold idea. Is it possible to make Ancient One of our own? Honestly, it's so tempting. Therefore, Qin Yun spoke very seriously, basically explaining what Ancient One wanted to hear and what he didn't want to hear. An Ancient One, since Qin Yun uttered the first sentence, has completely fallen into silence and shock. 36 sectors, each sector has endless universes and worlds. The Men in Black, a community with a shared future for mankind. Original life, 3,000 creation gods battle. To be reasonable, Ancient One claims to be a well-informed person, and she doesn't even know how many times she has been in and out of the dimension space. But the new world that Qin Yun told her still shocked her deeply. Because, for the first time, she discovered that this world can be so big. Once, in her eyes, eternity was already strong enough, the most powerful creature she had ever seen. That's why she was going to embrace the eternal Thigh after she died. In Marvel's entire multi-universe, there are only 5 existences like eternity. But what? According to Qin Yun, something as powerful as eternity is placed in the heavens and myriad worlds, and even many. There are more than 3,000 eternities in one battle alone. Can this thing be used as a counting unit? You mean, the multi-universe we are talking about now has always belonged to what you call Marvel's main sequence world, and the main sequence world like this. Is there still infinity? Ancient One muttered to himself, feeling as if a piece of black cloth in front of him had been ripped off by Qin Yun. The fourth wall, it really exists. The so-called fourth wall is a guess that existed in some people a long time ago. When watching a stage play, people can only see 3 walls, and the other side is the position of the audience. They can see the performers on the stage through this imaginary wall. Many people speculate that there may be a 4th wall in reality, but we are surrounded by 3 walls and cannot observe the world outside the wall. Moreover, this statement, Ancient One has actually been heard by many people. such as some Mephistas in the dimensional space. Also, when watching the timeline through Time Gem, there is a guy wearing a red tights and holding two knives, and he often talks to himself in the air, as if he is communicating with someone outside the wall. However, all of this is just speculation. No one has ever been able to confirm it, nor has anyone heard of anyone who broke this wall and went to another world. Actually, it's not just the fourth wall. Qin Yun smiled slightly. When there are enough worlds, the fourth, fifth, sixth, and even the 10,086th wall will appear. The heavens and worlds are endless, and no one knows where they are. It is even possible that when the two of us are chatting here, we will also appear in act, some movie or novel. Hearing this, Ancient One fell silent. However, these are not important. The important thing is that we have the ability to cross the wall and connect all human beings. In this way, when human beings have a common destiny, no matter what dangers they face, there will be room to fight back. But if everything you said is true, wouldn't your war still be a failure? Ancient One suddenly looked at Qin Yun with a half-smile. Qin Yun's expression froze. Good guy, we just made up a story. How did life attack start? But we left the seed instead. Qin Yun pointed around. As long as people are still there, everything can start again. Although we have lost most of our things, a single spark can start a prairie fire. What can't kill us will only make us stronger. Ancient One stood up slowly, with hands behind their backs, watching the people coming and going outside the blinds. What the man in black did seems to be similar to what she did. They are silently guarding humanity behind their backs. It's just that their battle lines and layout seem to be bigger. Definitely, all of this is based on the fact that the fourth wall actually exists. Can I see it? See, the world outside the wall? Qin Yun asked. Ancient One nodded. Qin Yun did not speak. Ancient One said hastily, definitely, afterwards I will give this to you. As he said, he wears Time Gem on his chest. Qin Yun, oh, good guy, this is too outrageous, right? Time Gem. Qin Yun never expected, because of this blockbuster movie. If you have really been in contact with the world outside the wall, it is not surprising to know so many things, so you know what it is. Qin Yun nodded. It's of no use to me, but it may be of some use to you. Time Gem, before this, is indeed very important, there can be no mistakes, kind of. But now, it's useless. Because of the existence of Qin Yun, the timeline has been completely blurred and invisible. The Ancient One also couldn't see the future through gems. Originally, she was going to leave the gems for the next Sorcerer Supreme to use as weapons. Now, there is no need, because if she verifies that everything is true, Tong Yi may really not want to retire. Since they are all retired, the power of gemstones doesn't matter anymore. She can repel all enemies by herself, even if it needs the power of time. To be reasonable, with her relationship with eternity, she can't borrow something from eternity. She is already in debt, and she is fully prepared to be a badass. Qin Yun was thinking rapidly in his mind. Time Gem, although it may not be useful in other universes. But it must be worth a lot of money if sold to the system. To be honest, Qin Yun was moved. But he wants more. After a fierce ideological struggle, Qin Yun slowly shook his head. Although I really want to take you to see it, you are not the man in black. We have our own rules. If you are not a man in black, you cannot travel around the world at will. This is very dangerous. So, if you really want to see it, there is only one way. That is, join us. That's right. What Qin Yun wants more is Ancient One. The ideas of the man in black and cat-eye magi do not conflict. Qin Yun thinks there is still a good chance that Tong Yi can be tricked into working here. Gu, hearing this, he was also stunned. She never expected that she had been the Sorcerer Supreme for so many years, the boss for so many years. Has anyone else made such a request? No way, the rule is like this, Tilda. Qin Yun waved his hand, looking very helpless. But in fact, there is no such rule at all. However, Qin Yun didn't expect that Ancient One would really agree. Just about to say the next prepared speech, Ancient One nodded and said, "Okay, then I will become a man in black. Actually, we also. Huh. You agreed? This will be replaced by Qin Yun's ignorance. Happiness comes so fast that there is no time for people to react. How did she say yes? Okay, then go through the entry process first. 404 you go and bring her into the job." I have other things to do. Qin Yun reacted quickly. Since Ancient One agreed, why don't we hurry up and make a conclusion, waiting for someone to repent? However, it stands to reason that after chatting with Ancient One for so long, Qin Wei should accompany her when she joined. He really has something to do. Watching Ancient One's back disappear before his eyes, Qin Yun quickly called 808. Quick! Add a line to the Man in Black manual. No one in this universe can pass through the dimension gate except the Man in Black. Okay, boss. How long? 1 minute is enough, but those who need it will take over. Granted. I will give you the authority now. What Qin Yun didn't know was that when he hurriedly added new rules to the Man in Black, the Ancient One, who had gone far away, seemed to have a perception of something, and when he was walking, he looked back at the direction where Qin Yun was, although he couldn't see it. But her eyes seemed to know everything. Qin Yun was not the only one who couldn't understand the fact that Ancient One agreed to become the Man in Black. Even the author was very surprised. Could it be that she wants to break the fourth wall and hack the author of a novel to death? No one knows what Ancient One thinks, only she knows. Half an hour later, when Ancient One appeared in front of Qin Yun wearing a suit, Qin Yun doesn't know why, but he always feels. The current Ancient One is more like a killer than a magician. 4. Welcome to the Men in Black, Agent G. Qin Yun stretched out his hand slowly and shook hands with Ancient One. Seeing Qin Yun's weird expression, Ancient One rolled his eyes. I know I don't look good in a suit. Don't you think I look like Killer 47? Ah, magician. Oh no, Agent G, what are you talking about? Qin Yun smiled awkwardly but confirmed his attitude. Camertage has Wi-Fi, I often surf the internet. Cough, cough, cough. Ha ha ha, no, how could it be? Good guy, you can read minds without magic. Qin Yun suddenly realized that it might be a mistake to invite Ancient One in. In the future, you have to be cautious when pretending to make up stories. Today, something big happened in Camertage. It's not that Ancient One isn't home, it's that. The internet is disconnected. What's going on? I'm still video chatting with my sister. Why is the internet suddenly disconnected? Sister and sister are sisters all the time. You might as well have more time to practice magic. It's like you're practicing, you were watching a little movie just now, don't think I don't know. Disconnection, even for a magician world, is a very scary thing. Soon, they began to investigate. I asked, and the internet company said, we have never opened an account here. How is it possible? It has been used for so many years. I remember that I used Jizun's new ID card when I bought a new internet package, right? Because Ancient One has been obtained for a long time, it needs to be replaced with a new certificate every time. Coincidentally, there was a discount for the package last time, and there is no price increase for new users to accelerate. As one of the few locals, even Ancient One was not exempt and used his new ID card to apply for an internet package. However, Ancient One joined the Men in Black a few minutes ago. Everything that can prove the identity of Ancient One will be erased. This leads to Camertage being disconnected directly. Isn't this the devil? The network cable is still here, so there will be no account. Have you seen the technology? I understand, but I haven't heard of the situation where the login account suddenly disappeared. Was it hacked? Made. Anyone else dare to hack into our Wi-Fi? Isn't this killing me? As they said that, some people who were in a state of desperation even began to have lightning whips in their hands, wishing to rush there and beat the perpetrator to death. However, gradually, they discovered that things seemed to be somewhat beyond expectations. Something is wrong, it's not just disconnected. I'm stupid, you read my diary. As he spoke, someone took out his diary. He has the habit of keeping a diary, and since he came to Camertage, he has recorded every bit of himself every day. These places are all empty. As he spoke, he pointed somewhere. Today, XXXXXX taught me a new magic. I practiced it 18 times, but I still couldn't use it. I finally decided to play basketball. Your diary is really unique. The person who saw it subconsciously suppressed a smile. FK, this is what I want you to read. I originally wrote Ancient One Magician, and now it's gone. As he spoke, he flipped through his diary page after page in front of people. All text about Ancient One Magician is gone. Subsequently, more and more people discovered this problem. No matter what documents, ancient books and secret books, even the chair in the courtyard with Ancient One's name engraved on it, all records about Ancient One have disappeared. Something big is up. Can anyone get in touch with Sorcerer Supreme? My phone contacts are gone. I went to the telecom company to check the call records, but I couldn't find it. Don't talk about the phone. The magic records of Sorcerer Supreme on my magic messenger are gone. When it was found that the Ancient One could not be found in the magic communication, everyone panicked. Someone asked tremblingly, "Fa, what happened? How could such a thing happen? Damn, isn't it?" I felt something was wrong. As if something big had happened. On the headquarters of the men in black, Ancient One in the bald suit version frowned silently. As a strong person, he will have a reaction to everything related to himself. Just like in the original timeline, after Thanos snapped his fingers, Peter Parker perceived that he would be the half that was erased. She found that with her decision to join the men in black just now, and after completing the entry. Something that was my own was constantly disappearing. If you have to give this thing a definition, probably it exists. Her sense of existence and connection with the past is disappearing. That's because you are the man in black now. Our agents will come from all heavens and myriad worlds, countless worlds, and they will all have their own past, their own bondage, enemies, or some unspeakable things. But what we have to face is a higher-level enemy. Letting these small things tie down the agents will be very detrimental to our work. So, being a man in black is not just about simply putting on a suit and doing things together. It's about putting aside your past self and only have a code name to represent your existence tilde the whole world or the whole universe will not have your past. There is only your future, and the future of the man in black is beyond the timeline. Or it can be said that you have disappeared from the timeline. Definitely, we are still very human, and there will be people who will remember you, but all records related to you will disappear. Didn't you read the handbook you just joined? Chin Yun asked back. The entry manual of the man in black is very clear, but it is very thick and reasonable. Chin Yun doesn't think that Ancient One will read it. Sure enough, Guyi did not watch it either. Even Ancient One was quite shocked when he heard this explanation. Completely erase a person's existence record from the past timeline. This is forbidden magic. Do you use it for daily use? Ancient One frowned. This kind of magic to erase some things, she has also seen in the ancient magic book of the gods. This kind of magic is a very dangerous taboo magic. Once something goes wrong, it will cause chaos in the whole world. However, this magic has great limitations and can only be used in a small area, at most the size of a planet. But the method of the man in black is even more outrageous. It is even possible that even the records of civilizations known among the civilized races in the universe will disappear. No, this is not magic, but a rule. Chin Yun shook his head. A rule is a realization of law. A part of our rule is the original law that overrides the law of creation and is written in the original law pool. For this point, Chin Yun also felt very powerful. The men in black organization given to him by the system is far more powerful than imagined. For example, the simple matter of entering a job involves the highest level of original law. For example, like Time Gem, in this universe, Time Gem can control time and have the authority of time. But it doesn't work in other universes, and it will be invalid instantly if you leave here. It's like opening a door with a key. But a certain rule of the man in black is an original rule of a higher level. It is applicable in all universes, whether it is the original universe or the God-created universe. It's like holding a master key in your hand. 1. Antiquity at this moment, Ancient One didn't know if his decision to join the men in black was wrong or right. Just simply get a job and get rid of your past? Wait, the past is gone. Suddenly, Ancient One's eyes lighted up, subconsciously running the power in my body. Afterwards, a joy that I haven't had in many years bursts from my heart. Gone. The connection is gone. As a lone magician, many of Ancient One's powers were borrowed or even robbed. Although he was forcibly retained by himself, he will still have a faint connection with the original owner. This is also the receipt for future debt collection. However, now, Ancient One discovered that that connection was broken. It was completely broken, whether it's Dormammu or even S.H.I.E.L.D. Even the little time power left in his body for eternity, the relationship with the original owner is severed. S.H.I.E.L.D, Ancient One gasped involuntarily. We don't need to repay our online loan. The man in black can forcibly cut off the connection with the source of power. Even she couldn't do this, otherwise she wouldn't have planned for so long to retire. After all, I borrowed too much, and it would be terrible to pay back. This is too outrageous. It's like Ancient One rented a house to live in. One day, Qin Yun suddenly gave her a house book and said that the rent would not be paid and the house would be yours from now on. This feeling, to be honest, it's so cool. As if some cloud that had weighed on my heart for many years was dispelled, Ancient One has never felt so relaxed. Ha ha ha, not bad, right? Qin Yun laughed. That's why he wanted Ancient One to join the men in black. Only after joining the job and disconnecting from the past with those bigwigs can Qin Yun feel at ease. Now, I am suddenly more curious about the outside world you mentioned. The simple entry has completely shocked Ancient One to the Men in Black organization. If he could really go to the world outside the wall, perhaps Ancient One would have an unparalleled recognition for the man in black. Qin Yun is already looking forward to a hard-working bald magician. It's definitely no problem. Tomorrow morning, we're negotiating with an alien civilization that's invading other human worlds in another human world. Maybe you'd like to come along? Qin Yun's little thoughts started to spin again. It is definitely a labor-intensive task to interview a Trisolaran. After all, the intelligence of a Trisolaran will only be higher than that of a human being. If you want to let Ancient One travel through, you can take her to the moon base right now. But Qin Yun thinks that it must be at least a little difficult for Ancient One to experience the work of the man in black for the first time. This interview is a good choice. Definitely willing, Ancient One readily agrees Tilda. Okay, Agent G, we will officially start working tomorrow, Tilda. Then, shall I go back and deal with the family affairs first? Ancient One said. Definitely no problem. Erasing the past is just to solve some troubles, not to complicate things, not to increase troubles, so see you tomorrow. Okay, Tilda, I'll be there on time. Ask for flowers. After the two agreed, a portal suddenly appeared behind Ancient One. Behind the door, there seems to be a somewhat Huxia-style room. As Ancient One enters the portal, it disappears. After holding back for a long time, Wanda asked, "Who is she? I can feel powerful from her." Although Ancient One was greeted with a smile all the way, the sense of oppression brought by her power is still very strong for Wanda, who has a strong perception of power. Both of them are magic systems, and Wanda can clearly feel the difference between Ancient One. She, Sorcerer Supreme, one of the guardians of the Earth. Sorcerer Supreme? Just hearing the name makes me feel amazing. There has always been a group of magicians on the Earth. They guard the world in the dark from the influence of those mysterious sides. Actually, there are quite a lot of things to do. If it weren't for the existence of magician, the Earth would have been full of demons and ghosts. Wanda nodded, half understanding. Isn't that the same as us? It's not the same. What they are facing is the peeping of the Earth from the mysterious latitude, just to protect the Earth here, and what we are going to face is the people from the heavens and the myriads of heavens. More powerful threats to the world and the prosperity of a community with a shared future for mankind. Besides, isn't she also my person now? Qin Yun smiled slightly. Ancient One. With such a person to work, my pressure is much lighter. Understood. Okay, we have big things to do tomorrow morning. We're going to bed early today. Wanda nodded subconsciously, but then found something was wrong. I checked the time, it's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 0. So early to bed and early to rise. Go to bed with me. What? Wanda froze. Only then did I remember that I seemed to have promised to be Qin Yun's pillow. What does Qin Yun mean? This afternoon, is it about to start? At this moment, Wanda only felt that the blood temperature in his body began to rise rapidly. Breathing became rapid. Why are you standing there? Let's go. Pushing away the people in the office, Qin Yun saw that Wanda was still in a daze and hurriedly greeted her. Going to another world tomorrow, Qin Yun still feels a little insecure. The best way to get back this sense of security is to become stronger. At this stage, the main system of the men in black has nothing to do, and the matter of the pioneers will not be settled for a while. You can only use the infinite evolution system to analyze Wanda's origin magic power first. Qin Yun set a small goal for himself. Today, at least resolve 5% plus the previous 0. 3%, nearly 1% of the origin magic power, at least it can deal with some unexpected emergencies. In the bedroom. Qin Yun had already changed his clothes and lay flat on the bed. After about 20 minutes, Wanda, who also changed into her pajamas, knocked on the door quietly. Standing on the edge of the bed with hands behind his back, his eyes kept looking around. To be honest, she suddenly found herself a little nervous. Come, Qin Yun saw Wanda standing there for a long time without moving. He reached out and patted the place next to him. In an instant, Kai blushed up to his neck. I wanted to say something, but couldn't form a word at all, looking at Qin Yun with a somewhat urgent look. Wanda still gritted her teeth, threw the slippers aside, and lay obediently on the bed. However, there is a distance between Qin Yun and Qin Yun, with his back facing Qin Yun and not daring to move. Seeing this, Qin Yun was unwilling. You agreed to use it as a pillow for me. How to analyze it from such a distance? Thinking of this, Qin Yun turned around, stretched out his hand, and pulled Wanda into his arms. Wanda only felt a huge force pulling herself directly to the middle of the bed. Ah! Wanda was taken aback, only feeling a feeling that she had never felt before, and she was extremely nervous. What is he going to do? Will he do that to me? If I do, should I refuse? But if I refuse, will Qin Yun be unhappy? But that's it, isn't it a bit too fast? Wanda felt as if her brain was equipped with a motor, and countless thoughts kept spinning, and she was almost dizzy. I just felt like I was living in a dream. They even started to have some reactions, and the air in the room became humid. Hazel, S.H.H., don't talk. However, Qin Yun interrupted what Wanda was about to say, because the analysis of the system has already begun. During the analysis yesterday, Qin Yun had already fallen asleep. But this time is different. Qin Yun discovered that when analyzing, he can actually watch the process simultaneously. For Qin, this is a one-to-one teaching of origin magic power. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge of power, unable to extricate himself from work. Time passed slowly. The tense atmosphere lasted for a long time. Wanda kept a stiff posture and didn't dare to move. At this time, for a girl like her who has never even experienced love, it is really too exciting. However, it is different from what she expected Qin Yun to do to herself. After a long time, Qin Yun actually didn't do anything. He just hugged himself, and then he was like a sculpture. There is nothing but the breath hitting the ends of my hair in my ears. Several hours passed, and the two of them maintained this posture. Wanda was confused even waiting. All the original apprehensions turned into, how could he do nothing? This is completely different from what I thought. Is he really tired? Fell asleep. Wanda couldn't hold back any longer, suppressed her embarrassment, and secretly turned her head to look at Qin Yun. Ah. However, when she turned her head, she found that Qin Yun was staring at her with wide eyes. The eyes of the two intersected in the air, and the sky turned around again in fright. Huh, what's the matter? The analysis of origin magic power made Qin Yun very excited, but she still felt Wanda's movement and asked subconsciously. You haven't slept yet, Wanda asked quietly. It's brewing. She didn't sleep, still hugged me, and didn't do other things. What do you mean, can't you? Wanda's mood became particularly complicated, even a little unhappy. In addition to maintaining a posture for a long time, Wanda only felt a little sore and twisted her body a few times. Originally, the two were lying sideways, but Qin Yun's shoulders rested on Wanda's waist. In order to keep Wanda from moving, Qin Yun reached out and hugged her tightly. 777. At this moment, Qin Yun is still immersed in the world of analyzing origin magic power. Wanda's mind went blank. However, some expected things still didn't happen. Time just passed by in a strange atmosphere. In the morning, when Wanda woke up with dark circles under her eyes, Qin Yun had just fallen asleep. Last night, after nearly a dozen hours of analyzing the origin magic power, Even Chin Yun couldn't bear it. Sitting up slowly, looking at the sleeping Chin Yun's profile, Wanda's expression was very strange. Last night, she was actually just a pillow for the whole night. Chin Yun didn't intend to continue at all. I'm not attractive enough. Wanda couldn't understand what was going on. She has always thought that she looks pretty good, and she is very proud of her figure. But why doesn't Chin Yun have the slightest idea of doing bad things? You know, when I went to change my pajamas yesterday. I even found time to take a quick shower. What a disappointment. When Chin Yun woke up, Wanda was gone. I looked at the time, it was getting late, and it was going to be close to noon. I'm going, it's so late. Chin Yun hurriedly got up to wash up and glanced at the system records during the process. Origin magic power resolution, 09% 29. This surprised Chin Yun very much. Calculated according to the time, excluding the previous 03, this night should be only 05 at most. 01 higher than expected. Because the contact surface with the parsed is large, the parsing speed is faster. The systematic explanation also made Chin Yun suddenly realize. In other words, the hug is tighter this time. Is the resolution speed also related to the contact method? Doesn't that mean that if it is a negative distance contact, if you put it in and don't take it out overnight, wouldn't the progress explode? No, I'm a decent person. This kind of thing can't be done. Chin Yun quickly dispelled his bad thoughts. After washing up, when he came to the first floor of the underground base, there were already many people waiting. Quicksilver was feasting on a boxed lunch, which looked delicious. I didn't realize that my sister was under the rule by the boss last night. Wanda was crossing her legs and resting her head on her hands. She didn't know what to think and looked a little sleepy from time to time. But Ancient One was much calmer, sitting on the sofa and drinking tea leisurely. Surprisingly, Natasha Romanoff was there. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff also looked at everything around her strangely, especially Wanda and Quicksilver. She has been able to confirm that everything that happened yesterday is true, not because she remembered it wrong, but because everyone has forgotten it. The man in black really wiped out the memory of the entire world. Is it all here? Seeing Chin Yun's arrival, Ancient One put down the teacup in his hand. It seems that our chief didn't have a good rest last night. Oh, I'm sorry. I got up late. I was really busy last night. Chin Yun laughed. Last night, he really intensively analyzed the origin magic power for more than 10 hours. Up to now, his mind is full of the principles and methods of using various magics. It is true that there is no rest. Hearing this, Wanda at the side secretly rolled her eyes. Come on, you're still busy. You just lay there all night and all afternoon while hugging me. Didn't do anything, you're so busy. Boss, Zhang Beihai's place has already prepared it, and they even said they have prepared a gift for you. 404, who has been communicating with Trisolaris, said, Okay, what are you waiting for? Let's go. After all, he is the boss of such a big base, and he should be responsible for solving the things that should be solved. It's just that this time there are Wanda and Ancient One, and he himself is no longer a rookie who is powerless. He didn't feel as insecure about the three-body trip as before. When everyone came near the dimensional gate, Ancient One was attracted by just one glance. Is this the portal that can break through the fourth wall? Yes, there is only one door in the base now, and more will be opened in the future. In the future, we may have to find a special planet and place countless dimensional gates here, where hundreds of millions of people come and go every day. For future planning, Chin Yun is still very ambitious. The man in black will definitely develop and grow in the end. With the man in black as the medium, all the heavens and myriad worlds will be connected in his hands, and they can communicate with each other. In the endless world in the future, perhaps the entire planet will be filled with dimensional gates, like a train station, where countless people come and go. That picture is exciting just thinking about it. Just when a few people were about to enter the dimension gate. Three-body world. The coalition government has been looking forward to Chin Yun's arrival for a long time. Are you ready for the welcome ceremony? The man in black said that he likes to keep a low profile, and everyone knows that he doesn't like to do it, so we didn't prepare such a thing as a welcome ceremony. Okay, but after all, the person in charge of the man in black came in person, so it should be a bit of a prestige, right? Don't worry, the coalition government has approved the gift for him a few days ago. I think this gift should be very famous. Well then, I think he'll love the present. This is our thigh, we have to hug it. The future of the Earth depends on this interview. Clear. At the same time, the leader of the Trisolarans was in the conference room. Regarding Qin Yun's upcoming event, their emotions are even more complicated. The coalition government has prepared a gift for the leader of the men in black. Do we want to prepare one too? Trisolarans have also known about human culture for a long time. It was the first time to meet and give gifts to each other, which seems to be a form of human diplomacy. Gifts. They are all human beings, and it's normal to give gifts to each other, but in their eyes, we are not the same kind. What's the point of giving gifts? But after all, this time we need peace talks, not war. Perhaps this can express our goodwill. Goodwill is a hammer. I said we are kind and people believe it. In any case, the Trisolarans can only be regarded as intruders even until now. Moreover, since the man in black showed his strength, he has even become a weak invader. The war, the moment the trigger is pulled, is already lost. Now pretending to be a good person, no one will believe it. Then forget it. In fact, Trisolarans are now in a very disturbed state, according to their limited understanding of the men in black. The Men in Black organization is a very powerful force. After all, as soon as people open their mouths, they are asked to apologize and compensate. What if they want to kill their whole family? The bold words before J. Maybe their boss is not a good person to get along with? I don't know what the outcome of the discussion will be. At a time when the forces of all parties are preparing for each other, and each is anxious. Qin Yun also came to the three-body problem. Just passing through the dimensional gate, Ancient One was the first to notice something was wrong. How is it, Agent G, how much was suppressed? At least 70%. Because the laws of the two worlds are different, the strength of Ancient One has been suppressed in almost all directions in the three-body universe. Ancient One could feel that most of his power seemed to be deactivated. Now she can only maintain 30% of her original strength. That's normal. This is the original universe, and ours is the universe created by God. There is another way to say that the original universe is the natural universe. This shows that the high-sequence universe law gap between the two universes exceeds 70%. Law, that is, the law of the universe, is actually divided into two types. One is the original law, and the other is the universal law. The original law is a unified law that can be shared in all universes. For example, this world must have matter, time, and space, and other basic laws. The entry procedures for the men in black are written in the original law, so they are so powerful. The law of the universe is the surprise between each universe. It can only affect the current universe. For example, in some universes, the timeline can be seen and shuttled, while others cannot. A natural universe like Three-Body has a 30% coincidence with a divinely created universe like Marvel, which is already very high. Some two-dimensional universes are even only 1%. Even Qin Yun can feel that his origin magic power, which has just increased a lot, has been beaten back to its original form. While the two were communicating, a high-pitched voice shouted excitedly, "Boss, you are finally here." He strode up to Qin Yun, who turned out to be Agent JJ. "I haven't seen you for a few days. How do you feel that you have gained a lot of weight?" The original figure looked a little thin, but now I feel that there is even flesh on his face. It's only been a few days, 2 or 3 days. Isn't that an exaggeration? Damn, old don't you know, Huxia food is really delicious. You can see it. Qin Yun felt helpless. Let Jay act as a contact here, boy. Does he have dinner here every day? You know, this is Mars, and even a grain of rice here is a huge amount of expense for the current scientific and technological coalition government. Is this wrapping up all the delicious food in their Mars base? We and the man in black are compatriots. Detective J is willing to be our guest. Definitely please treat us well, Tilda. Zhang Beihai took cover from the side, and there were already a bunch of people standing around him, who seemed to be members of the coalition government who had come to participate in the talks. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Before I join the men in black on behalf of the coalition government, thank you for coming. Chin-Yun also stretched out his hand to save face. This is what I should do. Just when the two parties were meeting to proceed to the next step, Ancient One suddenly frowned. What? After saying this, Ancient One clasped his hands in an instant. In the air, it seemed that something invisible was being pulled. Afterwards, the space seemed to be torn apart, and a piece of circuit diagram loomed in the void and then began to fold and collapse. In the end, it turned into a small dot shining brightly. This scene made everyone unable to react. What is she doing here? Wait. Look at the picture in the air just now. Does it look like a circuit diagram? This is Tomoko, a Trisolaran handed over Safan's manufacturing technology as compensation. Most of the people present have seen Safan's technical illustrated book. The Safan is the product of the proton after the two-dimensional stretching and drawing of the circuit diagram. It can be regarded as a special supercomputer. And now, what happened? Ancient One dragged Safan out of the two-dimensional space with his bare hands in full view of everyone. What kind of operation is this, JB? Everyone was dumbfounded. You must know that even now, even if the coalition government obtains Safan's related technology, it is impossible to create it. Even with the most advanced scientific instruments, it is impossible to even observe the formed Safans. After all, Tomoko is too delicate, but Ancient One pulled out a two-dimensional Safan with bare hands. Is this something that humans can do in 4-3? Safan? What is Safan? Ancient One just looked at the light spot in his hand. She, who used to be the Sorcerer Supreme, can be said to be the person who knows the latitude best on the earth, not one of them. Just now, she could clearly feel that someone was spying on her at a certain latitude. To be reasonable, hiding in the latitude to spy on others, in the latitude world, it can almost be said to be a positive provocation. Now she just pulled Safan out of the two-dimensionalization, which is considered to be reserved. Otherwise, Safan would have been GG long ago. Human, this is just a misunderstanding. While several people were still in shock, Tomoko suddenly spoke out. Cough, cough. Chin-Yun pretended to cough but didn't answer. According to the Trisolarans, the Safans in the solar system have all been withdrawn. Only this one remained. It is said that it is a communication tool for contacting them. Trisolaran had handed over Safan's technology before and withdrew all Safans, leaving only one. In fact, this attitude is already very good. But Chin-Yun felt that the Trisolarans might not be so kind. What is Safan's manufacturing process? It involves latitude technology. For the current coalition government, this kind of technology can almost be said to be a Bible. That is, some basic scientific aspects in it are currently available. Moreover, making a Safan requires an unimaginably terrifying amount of energy. To put it simply, Safan technology, civilizations with low-end technological levels cannot afford to be built, and high-end ones are looked down upon. It seems that they have paid a lot, but in fact it is not painful. If the man in black doesn't do something, then for the Trisolarans, they can do whatever they want. Therefore, Ancient One suddenly caught Safan, although Chin-Yun was a little surprised. But it felt wrong. Perhaps this is the way to start a proper interview. Things were indeed as Chin-Yun guessed. Seeing this kind of operation by Ancient One, the Trisolarans far away from the Trisolaran star were completely dumbfounded. That person, that bald head ripped Safan out of the two-dimensional space with his bare hands, do you believe me? I believe I have seen it too. Damn it, if we didn't believe in ghosts and gods, I would have thought it was a ghost. Ghosts are a way of saying in human civilization. I think a more appropriate description should be, I have seen electrons that are bigger than atomic nuclei. That's surreal indeed. Why would they do that? It looks like she means that the bald head doesn't know about Tomoko's existence. He only catches Tomoko out because he feels being watched. Humans are the most liar race. If she says she doesn't know, you will believe her. But some people expressed a different view. The existence of Safan is almost public, and they just handed over Safan's full set of technology as compensation a few days ago. Now that the peace talks are about to start, you tell me you don't know Tomoko? Isn't that bullshit? So if she knew about Safan's existence, why would she do this? Isn't she going to talk about it? I don't think so. There is a saying among human beings called zia mawe, which means that before making certain conversations, one should show one's means to deter others. So we're now deterred? What do you think? Can you understand how she did it? The Trisolaran analyzed it for a long time, but finally came to only one conclusion. All of this is the warning given to them by the men in black. Deter them in a way they can't understand at all. The truth is, they were indeed intimidated. You know, they have also scanned that woman. She is definitely not a robot. It's just such a flesh and blood, ordinary black-clothed man with a bald head who can't even see any equipment on his body. You can go deep into the two-dimensional state with your bare hands and pull the Safan out. This is a technology that even Trisolaran 2 can't imagine. When they create Safans, they just use huge amounts of energy to forcibly tear protons into 2 dimensions. Then follow their wishes tilde, the 3-body people are also very helpless. They found that even if they guessed part of the other party's thoughts, they can only do things according to the meaning of the man in black, turned into a meek little pitiful. Therefore, after Safan was caught out of the 2-dimensional state, he quickly said, "Human, this is just a misunderstanding. We didn't do anything, Safan is just waiting for your arrival." Looking at the expressions of the people around, Ancient One seemed to know that he had made an own mistake. But as an elderly person, a thick skin is her basic quality. She pretended to be nonchalant and let go of the power that bound Safan. The moment he broke free from the shackles, Safan quickly transformed himself into a 2-dimensional form again. However, this time, the scope of its perception began to shrink infinitely until a girl appeared in the air. This is a common projection for Safans. It consciously restricted its observation range to the projected eyes, as if an ordinary person was looking at others. Peeping into the 3-dimensional world in the latitude space is an act of declaring war in our place. Ancient One also explained it very intimately. "Sorry. We don't know the rules on your side." Safan bent down, appearing to be very sincere in admitting his mistakes. Trisolaran felt a burst of mother-in-law criticism in his heart. "Where are your rules? I don't know what a fart." Ever since Trisolarans mastered the 2-dimensional technology, they always use it whenever they want. When did they suffer this kind of grievance? On the side of the coalition government, they heard the important information in Ancient One's words. A person who looked like a leader asked in surprise, "Is 2-dimensionalization common in other worlds?" Latitude technology is still an unattainable super black technology for the current Earth, but according to what Ancient One said, 2-dimensional peeping is equivalent to declaring war, which is more like a customary rule. Being able to form this kind of rule at least means that there are a lot of people using this technology. Ancient One glanced at Qin Yun, and Qin Yun said that it doesn't matter if you say whatever you want. After getting approval, Ancient One paused and explained. In our world, in addition to the main universe, there are many latitude worlds, from 2-dimensional to almost endless latitudes. Most of the beings living in the latitude world have a strong desire for the main world, so preventing the latitude world from eroding the main world is also my job. Endless latitude? Is there life in the latitude space? Such a world view, even the Trisolarans would be shocked after hearing it. You must know that they have been involved in latitude technology for so many years, and it is not that they have not conducted research on higher latitudes, but have never seen any life forms in latitudes. For the coalition government, the amount of information is even more difficult to digest. Because what the coalition government now knows about latitude is some kind of superstring theory for scientists, and so far it has only been calculated to 10 latitudes. As for the argument of infinity, it is reasonable that this is beyond the imagination of existing technology. Ha ha ha, let me introduce to you, this is Agent G of our Men in Black. Before becoming an agent, she was a sorcerer supreme, guarding a side of the Earth. There are 800 high-latitude creatures who have been killed in her hands. Just relying on her name alone, she has deterred countless latitude worlds from invading the Earth and brought peace to one world for hundreds of years. At this time, Qin Yun felt that it was necessary to introduce the new employee whom he managed to cheat. Ancient One's personality is not low, and he has a lot of face when he blows it out. Supreme. Magician? Is it the one we understand, magician? For a moment, everyone looked at Ancient One in surprise. Even Natasha Romanoff is a little confused. Magician? Protecting the Earth for hundreds of years. Where did this person come from? She has never heard of it in S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff found that since she came to the Men in Black, her agent career for so many years, as well as her experience in S.H.I.E.L.D, seemed to have begun to fall behind. It does not matter. Ancient One shook her head. She is not a person who likes to express herself. Qin Yun saw his thoughts, stood up and said, "Okay, you will know a lot of things later. Now." Qin Yun elongated his tone and set his sights on the woman floating in the air. Tomoko looked at it and said quickly, "Three-Body World has been preparing for this meeting for a long time. We can start talking anytime, Tilda. I will fully represent the three bodies and convey the wishes of the leaders, Tilda. The three-body world does not have a parliamentary system, but a leader system. As the leader, the high-level Trisolarans control almost everything in the civilization, including the lives of other Trisolarans. The pyramids of their society are far sharper than those of humans. Then, we have prepared the venue, Tilda." As he spoke, Zhang Beihai led the way and led everyone to a large meeting room. The room looked hastily furnished, with some connectors for original equipment on the walls and such. It seems that this place should have been a warehouse or an equipment room before. After all, the Mars base is very expensive, and there is no place specially designed to face this kind of scene before I think about it. But it seems that they also put their heart into it. A red banner with huge amounts of words read in Huxia, "Warmly welcome the people in black, as for the Trisolaran." Not even mentioning it, everyone is seated. Zhang Beihai took the initiative to say, "Director Qin, before we start, I will represent the coalition government and send a gift to the man in black, Tilda. Oh, and presents." Qin Yun laughed and didn't care. What good things can the coalition government come up with? At most, it is something with a sense of ritual. Now Qin Yun's vision is very high. His elementary-level smart factory can make things that can be made by modern technology, and he can make things that can't be made by modern technology. Our gift is, here, Tilda. As he spoke, Zhang Beihai pointed to the ground. "Good guys, are you planning to give me this base?" What Qin Yun didn't expect was that the coalition government's move was quite generous. After all, this base on Mars, with their existing technology, would have to spend a lot of money to build it to this scale. It can only be said that this gift is the best that the coalition government can offer now. However, Zhang Beihai shook his head. "It's not a Mars base. It's all under our feet, the whole Mars, including the Mars base." As soon as these words came out, even Qin Yun was subconsciously stunned. "Wait. What do you mean, this is to give the whole Mars to yourself?" After discussion, the coalition government passed this decision unanimously. We have written the fact that Mars belongs to Director Qin in the Constitution. From now on, this planet will be recognized by all of us, and it only belongs to you. Give Mars to Qin Yun as a personal gift, only for him? Is it written in the Constitution? Qin Yun only thinks that the idea of the coalition government is simply too far ahead. "You guys are really willing, Tilda," Qin Yun smiled. As the planet closest to Earth in the solar system and most suitable for colonization, Mars is a human civilization that is about to enter the starry sky. Undoubtedly very important. Such a move by the coalition government is full of sincerity. Perhaps they probably guess that there are basically no gifts that can impress Qin Yun. Then just get a big one. The Earth can't send it, let's send it to Mars. Send you a planet as a gift. Is this gift enough? From the perspective of the coalition government, even if the man in black may have a high level of technology, he would not look down on a planet that can be directly used after a modification, right? However, Qin Yun thought of something else. "To be honest, this gift of yours really surprised me. However, the calculations here are quite shrewd, Tilda." Qin Yun looked at Zhang Beihai with a half-smile. "The action of the coalition government is actually very easy to understand. I gave you a planet, you have to use it, right? You have to build it. What a waste to leave it alone. Once the men in black invest in Mars, it is equivalent to having their own industry in this world, and it is not easy for them to throw away things. Before, although the diplomacy between the coalition government and the men in black seemed harmonious. But the two sides don't really have any fetters. If something big is about to happen, the man in black will leave as soon as he says he wants to. If he can't beat the gate of the dimension, the coalition government can't do anything about it. But if Chin-Yun accepts Mars after that, it was different. The relationship between the man in black and this world will become even closer. It can only be said that the people in the coalition government are really not just for nothing. It seems that he has suffered a lot and gave him a big gift, but everything is for the purpose of hugging his thigh. Director Chin, in fact, the coalition government also. As soon as he talked about the abacus, Zhang Beihai knew that Chin-Yun had seen the coalition government's calculations and wanted to explain a little embarrassedly, but was interrupted by Chin-Yun. Actually, you don't have to think about it so much. I'm already here. People in black won't let go of this world. Maintaining the common prosperity of mankind's destiny is the responsibility of us people in black, and it is also my job. Even if we do not belong to the same world, we are all human beings, tilde. Chin-Yun said very seriously. Helping the coalition government to completely solve the three-body crisis is what Chin-Yun has decided must do. If it was before, he might really have thought of running away, but now, the power in his hands has allowed him to face the three-body problem head-on. Not to mention anything else, just closing the door and placing Ancient One is enough for them to eat a pot. Is Safan enough black technology? Didn't he be captured by the ancient 697 from two-dimensional to three-dimensional state? The water drop is very powerful. Learn about the mirror space. How can you hit the strong material even if you can't touch it? Add a small pistol with a big killer. Chin-Yun thinks that Trisolarans are no longer a problem. Most importantly, Chin-Yun is bound to win the reward for solving the three-body crisis. Things that can be resurrected, even if you work hard, you have to get it. After all, if you fight for one life, you can get countless lives, so it's not too cost-effective. We understand, tilde, Zhang Beihai nodded. That's good. As for Mars, there's no need for it. Chin-Yun is not so enthusiastic about Mars. How much will it cost to build it? With the current scale of the organization, there is no need to set up such a large place as a branch base. In the future, when needed, there will be better planets such as build an artificial planet by yourself. Compared with natural planets, the Men in Black organization is more suitable for the development of artificial planets. That would be such a shame. Seeing that Chin-Yun was not prepared to accept the gift carefully prepared by the coalition government, Zhang Beihai was a little disappointed. The Trisolaran looked overjoyed. He didn't want Mars. This is a planet that can be colonized with just a few modifications. Water, all kinds of resources are available. Why not? Trisolarans want to yell that you don't want me, but Chin-Yun refused. There are only two possibilities. The first is that the Men in Black don't actually want to stay here permanently. They don't want to invest resources in building a planet. It's unlikely. After all, the few shots they fired at us didn't know how many Martians they could transform. That's true. Then there is only the second possibility. That is, for them, a planet is not important, and it doesn't matter. Having said this, the Trisolarans were silent. Suddenly, there is a feeling that Chin-Yun is in Versailles. In order to find a planet suitable for immigration, they worked hard and even got into trouble with the Man in Black, making the destruction of their home planet fall into a countdown. The other party didn't care. What you cherish is just what others don't want and throw away. This feeling is really bad. When the Trisolarans were collectively silent, Mars base, Chin-Yun also expressed his thoughts. Although I don't want Mars, we will still treat this world as an important place. After this meeting is over, I will send someone to live permanently in this world. Hearing this, Zhang Beihai's eyes lit up. That would be great. Even if there is no three-body crisis, the people in black can still pay attention to this side and maintain diplomatic contact. This is a very important thing. After all, human beings have also seen the darkness of the universe, and finally have a thigh. How can they give up? Next, it's another matter. Three-body people, do you have anything to say about what you did? Qin-yun brought the matter to the point with almost no hesitation. The Trisolarans didn't seem to expect that Qin-yun would directly question them forcefully. We have already apologized for our previous actions and paid compensation. Reasonably speaking, Trisolarans blocked the Earth's technology before and looked like they were going to invade. In this matter, the Earth has not suffered. With Safan technology alone, even if the Earth is blocked for 100 years, it may not be able to develop to this level. Isn't your previous compensation due to the reason you declared war? Sorry, that was a mistake of our decision-makers. The Trisolarans once made a strong and high-profile declaration of war after coming into contact with the man in black for the first time. This led to what happened next. Qin-yun didn't think that just a copy of Safan's technology could counteract this behavior. So, you want me to talk all the way across the universe, isn't it just to say sorry? Qin-yun felt that he had a certain chance of winning, and he had completely let go of himself. We want the men in black to withdraw their attacks on our home planet, for which we are willing to pay other prices. The reason why the Trisolarans have been desperately wanting to communicate with Qin-yun and accepting it seems to have a good temper. All for one reason. The clock of death has begun to count down. The small pistol attack is already on its way. The ultimate goal of the Trisolarans is to prevent the mother planet from perishing. Ancient One saw that the topic changed so quickly. Everyone was friendly at first, but Qin-yun suddenly became strict, and he was also a little curious, secretly asked the detective next to him. What happened? Before the boss asked me to take a gun and shoot a few rounds at their parent star, the bullets were already on the way. According to what they said, their galaxy would be wiped out in 4 years. That's why they were so anxious. Everyone knows the so-called Sima Zhao's heart, and everyone knows the current situation of the Trisolarans. Destroy a galaxy? With a pistol? Ancient One also looked at Qin-yun in surprise. Are the weapons of the man in black so perverted? Even in star civilization, she has only heard of things that can cause damage to a galaxy. But those are great weapons, artifacts, and the like. Didn't expect the men in black to have such a weapon? Originally, Ancient One thought that this meeting was a negotiation between two parties. Now it seems, it is Qin-yun who wants to find fault. No wonder it feels a bit weird to talk. Good guy, Ancient One finds the way the man in black behaves too appetizing. Because once she faced those latitude beings who wanted to spy on the Earth, she also did the same. Withdrawing the attack? It's not impossible, but you have to know that destruction is far easier than salvation. The attack we sent out is probably worth 12 material planets, or 3 or 4 life planets similar to the Earth. If you can pay this price, I will immediately take back the things as a reward for your apology. Qin-yun seemed to be very talkative, but he didn't give Trisolaran a chance at all. Withdrawing the attack, in fact, Qin-yun can't do it at all, but for the price he gave, Qin-yun believes that the Trisolarans can't do it either. Sure enough, when Trisolaran heard this condition, he almost fainted. 12 material planets, or 3 or 4 living planets. To be honest, isn't this a few tricks? How barren is the Trisolaran galaxy? It is so barren that even those who have already involved latitude technology can't survive. Forcibly gathering together a few material planets can be made, but the living planet. Reasonable, even if they are willing to call out the parent planet, Qin-yun is not necessary, right? If it is also a living planet, if the Earth is heaven, Trisolaran is not even considered hell. At most it is a magma pool. If they could have a planet similar to the Earth, they would have emigrated there long ago, so why would they come to the solar system? We can't do this kind of request. Safan shook his head, saying that this was too outrageous. But do you know how much energy we consumed in that half hour? How much resources did we consume to transform these energies into a tax tilde? Are these resources enough to pay for these planets? So do you think I've said too much? As soon as these words came out, the Trisolaran fell silent for an instant. The attack method of the small pistol really makes one's scalp tingle. The terrifying energy of the blue giant star has been compressed to the thickness of a finger. What kind of technical means is required for this? It is difficult even for a Trisolaran to analyze it. The most important thing is that the attack was originally a pure flow of energy particles. According to this statement, maybe the price Qin Yun paid for attacking them was really worth that much. But the price you mentioned, we can't afford it. How can this thing be said to exist? If human beings are okay, the solar system is still relatively rich, and we can make it together. How could it be possible to take out so many usable planets in the impoverished place of Trisolaran? What do you mean? Don't tell me I spent so much money to hit you, and you don't pay a dime, and you are going to make me spend several times more to take back the attack. Qin Yun's eyes widened, with an expression of disbelief. It was as if no one had expected someone to be so empty-handed. The superb acting skills seemed to have suffered a great loss, and even the people in the coalition government nodded in agreement. In their view, an attack that can destroy galaxies must be expensive, and it is normal that it will cost more to recover it. Moreover, seeing where his thighs made things difficult for the Trisolarans, people in the coalition government felt an indescribable pleasure. This is so cool. Trisolarans had never encountered Qin Yun's communication method before, and they were at a loss for a while. Do you even feel that your request is too much? Then, since you have nothing, there's nothing to talk about with this attitude. What else are we talking about? I packed up and went back. I'm very busy, and I have a lot of things to do, Tilda. After saying that, Qin Yun got up, as if about to leave. I don't know why Wanda blushed subconsciously when she heard Qin Yun say that she was very busy. He said the same thing yesterday. He said he was busy, but hugged himself all night. Sometimes, in war, the losing side has no say at all. Although the Trisolarans and the Man in Black have not engaged in any formal war contact, they have already lost. However, Qin Yun was so strong that the Trisolarans couldn't agree to the request. Wait, leader of the Men in Black, we still have something to say. Seeing that Qin Yun was about to leave, Trisolaran couldn't sit still. Tomoko quickly stopped him. Okay, tell me, what else is there? When Qin Yun said he was leaving, he was just pretending. He knew that it was impossible for a Trisolaran to wait to die like this. Although we are at a disadvantage in the confrontation with you, we have not completely failed. Please don't push us. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun was not happy. What do you mean, not convinced? How long will it take for your fleet to reach the Earth? How long will it be before your home planet will be destroyed? Don't you have any points in your mind? Or, do you think that the detectors and fleets relying on strong interaction materials can really wrestle with us? Qin Yun never expected that the attitude of the Trisolarans would become stronger. Without any hesitation, it revealed the technology with the greatest combat effectiveness in the hands of the Trisolarans. How do you know that? As soon as these words came out, Trisolaran was immediately dumbfounded. The strong interaction force material is the most powerful material in the hands of Trisolarans. They have many small detectors made of strong interaction materials, and several warships covered with strong interaction materials that broke their fortunes. This is indeed one of their trump cards. But they never disclosed this matter. It was said so directly and casually by Qin Yun. Don't overestimate yourself. You can use Sophons to monitor the Earth. Have you ever thought that there are other things monitoring you? Qin Yun snorted coldly. But it almost scared the Trisolaran to the point of peeing. What do you mean? Could it be that the Men in Black are also monitoring them by some means? F***K? At this moment, some Trisolarans even began to learn the swearing of Earthlings. For a while, everyone began to observe around. But can't see anything. Everyone, are we really being monitored? Just think that we used to monitor every move of the people on Earth, and our every move is also under their monitoring. I don't know. But it could be true because of strong interaction materials technology, which we have never revealed to Earth before. The Men in Black really have a higher level of civilization. It's normal for us to be unaware of being monitored. For a while, the Trisolarans only felt numbness in the back, although they did not have a spine. But I can still feel some kind of coolness spreading to my brain. This feeling, they seemed to empathize with the former Earthlings. What they didn't know was that Qin Yun was not using any objects or techniques to observe the Trisolarans. Instead, utilize the fourth wall. The reason why breaking the fourth wall is so difficult is because the world outside the wall will make everyone fear. However, our ultimate trump card is not the strengthening interaction force technology. It's that tilde. But if the men in black are really monitoring everything about us, can that matter really threaten them? I don't know, but it's necessary to try. This is our last chance. It is good. After the leaders of the Trisolarans reached an agreement, Safan also started talking. We don't want to continue fighting with you. We just want to say that if we die, we still have the means to die with you. Saving us is also saving human beings tilde. After the words of the three-body man ended, the people in the coalition government instantly became nervous. There is also the same death. Could it be some kind of star-killing weapon? The coalition government does not doubt that the Trisolarans have this kind of technology. After all, according to the speculation of the coalition government, if human beings are a first-level civilization, Trisolaris has already reached the stage of a second-level civilization. Every level of civilization is an unimaginable existence of low-level civilizations. It is not impossible to destroy the galaxy. At this time, even if you interrupt, you must stop this result from happening. After all, they will die together, and the ones who will die together must be the human beings in this world. They are the ones. The men in black aren't here again. They walked through the door. The coalition government was in a hurry, and they all looked at Chin Yun, wanting to see how he would deal with it. I was praying in my heart. Big Brother wants to give strength. I still want to live a few more years. Upon hearing this, Chin Yun's expression became strange. The means of killing each other? You don't mean the experiment you did before, do you? Trisolaran, you know this as well. At this moment, the Trisolarans have no doubt that the man in black is really monitoring them, and the means are far more sophisticated than Safan. Because that experiment was done a long time ago, thousands of years ago. At that time, human beings were still drinking blood, and the man in black was even more vulnerable. In other words, the men in black even monitored what happened in the past. This is too outrageous. It's not impossible. Our scientific theories have always had a guess that everything that happens in the universe is just the movement of particles. If the computing power is sufficient, you only need to calculate the trajectory and state of each particle, and you can calculate everything that happened in the past and everything that will happen in the future. Is there such a thing as impossible? How much energy does it consume? How many particles are there in the universe? It's hard to imagine. If the man in black really had this kind of means, it would be terrifying. Maybe it's just our galaxy. It's not impossible. You must know that the energy consumed by their pistol bullets is all counted by fixed star. No wonder the Trisolarans thought the man in black more and more outrageous. In fact, the performance of the man in black from the very beginning was too rich and powerful. The magazines in the pistol are all blue giant stars. I have never seen such a luxurious one. Yes, it is indeed the experiment tens of thousands of years ago. 11. Trisolaran did not deny it either. We have also had a certain stage, imagining that the universe is so big, why haven't we seen other civilizations? Our civilization even had a stage where it was the center of the universe. However, with the development of science and technology and the advancement of civilization, we have discovered that although the birth of life is harsh, it should not be a special phenomenon at the level of the universe, but a common phenomenon. Well done. The environment of the Trisolaran star is bad enough, right? Every once in a while, magma will wash the surface of the planet and destroy everything. Even so, life is still born in a long-time life. The Trisolaran was born. Therefore, from the perspective of Trisolarans, the birth of life may really be a common phenomenon. But since it is a common phenomenon, why have we never seen traces of other civilizations? The universe is so cold and silent, as if there really is no other civilization except himself. There is only one answer. All civilizations may be hiding themselves from other civilizations to discover. To this end, they even conducted an experiment. The coordinates of a certain galaxy in the distance are transmitted through broadcasting. Soon, that unknown galaxy disappeared. That's right, it disappeared directly, as if there had never been anything there. It was like being completely wiped out by some powerful presence. In order to confirm that this is not an accidental phenomenon, we also carried out a second time. The result was no surprise. The new lucky one is also eliminated. This method is frightening. Finally, they came to a conclusion. When one civilization meets another, you can't be sure whether it is good or bad, so you can only prepare with the greatest malice and speculate. This universe is a dark jungle. Every civilization is a hunter in the jungle. You don't know whether it is the prey or the hunter. So, in order to protect yourself, you must try to hide as much as possible. Once you find other things exist, you can only shoot first. Otherwise, facing unknown civilization and unknown technology, you may not even have a chance to shoot. The Trisolarans slowly revealed a tingling and spiritual reality of the universe. Is this why people cannot discover other civilizations? Ha-ha-ha-tilde, Qin Yun laughed out loud. So, your whole card is actually to broadcast the existence of the solar system to the universe. Then, let the unknown higher civilization erase us and die together. Qin Yun has long known about the so-called Dark Jungle Law. In the original timeline, Luo Jai, one of the Earth's wallfacers, also discovered this law, and finally used the Dark Jungle Law to deter the Trisolarans, allowing humans to survive even though they were completely defeated in the frontal battlefield. However, what makes people want to laugh is that the Law of the Dark Jungle was originally supposed to be a means for the people on Earth to deal with the Trisolarans, but now it has become the trump card for the Trisolarans to deal with them. But this is actually one of the reasons why Qin Yun has always been scruples about this world. After all, the civilizations of the three-body world are too bizarre. One by one hid themselves very deeply, and occasionally a guy who popped up might be the kind of guy who can restart the universe. What zeroers or something? Compared with most of the universe, the high-level civilizations in the Trisolaran world are all dogs, and none of them have fuel-efficient lamps. But if Trisolaran wants to use this thing to threaten himself, to be honest, he really thinks too much. Sitting on the dimensional gate, Qin Yun can leave at any time. Even if a civilization like the Return to Zero that can restart the universe is staring at him, he can't beat me or run away. Moreover, even if it is targeted, the time is very long. In the eyes of advanced civilizations, hundreds or thousands of years are just a meal. Even if Trisolaran broadcasts the matter, Qin Yun will have a lot of time to deal with it. At least, it is not impossible to take away everyone in this world. Qin Yun even felt that it was possible for him to develop the man in black to have the level of the creator god and the original level of combat power before the enemy's attack came. So, if you just talk about it now, Qin Yun is right. After the negotiation, run directly through the dimension gate and leave the rest to your subordinates. As long as others don't die, they won't lose. The Trisolarans were stunned when they saw Qin Yun's look of confidence and complete indifference. He isn't afraid. How is it possible? This is a blow from a higher civilization. The most terrifying thing in the world is the unknown, and the higher civilizations of the Trisolaran world are all unknown existences to the lower civilizations. In the eyes of the Trisolarans, no matter how strong the Men in Black organization is, there should be an upper limit. According to their methods, at most the third-level civilization is top-notch. And the unknown higher civilization may even be level 4, level 5, level 6. No one knows how many powerful hunters exist in this world. But Qin Yun, why are you not afraid? 887 is not afraid that they really provoke a civilization that is far more powerful than the Men in Black. I understand. Suddenly, a Trisolaran leader said, they are not from this universe at all. Even if they meet someone they can't fight against, they can leave. We haven't perfected the theory related to other universes, but our scientists can also speculate that traveling through the universe is definitely not a simple technology, and it may even be a higher level, 8th level, and 9th-level civilization technology. They can also travel through the universe, so they don't care if there is a blow from a higher civilization in the universe. The Trisolarans feel that they are roughly close to the truth. Although I don't know why the technological level of the Man in Black is so strange, the attack method is to fly bricks vigorously using powerful energy to forcibly attack such a method that seems to be no more than a third-level civilization. But he can have something super normal, like the dimensional gate. but the Trisolarans really have nothing to do with the man in black. Fighting, the men in black know their trump cards very well, even if they are materials with strong interaction force. They don't know anything about the man in black. I can't fight, but I can run. Where else can I go? The mother planet will be destroyed. The Trisolarans suddenly discovered that their situation had almost reached a desperate situation before they knew it. We accept unconditional surrender. Finally, Tomoko spoke slowly, said a very difficult decision. Unconditional surrender is the last decision a Trisolaran can make. This means that they have almost given up all resistance and rights. He can accept all the requests made by the other party and put his own life and death in the hands of the man in black. At the level of war, this is almost a complete failure of one party's negotiations for the two warring parties. But the Trisolarans still said this sentence. Upon hearing this, the coalition government, the high-level officials who are watching the negotiation, the expert group, all stood up at the same time. Cheers. Oh. Just a short sentence, but it made countless people cry. I can't believe this is what a Trisolaran can say. After all these years, we finally won. There is no doubt that when the conversation has reached this level, it means that the human side can completely declare victory. No one knows how much pressure they will feel when the Earth knows the existence of Trisolarans. This is related to the survival of the race and the continuation of human civilization on the big issue of right act and big wrong. During this period, countless people stepped forward, sacrificed, rebelled, and despaired. Moving forward numbly is a true portrayal of most people. In the war with the Trisolarans, there is almost no hope of winning. Under the pressure of this despair, they even fell into self-doubt. Can we really win? Can human beings really survive? Does everything I do now make sense? No one knows the answer. Maybe someone is full of firm determination to win. But the reality is that the technological gap is enough to eliminate the efforts of all ants. It's all in vain. However, now, when Hyen-Reen was born, and when Trisolaran said, "We accept unconditional surrender," everyone's eye sockets turned red. Everything we do makes sense. Some people even started crying. They even want to tell the world loudly that they are not wasting their efforts, they are not struggling in vain, and everything they do is meaningful. For so many years, in order to deal with the Trisolarans, they have carried out many plans, the Wallfacers, the Space Force, and later the Mars base. After knowing the existence of the men in black, in order not to give up a glimmer of hope, they mobilized the power of the entire Earth and built this Mars base. We must know that traditional rockets are still being used in space on the Earth, and building such a space base consumes a huge amount of resources. On Earth, the matching of related industries involves tens of millions of people. Every year, countless GDP is invested in it. Every single person here spends millions or more every day. After all, Mars is still too far away, and they are almost forcibly using everyone's productivity to supply here. Just the meals for entertaining and eating, if you really want to calculate the cost, you don't know how many billions. After all, even if it is a shipment to Mars, it is an astronomical figure. However, the man in black really stood up and used a strong posture to make the subject bow his head and surrender at this moment. They know that everything they do is worth it. They won. Unconditional surrender? Chin-Yun also sat down again. Is the attitude of the three-body people right, Tilda? You guys are pretty smart, surrendering unconditionally. The leaders of the Trisolarans are indeed not easy to use. The meaning of this unconditional surrender is far more than the literal meaning. It is said to be unconditional, but if the other party surrenders, you can't just end the negotiation and finish the job, right? Trisolaran captures the heart of this talk. That is, they still have use value. That's right, the reason why they said unconditional surrender is also because of this. Chin-Yun actually appeared here in person and held this meeting. It just shows that the Trisolaran is valuable to the man in black. Otherwise, Chin-Yun can wait until 4 years later, until the home planet of the Trisolarans is completely destroyed. The man in black didn't have to do anything, and he didn't have to say anything. The civilization of the Trisolarans collapsed by itself. The destruction of a 3-star orbiting galaxy will involve all the planets in the entire fixed star system, and it is useless for them to move even at 0 hour. The so-called unconditional is based on the fact that we are only useful when we are alive. The Trisolarans knew that if the men in black really wanted to let them perish, there was no need to talk at all. Therefore, now that they have said unconditional surrender, they have also made clear their attitude. We don't want anything now, we can give up everything, as long as our civilization continues. This is also the underlying condition under the unconditional. Qin-Yun knew that he was almost done, so he couldn't push the Trisolaran too hard. It is enough to reach this level, otherwise it would be a tricky thing for them to start cosmic broadcasting of the Earth's position. Since this is the case, then I will say a few things. First, from today onwards, the three-body civilization will be the loser and can have autonomy and political power, but it needs to establish a parliament. All affairs and civilization development must be participated by human beings and occupy more than half of the right to speak. Qin-Yun just said the first condition, which immediately caused an uproar. Trisolarans originally did not have a parliamentary system. What Qin-Yun means is to completely change the power ladder of the Trisolarans. Do humans have more than half of the right to speak in the Trisolaran Civilization Council? This is the feeling of completely turning the Trisolarans into a colony. This kind of condition, even in the previous wars of human civilization, has never been seen that anyone can agree to it. Isn't it equivalent to packing your own civilization directly and giving it to others? Can Trisolarans agree to such an outrageous request? We agree. However, Safan answered much faster than expected. He agreed almost without any hesitation. This was within Qin-Yun's expectation, because no one understands the Trisolaran civilization better than him. This is a race that has experienced crises thousands of times more than humans. From the beginning of their evolutionary path, survival is something engraved in the deepest genes of all the main people. In order to survive, even their bodies have evolved the ability to be completely dehydrated, just to survive the high temperature of the planet. Therefore, Qin-Yun very much believes that as long as the Trisolaran civilization can continue, this condition is only a small problem. Second, all the science and technology, documents, and materials of the three-body civilization must be packaged and handed over to us. There must be no omissions. We will share this information with the coalition government. Our promise. If the first point is to deal with the loser, then the second point is almost the fruit of the winner. Everyone in the coalition government is boiling, and they can't believe their ears. All the scientific data of Trisolaran civilization, and share it with the coalition government. This is his meow, it is a step up to the sky. No matter how humble the Trisolarans are now, in the eyes of the coalition government, the Trisolarans are still a powerful advanced civilization that is hard to beat. To have a high-level civilization and complete scientific data is this of great significance to human beings. This isn't very good, we may not be suitable for such a gift. Zhang Beihai wanted to express some opinions on behalf of the coalition government. Although the scientific information on the Trisolarans moved their hearts, the coalition government also understood one thing: no merit but no reward. The Trisolarans were subdued by men in black. They didn't do anything, just accepted a big gift. Is it really appropriate? You know, for them, the previous Safan technology is already a big mouth for them. If it didn't involve the issue of the Earth's technology being locked up, they wouldn't have mentioned it at that time. Don't worry, the coalition government definitely can't take this technology for nothing. Qin-Yun smiled slightly. The third thing, Trisolarans want to abandon the Trisolaran galaxy and move the entire civilization to the solar system. The coalition government is responsible for finding a planet for the main civilization to reside. Saturn, Venus, even some moons, Titan or something. Hearing the third clause, both the Trisolarans and the coalition government were stunned. Find a place for Trisolarans to live? This is too simple. The solar system is so big, you can find any planet or satellite at will. Trisolarans' technology is far more advanced than humans, and planets like Earth and Mars may be more suitable, but if you just want to survive, you can stay anywhere. This is hardly a problem for the coalition government, is it? the Trisolarans did not expect that Qin Yun would propose such a condition, because such a condition is also a joy to them. The environment of the Trisolaran galaxy is too harsh, and there is no planet at all that allows them to continue to develop. It's not just about resources, but also about perihelion and aphelion. The three fixed stars are staggered far and near. Today it may be singing birds and flowers, but tomorrow it will be turned into lava, and the day after tomorrow the lava will be frozen and turned into an ice field. How can we survive and develop civilization in this kind of galaxy environment? The solar system is different. Even if it is not Earth and Mars, their life is far more comfortable than when they were in the Trisolaran system. As the loser, Qin Yun is willing to let them come to the solar system. Is this too grand? We do. Safon's answer this time was even more joyful. There is simply no hesitation. This is their dream solution. Hearing that the Trisolaran agreed, Qin Yun smiled. In fact, the first two conditions are just appetizers. The most important thing is the third one. Qin Yun is really so kind to find a home for Trisolaran? No, it's just to keep them all under my nose. Set up a parliament for them to take the right to speak and move over collectively. This is actually an above-board conspiracy. Everything about the Trisolarans will be brought under Qin Yun's control, and he will completely solve the crisis of the Trisolarans. Slowly, the Trisolaran civilization may be assimilated by humans and cannot pose a threat to humans. If it is other conditions, they may still struggle a bit, such as using the existing warships to go out as a wandering civilization. There may be other crises in the future. However, if there is really a place to stay, will they have this choice? Won't. For an environment that can survive and will not face instant extinction, for Trisolarans, it is extremely attractive. Even if they know that from now on, they will not be free and will become existences similar to vassal civilizations. They still won't give up. This is the obsession of the Trisolarans. It is also the reason why they must agree. Give me liberty or give me death. No, in the culture and thinking of Trisolarans, even if they become dogs or mushrooms, they are unwilling to die. Therefore, although the Trisolarans may have seen Qin Yun's malicious intentions, they would still choose to agree without hesitation. It's just, one of the key points is, how can I be sure that the Trisolarans will not rebel? After all, the other party can agree to all conditions now, but it doesn't mean that you can believe it just by talking about it. Humans are a very liar race. Although Trisolarans can't lie, they can still push back what they promised before. For example, if the leader of the current wave of Trisolarans is dead, will the leaders of the next batch of Trisolarans have other ideas? All in all, people who are not of my race must have different hearts. However, since Qin Yun can raise this condition, there must be a solution already. Then, since everyone has reached an agreement, let's sign the contract. As he said that, Qin Yun swiped his hand casually, and something similar to a pen notebook appeared in his empty hand. The black cover looks very thick. On the cover of the notebook, only 2 words were written. Contract. The origin of this book makes Qin Yun very reluctant to mention it. This is still the mysterious gift that the system gave him when he made up the story in Stark Building. However, although the origin is a headache for Qin Yun, the thing is indeed a good thing. As the name suggests, this is a contract book. Moreover, it is still the kind of contract written in the original law. Once the terms are written on this contract, it will be recognized by the original law. No one can violate, and the end of violation is only one. Signing this contract means that everything we have agreed will take effect, and if we violate it, it will be completely erased. Erase? Everyone looked at the notebook in Qin Yun's hand and felt that it looked like an ordinary notebook. Erase? What do you mean? That is to say, those who violate the contract will be wiped out of their own existence. In the whole world, you will never exist. Anything you do, places you have been to, traces you left, etc., etc. In this world, you seem to have never been here, and no one or anything will remember you. All your matter, the quantum signal, never appeared. The power of the original law is far beyond everyone's imagination. This kind of erasure is different from that of the man in black when he joined the job. The original law engraved in the notebook is stronger, more vague, and more lethal. When the man in black entered the job, he just erased the fetters of the past, and there are records and the like. The notebook will erase everything, as if this person has never existed in this world. If the signing object is a civilization. Once the Trisolarans violated the contract, the Trisolaran civilization would disappear completely. Not even a single particle would remain. Hearing such outrageous things, even Ancient One couldn't sit still and couldn't help asking. Including the world outside the wall. Including all universes, inside and outside the wall, even if you escape to the 100th wall, it's the same. S.H.I.E.L.D, for a moment, everyone gasped. The Trisolarans were also shocked. Is this a weapon of cause and effect, or a weapon of law? It feels like it's all. They actually have this kind of thing. The strength of the man in black once again made the Trisolarans feel terrified. Isn't this something similar to the law of causality? According to the understanding of Trisolarans, if this kind of weapon is involved, it must be at least a 9th-level civilization, right? The man in black is simply terrifying. Had we known that you had this thing, we would have surrendered long ago. Under the gaze of everyone, Chin-Yun took a pen from nowhere, opened the notebook, and wrote down everything he said before. I, on behalf of the man in black, signed a contract with the three-body civilization. The above is the content of the contract. Does the Japanese civilization recognize it? Chin-Yun was holding a notebook, as if holding a Bible, and said very seriously, "Three-body civilization. Identified. Things have come to this point, even if the Trisolarans disagree." Safan slowly conveyed the answers of the Trisolaran executives. With the voice of agreement came. Under a few lines of clauses, the words three-body civilization gradually emerged. This means that the Book of Contract has fully described the agreement reached by the two parties. The original law sanctioned their contract. Moreover, this is a unilateral contract. What they have to do is to find a place for the Trisolarans to live in the solar system. Others are requirements for Trisolarans. Once the Trisolaran violated it, no one would remember the existence of the Trisolaran except the man in black, except those who appeared in the contract. They will also be completely obliterated by the original law, almost at the moment the contract was completed. The system prompt also sounded. Congratulations to the host, complete the daily task. Help the Earth solve the oneness crisis, reward. A full set of quantum state life backup instruments. Full set of quantum state life backup instrument. Including a quantum master brain, used to record quantum data, quantum disintegration watch technology, used to disintegrate oneself at a critical moment, turn it into a quantum state, and send it to the reconstruction instrument. Manufactured with elementary level machine can be manufactured. A quantum reconstruction instrument, reconstruct the quantum signal, restore the body. The resurrection pool that Chin-Yun has been longing for, finally got it. And this thing seems to be far more useful than imagined. There are 3 parts in total: mastermind, watch, and reconstruction instrument. 2 resurrection modes are formed. The first is refactoring before death. As the name suggests, when the watch detects that you are going to die, or uses it actively, it can decompose the body and transform it into a quantum state and return it to the reconstructed instrument. Equivalent to a quick death resurrection point. The second state is to use the main brain to back up itself. Once the watch is not detected in time, or the watch is broken, or other powerful attacks, such as attacks that can destroy the quantum state, it will restart the backup and restore the previous self. Pulled out from the prince's time and resurrected. 12,602,502, Feilu 133,183,441. However, Chin-Yun always felt that this way of resurrection was a bit scary. I have already died. Is the former self resurrected again? Is it still me? This is undoubtedly a philosophical question. Maybe there will be an answer in a higher civilization, but now Chin-Yun can't figure it out. I can only hope that I will never use the second summer lifestyle in my life. The first type, Chin-Yun, is acceptable, and it's actually equivalent to teleportation. Daily task has been updated. Concern of higher civilization, advanced civilization's concern. A certain advanced civilization has observed a strange particle flow between the Earth and the Proxima Centauri. According to the analysis, there may be 12% possible civilizations. They will use the normal cleaning weapon, two-way foil, to clean up the solar system and the Proxima Centauri. The star is cleaned up, and the expected arrival time is 1 year. Please find a way to deal with it or continue the survival of this civilization before the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mission reward, small pendant. Qin-Yun. When Qin-Yun was still feeling happy about receiving the resurrection equipment, the next daily task of the system almost didn't make Qin-Yun scold him. What the hell? Two-way foil? According to the original timeline, isn't this the plot hundreds of years later? Why did it appear at this time? Higher civilizations detected strange particle streams. Could it be the ones fired from the small pistol to the Proxima Centauri? This is F***G. Didn't you see the hell? Looking carefully at the system tasks, Qin-Yun found that this incident was even caused by himself. There is a 12% chance that civilization exists, so we need to clean it up. This probability is so low. Is it necessary? Qin-Yun was speechless. Are these advanced civilizations really rich? Even the dark jungle doesn't need to be so active. At least 50% of it is hands-on. Two-way foil blow, is this something he can handle now? Although Ancient One seems to know so much about latitude, even Trisolarans can use two-dimensional technology to create supercomputers like Sophons. The key lies in the energy level. Trisolarans only need 1 proton and a huge amount of energy to produce a Sophon, and most of the energy is consumed in the process of making the proton two-dimensional. And this is just two-dimensionalization of a small particle that is so tiny that it cannot be seen at all. What is two-way foil? The entire solar system can be two-dimensionalized and pressed into a piece of paper. How many protons are there in the solar system? It is completely impossible to describe with normal numbers. This kind of massive attack is very similar to the feeling of a small pistol attacking the Trisolaran galaxy with the particle stream of the blue giant star. Overwhelm opponents with massive power levels. This is perhaps the most common method for advanced civilizations. Even if there is some black technology, it is insignificant in front of this energy level. It's like bombing the sun with a nuclear bomb. No matter how powerful your nuclear bomb is, such a big sun can't be blown away for tens of thousands of years. Qin-Yun was silent for a long time and finally said speechlessly, "Your world is really full of disasters." Although Qin-Yun had expected the matter of S.H.I.E.L.D, according to the original timeline, it was a matter of hundreds of years later. Qin-Yun could have had a lot of time to deal with it. After all, it may not be a matter of hundreds of years later. Son, unexpectedly, it was ahead of time. Although there are reasons of his own, Qin-Yun still wants to say that the human beings in this world are too miserable. Luck is really bad. What happened? Come on, everyone is still celebrating happily. The Trisolarans found a way to survive, the coalition government blocked the invasion, and obtained high-level technology. Everyone was happy. Why did Qin-Yun suddenly become serious? Just now, I detected a weapon of a certain advanced civilization, and the two-way foil is about to arrive in the solar system and Proxima Centauri. It will destroy both galaxies. Qin-Yun's words are concise and to the point. But it woke up all the people who were originally happy. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured from head to toe. An attack from a higher civilization? What is a two-way foil? Zhang Beihai subconsciously asked. What? Two-way foil. When the Trisolarans heard this, they were also taken aback. They seemed to know the existence of such a thing. Zhang Beihai subconsciously looked at Sophon. Sophon also quickly explained. We once did an experiment, broadcasting the position of a certain fixed star system, and that fixed star system disappeared. That's why we know that there are high-level civilizations that have been cleaning up the civilizations of this universe and came up with the law of the dark jungle. In this experiment, we analyzed some data and unlocked a part of the technology of latitude science. 0. Asking for flowers. Sophon's two-dimensional technology was inspired by this. Latitude technology was inspired by the destruction of fixed star. In other words, it is the latitude weapon that destroys those fixed star systems. That's right, we call it dimensional strike, and in our theory, this weapon is called a two-way foil, something similar to paper. It can expand at the speed of light and make everything in the range two-dimensional and press it into a two-dimensional plane with a thickness of only one particle. S.H.I.E.L.D. Trisolaran's explanation made everyone present gasp. Squeeze an entire galaxy down to the thickness of a particle. Doesn't that mean that all objects and all people must die? This kind of attack is too terrifying. Mr. Chin Yun, are you really sure that we have encountered this kind of attack? Trisolarans suddenly asked Chin Yun respectfully. The moment they signed the contract, they knew that the Trisolaran civilization had already been tied to human civilization, became a domesticated dog. However, they don't care about their status, they only care about their own survival. Dimensionality reduction strikes against things like two-way foils, which have once again threatened their survival at a deeper level. I can confirm that Erxiang foil is already on the way, and it will be there in 1 year. The system prompts will not be wrong. The battleship that launched the two-way foil may already be on its way, and when the sweeper passes by, they will face this terrifying weapon head-on. However, what Chin Yun is worried about is not the two-way foil. In a year's time, I may be able to find a way to deal with it. The key is the owner of the two-way foil. Is it the Singer civilization that appeared in the original timeline, or some other civilization? What can I do? Just resolved the three-body crisis, the people of the coalition government have not recovered yet. Suddenly, a higher level of civilization strikes. This is simply outrageous. Moreover, the enemies that appeared this time are obviously stronger. How do they cope? The Trisolaran was also a little panicked. The reason why they can take the law of the dark jungle so seriously is because they have seen the power of those sneaky advanced civilizations. In an instant, the scene of an entire galaxy disappearing from the eyes and being two-dimensional is still vivid in my mind. In front of those civilizations, even their three-body civilization is just a bug, not much bigger than an ant. For a moment, the eyes of both sides looked at Chin Yun at the same time. Now, maybe they can only rely on others. This feeling is really bad. Make entire galaxies. Two-dimensional, flatten them. Even Ancient One felt bad when he heard the effect of the two-way foil. Knowing about latitude made her understand how difficult it is to do this kind of thing. Is this their most powerful weapon? Ancient One asked. If the top weapon is like this, it can be accepted. After all, some enemies she faces can also achieve a similar level under full-strength explosion. Chin Yun shook his head silently. How should I put it? The two-way foil is just their normal weapon. No, it can't be called a weapon, it should be said to be their broom. Two-way foil is the most widely used thing in advanced civilizations. Generally speaking, it is used by cleaners. Upon hearing this, they were stunned. What cleaner? Is that what I thought it was? That's right, it's just like the cleaners who sweep the floor by the side of the road, but what cleans is civilization. Perhaps for them, it's just that they found a dirty thing on the side of the road, and then they just destroyed the broom at will and just cleaned it up. Treat two fixed star systems as rubbish on the side of the road, randomly sweep. This kind of adjective makes people's scalp tingle. Trisolarans are almost soul astral, because in their interpretation of dark jungle law, the thought is that the hunter hits the prey and fires a full shot. Good guy, co-author, not full strength at all, just sweeping trash. From this point of view, the horror of those advanced civilizations is far more exaggerated than imagined. However, don't worry, the man in black will participate in this matter. Chin Yun was silent for a moment and finally opened his mouth. No matter how to deal with it in the future, after all, it has something to do with me. Even if I run away, I have to bear it. There's no way, he won't pretend he didn't see the mistakes he made. As soon as I heard that Chin Yun wanted to participate, even Trisolaran's eyes lit up. Now, they have a big brother. That's really great. Zhang Beihai only felt that the happiness came too suddenly. The man in black is even willing to face such a terrifying enemy. Is this a community of shared future for mankind? For a moment, he suddenly felt that the men in black were really a great organization. Do you want to work for this kind of organization in the future? Facing such a powerful enemy and still not knowing the way out, people in the coalition government all became frowning. Although Chin Yun said that he would intervene. But this level of civilizational conflict, the group of people who have not completely left their home planet is really painful. There is no sense of security at all. In case the conflict between the two parties is accidentally sidelined by something, the Earth must not just disappear. After all, they have seen the weapons of the men in black organization before, and adding this two-way foil. It will kill them. Trisolarans are even more uncomfortable. It took a huge amount of effort to alleviate the hostility of the men in black, but now a cleaner of some kind suddenly appeared and came up to destroy the two galaxies again. They just want to live. What's wrong? However, although everyone pretended to be uneasy, they didn't show it. Things always have to be dealt with one by one. The first thing to be dealt with at present is the issue of how to implement the signed contract. We are 2 light-years away from the solar system. No matter before the arrival of the two-way foil or the arrival of the particle flow, we will definitely not be able to transport everyone in such a short time. Safan set his sights on Qin. Although Trisolarans have the ability and technology of deep space voyage, they are limited by the basic rules of this world. It is difficult for an object to travel faster than the speed of light. Even the spaceship technology of Trisolaran is only driven by antimatter. Although powerful, the antimatter will interfere with the space near the battleship, so that their spaceship can only reach 10% of the speed of light at most. However, their battleships are all built very large, and the process of accelerating and decelerating takes a lot of time. It would take at least 400 years to reach the solar system on their own. How many people do you have? Qin asked. About 100 million or so. The number of Trisolarans is far less than expected in 297. Qin thought they had billions or tens of billions of people. But it's normal to think about it. The environment of the Trisolaran galaxy is extremely harsh, and it is a miracle for every Trisolaran to survive. It is simply impossible to develop too many people. The small population is also the reason why Trisolarans sent Safans ahead of time to block the Earth's technology. Their technology has reached the upper limit of their existing resources and population, but humans are just getting started. Earth's technology is not limited by population and resources, and will climb thousands of times faster than them. If the Safans don't lock the technology of the Earth, it is possible that by the time their warships arrive on the Earth, the technological level of human beings will have been equal to or even surpassed. That's pretty simple too. Have you thought about a planet for the Trisolarans from the coalition government? Qin asked. Think about it. Zhang Beihai also got the coalition government's decision through the headset. We are going to give Trisolarans a home on this Mars. Trisolarans were stunned when they heard that the coalition government wanted to tell Mars to themselves. Even Qin looked at Zhang Beihai in surprise. Mars is not at the same level as other planets in the solar system. This is the only place that can serve as the second home of mankind in the future. After all, human beings are much weaker than Trisolarans, and the environment they can adapt to is limited. Qin thought that the coalition government would hand over Jinxing. Although they had said before that they would give Mars to themselves, the reason was that the man in black was now considered the big brother of the coalition government and supported them. It is beneficial to send it out, and the same human beings will not lose money. It's a little bit for the Trisolarans. You know they were still enemies before? It's decided, it's Mars. In the future, Mars will be the residence of the Trisolaran civilization and will be recognized by our coalition government. Zhang Beihai said again with certainty. In fact, the decision made by the coalition government is also the result of multiple considerations. Although Mars is a good thing, if it is handed over to the Trisolarans like this, even they feel a little distressed. But for some things, we can't really just look at the gains and losses on the surface, we have to look at the future. After this incident, the people of the coalition government discovered this universe is far darker than imagined, and there are countless powerful civilizations. Originally, as the loser, under the oppression of the man in black, the Trisolaran could completely become an animal kept in a cage by humans. But the coalition government doesn't want to really turn them into something that can only be seen in the zoo. After all, the way of thinking of Trisolarans is actually higher than that of human beings, and their intelligence is far from that of Superman's. This is all helpful. It will be a long process for the coalition government to completely digest the technology of the Trisolarans, and this process requires the help of the Trisolarans. After thinking about it, I also thought about their thoughts. Nodded. Indeed, the coalition government also needs to develop. Unlike themselves, they have smart factories, and as long as the technical materials are in place, they can convert technology into items. Their idea is that after the Trisolarans move here, they don't have to think about eating and drinking every day, but work as wage earners. This idea is still very good. So, how do we move? Can we move within a year? Trisolarans don't have much requirements on which planet to go to, and it is definitely best to go to Mars. As for whether you are a monkey or a wage earner when you come here, it doesn't matter. They just want to move here quickly. Didn't you hear what Qin Yun said? Xiang Fu will arrive in 1 year's time. The two-way foils launched attacks on the Trisolaran star and the 2 galaxies of the solar system. They are absolutely unstoppable. Only when you come to the solar system and get closer to the man in black can you feel a sense of security. After all, the people in Trisolarans don't think that the men in black will waste their resources going all the way to the Trisolarans galaxy to save them. The only hope is to move here quickly before the attack comes. Otherwise, the Trisolaran civilization might just turn into a wandering civilization with some fleets facing the unknown in deep space. As for moving, you can move now if you want to. Now, Trisolaran was still in a hurry, but he was stunned when he heard this. Tomoko looked around. Has your battleship arrived yet? How fast is it sailing? Is it faster than the speed of light? From the perspective of the Trisolarans, the man in black is a civilization higher than himself after all. Perhaps he has already mastered the way of sailing beyond the speed of light. But didn't you see their boat? Who said you need spaceships? Qin Yun shook his head. He does have a few ships in his hand, but they are all sea level, and the level should be similar to that of the Trisolarans. As for those few small spaceships for the Trisolarans to move, it is better to let them drive their own spaceships for paddling. Come over. It's time for you, Agent G. Qin Yun turned his attention to Ancient One. From the very beginning, he proposed that Trisolarans should come to the solar system to be monkeys. Bah, when they were wage earners. He had already planned to let Ancient One take the shot. Ancient One pointed at himself, not knowing why he suddenly mentioned her. The portal tilde open a bigger one, let the Trisolarans move over. 5. Good guy. Qin Yun really dare to say that? Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to get out? It is very difficult for this universe to go beyond the speed of light, but the rules about space are not much different from those of the main universe. Qin Yun is very familiar with Ancient One's ability, even though this guy is usually not obvious. He has never made a serious move. If Qin Yun remembers correctly, when he was still outside the fourth wall, he once saw the Ancient One teleport the entire Earth away in a parallel world. After all, it is the Sorcerer Supreme that can withstand the latitude Mephista, not some embroidered pillow. And most importantly, Camertage's portal magic has a high ceiling. After cultivating to a deep level, you can go to any place you want to go, even different parallel worlds under the same sequence system, even if you don't need to use a medium to move your mind. Although it can't break the wall, it is still very awesome. Now it's just opening a portal 2 light years away, open it wider and longer. Even if it suppresses the Ancient One's strength by 70%, it will be absolutely fine. What does the place I need to open the door look like? Ancient One didn't refuse either, and seemed to want to try whether his ability would work in other universes. I have got. Safan quickly volunteered to simultaneously project the image of the Trisolaran galaxy into the air. After Ancient One glanced, slowly closed his eyes. Then, she began to draw circles in the air. Qin Yun can clearly see that she is not carrying the thing called sling ring in her hand. Sure enough, there is no sling ring, no space magic, and it is only performed by Ancient One for people to see. With her knowledge of space magic, she can cast spells successfully even with her feet, right? Wow, look outside. Ancient One drew circles in the air for more than 10 seconds, but nothing happened. Just when everyone was a little confused, they didn't know what kind of riddle Qin-Yun and Ancient One were playing. Agent J, who was sitting by the window, suddenly yelled. Only then did everyone turn their gazes out of the window. The scene in front of them stunned everyone. I saw that above the sky of Mars, an unknown number of meters seemed to have touched space. A golden circle is constantly expanding. The speed of expansion is very fast. It is almost visible to the naked eye. There seems to be nothing wrong with the outside of the circle, just a normal skyscape. But inside, a few unusually dazzling rays of light can be seen. That's 3 fixed stars crisscrossing. There's a hole in the sky. Wouldn't it be the 3-body star on the opposite side? The scene in front of him was really too shocking. It was as if a big hole had been dug out in the sky, revealing another world. At the same time, the Trisolarans far away in the Trisolaran galaxy also detected this portal. Unknown space fluctuations detected near the parent star. The space has been torn apart, a hole has leaked. On the opposite side is the solar system, above Mars. At this moment, Trisolaran and Mars, as if across time and space, kissed under the golden light, 2 light-years away, 2 planets that should never be able to see each other in their lifetime. For the first time, face-to-face contact was made. What kind of technology? The Trisolarans were completely shocked and couldn't figure out what kind of technology could directly tear apart the space and maintain a stable connection to the other end. You must know that even the so-called technology of traveling through space, such as wormholes, only uses gravity to forcibly distort the space to make the distance look shorter. It's not as intuitive as this portal. Why so small? Until a minute later, Ancient One stopped. As soon as he moved, the big hole in the sky was already very big, at least hundreds of kilometers in diameter. This is the first time that Ancient One has attempted to open such a large door. But even so, Qin-Yun actually felt a little small. Ancient One. Is it going to be bigger? She didn't know that Qin-Yun knew the limit of her ability, but he directly teleported the planet and wrapped the planet in with the portal. Compared to a planet, this door is indeed a bit small. Enough is enough. Our largest warship is only 10 kilometers away. This is far enough. Trisolaran, however, seemed very content, almost bursting out laughing seeing this portal. Originally thought that the men in black would send warships to help them transport them, but they didn't expect it to be this kind of operation, directly tearing apart the space. Open the door to the house. Isn't this more convenient than taking a spaceship? It's just 2 steps away. With this thing, let alone a year, give them a month to pack and take away the useful things of the entire Trisolaran civilization. Natasha Romanoff was also dumbfounded looking at the big hole in the sky. Is this the world the men in black face? That's what the Kuritas did when they invaded Earth, but with the help of the space gem, and the file size of that hole was less than 1% of this one. And now, tell me, this thing was rubbed out with bare hands by the new bald man in black. Do you want to be so outrageous? How long can you last? Qin looked at Ancient One. Ancient One thought for a while and said, it won't last long, maybe 2 or 3 years. When Qin-Yun heard this, he was instantly speechless. Only 2 or 3 years? Is this what people say? For the first time, he discovered that the Ancient One was like that of Versailles. Qin-Yun, that's really not long. In 2 or 3 years, we only need 1 month to pack all the necessities. Safan didn't recognize the Versailles and Ancient One's words, but gave their data very seriously. Half a month is too long. Qin-Yun shook his head forcefully, not planning to give Trisolarans such a long time. Why do you bring so many things? Just bring the valuable ones. Apart from their technology, the most valuable thing about the 3-body civilization is its people. In 1 year's time, Foil is coming, and maybe he has to face the civilization behind Foil. Ancient One 5. 9 is the strongest combat power in his hands now. It is impossible to stay here for more than a month as the god of Door. After finally recruiting a competent general, there are still many places to be used. Qin-Yun also pointed to a year to raise the combat power level of the man in black. It is good. Trisolaran felt a little helpless, but he could only agree. After all, the right to speak was now completely in Qin-Yun's hands. Already starting to think about what to throw away. While a few people were communicating, they saw a small boat flying out of the portal, heading straight for the Mars base. It contains almost all scientific and technical documents in the history of our Trisolaran civilization. Soon, the spacecraft stopped at the gate of the Mars base. After getting permission, a small robot that looked like an octopus slowly floated in. Then, he handed out something that looked like a USB flash drive. Almost at the same time, the system's notification sound began to sound crazily. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the theory of strong interaction force technology and related material manufacturing technology and received a reward. 20,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the theory of antimatter technology and related technologies, and you will be rewarded with 3,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained gravitational waves and received a reward of 1,500 points. As an old technological civilization that has been stuck in the second-level civilization for many years, how much technology does the Trisolaran have? Covers almost every aspect. From materials to energy to force fields, waves. Countless technical documents, almost a quarter of which are rewarded by the system. As small as 1 or 2 dots, as many as tens of thousands of dots. In just a few seconds, the dense system prompts almost exploded Chin Yun's head. Stop, don't remind me, just tell me how much it is. 220,000. Chin Yun smiled when he saw the system's final arrival number. Get rich. 220,000 points, what can you do? A C-class small battleship costs 30,000 points. One can easily deal with the entire current coalition government. Even in front of Trisolaran's fleet, it is the top-notch ship, the kind that can fight with their frigates several kilometers away, even with a ship of a few hundred meters. According to the division of the system, Level C corresponds to elementary-level civilization, Level B corresponds to medium-level civilization, and Level A corresponds to high-level civilization. As for the top-level S-level, it corresponds to the God-level or detachment-level civilization. Elementary-level civilization is divided into many worlds, and it is probably Level 1 to Level 3 civilization. Medium-level 4-6, high-level 7-9. The three-body civilization is the civilization at the end of the second level. In other words, 30,000 yuan is enough to buy the top combat power of a second-level civilization. With some extra money, 100,000 system points, you can buy a C-class large warship. Large battleships, because of their large size, are equipped with completely different equipment. Class C large battleship, 2,200 meters long and 500 meters wide, C-type large deflector shield. Power 500 megabytes, latitude blur shield. Power 300 megabytes, C-type antimatter reactor. Power 2,000 megabytes. Weapon system, main cannon, annihilating cannon J-star space fighters, 120. Curvature engine, 30 times the speed of light normalized, can be overclocked. Plasma cannon, 30-phase cannon, 12-photon antimatter torpedoes, 300 pieces takeoff mass, 190,000 tons. Compared with the small C-class spacecraft, this is simply something from two worlds, and it can already be said to be something from a third-level civilization. Main cannon annihilation cannon is somewhat similar to antimatter cannon, but the principle is different. He uses the quantum properties of particles. Once the target is concentrated, it will directly explode the quantum properties of the other party, causing its deconstruction and collapse in the physical world and its self-destruction and collapse. The most outrageous thing is that the star destroyer he mentioned is not a planet like Earth, but fixed star. That is to say, even something as big as the Sun is a one-shot two-thing, and it will be annihilated directly, leaving at most some radiation residues bursting out due to the annihilation of matter. Not only that, even the power of the ordinary deflector shield of this ship has reached a terrifying 500 megabytes, and it can even drive into the fixed star for 2 laps before coming out. There is also a new type of technology, the latitude blur shield. This kind of defense technology can cut itself into a virtual state, similar to existing in the interlayer of space. All attacks cannot damage it. If it is said that the spaceship that represented the second-level civilization before, if the ants kill the elephant, as long as it attacks enough, it can also destroy its shield. With it, it is almost impossible to be hurt by one's own low-level civilization technology. It's like the water droplet detector of the Trisolaran civilization in the original timeline. Even the coalition government with thousands of warships can only be put into firework one by one in front of the small water drop detector. This is the horror of the generation gap of civilization. Although the firepower of this ship was fierce, its speed did not hold back. It can sail with curvature at 30 times the speed of light, and it is difficult for ordinary third-level civilizations to reach this level. Only ships close to fourth-level civilizations may have such speeds. With 220,000 yuan in hand, Qin Yun can even directly buy 2 such warships now. With him, almost no one can compete against any civilization below the 3rd level. If Qin Yun had this thing in hand a few days ago, Qin Yun wouldn't have to fight with the Trisolarans at all, and he would have just sailed there and wiped out the Trisolarans in no time. However, Qin Yun thought about it and held back. Because he is not sure what level of civilization the civilization that launched the two-way foil is. Now that I bought this boat, I won't be able to use it for the time being. Maybe I can keep it and use it at critical times. Very good, I accepted the item, there is no problem, I am very satisfied. Qin Yun is indeed very satisfied with the reality of Trisolaran. They said compensation, that is real compensation. This small storage body is basically the most valuable thing in the entire Trisolaran civilization. It can only be said that this trip was really rewarding. You found us a place to live, and you are willing to protect us. The three-body civilization should thank you. Tomoko bent down, appearing to be extremely sincere. Then, let's start moving first, and I'll come again when you finish moving. Qin Yun is satisfied with the results of today's talks. Not only did he get the long-awaited resurrection equipment reward, he also got more than 200,000 system coins. For Qin Yun, who used to spend only a few dollars, it can almost be regarded as an overnight fortune. Although there is still the problem of the two-way foil's attack to be solved, it will be a year later. Qin Yun brought a group of people back to the Marvel world. Worth mentioning, and Ancient One are staying. Ancient One stayed because she wanted to maintain the portal, and she was also very interested in the new world and wanted to learn more about it. It's different. Boss. Isn't this world going to keep some people working? I want to apply to stay. To keep in touch with the world and to deal with some daily affairs, people are indeed needed. Jay decided to be the guy. There are 2 reasons. First, he found that he actually fell in love with this world a little bit. As he grew up in the United States, the atmosphere in this world is obviously completely different from that controlled by the capital world. The coalition government has united the whole world, and everyone is working hard for a common goal. There is no black man discrimination. Just from the people he has come into contact with, this is undoubtedly a very idealized world, and he likes this feeling. In particular, the chefs at the Mars base are really delicious. The second point is that he found that when the man in black opened the door to a whole new world for him, he didn't know how to face it. Multiple worlds, aliens, all kinds of terrifying and unimaginable weapons. All of these are not related to his former policeman's ability. Especially after watching Ancient One's ability, I felt inferior. Compared to other colleagues. He found himself to be nothing. He doesn't have a smart brain, nor does he have powerful magic. So, he felt that he might as well stay in this world and be a liaison officer. Anyway, it's not impossible to go back, just change jobs. Okay, then you will be in charge of the diplomatic work with Trisolaran from now on. Qin Yun can understand Jay's thoughts and attitudes. Indeed, this is also a problem that the organization will inevitably encounter when it develops slowly. From the lack of people at the beginning to the increasing number of agents, Qin Yun must develop the man in black as quickly as possible. Some of these people can't keep up with the rhythm, and sooner or later they will be marginalized. Maybe even Ancient One will face such a problem in the future. Qin Yun didn't know and didn't bother to think about it. After arranging everyone's work and waiting for the Trisolarans to move, Qin-yun began to study another civilization. Pioneer. It's time to solve this giant beast nomadic civilization. Don't panic if you have money in your pocket. With 220,000 system points, Qin-yun feels that Pioneer may already be a guy who can face it. Just as Qin-yun was browsing the system store, studying how to deal with the Pioneers. In the universe, above Holy Place number 1, it seems a bit messy. No trace of being invaded can be found. The database security system didn't respond at all. It doesn't look like it was done by a hacker. Is it magic? What kind of magic can interfere with electronic databases? Thanos sat on his throne, watching the little technicians under his hands in a mess, with a gloomy expression on his face. Can't find the problem. Sorry, Master. The technician being questioned was in a cold sweat, and before he had time to beg for mercy, Thanos pinched his neck tightly. Then use your thumbs slightly. Crackling tilde. There was a crisp sound, and the whole person lost the breath of life without struggling. My holy place number 1, someone deleted the data in the database. But you told me that I can't find the reason, and you can't find who deleted it. Seeing that a person died, all the younger brothers present were trembling and hurriedly clicked on the control panel, not knowing what they were pressing. They just knew that if they didn't satisfy Thanos, they might be the next one to die. It turned out that one day ago, Thanos checked the information of infinite gems as usual, but suddenly found that the data about the person in Time Gem disappeared. Time Gem is in the hands of Sorcerer Supreme, which is actually something that many people know. Thanos is no exception. But the power of Ancient One is also well known, so even knowing that the Time Gem is on Earth, on Ancient One's body, Thanos never thought of grabbing it directly. Maybe he will wait until he has collected several other gems, and then he will use the power of the gems before he starts. However, this well-known record about Ancient One, which existed in the Holy Place number 1 database, has disappeared. Thanos almost subconsciously thought that someone had hacked into his battleship system. How can this be? You know, this Holy Place number 1 is not only the strongest battleship in his hands, but also one of his strongholds. A place where he can feel safe. Where is the couch for others to sleep? My master. I feel that maybe the system is not really hacked. On the side, an ugly-looking alien said in a very graceful manner, "This person is none other than Ebony Maw, one of Thanos' 5 obsidians. Proficient in magic and superior intellect, also one of Thanos' advisors and most trusted people. Not an invasion?" Thanos also frowned and began to think. What could be the reason if it wasn't an intrusion? Let the database information that only he was qualified to view just disappear out of thin air. I once heard a rumor that Sorcerer Supreme borrowed the power of the Dark Dimension Dormammu. Ebony Maw began to analyze. As a magician, he paid a lot of attention to Ancient One. In fact, it felt like an industry expert met an academician. Everyone who played magic was looking at Sorcerer Supreme. After all, the Supreme Magician didn't come up with the name himself, but it was recognized by everyone. Even no matter what, as long as it involves Ancient One, he will inquire about it. Dormammu, is that Latitude Mephisto? Both are villains, but Thanos and Dormammu don't have much contact. As a wanderer in the main world, he has nothing to cooperate with each other in depth. Yes, I suspect that the Ancient One may have disappeared. There's latitude power involved, and there's time power. I suspect that Ancient One used some kind of forbidden magic to fail, so she made herself disappear. She is probably dead. No wonder Ebony Maw thinks so, because there are not many magics that can cause this phenomenon, and they are all taboo magics. The name of Ancient One, as long as it exists, can shock many people. There is no need for her to hide herself at all, to make her name disappear from the world. It must be because of the use of some taboo magic that failed. And disappeared, this will happen. After all, in magic, Gong Myuhu is a professional. Hearing this statement, Thanos' originally bad mood suddenly became better. Ancient One is dead. How sure are you? 90%. I used magic to explore the Earth, and the prestige of power that originally shrouded Ancient One has completely disappeared. Ebony Maw said affirmatively. What he didn't know was that Ancient One's prestige of power disappeared only because she traveled to another world and was working as a doorman. This is indeed good news. If everything is true as Ebony Maw says, then Thanos subconsciously glanced at the corpse that had just died and hadn't had time to be carried away. Then he died a bit unjustly. If Ancient One is dead, Time Gem is likely to still be on Earth. It is the god of their magician holy place. Ebony Maw said again. Speaking of this, Thanos was moved. I have collected infinite gems for so many years, and now I only have power gems in my hands. Most of the other gems only know the approximate location, but I can't get it. Originally, Mind Gem was also obtained, but was thrown to the earth by that silly roe deer Loki. Now it looks like the Time Gem could be on the list. Then, let's go to Earth. Ancient One is gone, there are 3 gems on Earth now. Time, Mind, and Space. The rest, that is, the Soul and the Reality Gem, are added with the Power Gem in his hand. From this point of view, if this trip to the Earth goes smoothly, doesn't it mean that they will have 4 gems in their hands immediately? Such a temptation is hard to resist. However, Earth has been under the watchful eye of Asgard. Odin is not easy to deal with. Ebony Maw talked about another person. Strictly speaking, there is not only the Ancient One on the Earth, Odin is also one of the protectors of the Earth. Ragnarok has been rumored for so many years. It's time for it to come true. Thanos did sneer. Odin has reached his twilight years. If it is the prime of life, Thanos may have to think about it. But 5,000 years have passed, and even a powerful god will become fragile. There has always been a legend of Ragnarok in the plus starry sky. It's fine if Odin doesn't show up. If he does, I don't mind becoming a practitioner of starry sky legend. Go, target Earth. No one can stop him from fulfilling his goals. Holy place no. One, with huge amounts of propellers, burst out a powerful thrust. On Earth, Thanos has already experienced one defeat. The last time Thanos had bad intentions for the Earth, he sent the Krita army over through the portal constructed by the Space Gem. It's just that the result is very unsatisfactory. However, this process is indeed a huge scene. It is Thanos who let most people on Earth know the existence of aliens. Even though there was such a big commotion, Ancient One still didn't make a move in person. So, is it possible that something happened to Janny at that time? The Earth is out of control? Fortunately, at that time, he was still scruples about Ancient One and did not dare to make a move in person. Otherwise, the Space Gem would have already arrived. So, going to Earth this time, there are only 2 possibilities for him to fail. First, Ancient One is actually still there. If it really wants to be like this, then wait. Second, that old man Odin went crazy, and he wanted to save the Earth even if he was close to death at an old age. That's okay. According to Odin's age, he will get GG in 1 or 2 shots at most. The gods of Asgard, although the older they get, the stronger their divine power is, but they are only stronger. The body that drives the power is close to decay, and they can't suppress the ability in the body at all. Odin made a move, almost sending himself to death, even if he knocked himself back temporarily. After he hanged on the wall, Thanos' revenge is unknown. Will Asgard be able to resist without Odin? Therefore, Thanos concluded that Odin would definitely not make a move. Master, we will be able to reach Earth in about a month. Although the spaceship is surprisingly large, its speed is not slow. It can enter the warp space and advance at 100 times, 1,000 times, and 1,000 times the speed of light. Definitely, the space navigation systems in the Marvel world and the Trisolaran world are different. Marvel is a creation universe, and many creation universes will have some convenience laws, like warp space. That is an independent space, connected to the whole universe like a honeycomb. It's like the world's highway. Break the honeycomb, drill in, drill out, and it will appear where you want to go. The warp speed of the original universe uses powerful power and technology to forcibly distort the space to accelerate, and the basic technological conditions that the two need to meet are simply vastly different. To enter the highway, the required technology is not high, and even a first-level civilization can do it if it finds a way. Advanced civilization is nothing more than walking faster in warp space. It is said that in the hands of Collector, There is the fastest shuttle in the universe, which can sail in warp space at 1,000,000,000 times the speed of light. Therefore, with the file size of tens of kilometers on Holy Place 1, it takes 1 month to reach the Earth, which is already very fast. No, this ship is not called Holy Place number 1, but Holy Place number 2, because Holy Place 1 was blown up by Tony during the Battle of New York. This is why Thanos can't wait to do it immediately when he mentions the Earth. It was also one of the reasons why he was so angry when he saw the loss of system data. Having destroyed his hometown once, he obviously cherishes Holy Place number 2 even more. Even he only has 2 ships of this level. At this moment, Chin-Yun didn't know that Thanos was ready to set off towards the Earth. He's really busy right now. The result of the interview with the Trisolarans, generally speaking, is nothing more than the merger of the Trisolaran civilization into the coalition government. Becoming a vassal race of human beings is actually not as simple as it seems on the surface. There are countless details that need to be dealt with, especially when the Trisolarans are moving. Fortunately, Zhang Beihai has officially joined the Men in Black. As a person who is very smart, has a strong learning ability, and his ability is not bad, he has no pressure at all to deal with the establishment of diplomatic relations and doorways involving different civilizations. In addition, Agent J has also been stationed in Three-Body World. In fact, Chin-Yun didn't need to spend too much energy on the matter of the three-body problem. Now, the main focus of Chin-Yun's work has been placed on the pioneer S.H.I.E.L.D, Pacific Rim. In this world full of giant beasts and large mechs, Chin-Yun both attaches great importance to and fears it. Once, when I was still outside the fourth wall, I also read the stories of this world. It's just that in that story, there are almost very few introductions to the pioneer race. Even the only time they met and got to know each other was just a flash and ended in a sentence. Therefore, the first thing Chin-Yun has to do now is to increase his understanding of the civilization of the pioneers. The moon base, Chin-Yun has brought a C-class transport ship, docked near the base. It is also a C-class spaceship, and the transport ship has an advantage that the battleship does not have. That is, it has a stealth function, optical and radar double stealth. This trip to Earth, our purpose is very simple: to find Newton Goetzel and Herman Gottlieb. Both of them should be in Hong Kong now, the Hong Kong sub-base of the Joint Pacific Rim Defense Force. Machine Curry, Chin-Yun controls the T-1000, and Wanda stood together. This time he still did not choose to go in real body. After all, in case the base has something to deal with, he still needs to be able to go back as soon as possible. So here I choose to control the T-1000 as my duplication. These two people, are they important? Wanda asked curiously. If the two of them are not wrong, they should communicate with those giant beasts in the next 2 days. Chin-Yun recalled the timeline and then continued. Synesthesia is a relatively special technology in this world. Although the technical content is not high, it can connect the minds of two people and get all the memories and pasts of each other. If the two of them communicate with the monster, we may be able to know the situation on the other side of the wormhole. This is the first step in our understanding of the pioneers. If you want to understand the civilization of the pioneers, you must have a method. Can't you just drive a small spaceship and rush towards the wormhole? Therefore, using the synesthesia technology of this world to communicate with the memory of monsters is also the key to the first step in understanding the pioneers. I will control the T-1000 and go together. This mission, as an old man, will be the first mission for you newcomers. In the future, except for the more important ones, you will have to come by yourself. After all, it was the first mission for Wanda and Quicksilver. The two were not deeply involved in the world, and they still had super abilities. It was a bit uneasy to throw them directly on the ground like this, so Chin-Yun decided to control the T-1000 duplication to go with them. Okay, Tilda, the two seemed a little restless. This is different from the three-body problem. This is a brand new world. The man in black has never been in contact with anyone in this world. In other words, they came to open up wasteland. It's almost like Columbus discovering the new world. It's very exciting and exciting. By the way, before you go, put on this watch. With that said, Qin-yun handed them 2 watches. We have the communication form. Seeing the communication watch that was exactly the same style as her own, Wanda stretched out her hand subconsciously. This is a modified version. The old one can be taken off. Revision. The standard watch of the agent in black has a very simple function. It can only be used to contact the base. However, the world needs to have the signal receiver of the man in black. It is equivalent to a very strong smartwatch with a long battery life. Used as a mobile phone. As for the modified version, the moment the two put on the new wristwatch, a beam of light shot out from the wristwatch, enveloping both of them. Then a projected font prompted. The quantum data has been backed up and stored in the brain. Quantum data backup? Both of them looked at the interface on the watch with some confusion. Not sure what that means. Qin-yun just smiled. There is no doubt that this is a new watch modified by using the life backup technology rewarded by the Trisolaran. Quantum data means your whole person, your mind, soul, memory, and body will be backed up and recorded. If you encounter any force majeure, death, or serious injury, the watch will automatically activate and bring you back to life with full blood. Hearing Qin-yun's explanation, Quicksilver nodded subconsciously. I see, it's the archive resurrection in the game. However, after he finished speaking, he opened his mouth belatedly. Wait, resurrection? Wanda also stared blankly at the watch on her hand. This thing, can it be resurrected after death? She had never heard of such a thing. In almost everyone's cognition, death is death. Death is already one of the most common phenomena in human beings. However, Qin-yun now told them that the man in black could actually bring dead men back to life. This simply collapsed their 3 views. We can resurrect dead men. So then, can you resurrect my parents? Quicksilver heard that the man in black had such outrageous skills, so could his parents who died innocently back then be resurrected? Number. Only those with backup data can be revived. Qin-yun shook his head. Their parents have been dead for so many years, how could they still be alive? Hearing this, both of them felt a little disappointed. However, although you can't be resurrected, it's actually not difficult to see your parents. Just travel through time and you can go to the past to see them. Qin-yun laughed. Life and death, time, space. In the face of a real advanced civilization, it has long been something that can be manipulated and used at will. Sooner or later, the men in black will involve these forces. Travel through time? Are you talking about a time machine? That thing really exists. Even though the two of them haven't gone to much school, they still know that things like time machines are fantasies in science fiction stories. After all, what kind of grandfather-grandmother paradox? It is obviously impossible to have a time machine. Although we don't have a time machine yet, this thing does exist. When the organization develops and grows in the future, I will find a way to get one for you. Qin-yun started to draw big cakes. I didn't feel like I was bragging at all. After all, the timeline, spaceline, multi-universe, etc. of the Marvel world are much softer than other worlds. It's not that strict at all. If you can't beat it, it's okay to travel through the parallel world and let your subordinates meet their parents. Hearing that there is an opportunity to travel through time and to make up for the regrets of the past, both of them breathed a little short. For them, their parents are pains that need a lifetime to heal. But now it seems the men in black have this ability. After all, even if they are already members of the men in black, they still don't know much about this mysterious organization. From time to time, there will be a thing that destroys the 3 views. This thing will be something that every agent of ours will be equipped with in the future. Qin-yun pointed to the watch and introduced the usage and function of the watch to them. Every day at 12 o'clock in the morning, it will automatically back up the data again. Definitely, active backup is also possible, but if you are not doing something particularly dangerous and important, active backup is not necessary. The backup resurrection is just the worst result, and the good resurrection should be resurrection with the current quantum information. So the backup function Qin-yun doesn't really care much about it. Secondly, if you are trapped in a certain place and cannot leave, or you have suffered huge amounts of trauma, you can also use the active resurrection function. This is equivalent to teleportation. It will disintegrate your body and let you return to the main base. This function is equivalent to the scroll to return to the city. Chin-yun thinks it is still very useful. Another point, which is very important, is that you have to protect the watch well. Don't let it get damaged, because once the watch is broken, you will be forcibly disassembled and sent back before it breaks. The quantum speed is the fastest speed no matter where the universe is. Therefore, even if the mechanical structure is broken, the watch can also achieve the effect of resurrection and transmission immediately before it breaks. Therefore, this quantum backup resurrection device is still very complete and easy to use. The most important thing is that the current watch, after being transferred by the quantum mastermind of the life backup instrument, there is no signal problem anymore. Even in different universes, the watch will not be disconnected and can always be connected to the base. This will be a great convenience for the agents who will work in the heavens and worlds in the future. Okay, Tilda, we understand. After everything was ready, 3 people boarded the transport ship. This is one of the 5 C-class small transport ships presented by the system. It is said to be small, but the interior space is actually very large. It looks like it can hold a dozen cars. After detecting someone boarding the ship, a hole opened on the originally empty ground and several seats stretched out. The function of the transport ship, Liaonuo, is very complete. In addition to being able to load cargo when needed, it also has an internal structure that can carry people and act as a passenger ship. Agents are on board. Starting main engine Tilda. In the cockpit, after seeing the 3 people seated, the pilot also started the spaceship. Stealth mode activated Tilda. While speaking, the surface of the transport plane gradually became transparent. Then, it slowly disappeared as if it had never been there. However, the stealth function of the C-class transport ship still has some shortcomings. If you observe it in the air, you can vaguely see some jelly-like feelings, but this is enough to deal with most scenes. Subsequently, the transport ship slowly lifted off. In a few seconds, it soared into the sky and headed towards the direction. Current destination, Hong Kong Tilda, estimated time of arrival, 12 minutes. It only takes 12 minutes to go from the moon to the Earth, which is a terrifying speed, much faster than the underground high-speed rail. But the price is there too. A set as huge as the high-speed rail is only 1,500 yuan, although this C-class transport ship is not as expensive as a combat ship. It also costs 5,000 won. However, if you really want to buy it, the price-performance ratio is not high, and Chin-yun will most likely not buy a new one. 8 minutes later, they entered the atmosphere, started to slow down. From the high altitude, you can vaguely see the vast land and many urban buildings. The most interesting thing is that Chin-yun even saw a monster with huge amounts of fighting yang with a mech on the coast. This is the latest monster that is preparing to attack Hong Kong, and he is fighting against Daxia's Storm Crimson Mech Hunter. Soon, the logistics agents of the lunar base passed on the information collected from the internet. Is it such a coincidence? Chin-yun frowned. How could it be so hard to come to Earth just in time for a monster attack? Didn't the monster attack it a few days ago? According to common sense, it should be stable for a few days. These monsters are called kaiju beasts by people in this world. Their attacks are actually spaced apart. Generally speaking, it only occurs once every few months, and most of the attacks are in coastal areas. It stands to reason that a monster attacked Tokyo just a few days ago, so there shouldn't be any monsters appearing during this time. Chin-yun didn't even think about the presence of monsters during this trip. How do you say, boss? Do you want to withdraw the agent? Chin-yun thought for a while but still shook his head. No, continue with the task. The appearance of the monster was just an accident, and my own affairs were more important. However, a monster happened to appear. Let's take some fresh monster body tissue and analyze it. Living monsters are rare, and this is a good time to take this opportunity to form some monster organizations. Analysis can also enhance understanding of pioneer civilizations. Our ship won't be seen by radar. Don't worry, boss. With the existing radar technology on the Earth, it is completely impossible to detect our existence. The driver appears very confident. Then get closer and see if they can get a little bit of tissue or blood while they're beating. although there are many remaining monster bodies in other places. But the living, fresh ones are completely different. This also starts with the role of a giant beast like Kaiju Beast. Strictly speaking, this kind of behemoth is just a consumable used by the pioneer civilization to pollute the Earth's atmospheric environment. Huge amounts of body size can allow him to decompose quickly after death and produce a large amount of gas components that are harmful to humans, but the pioneers are very fond of. Therefore, if you have to put a function word on Kaiju Beast, it is probably just a bottle of dye in the eyes of the pioneers. Cheap, not worth the money, but works. Therefore, the organization of these behemoths is a substance that changes extremely fast. Completely change the nature almost in a few days. Therefore, living and fresh monster organizations are actually the most meaningful for research and analysis. Those that have changed in quality cannot be analyzed. As the transport planes slowly arrived at the battlefield, the battle between the two giants is almost clearly visible. This monster looks a bit like a lizard with underdeveloped wings, and it can't be said that it looks like any creature on Earth. But I can still feel that its appearance is a bit similar to the evolution of the Earth. Storm Crimson is constantly attacking it at this moment. The two are similar in size, but the monster is pressed and beaten by the mecha. Ha. It can be seen that Storm Crimson's pilot skills and combat skills are still good. Tossing and moving, it kept avoiding the opponent's attack, and from time to time, it left huge amounts of wounds on its body. The strange color of blood almost changed the color of this sea area. So big! Wanda watched the battle outside the window, her eyes widened. The enemies they usually face are nothing more than the same human beings. But when you watch the battle between such giants at close range, you can feel the shock. Every attack and block can set off huge waves. The sound of the collision exploded in the air, and that kind of vibration seemed to be able to penetrate the hull, shocking their hearts. How about it, Wanda? Can you beat this thing? Qin Yun looked at Wanda and laughed. Ah, this is too big, don't be kidding me. When Wanda heard that, she quickly waved her hands. How could he beat such a big thing? Don't let your size cloud your confidence. Qin Yun squinted his eyes, looking at the giant beast outside the window. If your strength is fully developed, it will be far stronger than this monster. Although it will take time, but before you are not so powerful, he is still not your opponent. Qin Yun has a lot of confidence in Wanda. But I can control dozens of tons at most now, and with all my strength, hundreds of tons is the limit. This monster must be several thousand tons at least. I can't even lift it. Wanda compared the power levels of the two sides and found that she couldn't deal with such a big thing at all. Why do you have to be able to lift it up to kill the opponent? Qin Yun asked back. You have fallen into a misunderstanding. When an elementary school student faces a strong adult, he also cannot lift him up. But it's actually very easy for an elementary school student to kill a strong man. All you need is a knife, a gun, and even a pen. Wanda listened to Qin Yun's words seriously and seemed to understand something. You just need to find the opponent's weakness and then concentrate your strength to attack the weakness. The strength of dozens of tons or hundreds of tons is even far more than that. As he spoke, Qin Yun waved his hand, and a scan of a monster appeared in front of his eyes. This is the data obtained by the transport ship scanner just now. You see, most living things, even robots, have their own control centers. This monster also has a brain and nerve signals. To deal with him is not much more difficult than dealing with an ordinary person. Wanda nodded. Then what exactly should I do? Qin Yun. I said it all for the sake of meowing, and you still ask me how to do it. Qin Yun discovered for the first time that Wanda is really silly. Could this be the reason for the lack of reading? Understand it yourself. After this mission is over, I will find a university for you to study. Qin Yun felt that it was necessary for Wanda to learn basic scientific knowledge. No matter what power it is, it's all about understanding and exploring the world and finding the power that can be used. Even the magic in your body is the same. Only with more knowledge can you know how to use, discover, and control more power. Go to school? When Wanda heard this, she almost didn't react. Why are you chatting so much that you suddenly want me to go to school? Are we school material? However, seeing that Chin-yun seemed to be very determined, and what he said made sense, Wanda could only nod reluctantly. B. Seeing his sister deflated, Quicksilver secretly smiled. Usually no one can treat Wanda. Even when they were at the Hydra base, they were more like a cooperative relationship. Wanda always thought of what to do. No one can force her to do what she doesn't want to do. This is the first time he has seen Wanda deflated and suppressed. And he still needs to let Wanda study hard. For some reason, Quicksilver suddenly felt a sense of home. Maybe if the parents were still alive, they would let Wanda study hard. Where are you snickering? It's you, Agent K. Later, you and Agent W will go to school together. Quicksilver, isn't this the hell? Why did it involve me? I didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. While the few people were still chatting, the situation of the battle changed. Pacific Rim Defense Force, Hong Kong branch. In the command center, a black man stood on the big screen, watching the battle between Storm Crimson and this monster. It's bad. There's one more. However, looking at the storm, Red is about to win. I saw another bright spot suddenly appeared in the radar signal. The second chrysanthemum beast. No, how is it possible? How could two kaiju beasts appear at the same time? This unscientific. The expressions of all the people present changed drastically. There has never been a precedent for two kaiju beasts appearing at the same time. Not good, tells Storm Scarlet. Storm Crimson, this is the Hong Kong base. Warning, a second kaiju beast is coming towards you. Soon, it will arrive in 5 minutes. He can fly, it's a level 4 flight kaiju beast. Codename, Tailed Rat. What? Level 4? The classification of kaiju beasts is a very rigorous mathematical problem. Starting from the first level, without raising a level, the body size doubles and the combat power also doubles. Starting from the first opening beast, the second level was the most they faced, and the third level only appeared recently. As for the fourth level, don't even think about it, almost never seen it. An answer appeared in almost everyone's mind at the same time. Storm Crimson, Asia, not its match. The bigger the behemoth, the stronger it is. This is why sports are also divided into heavyweights. Against the third-level behemoths, Storm Scarlet may have the upper hand, but against the fourth-level monsters, it is hardly against the people at all. What's more, you have to deal with two at the same time. How many movable mechs do we have? 4 more. Send them all. The black man looked at the time and felt that it was not enough. The mecha is expected to arrive in 15 minutes, and the tail mouse will arrive in 5 minutes. Storm Chihang will definitely not be able to handle it. Let Storm Crimson withdraw, pull with that monster, and change the battlefield. However, when Storm Crimson's pilot heard the order to retreat, they were a little anxious. I'm going to win right now, give me a little more time. However, the most lacking thing right now is time. It's too late, withdraw quickly, wait until the other mechs are in place. You lead it away to our expected meeting point. Seeing the monster covered in wounds that had already been beaten by herself, Beifeng Chihang felt that her mouth was full of shit and didn't know what to say. Obviously give him another 10 minutes and he will be able to destroy the other party. The movement ability, reaction ability, and strength of this behemoth have all started to go downhill. Just hold on for a while, however, an order is always an order. Even if Beifeng Scarlet is unwilling, she can only obey the order. Afterwards, after blocking the opponent's attack again, he began to take steps, preparing to distance himself from it. However, he found that the other party seemed to realize that he was about to evacuate and ran towards the coast without looking back. What's the situation? The monster left itself and ran away? Not good, can't pull it. He wants to go. Seeing that she didn't draw any hatred at all, Beifeng Chihang hurried forward and pursued. The people in the command hall were also stunned when they saw this scene. The monster seems to be ignoring the existence of Storm Crimson. It has no intention of continuing to fight at all. His target is the city. Seeing this scene, the man in black slapped the table hard. He couldn't help cursing. FK. Originally, according to their plan, let the Storm Red lead the monster to the meeting point, and then concentrate on destroying this small one first, and finally the 4 mech hunters will fight the tail standing mouse. This way the battle situation is completely in your own hands. No matter how strong the 4th level monster is, you can't beat 4 in one fight, right? However, the tail-standing mouse didn't catch it. Then we can only let the Storm Crimson and this third-level one go head-to-head first, and let the other three fight with the fourth-level one. Storm Crimson, destroy this monster as soon as possible, then rush to the rendezvous point. Hearing the new order, the Storm Red pilots glanced at each other, and they could all see the excitement in each other's eyes. Then F.K. at Nima. Before I had time to cheer myself up, I saw another monster appeared in the radar. Not good. There is a third one. It's still level 4. Code name, Ridgeback Turtle. When the third level 4 monster appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. Some even sat on the ground, paralyzed in fright. God, are you giving up on us? God, how could there be a third monster? 3 monsters appeared at the same time. Their target seems to be Hong Kong. At this moment, people's expressions became complicated. There were even a few survivors who had just encountered the invasion of Tokyo and collapsed directly. Tokyo had just been destroyed, and they felt extremely insecure and lost their homes, so they could only come to Hong Kong to live under others. Because the Hong Kong base is the largest mecha hunter base in Asia, with a total of 4 mechas stationed there. I thought this was supposed to be the safest place on Earth, right? How could there be so many popping up all at once? Not good. Storm Crimson is injured. When Beifeng Chihang heard that another level 4 monster had appeared, she instantly became impatient. Their home is also here. Once those monsters raid and break into the city, it will undoubtedly be a catastrophe. They will not allow their homeland to suffer such a threat. 3 mecha hunters fighting against 2 level 4 monsters. From the perspective of heavyweight, it is definitely not enough. In order to solve the guy in hand as soon as possible, go to support your teammates. Storm Crimson's operations became sharper. However, sometimes, the more impatient you are, the worse things you can do. Just like now, when he opened and closed to destroy the third-level monster, the opponent also found an opportunity at the same time. At the moment when Storm Crimson attacked, huge amounts of sharp claws ruthlessly penetrated Storm Crimson's chest. In an instant, Beifeng Chihang's movements became stiff. 12% of the body is damaged. The movement ability is reduced by 23%, and the body is penetrated. Not good. Storm Scarlet is about to lose. At this moment, Beifeng Chihang's eagerness to save his homeland made the situation worse. Come on, Storm Crimson. Everyone was staring at the screen. At this time, they could only watch the driver's performance. Because of the 2 new level 4 monsters, it was impossible for other mecha hunters to support Storm Crimson. The only thing that can be done now is to silently shout for support. And Storm Crimson must win, because once it fails, the consequences will be extremely tragic. The other mechs are fighting against the level 4 monster, and Storm Crimson is currently the only hunter who can stop this level 3 monster. Unable to stop it, the third-level monsters rushed into the city of Hong Kong. The damage done is absolutely staggering. The battle over there couldn't be over for a while, even if the battle of the 3 stations was won. When looking back, it would be too late. Hong Kong may become the second Tokyo. However, Storm Crimson did not create miracles. Because the grab just now penetrated the cab and stabbed a driver, and the strong airflow and seawater instantly filled the cab. In the eyes of everyone, the speed and movement of Beifeng Chihang also began to slow down. It's over. Hong Kong is over. Pilot's vital signs are low. Only 60% of the synesthesia connection remains. The driver is seriously injured. After parrying the monster's attack again, everyone found that the storm was a little bit powerless. Originally, it was just a simple confrontation between the 2 sides, but the entire body of Beifeng Scarlet began to tremble tilde. Afterwards, it even flew upside down when out. Storm Crimson's power began to decline seriously. Get up. After falling to the ground, he struggled tremblingly for a long time, but he was still unable to stand up. The driver's physical condition has almost reached its limit. Even if the body can hold it, without the driver, Storm Crimson is just a pile of steel. And after seeing the Storm Crimson lying on the ground, it seemed that she couldn't pose a threat to herself. The monster didn't kill it cleanly and continued to attack, but directly ignored the mech hunter who had been fighting with him for a long time and continued to rush out towards the coastline. As if in that huge amounts of city, something is attracting his attention. For a while, the entire Pacific Rim command fell silent. People's faces were full of anxiety and despair. Something happened. Something big happened. This is the first time in so many years that a monster has broken through their blockade. It's fine if it's in other countries and regions, but here is Hong Kong, where there are 3 mecha hunters stationed there. Even in the era when monsters caused the most destructive power, Hong Kong has always been synonymous with safety and strength. But today, under the accidents again and again. For the first time, Hong Kong has broken through the defense line that they think will never go wrong. It's all our fault. The driver's consciousness of the storm Red is a little confused, but he can still see the back of the monster that is fading away. If they hadn't made a mistake just now, the regiment would never have become like this. I don't blame you. No one thought that there would be so many monsters today. The chief of the base still comforted the pilot of Storm Crimson. In any case, Storm Crimson's mistakes also had to do with the unfavorable command of their headquarters. What should we do now? How is the evacuation of the people going? Every time a monster invades, the air defense siren will start to bang. The Pacific Rim Defense Force dispatched mecha hunters, while ordinary people would all be arranged in underground shelters. It is said to be a refuge, but in fact, countless air raid shelters have been built in various parts of the city. After all, both sides in the war are guys with amazing physiques, and the aftermath of any random toss will be fatal to ordinary people. 70%, when it crosses the coastline and sets foot on Hong Kong, the evacuation rate should reach 95%. This is the only good news. The officer side. Although the air raid shelter is not 100% safe, it can still save most of the population. At least when the monsters start to destroy after logging in, people can lose less. Just when the entire Pacific Rim base was in chaos. Chin Yun and them, he got what he wanted. In stealth mode, their transport ship easily received the blood and body tissue residues spilled from the monster after being attacked in the air. It is said that it is residue, but it seems that there are as many wash basins as there are. Boss, looking at the current situation, their big robot seems to be failing Tilda. Why didn't this monster make up the knife? Just ran away? As the closest spectators of the battle between the two sides, they have a panoramic view of everything. Quicksilver felt that they were watching a blockbuster movie, which was very exciting. It's the result of the battle. As expected of a monster, it has no brains and doesn't make up the knife. They should have some kind of purpose. Wanda, can you feel their emotions or read their memories directly? Doesn't Wanda have the ability to read minds? If you can directly read the minds of monsters, maybe you can know what they want to do. I can only feel that he seems to be very anxious to go to a place. As for the specific thinking, I may not know until I get in touch with him. Chin Yun was a little disappointed when he heard it. He thought that the monster's brain is not as closed as that of a human being, and the structure is relatively simple. Wanda may be able to read thoughts without touching. Now it seems that Chin Yun just thought too much. As for contact, the heavy weight of that thing is basically difficult to subdue. It can only be killed. It is indeed a bit difficult to contact. Anyone who doesn't pay attention will be GG. Go, follow, and have a look. In the current situation, most of the people in Hong Kong must have been placed in refugee camps. They may not be able to find someone now. Might as well look at this monster, ready to F***K. The spaceship moved steadily above the monster and followed the monster. Soon, we reached the edge of the city. Hong Kong in this world even seems to be more prosperous than other worlds. Hong Kong was originally a treasure land with a very good location and high economic development. It is a relatively prosperous city in any world. However, it was also for this reason that the Pacific Rim Defense Force's Asian mech hunter base was chosen in the city. To supply the supporting equipment for mecha hunters requires a very large logistics system, which has caused Hong Kong, which was originally prosperous and developed, to become the absolute economic center of Asia in this world. This is why everyone was so anxious after the Sicklehead broke through the coastline. If Hong Kong is destroyed, or if there are too many losses, the maintenance work of these mecha hunters will become more difficult, and the combat power will inevitably plummet. It doesn't seem to want to destroy the city. What is it looking for? After Scythe had logged in, it didn't look like those monsters that saw man-made things, and high-rise buildings began to wreak havoc. Instead, he raised his neck and held his head high, as if he was constantly searching for some kind of information around him. Moreover, in order to reach the destination faster, he even chose to bypass the building in front of him. He took the road. Such an operation stunned everyone's jaws. Behemoth can also walk the road. Soon, it found a place, and then, without any hesitation, it pointed at the ground and started waving its sharp claws. What is it attacking? Where is that place? It's a public shelter. There are so many buildings on the ground that it doesn't attack. Why attack an underground refuge? At a time when the defense forces were a little confused as to why Sicklehead was behaving so strangely. In the shelter that was attacked, a man with spectacles and somewhat dull eyes was looking at the ceiling. Then, a violent shock came, and the powerful force penetrated the reinforced concrete ground, causing a group of people to sway left and right. What happened? The monster is right on top of us. God, bless me. Feeling this vibration and the roar of a certain big guy, the crowd began to panic. Don't be afraid. This is a refuge, specially prepared to deal with these big guys. We are absolutely safe underground. Suddenly, a policeman shouted loudly to appease everyone's emotions. Yeah, isn't this an underground shelter? The monster might just pass by. It must be fine. However, before everyone succeeded in comforting themselves, there was another loud bang. Boom! This time, it was far more intense than last time. The ceiling of the shelter was cracked. Thorn tilde, the crack spread to the entire building almost instantly. Even masonry and light fixtures have started to fall, hitting people. None of this is the scariest. The most frightening thing is that with this attack, the shelter was breached. In the middle of the crack in the ceiling, it is almost shape-shifting and distorted, so you can sneak through the gap and see the ground directly. The man with glasses stood up in a panic, and before he had time to find a place to hide, he raised his head subconsciously. Through the gap, he seemed to see the figure of a giant beast. Those eyes, which were bigger than others, were staring at his direction. The moment they looked at each other, he seemed to understand something. They are here to find me? Yes, they must have come to look for me. He grabbed a man frantically and kept repeating this sentence. The man with glasses is Chin-Yun, who is looking for the job of the island. Hearing Newton's nonsense, the lucky audience he picked at random was not happy. Are you crazy? Who do you think you are? A monster is coming for you. Really? What I said is true. Seeing Newton's crazy look, the people around him subconsciously took 2 steps back, and no one believed his words. Threats overhead and a madman beside me. What crime did you do today? Didn't you read the almanac when you went out? When everyone was desperate, the Sicklehead on the head also found the person he was looking for, stretched out his claws without hesitation, and stuffed it into the crack. Afterwards, slightly exerted force. The concrete ceiling several meters thick was torn apart by him. Countless rubble rolled down, and it is unknown how many people were killed. And the shelter was completely exposed under the eyes of the monsters. Everyone is upside down. For a moment, moans of pain, howls of despair, and the grief after relatives and friends were crushed to death hovered continuously in this refuge. Newton, on the other hand, stood in the center with weak legs, looking up into the eyes of the giant beast. He even got angry and yelled loudly. "FK, you are coming to find me? My mother is right here. Come on. Ask for flowers." He stretched out his hands, looking a little crazy. Seeing his appearance, the giant beast stretched out its claws without hesitation, just ready to grab it down, and everything that happened in front of them was seen by the people in the spaceship. "Isn't that man the Dr. Newton you're looking for, boss?" Wanda's sharp eyes were the first to spot Newton's existence. It's true. If that's the case, it can be explained. As soon as Chin-Yun saw Dr. Newton, he understood why what happened today became so weird. Because the reason why Chin-Yun sought him was also because of this. Newton and the monster had a synesthesia. That said, Newton gained a lot of information about the pioneers. Originally, according to the original timeline, Newton should not have done this during this period. Now it seems that what may have caused the butterfly effect. Qin-Yun didn't know exactly what happened, he only knew. If he didn't do something, this walking intelligence agent would be G'd soon. There are very few people in this world who can bear synesthesia, not to mention being able to survive the synesthete with monsters. It can only be said that Newton should have a special ability. There are not many people in this world who can have this kind of ability. So, Qin-Yun knew that if he didn't take action again, maybe there would be no future. Open the hatch. The driver heard the order and even opened the hatch. Qin-Yun stood by the hatch, looking at the giant beast on the ground. Compared to himself, he seemed like an ant, but there are actually many ways to solve it. Qin-Yun chose the most direct one. Wanda, take care. This is also how to use origin magic power tilde. Upon hearing this, Wanda immediately watched Qin-Yun's operation seriously. Qin-Yun instantly turned into a pool of silver liquid, reorganized in the air, and turned into a small fighter plane. It looks like a remote control airplane model. As a liquid metal robot, T-1000 can shapeshift into almost any form as long as its brain is big enough. However, it's just a shape. There are shapes, but it's hard to have a corresponding function. However, it is different now. It was supposed to be just a small plane, but a red energy flow suddenly spewed out from the propeller port at the tail. This power, Wanda is simply too familiar. Isn't it her origin magic power? Can it still be used like this? Qin-Yun's body is not here. Strictly speaking, it's just a lump of metal. However, Qin-Yun attached the origin magic power accumulated for several days to the T-1000 before. This makes T-1000 have infinite possibilities, because origin magic power originally has the ability to write reality. Although neither Qin-Yun nor Wanda has reached this level of rewriting reality. Borrowing props can make a part of this feature of origin magic power play out. For example, now, the airplane transformed into T-1000, driven by the magic energy at the tail, soars into the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, it reached near the ground, above the head of the monster. Seeing that it reached the eyes of the monster, the fighter plane began to change another form in the air. The silver-white liquid flowed, forming a huge amounts of long sword. The surface of the long sword is surrounded by red energy. It is the acceleration of the carrier, just now in the form of a fighter plane. It stabbed fiercely into the eyeball of the sicklehead. On the ground, the people in the refuge saw that the sharp claws of the sicklehead were getting closer and closer, just as everyone was desperately waiting to die. A sonic boom was heard from above. Afterwards, the sicklehead subconsciously withdrew its hand as if it had received some stimulation. Two paws began to cover his head. What happened? Did some weapon attack it just now? Pacific Rim Command Center, everyone who was paying attention to the movement of the sicklehead also discovered what happened just now. They thought it was a weapon fired by their own people. No, what was that glowing red light just now? Why did the sicklehead become like this? In the picture, the sicklehead, whose original purpose was very clear, to log in even if he was seriously injured, was lying on the ground and rolling continuously. Painful growls came out of his mouth. The most important thing is that within a few seconds, people discovered that the slighter its movements, almost less than 20 seconds, it didn't let it struggle for long. Scythehead, this third-tier behemoth that was severely damaged by the storm, broke into the most heavily guarded coastline in Asia. It completely lost its movement. The vital signs of the monster are dropping rapidly. It's dead. The results read by the detector made everyone dumbfounded. Sicklehead, is he dead like this? What the hell? What happened? Perish. Wanda, do you understand? Quicksilver was also surprised to see the sicklehead fall. Although he could see the details clearly, he didn't know how Qin-Yun did it. There is such a big gap between the warning of human beings and the giant beast. Qin-Yun actually killed it in just 10 seconds. I understand a little. Wanda has a perception of origin magic power, so I probably understand Qin-Yun's operation. At the beginning, he used the airplane form to accelerate himself. It quickly reached a terrifying speed. Afterwards, the form was quickly transformed into a sword form, and then the surface of the sword was wrapped with origin magic power. This is the energy of the artifact, coupled with the original characteristics and extremely fast speed of the T-1000. At that moment just now, the strength of that sword can be said to be almost indestructible. In an instant, it pierced through the monster's eye socket, penetrated the head, and entered the monster's brain. Afterwards, it even changed into the form of a drill bit, destroying everything recklessly inside the fragile brain. This series of operations are completed in one go. Accelerating, penetrating, destroying, and stirring liquid metal was originally just soft metal. Even if it had a certain hardness, it was far from reaching the level of penetrating monster bones. After all, for such a huge monster, if he wants to maintain his body shape, all his organs and bones are extremely dense. However, under the blessing of origin magic power, the originally soft liquid metal has become an existence that can almost possess many material properties. This is the ability to rewrite reality with the origin magic power of the threshold. Strong, too strong, Wanda was shocked. Not only Wanda, but the entire Pacific Rim Defense Command was shocked by the scene before them. Look, when the sickle head completely loses its ability to move, strips of silver-white silk threads began to emerge from the sickle head's body. April 17 came together even faster. Formed a human form, color at last, transformed into Qin-Yun in a suit. At this moment, anyone with a bit of brain knows that it is definitely this. Human? Who wiped out the sickle head? They all looked at Qin-Yun in awe. Qin-Yun leisurely walked down the sickle-headed corpse. Then, he slowly came to Dr. Newton, where he said everyone gave way. Even some of the hemiplegics who were smashed were struggling to squeeze to the side. "Are you Dr. Newton?" Qin-Yun smiled and asked the embarrassed Dr. Newton. I am," Dr. Newton swallowed subconsciously. He looked at Qin-Yun helplessly. This one in front of him is a ruthless person who killed a third-level giant beast within 10 seconds. You must know that even the most advanced mech hunters are 50-50 against level 3 giant beasts. If you don't pay attention, you will lose. I'm the man in black in the 6th sector. Agent Q, I want to consult with you about something. I don't know if it's convenient for you to come with me. The man in black, the 6th sector, agent. A series of self-introductions seemed to say a lot, but Dr. Newton didn't understand a single word. It was as if he didn't say anything. What department are these? How has he never heard of it? If it's not convenient for me. To be honest, Newton was a little scared even though the other party killed a third-level behemoth just now. Who knows what department and organization Qin-Yun is in? However, before he finished expressing his opinion, the smile on Qin-Yun's mouth seemed to disappear, and he looked at him with a serious look. At this moment, Newton had an epiphany. If I'm inconvenient, that's impossible, I'm too convenient? Newton laughed awkwardly. Qin-Yun nodded in satisfaction. Just about to take Newton away, find a place with few people and no surveillance to board the boat. Not far away, a group of soldiers with live ammunition came running. The words of the Pacific Rim Guard Army are clearly written on the clothes they are wearing. This is the arrival of someone from the command center. Etc. The leader among them seemed to have heard their conversation through on-site surveillance and said hastily, "This, sir." Because I don't know what Qin-Yun is, after all, his kaleidoscopic shapeshift appearance is still vivid in my memory. I could only call Mr. We belong to the Pacific Rim Defense Force, and Dr. Newton is also a scientist of the Mech Hunter. If there is anything you can actually go to our base to talk about. Qin-Yun's mystery and strength made them dare not say some serious words, but at the same time, they were reluctant to leave Qin-Yun just like that. He appeared so suddenly, who knows if he will disappear so suddenly? This is an existence that can single-handedly challenge a third-level behemoth, and it is the kind that can solve the battle in 10 seconds. To be honest, the 3 views are already broken. If it weren't for the video surveillance, they would all wonder if today is April Fool's Day. We actually have nothing to say. I have more important things to deal with. Pacific Rim Defense Force, Qin-Yun actually has nothing to chat with them. Facing the pioneer civilization, the humans on this earth can't help Qin-Yun at all. Although sooner or later he will have to contact these humans, but that is something that Qin Yun will entrust others to do in the future. Diplomacy is too tiring, especially with these world leaders who have experienced many battles. Qin Yun has already thought about the person who will contact the pioneer world and establish diplomatic relations. Zhang Beihai. Therefore, according to Qin Yun's plan, there is no need to contact them now. No, sir, we see everything you do. You saved Hong Kong and everyone present. Now the situation is more complicated. If it wasn't for you, more people might die, hundreds of thousands, millions. Although what he said is exaggerated, it is also well-founded. Tokyo before is an example. So, you must accept our thanks. His attitude was very sincere, but Qin Yun knew that maybe they cared more about their own strength, right? Qin Yun smiled. I come from the men in black, and my job is contact of the third kind. Establishing diplomatic relations or war with alien civilizations. And you defense forces also have your own job, nothing more than resisting the kaiju beast. You do yours, and we do ours is enough. Hearing Qin Yun's words, the leader of the defense force was stunned. What the hell? Diplomacy with aliens and war? When did this happen? On Earth, there is such a department. This, Mr. Man in Black, you mean? You are also from a special department. It's just the scope of work, dealing with aliens? It's about the same. I just had a battle with an alien civilization called the Three-Body Civilization 2 days ago. It didn't just happen that I encountered this incident and solved it smoothly. As he spoke, Qin Yun pointed to the sickle head's body. Happened to this? Solved it easily? How do you say this? It's as outrageous as going home from get off work to buy a dish and saving the world, by the way. Wait, if your job is to deal with aliens, then these monsters are also aliens. The leader looked at Qin Yun expectantly. Now outside the coastline, there are 2 level 4 kaiju beasts. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Yun. Undoubtedly, he saw Qin Yun's strength and wanted Qin Yun to help deal with those 2 big 4-level guys, just like dealing with this sickle head. Don't think about it, I won't make a move, and I believe you have a solution. Although the man in black advocates a community with a shared future for mankind, he is not a nanny. 2 4th-level behemoths. With the strength of the Pacific Rim Defense Force, they should be able to stop them. This is also the reason why Qin Yun didn't want to get in touch with the official power of this world too early. Qin Yun is very clear about his goal, which is to hide first. He didn't want these so-called behemoths who didn't appear on the stage to involve his energy. But these monsters are also aliens. According to what you said, isn't this your job? The leader was a little anxious. Near the coastline, the first behemoth has appeared, and 3 mechas have already been engaged. Without foreign aid, the 3 hunter mechs might have to be scrapped if they really won. The 4th-level giant beast is really too fierce. They are not aliens at all at most. A few dogs or cloned dogs. Dr. Newton, who was in a strange mood, interrupted suddenly. He looked at Qin Yun excitedly. Unexpectedly, someone really knows about them. The world is saved. Since he communicated with the monster, he got a lot of information about the pioneers. However, the more he knew, the more desperate he became. He once felt that there was almost no possibility for human beings to win, but Qin Yun's debut made him find hope again. Perhaps behind human beings, there is also a power that can fight against the pioneers, the men in black. According to what Qin Yun said, they are really different from the defense force. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Miscellaneous fish versus shrimp. Qin Yun is so awesome, he should deal with the pioneers. Newton simply raised his hands and feet to support Qin Yun and ignore these beasts. You guys, what are you talking about? The guards were dumbfounded. Newton was excited at the moment, his mouth seemed to be open, and he began to output crazily. Kaiju beast, that's what it is. He pointed to the sickle head corpse not far away. Although he is from an alien, it is not an alien at all. It is not even an alien life form. It's a civilization called the Pioneer, a monster created by using some biological genes of the Earth. And this kind of monster, what we call level 3, level 4, level 5, even level 6, level 7, level 8 are all rubbish wherever they are. Consumables, not even a dog. Hearing Newton's words, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The kaiju beast is on an alien planet, not even as good as a dog. These enemies that make them exhausted and resist with their lives are just rubbish. Impossible. What is this talking about? If it was really that powerful, wouldn't human beings have been extinct long ago? Nothing is impossible. I see it. I see it all. I have synesthesia with the monster. I can see everything there. Chrysanthemum beasts are just sent here to die. The chemical composition in the corpse will slowly transform the atmosphere of the Earth. This is just the first wave, and it's not even a combat unit. The second wave is the real sweepers, fighting ore. They're going to wipe out all the bugs on the planet. That's us. Newton obsessively recounted the pictures he had seen after the monster's brain had synesthesia. The mind is full of the power of the pioneers, especially those terrifying monsters that can't be seen at a glance. It's hard to imagine how this kind of thing can fight against the enemy. The conversation at the scene was also transmitted to the command center through the leading soldiers of the defense forces. Everyone was stunned. What Newton said was true. Newton is a member of the science department of the defense forces, and almost everyone present knows him. Compared with what Chin-Yun said, Newton's words are more credible. No way, kaiju beast is only the lowest? Outrageous? Humans, is there any hope? For a moment, everyone present was a little desperate. Suddenly, someone said, "You say, is what that mysterious man said true? There has always been a mysterious organization behind human beings silently protecting human beings, still fighting aliens? This is even more outrageous." That's right. How is it possible? Our defense force almost occupies most of the funds in this world. How can there be a department organization stronger than us, or face the aliens? That's right, I don't believe it, don't tell me. We spent so much money just to beat alien dogs. Isn't this a laughingstock? Yes, if there is such an organization that cannot be hidden, how can no one know? However, just when everyone is unbelieving. Chin-Yun seemed a little impatient with being pestered by the defense forces. With a wave of his hand, a pair of glasses appeared out of thin air in his hand. Set it and handed it to Newton. Put it on. Newton subconsciously took the glasses and put them on the eye sockets. Then, a black pen appeared in his hand. The moment the button is pressed, a bright light flashes. Everyone present was stunned for an instant. This sicklehead, he didn't read the almanac when he went out today, fell to his death while walking and nothing else happened. After saying this, Chin-Yun took Dr. Newton and left. Only hundreds of people were left staring at each other, and it wasn't until tens of seconds later that people 1-2 came back to their senses. Looking at the huge amounts of sickle-head corpse, he started to say with surprise and laughter, "Ha ha ha, this is too relieved, he is dead. It's the first time I've been so close to a monster. Isn't this thing so scary? It's the first time I've heard of the kaiju beast that fell to its death. I laughed so hard. I can brag about it for a year." Even people from the defense force joined in the discussion. Seeing this weird and funny scene in the video, everyone in the command center was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Captain of Team 7, what are you doing? Why did you let them go? At this moment, the captain of Team 7, the soldier who spoke to Chin-Yun just now, said with a puzzled face, "Ah, didn't I come to patrol? Who left? Patrol." He obviously received an order from the headquarters to contact relatives and friends. How could you forget it all at once? They seem to have collective amnesia. Someone has figured it out. Amnesia. With just a flash, the memories of hundreds or thousands of people have been erased, and new ones have been injected. At this moment, the people in the command center were a little dumbfounded. What is this operation? I suddenly believed the man in black and Dr. Newton a little. Tell me, the reason why we don't know about this department, is it possible that the so-called man in black is yes? Our memories have also been altered. As soon as such a guess came out, everyone gasped. I just feel tingling in my back. If this is the case, it can be why Chin-Yun was able to single out the third-level kaiju beast, and no one knew what department he was from the men in black. This kind of method that only needs to be flashed to delete the memory is simply impossible to guard against. Everyone, meanwhile, the space agency. Miles, who had just received a large sum of money from Parliament, also received news about what happened in Hong Kong. Especially when he learned that Chin-Yun had appeared, and single-handedly eliminated a third-level kaiju beast and erased the memory of those present before disappearing. Almost immediately, he connected this incident with the memory that suddenly appeared on the moon. Men in Black, specialized in dealing with aliens. Miles muttered to himself, "Does this make sense? If there is really a mysterious organization in this world, it is silently protecting the world without everyone knowing, maybe only those mysterious people on the moon. Men in Black. Have you heard of this organization?" Miles communicated with colleagues around him. However, almost no one has heard anything related to the Man in Black. "I can't find it on the internet, but there are some informal private forums. That is where UFO enthusiasts gather, and there are some discussions about the Man in Black. The so-called UFO gathering places are people who say that they have encountered aliens every day. They have all kinds of fantasies about the starry sky, and no one believes it. Everyone is just watching for fun. According to some people, after meeting aliens, there will be mysterious special departments in suits who will come to inquire and ask them never to mention it. These people have advanced black technology in their hands and high-tech equipment that normal people do not have. Some outrageous people even said that they were taken away by aliens for experiments, and after they came back, they were taken away by mysterious people for physical examination. To be honest, these rhetoric are more like the fantasies of a group of UFO lunatics. No one ever took it seriously. The Men in Black really exist. Miles was also excited. No one knew that even though he was the director of the space agency, he held a high position and was considered an upper-class person. But in private, he is also an avid UFO lover. He really turned his hobby into a career. But even if he became the director of the space agency, after so many years of work, he still has not discovered aliens. There are only kaiju beasts that occasionally come out of the wormhole, and that thing doesn't look like people's definition of aliens, but more like two beasts. The appearance of the Man in Black almost ignited his inner curiosity about those mysterious things. It can erase memories. There is a base on the moon, and a single person seems to have a super ability. Isn't this series of information connected together? "When is our flight spacecraft going to the moon?" Miles said eagerly. "It will take 3 days at the earliest. Since they got the funding a few days ago, their lunar module is already on the way. The space agency is incredibly fast. It can only be said that the productivity of this world is still very high. Because of the mech hunters, the industry is extremely developed. As long as the funds are in place, it will take less than 2 or 3 days to build a lunar landing ship. However, the hastily launched lunar landing ship will definitely have many technical hidden dangers. Miles can't control that much anymore. He's going to verify something very important. When all parties were in chaos because of Chin-Yun's appearance. Chin-Yun has already boarded the transport ship with Dr. Newton. Seeing the technological atmosphere in the transport ship, Newton seemed a little excited. "Is this a spaceship? The transport ship is extremely quiet, and you can't even feel the movement of sailing." But through the constantly moving clouds outside the window, Newton could see that the ship was moving towards the sky at a terrifying speed. "Well, Dr. Newton, you should be able to guess what we are looking for you for." "Is it because I have synesthesia with the monster?" Newton nodded. "Then can you tell us what you found in synesthesia, especially the thing about the pioneers?" Chin-Yun sat across from Newton, while Tian-Da and Quicksilver looked at Chin-Yun calmly and asked questions. Newton seemed a little nervous and said while recalling, "What I feel synesthetically is part of the brain tissue of a dead monster. So the synesthesia is not complete, and I can only see some intermittent pictures and a few thoughts." As he spoke, Newton's breathing became short and his tone became high. "Kaiju Beast. Kaiju Beast is not an intruder at all. They're just pioneer mass-produced cleaners. The pioneers are a powerful nomadic civilization. They found a living planet, colonized it, cleaned everything up, and then destroyed the entire planet's resources. Then move on to the next one. They came here during the time of the dinosaurs. It's just that the Earth at that time didn't seem to be suitable for them. So they waited until now." Newton spoke in a trance, as if he was still reminiscing about the memories he saw in his words. There was a wave of fear. "Anything else?" the details about the Harbingers originally, their technology, their weapons, etc. Relatives and friends don't care at all about Kaiju Beast and the pioneers coming to the Earth a few times. He just wanted to know what level of civilization the pioneers were. I saw this in a very short period of synesthesia, and there was more information before the synesthesia was interrupted. Newton shook his head. He can know most of these people who are beyond this world, as for more things to do with the pioneers. Maybe I can only know after synesthesia, and I must have a living monster brain. With that said, Newton began to explain. Although the Kaiju Beast is the lowest level monster, all the monsters under the Pioneer are actually under some kind of hive effect. That is to say, as long as there is a living monster brain that allows me to communicate, I can link to the hive thinking system of the Pioneers. Honeycomb system. If this is the case, it is not surprising. After all, it is a civilization dominated by biotechnology. Cloning and copying various creatures is their daily life. It must be very difficult for these creatures to have their own self-awareness and self-management. Therefore, biotechnology with honeycomb system is indeed the most ideal choice. From this point of view, no wonder the pioneers dispatched 3 Kaiju beasts to invade Hong Kong to capture Newton. The pioneers' hive system must be a very large system, but someone has linked it. The main consciousness of the hive must have discovered something is wrong, so it wants to clean up this uninvited person, right? However, the synesthesia technology in this world does have its own unique place. Technologies that can involve thinking and memory, especially in the case of modern civilization technology, are relatively advanced black technologies. Strictly speaking, synesthesia technology has almost touched the threshold of quantum life. If it goes a step further, the soul is uploaded, and the memory is immortal. Now this thing is used in the driving modules of several hunters, which is actually a big waste. That is to say, if I can find you a living Kaiju beast, you can get more information about the pioneers by communicating with it, right? Chin Yun asked. That's right. It's just a living Kaijuman. Newton couldn't imagine that scene for a while. The close contact with the sickle head just now was almost the scariest thing he had ever experienced in his life. Is there really a chance for those who are alive to be able to reject the synesthesia? After all, it is far easier to kill than to capture. Up to now, no one has ever heard of Kai Julu being able to fall into the hands of humans alive. Outside, aren't there 2 more now? Chin Yun smiled slightly and looked out the window. It was only then that several people discovered that the transport ship had already reached the sky above the endless ocean, directly below the spaceship. 3 mech hunters have started the battle with Kaiju Beast. The situation is very bad. The 3 mechs were almost crushed by 2 giant beasts. Pacific Rim Command Center. Commander Scott's eyes were nearly on fire. After Chin Yun erased the memories of those hundreds of people and left. They didn't have time to think about it, so they immediately threw themselves into other jobs. 2 level 4 behemoths have arrived. Facing the unprecedented high-level behemoth, their existing mech hunters can only resist with difficulty. Dangerous, homeless injuries, 7%. Still in operation, the effect of the chainsaw blade on the opponent's armor is negligible. The dangerous wanderer is equipped with a powerful chainsaw blade. As a star mecha, every time he uses this knife to chop off the head of a giant beast, he will win the cheers of countless people, however. When facing the 4th-level Kaiju Beast, they discovered that the original sharp weapons had become useless. The opponent's body surface is covered with a thick layer of armor. Sparks splashed everywhere when the knife was cut down. Although it left a deep groove, it couldn't hurt its vital organs at all. The defense of the leatherback turtle is too strong. Unless you use the ion cannon, you can't break the defense at all. The ion cannon is the newest weapon on the dangerous wanderer and one of the most powerful. Although the technology is not mature enough, its power cannot be underestimated. High-temperature ions can melt almost everything. It is definitely effective against giant beasts with extremely strong defenses like the leatherback turtle. Cherno Alpha and Eureka Raiders go first. Let the dangerous wanderers charge the ion cannon. Scott quickly issued operational orders. Although the ion cannon is powerful, it requires energy storage to use it. And it can only be launched once in a short period of time. Just as the dangerous wanderer was accumulating energy, another chrysanthemum animal-tailed standing mouse noticed something was wrong. Want to step forward to interrupt the operation of the dangerous homeless. But it was quickly stopped by the Eureka Raiders on the side. Cherno Alpha and Eureka Raider frantically displayed their abilities, stopping one respectively. It even completely ignored its own defense. As long as the ion cannon of the dangerous wanderers can kill one, they will definitely win this battle in a 3-on-1 situation. However, the plan is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Just when the dangerous wanderer had almost accumulated energy and was about to give the leatherback turtle a hard blow, suddenly, a burst of dazzling blue light emerged from the bottom of the water not far away. Afterwards, the blue light turned into ripples and began to spread rapidly. Almost at the moment when the blue light appeared, the radar of the Pacific Rim Command also detected something wrong. Not good, there is a third one, Level 4 Kaiju Beast, codenamed Thunder Beast. How is that possible? There's a Level 4. Seeing the Thunder Beast suddenly appear at the moment of the radar, everyone was dumbfounded. Their equipment has been monitoring the wormhole all the time, and any kaiju beast that emerges from the wormhole will be captured by them. Why did this 4th-level Thunder Beast suddenly appear? 3. Couldn't there be a second wormhole? The Ultralisk seems to have the ability of electromagnetic shielding. He just launched an EMP electromagnetic wave. S.H.I.E.L.D. radar can also fire EMP. This kind of ability was unheard of, but everyone felt something was wrong in an instant. Not good. EMP, Eureka Raider, is the 3rd-generation mecha pure electric. Both Dangerous Wanderer and Cherno Alpha are nuclear-powered, so they can at least move a bit when facing EMP. But the Eureka Raider is a purely electric machine. It uses ion batteries. As soon as everyone reacted, they found that the battle situation on the scene also changed huge amounts at this moment. Although EMP did not completely paralyze Dangerous Wanderer 300 and Cherno Alpha, it still destroyed a lot of electronic equipment inside them. The ion cannon that the Dangerous Wanderer had been accumulating for a long time turned off immediately. The Eureka Raider was in a terrible situation. He was still blocking the tail mouse, but the blue light swept over him, and he was instantly paralyzed. The opponent didn't miss this opportunity, rushed forward, and removed Eureka's attacking head with 2 claws. Then, it was severely crushed into a ball of scrap iron. Eureka Raid's driver death. Cherno Alpha isn't much better. The leatherback turtle seized the opportunity and hit him with the spine hammer on the tail that was bigger than the head, directly punching a big hole in his waist. This kind of injury plus the previous EMP's damage to the internal electronic equipment, Alpha also completely lost its ability to move. For a while, only one mecha of the Dangerous Wanderer was left fighting. And it's still a 1-on-3? Damn. The appearance of the Thunder Beast brought the battle to a desperate situation almost instantly. Dangerous Wanderers, even if they are awesome, how could they beat 3 4th-level chrysanthemums? However, at the moment, he could only bite the bullet and go on. Disabled ion cannon launchers. He drew his chainsaw blade again. At this moment, 3 4th-level chrysanthemum beasts had already stood in 3 directions, surrounding the dangerous homeless. The Dangerous Wanderer kept spinning his body, but he didn't know who to aim the knife at for a while, how to play this. However, just when everyone thought that they were going to lose a complete defeat this time, suddenly, the 3 chrysanthemum beasts raised their heads almost at the same time, looking at the sky. You can even feel their emotions and even a little nervousness. They completely ignored the pause posed by the Dangerous Wanderer. He kept roaring towards the sky. What happened? What happened? Kaiju Beast looks like it is facing a big enemy. It must have discovered something. Look, there are people in the sky. As soon as they said that there were people in the sky, subconsciously, the picture of Chin Yun killing the sicklehead in an instant before turning the tide appeared in their minds. Could it be that? He appeared again? No, it's a woman. On the screen, Wanda was wearing a black suit. The surrounding red unknown energy dances like wicker in the air. Not Chin Yun. The man in black, Agent W, As the creation of civilization, you entered the Earth but did not report to the man in black. Now I will officially detain you until your master comes to claim you. Although Wanda looks very small in this battlefield, but what she said was not clearly transmitted to everyone's minds. Even Kaiju Beast also received the message. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Detention, claim. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? What is she talking about? The current situation makes everyone a little confused. Wanda was suspended in the air the whole time. Seeing a person who can fly out of thin air, for most people, is already a ruined thing. Not to mention, this woman just opened her mouth to detain Kaiju Beast. This is outrageous, okay? Her tone was as if someone's dog was not on a leash, and then she was going to take the dog away and ask the owner to claim it at a loss. This is the Kaiju Beast. They fought their lives and sacrificed an unknown number of people to block the monster. However, while such a picture just makes people feel ridiculous, no one thinks that Wanda is joking. With the lessons learned from Chin-Yun, they have learned how terrifying this kind of person in a black suit is. Not to mention she is still flying now. Even Kaiju Beast seems to feel her strength. Didn't they even look at the dangerous Wanderer after Wanda showed up? After Wanda released her origin magic power, her whole temperament changed. From a young girl to some kind of strong woman in the workplace. In addition to this suit, it makes people dare not talk more just by looking at it. Kaiju beasts are creatures after all, and they are genetically adjusted creatures. Their perception is far more sensitive than that of humans. The red energy surrounding Wanda made them feel an unprecedented threat. Keep yelling at Wanda, which is Beast's first reaction after encountering a palpitating threat. Wanda, just keep one. There is no doubt that Wanda was sent by Chin-Yun. Although his use of origin magic powers micromanagement is far more refined than Wanda's, his volume is still too small. Moreover, the T-1000 didn't have much power originally, and half of it was consumed in dealing with the sickle head before. It's not enough to deal with these three. Although Chin-Yun still has an easier way to deal with the Kaiju Beast, such as using a small pistol. But that thing is too powerful. Even with the smallest power, everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers will be destroyed. Just send Wanda to test the waters. Although Wanda looked very domineering at the moment, she was still very nervous in her heart. In the face of three so huge, a physique of several thousand tons at will, she looks more like a little ant. Okay, I see. However, Chin-Yun almost gave her a lot of confidence. Just keep one, which means, obviously, that I can kill them at will. Chin-Yun has no doubts about Wanda's ability. Wanda can tear apart almost anything with her bare hands. In the original timeline, the double-edged knife made of Uru alloy in Thanos' hand chopped Captain America's so-called indestructible vibranium shield like a vegetable. When facing Wanda, Jane was still simply crushed by the power of origin magic power. Finally, the founding beast below couldn't sit still. Wanda feels so bad. The tailed mouse raised its wings almost instantly, and as the wings flapped, huge amounts of power even separated the seawater. The tailed mouse soared into the sky and rushed towards Wanda in a daze, seeing such a huge thing attack viciously beyond itself. Wanda subconsciously prepared to block it with origin magic power. However, at the same time, the methods of utilizing the power that Chin-Yun gave him during this period also appeared in her mind. Straightforward pinching, lifting, and smashing are the lowest attack methods. Look for the opponent's weakness. To make use of your own strengths, fighting is a matter of using your brain. How to use the simplest method and the least amount of strength to deal with the enemy is what you have to learn. At this moment, Wanda's heart seemed to calm down. She watched the squirrel. Such a huge body can still fly, relying on nothing but those wings. The wings of the tailed mouse are more like the wings of a bat, with a layer of meat membrane in the middle of the skeleton. Seeing this, Wanda's eyes lit up. I can fly, and so can the squirrel. If he can't fly, wouldn't he have the advantage of being a flight? Thinking of this, she quickly condensed the chaos power that originally wanted to crush the opponent into countless blades. Then, with a wave of his hand, the invisible blade glowing with a faint red light quickly flew towards the standing mouse. The blades didn't have much power, and Wanda didn't use them all. It is almost impossible to cut through the 4th-level kaiju beast with rough skin and thick flesh. However, it is enough to deal with those wings that allow the squirrel to fly. The tail-standing mouse is getting closer and closer to Wanda, and its wings are flapping harder and harder. As soon as he was about to rush to Wanda's eyes, he had already opened his mouth. Prepare to give her a hard blow. However, suddenly, he felt his body sink. Then, visible to the naked eye, the meat membrane on the wings began to shatter, turning into strips of broken tilde cloth. "Oh, Tilda!" The tailed mouse let out a strange cry and then fell fiercely towards the sea. Looking at the tail-standing mouse that is almost close at hand, but getting farther and farther away, Wanda felt enlightened. This should be a high-end fighting style. It turns out that the way I control things and smash things around this is simply too low. Wanda became interested. Above the sky, start a long-distance battle against 3 behemoths. It is said to be a battle, but it is actually a unilateral beating. Wanda's origin magic power transformed into various forms: stealing stick electric, a hum. The extremely malleable chaos power has also begun to become more and more handy. Every time the opponent jumped up, Wanda pressed down with a new technique. After the squirrels lost their wings, it was nearly impossible for them to touch and attack Wanda in the air. Seeing Wanda unilaterally killing 3 level 4s, everyone in the Pacific Rim Command Center was stunned. Scott even slumped on the chair, his eyes blurred. He fell into self-doubt about his work. Can humans really be this strong? Is this super ability or high-tech? I don't know. All I know is that she alone can defeat all the mech hunters in the world. The man in black, plus the man who appeared before, Agent Q. This is Agent. How many people like this are there? It's so strong. I want to join the men in black, not to mention being like them. Even standing behind them doing logistics and serving tea and water is an honor. For the strong, human beings will involuntarily show awe. The man in black appeared twice, 2 people. Each of them was so unreasonable. Do you need help from a dangerous, homeless person? At the moment, the dangerous wanderer stands by and watches as the woman in the sky who can't see clearly without a device is whack-a-mole. For a while, I didn't know what to do. Are you going up or standing here? Why do you go up there? If you are accidentally injured, where can you go to reason? Wanda didn't look like she needed help either. If you go, you might even cause trouble for the other party. Therefore, the atmosphere at the scene became a little weird for a while. Dangerous wanderers stand and watch the show. Chernal Law is urgently repairing the body with the help of logistics personnel, and I don't know if it can be repaired, at least it must be able to move. Wanda is whacking a mole. In the sky, the tail-standing mouse was the first to fall. As a 4th-level kaiju beast that can fly, flight ability also makes his defenses not as thick as those of the leatherback. After all, too many defenses can't fly. He was almost tortured to death. Thunder Beast was also not feeling well. His main ability is related to electromagnetic force. This kind of ability has a miraculous effect against electronic equipment and armor hunters. But against Wanda, who is made of flesh and blood, it is almost useless. Not to mention Wanda also has the origin magic power amulet. Thunder Beast went with Taylishu. On its corpse, there are countless wounds due to its small file size. Blood stained the entire sea area. The strongest one is the ribbed turtle. His defensive power also made him the last lucky one. However, Wanda did not let him go. Chin Yun said to keep one alive. Just be alive. Kaiju Beast will not be beaten and obedient. Therefore, Wanda follows the opponent's body structure obtained through the scan, attacking its central nervous system frantically. It is similar to the position of the spine. The back of the leatherback turtle originally had the strongest defense, but it was almost impossible to see that it was a turtle after being beaten by Wanda. Soon, when his central nervous system was severed and his brain lost control of his body, he also fell to the ground. It's just that he twitches from time to time, which means he's not dead yet. I got it, Wanda said to the communicator a little proudly. She didn't expect that she could be so powerful and defeat such 3 giant beasts. Well done. Chin Yun didn't hold back on his praise either. Wanda's attack method, just now, has already begun to involve the high-level application of origin magic power. It is similar to the strength of using Origin magic power strengthening T-1000. She is strengthening the air. Knead the air into various shapes and add chaos power to fix it, forming an attack method. Definitely, the strength is definitely not as high as that of metal, but I can't stand the numbers. Qin Yun was even a little envious. Although the suppression in this world is not as much as 70% in the Trisolaran world, it is still 50%. Wanda with only half power can use his power like infinite bullets. Only about 1% of Qin Yun expressed envy for the real name system. When can I use it like this without money? This lady, Agent W, thank you very much for your help. Seeing that the battle was over, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I can't imagine what would have happened if the man in black hadn't made a move. Really let the Rangers win all three? How is it possible? Therefore, as soon as the battle was over, the Wanderer immediately turned on the radio under Scott's instruction, wanting to communicate with Wanda floating in the air. Soon, Wanda also lowered her height, and then showed off her wealth on the front of the Wanderer's head. I need 2 sets of synesthesia equipment from the Pacific Rim Defense Force, one of which will be used as a probe, and the length of the probe must be at least 10 meters. What? Hearing Wanda's request, everyone was stunned. But 30 minutes later, Wanda and Dr. Newton appeared on the top floor of the Hong Kong sub-base of the Pacific Rim Defense Force. Qin Yun didn't come, and he thought that Wanda should take this opportunity and start to take charge of it alone, like Gu Yi, to become an agent who doesn't let himself worry about it. So, after he found out, he needed the help of the defense forces. After providing custom synesthesia equipment, Qin Yun handed over the matter to Wanda. Newton, are you back? Seeing Newton's appearance, people who were familiar with Newton were relieved. After he was forcibly taken away before, everyone thought he would encounter some danger. Now it seems that the men in black may be far more positive than they imagined. No, the person came back intact. Wait, the synesthesia device you want to customize is to communicate with monsters. However, after chatting for a few words, when Wanda and Newton explained their purpose, they were a little dumbfounded. I kept a living just for synesthesia. Wanda said, No, that's not what it means. They're monsters, synesthete with them. You'll die. Let alone a living monster. It's not like no one has tried this before, but basically either went crazy or died. Few can say a few complete words. Over time, they also gave up this idea. But according to what the two of them mean, is this for real? No, Newton has a special physique. He has already had a synesthesia, which shows that he can bear it. There will always be some special physique, and Dr. Newton is like this, one of the few humans who can withstand Li Hao synesthesia with monsters. But it's a living monster. It's different. Scott shook his head. The monster's brain is bigger than Newton's bedroom, and the human brain is so delicate and fragile. How could Newton possibly bear it? You don't need to care about this issue. You just need to be prepared. It was the first time she came out to do things on her own, and Wanda didn't want to mess it up, so her attitude became tough. I still can't agree. Although I am very afraid of the organization of the men in black. But this is a human life after all, and, anyway, it depends on the intention of the person involved. I think I should be fine. It can be seen that Newton seems to be a little scared, after all, who is not afraid of death. However, he has reasons for doing so. Pioneer, as a scientist, he is also a member of humanity. I hope that human beings can continue victoriously, and the sense of honor of defeating the enemy is still there. There is an old saying in Daxia, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Scott, let me go. Only by communicating with monsters can I get more information about those aliens. I can assure you that the men in black are really good people. Newton also began to take the initiative to advise. Scott, with, good guy, it's been a few hours since you've seen each other. What kind of ecstasy soup did you drink at the man in black? Seeing the conversation began to be long-winded. Wanda was silent for a while and said, Isn't it just that I am worried that synesthesia will be dangerous and Dr. Newton will die? Then how about this? I'll apply to the higher-ups and leave a place for Dr. Newton to be resurrected and reborn, and there will be no sequelae. How about it? Simple words, but they almost didn't scare them to death. Resurrection and rebirth. What are you talking about? I still need to ask my leader to apply for the resurrection. Wanda is also not sure whether Chin-Yun will agree. After all, resurrection is such a thing, however. People around them don't care what Wanda's leader thinks at all. Rather, the matter of resurrection originally. The so-called life and death have fate. From ancient times to the present, life and death have always been a major event. Everyone knows they are going to die, they just don't know when. Immortality, resurrection, etc. have always been just fantasies in legends. But what is Wanda talking about now? Can they really resurrect dead men? It's like a fairy tale coming true. The most outrageous thing is that things like resurrection and rebirth. Do you only need to apply to the leader? Why does it feel like an employee is on a business trip and takes a taxi for reimbursement of the fare? Q. They were worried that the synesthesia with the monster might cause harm to Dr. Newton. So I wonder if the application can give him a respawn backup. When Chin-Yun introduced the quantum life backup device to Wanda and the others before, he introduced the principle to them in detail. So Wanda thinks, as long as the current state of Dr. Newton is backed up, even if something bad happened in the later stage, just go back to the file. Application for a rebirth backup for Newton? Chin-Yun didn't expect that Wanda would be enlightened. This way of handling, Chin-Yun very much agrees. He is not the kind of person who would hide anything good and be reluctant to use it. Things are only valuable if they are used, and being able to use all the resources at hand to achieve the goal in the simplest way is exactly what a qualified agent of the Man in Black should do. There is no doubt that Wanda has started to look like the Man in Black. No problem, definitely can. Chin-Yun readily agreed to Wanda's application. After getting Chin-Yun's reply, Yuta also heaved a sigh of relief. It is also a happy thing to be able to complete the task without harming the lives and health of others. The above has agreed. With that said, Wanda stood up slowly and raised the hand with the Man in Black's communication wristwatch to point at Dr. Newton. For a while, Tenten became nervous. What is this for? You know, the last time I saw Wanda raised his hand, he directly killed 2 level 4 kaiju beasts and paralyzed one. I will now back up your current quantum life data. No matter what happened afterwards, even if your head exploded, we can restore you to your current state. While speaking, Chin-Yun's authorization also arrived. High-level 640 authorization detected. The current device has unlocked temporary permissions and can scan other users. The scanning function of the watch is generally bound, 1 person, 1 machine. This is also to prevent some other accidents. Only with Chin-Yun's authorization for remote unlocking can it be used by anyone other than the agent himself. Subsequently, Dow Beam skipped Dr. Newton. Quantum data backup completed, uploaded to Mastermind, backup time limit. 30 days, note, temporary users are not allowed to leave the range of 10 meters of the watch, and it will be invalid if it exceeds the range. Saw Wanda withdraw her right hand. Newton was dumbfounded. Ah, is this the end? The others also looked like they didn't understand. Just take out your watch and scan and you're done? Things that can be resurrected and reborn. Isn't it too simple? At least you have to collect something like blood and hair, right? From now on, as long as you don't leave the range of 10 meters from me, it will be fine. There are 2 modes of resurrection, and casual users can only use the second backup mode for resurrection. If it is too far away, the watch cannot detect the signs of life of the user, and cannot break up the original body into a quantum state, so it cannot take effect. Because there is only 1 life, although it seems that after backing up the data, it seems that a new one can be printed directly. That's just a look. The soul has quantum properties. Once the original quantum state remains unchanged, a new self will appear. According to the principle of quantum superposition entanglement, the 2 must be connected. Then it collapsed. Therefore, the path of copying an infinite number of selves will not work. Okay, so when will the synesthesia device be done? While everyone was still in a daze, Wanda got down to business. Subconsciously, a technician replied, "It will be enough to modify the existing synesthesia equipment and add a probe. It will not take more than 10 minutes." As soon as the technician finished speaking, Scott, the boss of the Pacific Rim Defense Force, gave him a helpless look. The matter of the resurrection has not yet been verified. Originally, he wanted to procrastinate for a while to find out the details of the Men in Black organization. Now that he said it like this, he simply couldn't do it anymore. They have no reason to reject Wanda yet. You said you were afraid that people would be in danger, so I will give you a resurrection directly. Is it enough for you? Why don't you agree now? What do you mean, look down on us Men in Black? Scott is no longer a 3-year-old child, and he understands this kind of reasoning. Facing this sweet-looking woman with unimaginable strength, S.H.I.E.L.D in her body, Scott could only nod silently. 20 minutes later, Wanda and his team came near the corpse of the leatherback turtle. After struggling for a period of time, the scars on the surface of the turtle's body have not deteriorated, and it even looks like it is about to heal. The limbs that twitch from time to time represent that the central nerve that was severed by Wanda in the leatherback's body may also be healing. Vitality is really tenacious. Scott stood close to the 0-hour platform and said with some helpless emotion, "There is no doubt that if it is given some time, it may resurrect itself with full blood." "Let's start," Wanda urged. Soon, with the help of the instrument, the staff inserted a probe of a portable synesthesia device along the monster's eyes and ruthlessly pierced it in. The 10-meter-long probe can almost string a dozen people together like kebabs, but this size is almost negligible on a 4th-level monster of several thousand tons. It's just that you can feel the other party's pupils start to shrink. Doctor. Newton also took a deep breath, then he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, suddenly put the helmet on the head. Synesthesia begins, link succeeded, sync rate 20%. Generally speaking, even if it is synesthesia with humans, the synchronization rate will start to increase a little bit from 1%. And Newton deserves to have the physique that fits the monster best. Almost at the moment when the synesthesia started, the synchronization rate soared to 20%. And it is still increasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 8%, 4850, E270, Z90, damn it, 100%. When the synesthesia synchronization rate reached 100%, everyone was shocked. Because they have never seen such a high rate of synesthesia synchronization. For an ordinary person to control a mecha hunter, the pressure on the brain nerves is very high, so synesthesia technology is used to link the thinking of multiple people together. In this way, multiple drivers can share the pressure together and can have a very high tacit understanding. The synesthesia synchronization rate represents the proportion of 2 kinds of thinking and the brain waves of 2 people can fit. There are no 2 identical souls in the world, even if it is the 2 twins with the highest synesthesia synchronization rate among mecha hunter pilots. It is only 90%, 100%. Even the person who invented the synesthesia technology dare not think about it. Even 2 clones cannot think exactly the same way. So Dr. Newton can have such a high synchronization rate with Kaiju Beast, there must be something strange about it. However, while everyone was still in shock, Dr. Newton suddenly began to tremble violently. The whole person seemed to go crazy and get an electric shock, rolling his eyes. "What's the situation? Stop the program." There is no fluctuation in synesthesia synchronization, but Dr. Newton's brain activity has tripled. At this rate, he will be burned into an idiot. What? Or 100%? Scott almost didn't cuss directly. Generally speaking, it is an accident of synesthesia that will be fed back to the body for a physiological reaction. But Newton's synesthesia is stable like a straight line. The body almost exploded. Scott had never seen anything like it. It can't be broken. Dr. Newton's thinking is almost immersed in the world of synesthesia. Once he is disconnected under such a high rate of synesthesia, his consciousness will never come back. The so-called synesthesia world is actually a memory world constructed by the memory thinking of both parties during the synesthesia. Like a bystander, the synesthete person will enter the other party's synesthesia world and observe the other party's memory and thoughts. Disconnect before the synesthesia synchronization rate decreases because the consciousness has not returned to one's own body, and the consciousness that enters the memory world of the other party will change from a bystander to a participant. That is assimilated. Then it really becomes a vegetable. Wait, let me do it. Wanda felt a very strong desire to survive from Dr. Newton. Something seemed to have happened to his consciousness, was forcibly pulled. Coupled with the huge amounts of pressure of synesthesia with the leatherback turtle, this has led to the current situation. Saying that, Wanda put her hand on Dr. Newton's shoulder. Agent W, it's useless for you to do this, you need. Generally, when the consciousness is stuck in the memory time, they deal with it by using another set of synesthesia equipment to send individuals to participate in the synesthesia and persuade them to come out. Wanda doesn't bring any equipment. What's the use of just putting hands on shoulders? Before the technician had time to complain, he saw Dr. Newton, who was trembling, settle down almost instantly after Wanda touched him. What the hell? Hiss! What did she do at this moment? Wanda used her chaos power to forcibly break into Dr. Newton's spiritual world. However, this world is different from what Wanda imagined. In the endless ocean, countless strange buildings stand on the bottom of the sea, looking a bit like a glass culture bottle in a laboratory. Inside each building, there is a monster with a strange shape. It's just that the size is bigger than expected. Anyone looks like it must weigh tens of thousands of tons, and the smallest one seems to be dozens of times larger than the most powerful fourth-level kaiju beast currently appearing on the Earth. And buildings like this are densely packed here, and it is almost impossible to see the end. It is hard to imagine, once these monsters appear on the Earth, what will humans do to resist them? And among these countless petri dishes, a platform above. Newton was trembling and surrounded by several strange creatures. They are about 3 to 4 meters tall, with carapace on the body surface, compound eyes, a pair of transparent wings, arms, and legs, but their structure is somewhat similar to arthropods. At the moment, the surrounded Dr. Newton appears to be being questioned. There is no doubt that these guys who look like they evolved from insects are the reason why Chin-Yun came to this world. Pioneer, Wanda's consciousness appeared. It seemed that they were caught by the gap. Almost instantly, everyone turned to look at her. Humanity. Woman is her. I saw it. She was the one who wiped out 4196 Thunder Beast and 4188 Standing Mouse. Why can't I perceive her memory? The communication of the pioneers is very efficient, and there is almost no nonsense. Moreover, almost as soon as the previous person said a word, the next person would immediately pick up. It feels both funny and scary. They can block Newton here and immediately feel that they can't check Wanda's memory. This shows that the pioneers are very familiar with such things as synesthesia technology. There is no doubt that Newton has fallen into the tiger's mouth. Wanda didn't talk nonsense. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a burst of red energy spewed out from Wanda's consciousness, rushed into the middle of several pioneers almost instantly, wrapped Newton up, and then pulled 10 speed. How is this possible? This power? What a powerful mental power. The head is so small, why is it so powerful? And it's red. Wanda originally just wanted to save Newton and take Newton away. Unexpectedly, the random power of chaos almost stunned the jaws of the pioneers. The power level of origin magic power is very high. In the eyes of the pioneers, the red energy just now is simply a substantive spirit. Wait, don't go. Let's talk again. Queen, my queen, I beg you. However, when they watched Wanda take Newton with them, they were about to leave this conscious world. Several pioneers were in a hurry, hastily shouted loudly in human language, only to find that Wanda has no intention of turning back at all. No, don't go. We'll meet again. It will, Queen. Hearing the voice getting weaker and weaker, the sky was a little confused. I don't know what the hell is wrong with these aliens. How did you start calling yourself a queen? Until the world of synesthesia memory disappeared, the consciousness of the two of them completely returned to the real world. Sync rate, 0%. The moment the synchronization rate dropped, someone quickly stepped forward to help Newton and wiped his nosebleed. It's back. The crowd watched all this in bewilderment. No idea how Wanda did it. Thank you for saving me. If it wasn't for you, I might never come back, Newton said with lingering fear. I just felt that the synesthesia just now was the scariest thing I have ever experienced in my life. As soon as he entered the brain of this living kaiju beast, he realized that something was wrong. alive monsters, still seem to be online. In other words, it is also linked to the deepest honeycomb network. In the hive network of the chrysanthemum, there are still living pioneers. They were so weird and scary that they arrested him directly in the space of consciousness. He even said that he would transform his consciousness and cover it with a certain monster before putting him back. Simply outrageous. If Wanda hadn't appeared at a critical moment and brought him out, he might not be himself now. It is right to save you. Can you tell me where and what you saw? Did you get some key information? Wanda hurriedly asked. Speaking of this, Newton stood up strongly. I got a lot of information. Very important. This time, because it was linked to the Pioneers' Hive network, although it was discovered, the consciousness almost didn't come back. But Newton still got a lot of very important information. This is also the reason why his brain was overclocked for a while before, all because he was receiving this information. The aliens behind Kaiju Beast. The Pioneers, their home planet. The home planet of the Pioneers is called Antiverse. It is a planet covered with dark clouds, barren land, no rivers, and only rock formations. The atmosphere is yellow. The planet's environment is extremely harsh, full of radiation and chemical pollution, and all the creatures on the planet have made great evolutions to suit the local environment. A pioneer is a colonizing creature that evolved from an insect and thrives by continually colonizing other planets. At the same time, they have extremely high poison-making chemistry, biological science, and hyperspace technology, and can bridge other planets with the local area by building wormholes to infiltrate and attack from within the enemy. The Pioneer is about 3.6 meters tall, looks like an aquatic insect, walks upright, has 4 arms, translucent wings, just like the crustaceans on the Earth. The skeleton grows outside the body and has a fusiform head crown like an alien. That is to say, those who surrounded you before are the Pioneers. Wanda has successfully checked in. Right. Newton nodded and continued. Don't those guys have something like a crown on their heads? That's also an external expression they use to distinguish their ranks. There is a very strict hierarchy within the Pioneer civilization. According to the file size of the crown on the head, from high to low, it is divided into Bishop, Cardinal, Ambassador. There is also the ordinary level, which is no level. The 3 pioneers who surrounded me before are ordinary level. However, it is said that they still have a queen class, but it hasn't appeared in 200 million years. Queen? Hearing this address, Wanda subconsciously remembered what the 3 pioneers called her before leaving. As a biotechnology civilization, the social structure of the pioneers is actually somewhat similar to that of the Zerg civilization. The higher the level of the individual, the bigger the head, and the stronger the mental power. It can also create more powerful war beasts. The head of the bishop class is several times larger than that of the ordinary class. However, in the world of pioneers, there has always been a rumor that it is the queen of pioneers. She possesses an unimaginably powerful mental power, but returns to the basics, and has a body smaller than ordinary. It's just that this kind of queen pioneer has not appeared for 200 million years. 200 million years is too long, right? Scott looked shocked. Daxia's civilization has a history of 250 million years, and their theoretical lifespan is also 200 million years. 250 million civilizations, a theoretical lifespan of 200 million years. There is also spiritual power, which seems to be a super-ability power. This simply satisfies all human fantasies about aliens. Listening to Newton's explanation to this point, Wanda seems to finally understand why the 3 pioneers called her queen. Dude, this is using her origin magic power as spiritual power. Because the strength of origin magic power is too high, do you think you are the legendary queen? With Newton's slow narration, everything about the alien civilization behind Kaiju Beast is slowly revealed. However, the more you listen, the more silent you become. Make no mistake, this is a ridiculously powerful civilization. They have colonized an unknown number of planets. It has a long history of civilization and powerful individuals, as well as biotechnology that is several levels above the Earth. For a long time, the people who controlled the Kaiju Beasts to enter the Earth were only the three most ordinary or even the lowest level pioneers. Moreover, even at the lowest level, the fourth level kaiju beast they have struggled to resist is not the most powerful beast in their hands. For a while, everyone was silent. How to fight such an enemy? The breath of despair began to spread. However, just when people don't know what to do, suddenly, Wanda seemed to have received some information, and her face suddenly became weird. Well, I want to ask, where is the wormhole? Agent W don't know where the wormhole is. Scott was suddenly a little puzzled. The location of the wormhole is almost known to everyone. Even ordinary people can say 123 more familiar than their families. After all, the world has been fighting for so many years because of this wormhole. I'm crazy, can you take me there? Wanda's words left Scott speechless. Okay, what are you doing in a wormhole? Scott doesn't know why Wanda is going to the wormhole all of a sudden. Is it because he is going to kill him? That's not the case, although Wanda has such a powerful individual mysterious power, but the pioneers seem to be even more powerful. Is it really good to go to the opponent's base camp? Our high-level men in black just sent me a message that the pioneers have officially surrendered to the men in black and asked me to preside over the surrender. To be honest, Wang Yin was dumbfounded when he received this news. She spent a lot of time here and finally found out the information of the pioneers, and she hadn't had time to report it. You tell me the pioneers surrendered? What the hell? Upon hearing Wanda's words, the others were also dumbfounded. Surrender? Pioneers. What kind of Arabian Nights joke are you talking about? Such a powerful civilization hardly knows how many Earths it can kill. It is still in despair. You told me that the other side surrendered? What kind of fairy organization are the men in black? What have they done in such a short period of time? For a moment, everyone looked at Wanda with a ghost-like expression. Wanda was also very confused. She really didn't know what Qin-Yun was doing when she was not around. Meanwhile, above the wormhole, Qin-Yun's expression on the transport ship was also very dull. Everyone thinks what he did, but Qin-Yun just wanted to say, he really didn't do anything. Before, when Qin-Yun was still waiting for Wanda to report the situation, the system notifications suddenly sounded. One of the three pioneer halls chose to join the banner of the man in black, the pioneers split, and the daily tasks were settled in advance. Congratulations to the host, complete the daily task, Pioneer Crisis. Declare war or establish diplomatic relations with the pioneer civilization. It is detected that the mission conditions have changed. Some pioneers want to join the men in black, and the mission rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host, get a reward. Zoom in and out Flashlight X, 5 daily missions are updated due to changes in conditions. 3 Kings Contest. Alpha Temple believes that Agent W is the reincarnation of the Queen of the Pioneers, and is determined to let the Queen ascend the throne and rule the pioneers. The stakes are high, and you gain the favor of the pioneer civilization. Temple of Alpha. You have acquired the hostility of Gamma Temple and Beta Temple. The current daily task is establish a cooperative relationship with Alpha Temple, one of the 3 pioneer temples, or destroy it. Reward: Light Industrial Mecha I Carlos, Special Luck Reward. To be honest, Qin-Yun was almost fooled by this series of system prompts. This leaves Wanda to take Newton to investigate the situation of the pioneers. Why is it so inexplicable to be regarded as a queen by the pioneers? What are the 3 major temples? In other words, in fact, the pioneers are governed by the distribution of the 3 largest forces. And it's the kind of theocracy. That's outrageous. As an advanced civilization, does it still engage in such things as religion? Can 1/3 of the pioneers surrender to the banner of the man in black just because of one human? Wanda really gave myself a big surprise. Qin-Yun almost died laughing. On Earth, when everyone is immersed in inexplicable things. In the distant starry sky, a major event also happened inside the pioneer. Achilles Ares age, 800 Hail grade. Bishop level, he was originally an ordinary officer in the garrison and was later selected as a pioneer surface expedition team. Later, during the surface exploration work, all the expedition team except Ares and 3 soldiers were killed. The founder and commander of the Imperial Guard Division, the commander of the monster army, and a fanatical follower of the Alpha Temple sect. He is also the current pope of the Temple of Alpha. Today, he received a message from a herder on a remote planet under the Alpha Temple. The shepherds are also the people at the bottom of the pioneer civilization. The power in their hands can kill even a child at the ambassador level. Reasonably speaking, with Ares' status, it is impossible to receive news from such a low-level person. But the news of being unable to hold back was too fierce, and it was passed on layer by layer, and almost no one dared to stop it. It didn't even take more than a minute from the time the message was sent to when he received it. The content of the news also made countless people in the Alpha Temple excited. We found the Queen reincarnated on a planet called Earth. S.H.I.E.L.D also comes with a spiritual aspect. This is the memory they extracted directly from their own brains, and with some spiritual power, it can almost perfectly restore the scene at that time. 0. Asking for flowers. This is also the most used method of transmitting messages in the pioneer civilization. In the picture, Wanda uses red energy to forcibly take another creature's consciousness from them. To be honest, this level is not difficult, but the key is to get to the red energy. This is substantive spiritual power. When he saw the red energy, Ares instantly stood up. There is no magic in this world, and there is no such thing as super abilities. The so-called spiritual power is also the definition that emerged after their in-depth research on the power of thinking. This is because they started out relying on biotechnology and evolved with a deep understanding of biology. Origin magic power also comes from the soul. In their view, isn't it just a strong spiritual power? The teachings of the Alpha Temple are the oldest of the 3 pioneer temples. According to the legend of Alpha, the pioneer queen who sacrificed for the race back then possessed substantive spiritual power. Even if the body is destroyed and the spiritual power dissipates, it will not die forever. That huge spiritual power will one day be condensed, attached to a new body, and reborn. So, in fact, countless people are waiting for this day to come. The pioneer civilization was not once divided into 3 separate forces. It is a unified civilization controlled by the Queen. The Queen is not only the spiritual belief of their pioneer civilization, but also the most powerful existence. She is the only being who can manipulate matter with mental power, and the only herald who can control the fixed star behemoth. The pioneers possessed biotechnology capable of producing level fixed star monsters, but now the entire pioneer civilization does not have one. Because even if a powerful monster is created, no one has the ability to control it. Therefore, the importance of the Queen to the pioneer civilization is self-evident. This substantive spiritual power. Ares has been in the universe for so many years and has never seen a second person with. At this moment, he only felt tears streaming down his face, as if his lifelong belief had been confirmed. That indescribable emotion filled every cell in his body. Where is the Queen now? Remote sector? Earth? Human civilization? Why did the Queen devote herself to a garbage civilization that didn't even finish the first level? I saw the relevant information about the Earth sent by the shepherds, as well as the introduction of human beings. Ares just thinks this is an insult to the Queen, however. Soon, he slapped himself hard in the face again. No, the Queen, Ares is wrong. Since the Queen chose to reincarnate here, she must have a reason. How can I question the Queen's thoughts? His eyes were full of fanaticism. From childhood to adulthood, he has witnessed and heard the legend of the Queen, and the teachings of the Alpha Temple are fluent. If he didn't have true faith and love, how could he achieve this position in the Alpha Temple? After all, there are quite a few bishops in the pioneer civilization. There are only 3 teachers. Come on, man, prepare the ship. Let's go to the Milky Way, solar system, Earth. Send a message to the shepherds. Let them apologize to the Queen. Accept the Queen's arrangement unconditionally. Annoy the Queen. Put them in the battery when I get there. Ares said viciously. Putting a creature in a battery was one of the cruelest criminal laws in the world for the pioneer culture. As a biotechnology civilization, their use of living things has almost been developed to the extreme. Biopower generation is also the elementary level technology they first used back then. living organisms that are very affordable producers. Later, after the technological level of the pioneers improved, the biobattery technology was eliminated, but it became a punishment. The pioneers locked in the battery will lose all mobility, but they can maintain the most basic survival. They cannot perceive everything in the outside world, they cannot move, hear, or speak. And plus their lifespan is very high. This level is tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years. This is a very scary thing. Even some pioneers who have been imprisoned will cry in fright when they hear the word battery. Ares set off in a mighty way. At the same time, the Earth has also ushered in the culprit of so many years of disasters. 3 herdsmen, almost rolling and crawling, ran out on their beasts. Warning, warning, kaiju beast detected. Level 8, factory, warning, warning, kaiju beast detected. Level. Code name, Big Mac, when the 8th level kaiju beast appeared on the radar. Everyone who saw the news was going crazy. 8th grade, what is the concept? The level of kaiju beast rises in steps. The tonnage of each level is twice that of the previous level. The 5th level is 200 of the 4th level. And the 6th level is 4 times that of the 4th level. The 8th level kaiju beast is equivalent to 16 times the tailed mouse. Even when he came out of the wormhole, it gave people a strong sense of disobedience. It feels like a developing pimple has finally been squeezed out. There was also a sound of wave tilde in some people's minds. The huge amounts of body shape even make people feel that it will explode the space channel. The staff who named Kaiju Beast saw it and even subconsciously named it. Big Mac, the dangerous homeless standing next to him, looks like a baby. Is this the most powerful power of the Harbinger? Scott looked at the behemoth, shocked and panicked in his heart. Even if all the mecha hunters from all over the world gather here, it is impossible to defeat this thing, right? Isn't this food delivery? No. This is by no means their strongest kaiju beast. Dr. Newton shook his head wildly. As he once entered the Hive network, his vision is much higher than Scott. Across the wormhole, there is a bigger one. According to our classification, it should be level 10. Grade 10, the 10th level kaiju beast is 64 times heavier than the 4th level beast. Dangerous wanderers stand in front of this giant beast. It is impossible to hit the opponent's instep by jumping up right. It should be that the wormhole can accommodate the 8th level kaiju beast at most, or the 10th level beast will come. Newton was a little terrified. 207, level 10 kaiju beast is already an unimaginably terrifying monster, basically invincible on Earth. And this is only the power that ordinary level pioneers can control. What about an ambassador? What about the cardinal class? What about bishop? It is hard to imagine that the pioneer even has the legendary queen class. Just when everyone was still shocked. Qin Yun has already been dispatched. The projection device of the transport ship projected Qin Yun's body in the air. The man in black, Sector 6, Agent Q, unknown outsiders, you have illegally invaded the territory of the human race, seriously violating the precepts of the universe. Now, please immediately disarm and accept our cross-examination. Qin Yun doesn't care what the opponent's purpose or attitude is, just give him a wave of pressure at the beginning. Seeing Qin Yun's projection, one of the pioneers spoke, Tiny Human. Before he finished speaking, the companion next to him slapped his wings so hard that he almost flew away. After being beaten hard by himself, he looked a little dazed, staring blankly at his companion. I don't know why he did this. I haven't finished my harsh words yet. Are you crazy? The queen is reincarnated as a human? And the pioneer looked at Qin Yun's clothes, although the dressing style of the pioneers is very different from that of humans. But he can still see that the clothes on Qin Yun are the same style as Wang Tian. This one definitely has a close relationship with the queen. Dear Agent Q. We are the herdsmen directly under the 3rd Division of the 19th Army under the Alpha Holy Place Ares of the Herald Empire. It's an honor to meet you tilde. The pioneers looked very much like insects, and they seemed to speak not through their throats, but through the vibration of a vocal organ in their tails. Even if they are 2 completely different races, others can still see his flattery. Completely looking like a sycophant. As a herdsman, my dog's eyes look down on people, and I mistakenly regard the earth as a pasture. We are here this time to sincerely give you the most sincere intentions. The pioneer who spoke seemed to have a good understanding of human culture. Seeing Qin Yun's oriental face, even speaking is mixed with some Huxia idioms. Qin Yun didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so good. Disarm, come to my ship and chat. There are too many people around, and the eyes of countless people are watching here. Qin Yun didn't want to talk about things in front of so many people. After saying this, I saw a wave of air, and the transport ship released its stealth mode. Then, a streamlined spacecraft with a sci-fi feel appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. This stunned Scott and the others. Spaceship? The man in black still has a spaceship. And when did it appear? There was nothing there just now. As for the pioneers, they heard Qin Yun's request. He doesn't even have a hesitation, with a wave. Something like a tentacle under the foot broke off from the sides of the body. This is a way he uses to control the kaiju beast under his feet, and it can also maintain balance, by the way. At critical moments, he can also be pulled into the body of kaiju beast, using the giant beast as an exoskeleton mech. Then, he waved his wings and floated towards the spaceship in the air. The other two also learned to keep up. There is absolutely no awareness that such actions will put themselves in danger. The moment they entered the spaceship, they saw Wanda standing behind Qin Yun. Afterwards, the leading pioneer even rushed to the front of the two of them. Prostrate and kneel. Ah, great and noble God. Eternal Queen, to be able to crawl at your feet is the most glorious moment in our life. It's hard to imagine what kind of picture it would be like for a big insect with a height of about 3.6 meters to crawl on the ground. Even if he is crawling on the ground, his physique is very tall and he has raised wings. He is even taller than Qin Yun, who is standing. Despite his height, he still couldn't hide his enthusiasm. Wanda looked at the big dragonfly in front of her with a dazed expression, subconsciously glanced at Qin Yun. Qin Yun was also a little helpless. He roughly guessed why this kind of thing happened, but he still felt it was weird. Is Wanda's charm so blind? Just glanced at Wanda in the consciousness space, then knelt on the ground and called her queen. How could Wanda be their queen? Not even from this universe. But Qin Yun is not stupid. How could he break this matter apart? Thinking of this, he suddenly looked viciously at the 3 big dragonflies in front of him. Glory, do you know what you did? His tone was very severe. Wanda has joined the men in black as our agent. I will fight for a community with a shared future for mankind all my life. And you? Qin Yun pointed to the kaiju beast outside the window and said, You actually used this garbage beast to invade the Earth. Stand on the opposite side of human beings. Destroying the interests of the community with a shared future for mankind, you are simply a heinous crime, and you deserve death. Taking advantage of the hat to play this kind of thing, Qin Yun never felt that he would be worse than others. Hearing Qin Yun's words, the 3 pioneers lying on the ground immediately began to tremble. Then, one of them even stood up suddenly. Qin Yun squinted his eyes, subconsciously started to activate the battle mode. In the palm of his hand, liquid metal slowly drilled out, condensing into a handful of flying darts. Originally, Qin Yun already thought that the pioneers were in a hurry and wanted to do something. However, the next operation of this pioneer almost didn't surprise Qin Yun. I saw his wings fluttering, and then the transparent wings sliced towards his head like a sharp blade. During this process, he did not forget to shout loudly, Damn me, for doing such a thing. I have committed a heinous crime. Shame on her, Lady Queen. Brush. The wings seemed to have turned into sharp blades, cutting off its head neatly. Boom! Then he fell to the ground. Blue-green blood spurted out. He actually committed suicide just like that. Qin Yun didn't expect that its fanaticism would be so crazy. Its movements seemed to resonate with the other 2 pioneers. In an instant, the other 2 also stood up, ready to commit suicide, etc. Qin Yun quickly waved and called. But don't learn the tricks of the young people. How can you say that you will die when you die? Is this a fanatic? He just wanted to take the initiative in the conversation, but he didn't want to make the person talking disappear. With Qin Yun's force, a red energy and the wings of the 2 people cancel each other out. Qin Yun used origin magic power to stop the two from committing suicide. Substantial spiritual power. After feeling this force, both of them looked at Qin Yun in disbelief. Qin Yun actually has such a powerful mental power. Queen, you are the queen. Qin Yun? A queen almost made Qin Yun stagger on the spot. What the hell is this called? According to the records, the queen's spiritual power is as vast as the sea. If a male mates with the queen, he will receive a gift from the queen and possess a part of the queen's power. You are the queen. The pioneer in the middle pointed at Qin Yun and shouted. The conversation went to such a point that even Quicksilver, who had been listening silently, was stunned. Then he looked at his sister in surprise and disbelief. Wanda received this sight and blushed. No, it's not like that. We just slept together a few times, no. However, as soon as the words came out, Wanda found that this description seemed to be more misleading. How much sleep? Quicksilver is dumbfounded. This has happened many times. I do not know how. It's been a long time since they came to Men in Black. Why did my sister get together with Qin Yun? I'll tell you why you don't feel right these days. In contrast to the past 2 days, Wanda has been in a daze from time to time and occasionally blushes in the middle of a daze. Good guy, it's true. He glanced at Qin Yun. It is said that an elder brother is like a father, and now he also feels that the cabbage has been beaten. Both Qin Yun and his sister have reached this point. Then, how should he get along with Qin Yun in the future? Should we continue to call him the boss or stop? This is embarrassing. Sure enough, the legend and the doctrine is true. Hearing Wanda say that the two were just asleep, they, who are familiar with human culture, immediately understood the meaning. Sleep, sleep, where is there? Just this way of saying, isn't it the meaning of handing in 12 matches after sleeping? Sure enough, as long as you have a relationship with the queen, you can also get a step-up evolution. This is the spiritual power that can affect the materialization of reality. They really felt it just now. The queen is human. The queen is human. In other words, humans are a race favored by the queen, and they are the queen's knights. As an old-fashioned interstellar civilization, the pioneers are still biased towards biotechnology. He is very specialized in genetic evolution, and so on. They don't say that their own genes are everything, and they will choose to integrate the genes of other powerful races to evolve themselves. The lower the pioneers are, the purer their genes are, and the more they tend to be the original pioneers. But want to become ambassadors from ordinary pioneers and become high-level pioneers such as bishops. It must have integrated other genes. There are also many other races within the pioneers, but they are slowly assimilated over time. The race of the queen's family has integrated human genes. Doesn't this mean that the queen has decided to let humans become her knights as one of the future evolutionary directions? Knight is a name within the pioneer. Every pioneer above the rank of ambassador has its own race of knights. Different races of knights have different directions of gene evolution, and the kaiju beasts produced are also different. The combat power is even more different. Since it is the queen's knight, then it is our god. From now on, the interests of mankind will be safeguarded by us. The only 2 remaining pioneers fell to their knees again. At this time, Qin Yun also found out. Communicating with pioneers is not like communicating with Trisolarans, if the Trisolarans are an absolutely rational race. Pioneers are absolute sensual fanatics. Perhaps it has something to do with the direction of their technological development. However, it is true that they cannot be viewed with normal logic. Thinking of this, Qin Yun felt that there was no need to drag. Although your attitude is very good, the harm you have caused to the earth and the human beings cannot be offset. Hearing this, the 2 pioneers began to cry together. We are guilty. We didn't know that humans are the queen's knights. We are guilty. However, this time the 2 committed suicide without mentioning suicide. One of the pioneers stated, "However, Queen, please rest assured, although we are just lowly herdsmen, we certainly cannot erase the damage done to the Queen's knights. However, Bishop Ares is on his way. 15 Earth days to the nearest wormhole network, 20 Earth days to Earth 30. Another pioneer also quickly answered the call and said excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Bishop Ares will definitely make compensation and eliminate our crimes." Bishop of Ares, bishop-level pioneers. Qin-yun narrowed his eyes. This person may be the biggest trouble he should deal with. Tell me more about this. Aries. Qin-yun wanted to learn more about this person from them and see how to deal with it. After all, people still have 15 days to arrive. Aries is the bishop of our Temple of Alpha, 3,000 star level. There are 3 knights. From their mouths, Qin-yun gradually got a clear picture of Aries. Aries as the leader of the 3 temples. His age is the youngest, only 800 hail. Therefore, his strength is also the worst. The so-called 3,000 stars means that the strongest war beast under his hand devours more than 3,000 life planets similar to the Earth. This is also one of the signs to measure combat effectiveness. The other 2 temple bishops are veteran pioneers with more than 9,000 stars. The 3 knights represent the gene ability that Aries integrated through 3 different interstellar races, as a low-level bishop of 3,000 stars. The reason why Aries can sit in this position is that he has the same status as the other 2 veteran bishops, also because the ability of one of his knights is very BT. However, low-level pioneers like them cannot know what the specific ability is. I only know that the 3 knights of Aries have never been seen by anyone except Aries. After all, every knight is a force, and everyone hides it very tightly. The purpose of these 3 grazers to graze the earth is actually to feed the war beasts of Aries. In other words, Aries is the culprit who invaded the earth. As the lowest level of herders, the earth, a high-quality life planet, certainly does not belong to them. What they have to do is to understand the native civilization of a life star and then slowly transform the planet into the environment they need, planting a special genetic plant. Until plants cover the entire planet, the geological structure, and so on will be changed under the action of this plant. Turn the earth into something like a chocolate bean coated in icing. At this time, bishop-level pioneers will be able to bring their war beasts to earth. Digest it slowly. No one knows how this model started in the first place, but basically all the war beasts of the bishop are bred in this way. Although inefficient, it is very stable. As long as time goes by, more and more life planets will be devoured. His strength will also become stronger. Moreover, there is a very critical point in this. After the war beast devoured the planet, it didn't mean it melted directly in the body. Instead, it still looks like a complete planet. In a part similar to the wormhole space, use that special plant to connect with the body to supply power to the beast. Therefore, each living planet is not only a material supplement for the war beast, but also an existence similar to a battery. The more batteries, the more power. Pioneers have powerful biological technology and wormhole space technology. The combination of the 2, plus the bonus of the knight gene. The fighting power of creatures like war beasts can almost be said to have touched the edge of advanced civilization. As for why it has not been promoted to a higher civilization after so many years, it is still a medium-level civilization. According to them, it's because the queen never showed up. The queen is not only their spiritual belief, but also the key to their slow progress in the main technology tree of their cards. Only under the leadership of the queen can we take one step closer. Queen is all we have. The herdsman shouted for Queen Hail and looked at Wanda with a look that he wanted to die for her. Okay, I got it. Qin-yun nodded. There should be no breakthroughs for these 2 low-level pioneers. However, Aries, the bishop-level pioneer, is coming to Earth soon. That's the most important thing about 2, whether you want to make use of the topic or have further exchanges with pioneers. We can only find a breakthrough from Aries. Go back, let's talk about the rest when Aries arrives. Oh, by the way, the chrysanthemum beast is here to stay. Although herders are only the lowest level pioneers, they are a part of a civilization system after all. The kaiju beast can also be regarded as a battle beast. There is an 8th level kaiju beast in hand to study and research. Maybe he can find something that can make Qin-yun more confident in the face of Aries. Good queen, but an 8th level chrysanthemum is just a consumable for the herdsman, but at this moment the herdsman has some hesitation. This chrysanthemum beast was originally prepared to be thrown in after cleaning up the earth. Its body organs have been specially modified, and every minute of its existence on the earth will cause parent star-like transformation, which is what humans call pollution. The specially modified kaiju beast with its 8th level body only needs a few days, and this sea area may suffer irreversible damage. It doesn't matter. Qin Yun didn't care about this. Isn't it big? With that said, Qin Yun opened the hatch, slowly float up. He used the few chaos magic powers on this body to suspend himself. The two herdsmen watching this scene felt envious again. If they have this kind of substantive mental power, no matter how bad they must be a genius, right? Worthy of being a queen. System, get a zoom in and zoom out flashlight. This is the system reward that I just got before. It comes from a certain two-dimensional universe with a god-level civilization. Although the dimensional level is low, the civilization technology is still powerful. The universe does not distinguish forces at the dimensional level. The liquid metal in Qin Yun's palm completely covered the flashlight. Only the lamp head of the flashlight was exposed. It's like a palm cannon. Zoom out mode. After turning on the zoom out mode and aiming at Kaiju Beast, with a beam of light hitting Kaiju Beast's body, visible to the naked eye, Kaiju Beast begins to shrink at an extremely fast speed. F***K? What happened? Scott and his party are still on the boat behind the dangerous homeless, when the Pioneer and Qin Yun had a secret meeting. All their attention is on the 8th level Kaiju Beast. Even at the base on the coast, several nuclear warheads have been loaded, and they can be launched immediately if something is wrong. This is the 8th level Chrysanthemum Beast. Once run away, the consequences are unimaginable. The only thing that comforts them is that Southwest Zhang has always been very kung kiao. Standing still, however. In their eyes, Qin Yun floated down from the sky, and when he stretched out his hand, the terrifying 8th level Kaiju Beast seemed to be sucked away by Qin Yun, began to change. This scene is extremely strange and shocking. In just a few seconds, the Kaiju Beast turned into a finger file size and flew into Qin Yun's hand under Qin Yun's control. Qin Yun squeezed it with his hand, then turned and left. F***K? What happened? The Chrysanthemum Beast is gone. Where is it missing? It was obviously taken away by Agent Q. But how is it possible, such a huge monster? What kind of magic is this? It's not magic. There is a record of this ability in Huxia legends. It seems to be called Kainkun in the sleeve. What? Isn't that a fairy tale? Hiss. Is it possible that it's all true? The scene in front of him was really too shocking. The gigantic giant of nearly 100,000 tons was grasped by the tiny Qin Yun as soon as he stretched out his hand. This is just like a fairy tale. The speed at which the Kaiju Beast shrank was so fast that even the sea water didn't react, and a piece was suddenly vacant. It wasn't until the Kaiju Beast disappeared in Qin Yun's hands that countless seawater began to pour in. A huge wave was set off, and even the people on the boat quickly supported the wall to stabilize their bodies. The man in black with the universe in his sleeves. Mythical story. Scott thinks more. The strength of the man in black was vividly and exquisitely displayed in front of this method. But such a powerful organization, no one knew about it before. Even if they can erase their memories, they can't be perfect forever, right? But if you associate the man in black with a fairy tale, perhaps it all makes sense. Is it possible that the organization of men in black has existed longer than imagined? Those ancient myths, legends of moving mountains and reclamation of seas, what Olympus, what Eastern fairyland? In the past, would the men in black not be called by this name? But those names in the myth, they have been protecting the earth, and they have been in control of unimaginable power. Occasionally, some information is leaked, and witnesses are not dealt with cleanly. Has it slowly become a myth passed on by word of mouth? Scott gasped. That was the perfect explanation for the organization. If so, does everything make sense? Just when everyone at the scene was still in shock. An uninvited guest interrupted everyone's contemplation. Space Agency Miles, how did you come here? After the helicopter landed on the deck, there was a man Scott never expected to be there. As soon as Miles appeared on the stage, he drank a cigar very badly and looked at the transport ship that hadn't left yet. Why can't I come? Do you think all the things in the world can only be solved by you Pacific Rim Defense Force? Miles held his head high, looking very proud. In fact, he had already arrived, but seeing the size of the 8th level kaiju beast, he was too frightened to approach it. When the 8th level kaiju beast disappeared, he let the helicopter land. Scott frowned upon hearing this. I don't know what the space agency is here to join in the fun. There's a reason Miles isn't liked, and his personality is just plain unlikable. What's the meaning? Scott asked anyway. Did you see that spaceship in the sky? Scott pointed to the transport in the sky. A face was almost contorted with excitement. A spaceship suddenly appeared. Are you surprised? Do you know whose ship that is? Whose boat? Scott froze at that. Isn't it? The ship of the men in black organization. Who else could it be? It can't be the space agencies, right? However, seeing Scott's delay in responding to him, Miles became a little anxious. You really don't want to know? Please, I'll tell you. Scott still didn't speak. Miles couldn't hold back anymore and said to himself, well, for the sake of your sincerity, I'll tell you. Scott, actually, Miles elongated his tone with an air of mystery, finally took a deep breath and said slowly, they are aliens. And aliens who want to help us with good intentions. Our space agency observed the base they built on the moon. Saying this, Miles was very excited. As for me, as the head of the space agency, I am definitely responsible for this kind of contact with aliens. Originally, we planned to send the space shuttle to visit them on the moon, but now it seems unnecessary. They must have come to Earth for the convenience of communicating with me. So, now I need you to assist me, as a representative of the Earth, to officially contact these aliens for the first time. With Miles' narcissistic look, Scott felt his scalp tingle and even wanted to curse. In this world, how can there be such a stupid ex? Seeing Scott's uninterested look, Miles is ready to drop a big bomb. Do you know that they have a rapid construction technology that can build a large space base in a dozen seconds? If this kind of construction technology is applied to the manufacture of mecha hunters, I can help the sanitary guards build a mecha hunter in a few days. Build a mech hunter? To be honest, before today, Scott would have jumped with excitement hearing such a thing. But after seeing Chin Yun snatch an 8th level kaiju beast with one hand, Scott suddenly discovered that mecha hunter is simply a child's play tool. Hey Scott, did you hear me? Scott, someone tell him to F***K off. Scott really didn't want to talk to this stupid shit anymore. Following his order, soldiers soon came to carry Miles and prepare to send him to the plane. Miles is in a hurry. Scott. Are you crazy? Do you know the consequences of doing this? You really don't want to know who's on the ship. Facing Miles' noise, Scott turned his back and ignored it. Instead, he looked at the spaceship in the sky that had activated the stealth mode and slowly disappeared. He muttered to himself, they are gods. If there is really a god in this world, there really is a miracle of the god descending. It must be now, must it be them? Chin Yun didn't pay attention to the farce on the sea. On the spaceship, Chin Yun held out his hand. A metal cage appeared in the palm of the hand, connecting the hands. The variability of liquid metal has allowed Chin Yun to develop many uses. After losing the control of the pioneers, its size was reduced again, and the kaiju beast trapped in Chin Yun's palm appeared extremely active, constantly attacking the cage. However, it has little effect. As the black technology equipment of the two-dimensional god-level civilization, zooming in and out of the flashlight is very unreasonable. Items that are reduced in proportion will also be reduced in quality. The terrifying behemoth that could destroy half a city with a wave of its hand and easily kick an aircraft carrier like a ball has lost all the power brought by its size at this moment. Like a bug, because it can look wildly. However, its body structure is indeed very good, even if it becomes so small. In the collision with the metal cage, it did not say that it was inferior in terms of materials. Cage wall damage can be seen with every hit and bite. It's just that the speed of damage is not as fast as the speed of repair. The self-healing ability of liquid metal is unique. Things that were that big just now can be that small. Wanda and Quicksilver also looked at this little guy with the codename Big Mac in amazement. I can't understand how Chin Yun did it. This is the organization's special probability. You can apply for it with me if you need it in the future. Chin Yun smiled. Props such as zoom in and zoom out lights are very useful props at certain times. It will definitely be used again in the future. Anyway, the system rewarded 5, and he planned to keep one for himself, and put the others in the organization as props that an agent could apply for. In the future, the organization will have a lot of things. With the help of these, the actions of the agents will be easier, and they will be much more relaxed. Is it just an item that can be applied at any time? The 2 herdsmen on the side were dumbfounded. When they saw Qin Yun making the kaiju beast smaller with a wave of his hand, they were already dumbfounded the whole time. Based on their knowledge, they are very clear about the terrifying technology that can change the file size of matter. Even the pioneer civilization has never heard of such a thing. Although war beasts can devour planets, it is a space technology that uses wormholes to create a space to accommodate more and larger items. Qin Yun is completely different. None of them understand. Even if it is placed in the pioneer civilization, high-end things that can change the file size and quality of objects must only be accessible at the bishop level. Is it just a common item that can be applied for at the Men in Black? When did humans become so powerful? They have been in contact with humans for so long. Never heard of humans being so fierce. The Men in Black organization. That's why the Queen chose humans as knights, as expected of her Lady Queen. You have a good eye. At this moment, the 2 herdsmen looked at Wanda with pilgrim eyes. As the pioneers, they have been in contact with human beings for the longest time, but they have never seen the power of human beings at all. Qin Yun. Really, Nima? Flatterer. Go away. Okay, my Lord Queen. This time contact with the pioneers, it has been rewarding. However, although the attitude of the herdsmen was good, even a little fanatical, Qin Yun did not let down his vigilance. He doesn't think that an old medium-level civilization that can last 250 million years in the starry sky is really so simple and easy to get along with. Medium-level civilization, no matter in any universe, is a very powerful civilization. Grades 1-3 are elementary level, and grades 4-6 are medium level. A civilization with a probability of level 6. No matter how outrageous its culture is, its leadership must not be a fool. Therefore, when Ares comes to Earth, if he doesn't handle it well, it may be the biggest crisis that the Men in Black will encounter. Still, Qin Yun is back in the Marvel Universe. Because, at such a critical juncture, the dimensional gate unexpectedly connected to the new world again, so Qin Yun had to come back and deal with it first. And this connected world, how should I put it? Like the Pacific Rim world, it is a link request from the automatic program of the dimensions. In other words, this world is also encountering some kind of enemy that powerful human beings cannot face. Qin Yun always has a bad feeling. With the lessons learned from the Pacific Rim world, what he hopes more than the automatic connection of the dimension gate is which side of the world will take the initiative to establish contact with the Man in Black. So far, although there are not many connected worlds, Qin Yun can still feel that the result of this kind of connection will definitely not be very good. This world is so weird. After sending out a small team to collect basic information about the world, the feedback they got was a bit confusing. It's still the old way, setting up communication equipment, linking network signals. Solar helium flash, wandering Earth, digital life? 404 looked at these in bewilderment. The information in this world is very rich and sound. Even many things that look very outrageous are put on the internet openly for all ordinary people to see. Boss, the Earth in this time and space, is about to encounter a solar helium flash, and the sun will rapidly age and devour everything in the solar system in a short period of time. So, they are going to run with the Earth. 404 raised his eyebrows and gave Qin Yun a brief description of the situation in this world. However, their technological level is not low. They can almost be regarded as half of a second-level civilization. They even mastered heavy nuclear fusion and can burn all materials as fuel. This is not common in third- and fourth-level civilizations. The dimensional gate of this world is also on Mars. It shouldn't be reasonable. With this level of technology, the dimensional gate on Mars should have been discovered long ago. 404 is a bit puzzled. With the technological level of human beings in this world, the dimensional gate of Mars should have been discovered long ago, right? After all, the Moon and Mars are almost the first step for humans in all worlds to enter the starry sky. Maybe it's because of the implementation of the plan to wander the Earth, so all the productivity energy is put on the Earth, and there is no time to explore Mars. Wandering Earth? Chin Yun was also dumbfounded. What surprised him was another aspect. He has also seen the world of wandering Earth outside the fourth wall. This should be a parallel world in the same partition as the Trisolaran world. Solar helium flashes install a planetary engine on the Earth and propel the Earth to go through thousands of years of voyage to the next galaxy. There is no doubt that the human beings in this world are very courageous. It can even be said that among so many human civilizations in parallel worlds, there are few who can achieve this level. But what does this have to do with the men in black? It is true that Chin Yun also feels that the civilization of this world is worth saving, but this is not the responsibility of the men in black. The reason why the Men in Black organization was established was not to be a savior, but to act as a reason behind the scenes for all human civilizations when contact of the third kind occurs in the multi-universe. Don't be helpless when you encounter the third category. The so-called community of shared future for mankind has a general direction. If the entire multi-universe human civilization is regarded as a whole, a huge amounts of society, and everyone is a civilian. Then, the duty of the men in black is more like that of the police or the army. When you encounter bad people, they will call the shots for you. The world of wandering Earth is different. The helium flash of the sun, theoretically, this belongs to the crisis of annihilation. It's still the same statement just now, there are too many worlds in the crisis of annihilation. Just like normal birth, old age, sickness, and death, there are always some worlds where human beings will encounter some things and be destroyed. For this kind of thing, you should go to a doctor, not to the police. The Men in Black organization is not the Virgin Mary organization either. It can only be said that as the police of the universe, it can guarantee that you will not be persecuted by the bad guys, protect your interests, and other backaches. The man in black can't control the kind of accidental fall and death while walking. So, when Chin Yun saw that the connected world turned out to be a wandering Earth, he really didn't understand why. It's not the same as the sun. Wait. Chin Yun suddenly thought of something and stopped for a moment. Solar nitrogen flash aging? Yes, the sun is fine. Why does helium flash? And still in such a short time? Although the sun is so huge, he is actually not an old man. For humans, the sun should be regarded as a middle-aged man. Only when a fixed star is about to enter the final stage will a supernova explosion occur. Reminiscent of the world of wandering Earth and the world of three-body problem, it seems to be a parallel world with a partition. Chin Yun suddenly had a bold guess. 404, what is the link request from the dimensions? Let me see. 404 hastily called out the communication message from the dimension gate of the wandering Earth world. It is detected that the current world meets the 13 external links of the Men in Black and requests the support of the current sector headquarters. 13 chains. Chin Yun flipped through the Man in Black manual given to him by the system. Article 13. When encountering an unknown attack threat, the current world has no ability to fight back, and the threat is unknown, you can contact the current sector headquarters for support. If it was just a guess before, the link request from the dimensions confirmed Chin Yun's idea. The sun in the world of wandering Earth has indeed been attacked by humans. That's why a helium flash happens to a middle-aged fixed star. This method. Why does it feel so familiar? Without the knowledge of a civilization, tamper with the fixed star where this civilization is located. Is it so easy to destroy a civilization? The universe of this world should also be a dark forest. After all, it is the same partitioned world as Trisolaris, so it is normal to have similarities in some places. It's just that the wandering Earth is worse. At least the humans in the Trisolaran world know who their enemies are, and they can take countermeasures. Wandering Earth is different. Even now, they may still think that this is just bad luck for human beings, and they can only find ways to save themselves. This is why Qin admires the humans in the world of wandering Earth. The attack methods of higher civilizations are destructive to lower civilizations and cannot be defended against. This method of destroying fixed star should be a routine weapon in the hands of the civilization behind it. Similar to the two-way foil, if something goes wrong, come here. A first-level civilization, faced with such a situation, has only two options. The first is to stay put and wait for death. Second, do your best to build some spaceships, go wandering in the starry sky, and keep the fire. However, in the universe, there is a reason why the status of living planets is detached. After losing the livable planet, becoming a wandering civilization, the potential of a civilization will completely disappear. The planet can not only raise the population, but also provide the environment and resources for the advancement of civilization. Wandering civilization has no future, especially in low-level situations. It will take thousands of years for a fleet of a first-level civilization to sail to another fixed star, and the living resources on the way may not be enough, let alone develop a stronger civilization. Therefore, the civilization behind the sun is very smart. With the least cost, the future of a civilization can be completely destroyed. Even if it is lingering, it will be cold sooner or later. This is also the reason why Trisolarans are unwilling to drive their warships to become a wandering civilization, even if they are willing to sign such a contract with Qin that has no rights and interests. However, the human beings who wandered in this world of the Earth chose the second way of living. They don't give up on the Earth. They have to run with their home planet. Such courage is simply amazing. Because of this kind of thing, even if it is a second-level civilization or a third-level civilization, it is difficult to do it. How dare a human civilization that has just touched the tail of a second-level civilization really dare to do such a wild idea? Isn't this equivalent to a level planet battleship? You know, level planet warships can only be completed at least until medium-level civilization. A low-level 1-5-level civilization said that it wants to engage in other things on the level planet. Can you believe it? It has to be said that human beings may really be a race that dares to create miracles. Boss, what should we do now? Do we need to establish diplomatic relations with local humans? 404 asked. Qin was silent for a long time, and after thinking about it, he made a decision. The third type of life in this world is likely to be similar to the sweepers of the Trisolaran world. This kind of enemy is endless. So, we're going to do something big this time. Although it is known that there is a behind-the-scenes driving force behind the wandering Earth that caused the destruction of the sun, but Qin was too lazy to look for it. Since you are too lazy to look for it, let it come out by itself. So, Qin decided to create a big scene that can make it stand out. So far, the men in black have faced many enemies. Qin also has a feeling that the debt is too heavy. Sweeper, Pioneer, Trisolaran. Among them, some have been recovered, and some have a good attitude towards humans. Among them, Qin has also controlled some power areas that can deal with these crises. As a policeman, after mastering some abilities that can ensure the safety of civilians, Qin felt that the man in black could no longer keep a low profile. First, build a sub-base on Mars, and after it's done, formally submit foreign connotations to the Earth of this world. To do great things, it is inseparable from the cooperation of human beings in this world. After all, the safety of human life still needs to be protected. Okay, boss, I'll arrange people now. 404 nodded. It is worth mentioning that Qin does not need to spend money to build the Mars sub-base this time, because there are 3 body people. Trisolarans' technology is not low in terms of safety and technology in building space bases. It is almost the same as the one purchased in the system, Deleuze. And because of the elementary level intelligent processing plant, everything in the base is modular, and it only needs to be transported by the dimensions. Just install it in situ. The process didn't even take a day. Although the base of the system is very cheap, why not do something that can save money? After giving the order, Qin continued to look at the information of the world of wandering Earth. he discovered that there is a reason why human civilization in the world of wandering Earth can do so many things. Because one of the reasons to avoid becoming a starship wandering civilization is because the starship civilization has no resources to develop life. Therefore, in fact, the human beings who wandered in the world of the Earth made another choice. That is digital life. They have a plan to upload human consciousness into a computer and live as a digital life form, and it has been somewhat successful. Have to say, it's a great idea, because the energy and resources consumed by living organisms are simply massive compared to computer programs. Moreover, human beings are not a life form suitable for the starry sky. The virtual reality of digital life can be said to be an alternative to the Wandering Earth project. Once the Wandering Earth project failed, according to the normal method of starship wandering, human beings can still maintain a certain level of civilization potential. Even in computers, it only needs to consume energy, and technicians such as scientists can still constantly promote the advancement of scientific theories. Once a place where development can be supplemented is found, human beings can still move forward at high speed. Seeing this, Chin-Yun couldn't help admiring the human beings in this world. I'm starting to look forward to talking and meeting you. The man in black, as a policeman, maintains a community with a shared future for mankind and will also encounter countless enemies in the future. These enemies may also be something that the man in black cannot deal with head-on, and all of this should not be borne by the man in black himself. The so-called community of shared future for mankind, the men in black are originally part of this community. So, when helping others, the men in black may also get some help, as well as support from various worlds. Only when countless people can stand up at critical moments, raise their hands, and use their strength. This is the sound development of a community with a shared future for mankind. Undoubtedly, the human beings wandering in the Earth world are what Chin-Yun values very much. They have enough courage and enough courage. Moreover, they have a very clear understanding of themselves. Even when encountering a crisis such as a sun explosion, they will first consider the future of civilization. Rather than a momentary gain or loss, the life and death of a few people. A civilization with this spirit is very terrifying. If things go smoothly, such a human civilization will definitely go to the end and become the top race in the universe. It can be seen from the technology they have and what they are doing. Earth engine, digital life, heavy nuclear fusion. These are technologies that far exceed their basic civilization level. There is a common saying to describe these things, that is black technology. Black technology is something that exists in many worlds, such as the synesthesia technology of the Pacific Rim, the flying blade technology of humans in the three-body world, and even the Safan technology of the three-body people. The continuous emergence of black technology is one of the manifestations of a civilization's potential. Black technologies in the world of wandering Earth emerge in endlessly. There is no doubt that their potential is very great. However, without outside help, Chin-Yun is not optimistic about the future of the wandering Earth civilization, because there is too much movement. As a member of the three-body parallel world, the dark jungle law is unreasonable. Wandering with the Earth is a great initiative, but the movement is too great. Even if it travels at the speed of light, it will be observed by other civilizations sooner or later, unless it can erase the light of the planet engine. Eliminate traces of itself, but this is unrealistic. Even if it takes thousands of years to go to the new fixed star system, the Earth will not be stable for long. Maybe tens of thousands of years, maybe thousands of years, new blows from higher civilizations are bound to come. And this time, it must be the servants who will be wiped out. There will be absolutely no room for human beings to survive. When Chin-Yun was thinking in 707, he was wandering around the Earth world. The basic building materials from the three-body world, after being processed by the elementary-level intelligent processing plant, become building modules one by one, was sent to Mars. The Mars base is also under construction in an orderly manner. This time the Mars subbase is very large. At least it is 50 times larger than the base that was placed on the Moon for a few hundred yuan before. Qin expected that he might have to do a lot of things in the world of wandering Earth this time, so the size of the base left a lot of redundancy. However, the building also encountered a problem. The location of the Mars Dimension Gate is very strange, in a mountainous area of Mars. The dimensional gate happened to be stuck under a certain natural stone bridge in the mountainous area. This may also be the reason why people on Earth have not discovered the existence of the Dimension Gate for a long time. Therefore, if you want to build the base, you have to level this mountain first. The equipment used is a multifunction engineering vehicle produced by Sansangsing, which is of high quality. After all, it is no problem to be able to work in a place with a harsh environment like Trisolaran. The engineering vehicle was rented voluntarily by the Trisolarans after they learned that the men in black were planning to build a base on another Mars. Although they are also moving, building Mars in the Trisolaran world as their residence after moving, but the people in black have spoken, can we refuse? The consequences of leveling the terrain and building the base are. Such a big movement was still discovered by people wandering in the Earth world. Although they did not colonize Mars, as a world with an extremely developed aerospace industry, they still retain some attention for Mars. The United Nations and high-level officials representing various countries are all sitting together, watching images from distant Mars on the big screen. This is the scene captured by our artificial satellite on Mars. Someone is building a space base on Mars. There is no logo, no national flag, no spacecraft to transport supplies, and even construction vehicles are models that have never been seen before. The scene that suddenly appeared on Mars left everyone confused. You must know that the forces that can log into Mars are only a few countries present. It is impossible for other people or forces to have the ability to build a base in such a remote place. For a moment, the eyes Shendu looked at each other became different. I don't know who is here who chooses to establish a base on Mars at this time, but I say on behalf of Maoxiang, if it is for self-help, please disclose it, we will not interfere. If you want to do it at this time, we will never turn a blind eye to some vicious political plots. The tall and burly bear spokesman spoke first, gained the support of many people. On behalf of France, I agree with Maoxiang's opinion. I would like to add that at this time, with such productivity, it is better to help Daxia build the engine first. The French spokesperson was a little eccentric, making everyone present frown. Even Daxia's spokesperson is no exception. This thing has to start from a few months ago. A few months ago, an unknown force attacked the space elevator that people had built with great difficulty, causing huge amounts of casualties and uncountable material losses. The role of the space elevator is to better build satellite engines on the moon. To carry out the Wandering Earth project, the ball is the first problem that must be dealt with at present. As the Earth's satellite, it is impossible for the Earth to take the moon with it when it runs away. The gravitational force of both sides will cause great burden and damage to the Earth. So, they need to build 3 engines on the moon to push the moon out of Earth's orbit. Moreover, these 3 engines are not only used as engines, they are also the key to the success of the Wandering Earth project. Because, until now, the plan has been literal. Even in the United States, more than 90% of people still don't believe in this plan and don't believe that humans can take the Earth out of the solar system. This is true in most Western countries. Even a minority in Daxia is skeptical of the plan. Therefore, the lunar engine is also a proof of the Wandering Earth project. Only when it is proved that the planet can really be promoted will the plan become popular. However, since the space elevator was destroyed, construction on the moon has been in a very uncomfortable situation. Although most of the building materials can be obtained in situ on the moon, there are still a lot of equipment that needs to be precisely processed on the Earth and then transported up. Without a space elevator, the cost of transportation would be horrific. This has made many countries. No, basically all countries except Daxia have chosen to give up. They felt that their economy might collapse the moment the space elevator was destroyed, continuing to invest endlessly in an unproven program. Therefore, the lunar engine that was originally built by multinational cooperation only Daxia is still insisting on it. In addition, the moon does not have the protection of the atmosphere, and it will often encounter the baptism of solar storms. They must build the lunar engine within 7 months, that is, before the next solar storm comes. Even for a large construction country like Daxia, this is very huge amounts of pressure. Therefore, when I saw that someone actually built a base on Mars, and on such a large scale, I was so excited. The solar system is about to be destroyed. With such spare resources, productivity, and transportation capacity, they will go all the way to Mars to build a base heavier, might as well help Daxia continue to build engines on the moon. You know, because of the distance, the resources consumed to transport materials to Mars and to the moon are simply dozens of times more. With so many resources, it may be enough to build an engine. Representative of France, don't you blush when you say this. It's as if you have helped Daxia build engines. Aren't everyone here the same? The representative of the United States was a little uncomfortable listening to the yin and yang of the representative of France and said something strange. Ack. However, this sentence made the French representative go back directly. Hee, what's the matter? Are you the only one in the world who disapproves of the construction of planet engines? If I remember correctly, your domestic support for the Mountain Removal Project, formerly known as the Wandering Earth Project, is only 8%. Ours in France are 19%. I see, the base on Mars was built by you, the United States. You are the only ones in the world who have this ability except Daxia. You don't think that you can't do the same thing as before on the Earth, and you want to go to Mars to experience it. As a former hegemon, the United States is indeed the second country besides Daxia that has such a strong economy and construction ability to establish a base on Mars. For a moment, everyone turned suspicious eyes to the American representative. Fart, FKU, the U.S. Representative was in a hurry and immediately began to swear. Is it because we have the ability? What kind of logic is this? It can be said by a national spokesperson. Then why don't you say that it is made by Daxia? Hearing that he pointed the finger at Daxia and began to bite people, the Huxia representative also frowned. Delegate of the United States, please pay attention to your statement. All our productivity is spent on the lunar experiment engine. It is meaningless for us and human beings to go to Mars to build a base. Everything we do is for the future of human beings, and we will not do this rich nonsense. As for the explanation of the Huxia representative, everyone present is well aware of it. This base can be built by everyone, except that it cannot be built by the Huxia. Because the construction progress of the engine on the moon is visible to the naked eye, and there are still many technicians from various countries working on the moon. Daxia's carrying capacity and distribution of materials are transparent. How is it possible to still have the energy to go all the way to Mars to build a base? Everyone, I think that maybe everyone present is right. Suddenly, a secretary of the United Nations headquarters spoke. We conducted the most launch vehicle record and found that there are not so many resources to travel to Mars to build a base. What's the meaning? These words made the people who were noisy and attacking each other stop swearing. Materials can't be created out of thin air, and so are rockets. Based on our calculations, it's like a base of that size. As he spoke, the secretary pointed to the picture on the screen. Counting the transportation cost, it will cost at least the capacity resource of an entire lunar engine. For so many years, all of our capacity resources have been traceable, and there is no redundant base that can build such a level. And whether it is our satellites, telescopes, and various screen records, there are no records there are rockets going to Mars. Hearing this, someone was in a hurry. What do you mean? You mean the base on Mars was not built by us? It can't be an alien, right? Ha. Speaking of this, he laughed out loud. Even the laughter affected other people, and many people laughed along with him. Ha. However, the laughter didn't last long. They found that laughing and laughing, everyone else began to become serious. Ha. No, are you serious? However, it is. There are no resources shipped from Earth to Mars. It is impossible for such a large base to appear out of thin air. Alien? For a moment, everyone held their breath, a little overwhelmed. Even if you are well-informed, one day you will be told that aliens have come and built a base on Mars. It takes a while for everyone to digest. However, it has not waited for everyone to react from the shock. Suddenly, a clear voice emerged from the air. It reached everyone's ears. We're not aliens. The one who speaks Huxia. Fortunately, most of the people present brought simultaneous interpretation equipment. I heard the meaning of this sentence clearly. Subconsciously, everyone looked at the Huxia representative. Ah, I didn't say that. The Huxia representative is also very confused. This sentence is really not what he said. Look, F***K? FK. In the center of the round table in the meeting room, the air suddenly twisted. Then, a silver-white human face appeared. The face looks like an oriental person, but this person is Qin Yun. Who are you? This is a 3D projection. Doesn't the meeting room have this equipment? The sudden appearance of a human face startled everyone. Qin Yun didn't care about everyone's reaction, but said with a smile, "Everyone, let me introduce myself. I am the Men in Black organization, the head of the 6th Sector Division, and Agent Q." As he spoke, he turned his head to the side of the Huxia representative. "It's a pleasure to be here and meet you, especially the Huxia side. Everything you do, we all see it. After everyone in the world chooses to give up, they can still insist on doing what they think is right and try their best to save this dying civilization. Your spirit is not easy, rare, and precious. A civilization needs such people who can stand up at critical moments, take responsibility, and turn the tide." Qin Yun originally thought that this world is one where everyone works together as one. But when he really came here in person and distributed safans to the earth after learning more, he found that this was not the case. There are still politics, struggles, and selfishness in this world. However, this is a common problem of human beings, understandable. Qin Yun once said that the reason why the Men in Black choose to be a behind-the-scenes organization is that they don't want to be known by ordinary people. It is also to be the person who made the right choice at that critical moment and turned the tide. This coincides with Daxia in this world. Compared with the unity of the whole world, in fact, Daxia's insistence on independence is more difficult and more commendable. In this tight meeting, a human face suddenly appeared in the air. When he appeared, he praised his own country fiercely, and even the Huxia representative was a little unresponsive. However, his good professionalism allowed him to quickly sort out his emotions and asked tentatively, "The Men in Black organization? Are you? The base being built on Mars is yours." According to Qin Yun's few speeches, he also quickly connected the two. Qin Yun didn't deny it either and nodded. "That's right, Mars is indeed the base we are building." Hearing Qin Yun's confession, everyone was excited for a while. They didn't worry about why Qin Yun appeared in their secret meeting. After all, this meeting was held for the base that appeared on Mars. The American spokesperson said even more forcefully, "The Men in Black are organized. What kind of anti-human organization is this? What are you doing? Why do you want to build a base on Mars without the consent of the United Nations? Also, we have never heard of this organization. Is your organization legal?" Facing the Americans' barrage of questions, Qin Yun smiled. "It's interesting, even in this life and death situation, some people still think about whether their rights are stable. I have to say that the thinking of people in your country is really unflattering. The Wandering Earth Project." "Oh no, it's called the Mountain Removal Project now. What a grand salvation plan. It's almost the greatest salvation plan that a low-level civilization can think of. But it can still maintain 91% opposition rate." Qin Yun shook his head in amazement. Every sentence is a mockery of the United States. Let the U.S. representative blush. "We've put a lot of money into this project. And now it's all about you? What the hell are you doing?" The U.S. representative forcibly interrupted Qin Yun's topic. Because what he said is true. We are the Men in Black. The responsibility of the Man in Black is to be responsible for all contact with the third type of life and to protect and maintain the community of shared future for mankind. Contact of the third kind, a community with a shared future for mankind, this sounds, why is something wrong? The third kind of contact, isn't it aliens? I said that I am so tall, why haven't I heard of your existence before? It's a community with a shared future for mankind. You said that our support for the project to move mountains is low, and your organization, how about it? It took so many resources, and I didn't see how much you helped the construction of the ball engine. Going to Mars to build a base. It's really a doctor. The U.S. representative began to mock. The men in black, hearing Chin Yun's introduction, he is quite tall, and he is still such a positive organization, but I haven't seen what you guys are doing. Generally speaking, when there is no third type of life, we will not show up. The survival of all human societies is within the human body, and you can solve it yourself. This is also your job. And the job of our men in black is to prevent the human race from being defenseless when the third type of life appears. Facing the ridicule of the American representative, Chin Yun didn't say anything and even explained. It's just that it's not explained to him, but to everyone. In Chin Yun's heart, the United States has been silently thrown into the cold palace. This country does not deserve to be saved. If there is a real crisis, Chin Yun even thinks he just needs to take Daxia away. Just this one country can represent the majority of the great human spirit in this world. Some people, Chin Yun is not willing to argue with them, regardless of age and education, just simply quarreling with some idiots, he will try to pull you on the same level as him. Defeating with idiot thinking you. The so-called donkey's lips are wrong with the horse's mouth. This is the situation. Human thinking is the most difficult thing to change. Wait, what do you mean? People in black will only appear when they come into contact with the third type of life. You mean, there are aliens. The Huxia representative suddenly said that he had discovered the key points in Chin Yun's words. Have you never thought of a question? Sun, why does it suddenly start aging and have a helium flash in just 100 years? A still young fixed star, what caused him to have such huge amounts of change? Chin Yun's words seemed to be a slap in the face, shocking everyone present. Yes, the sun, why does it suddenly age? It is necessary to know that the formation of a planet, especially the fixed star, has experienced at least an unknown number of billions of years. With such a huge volume, the material structure and the planet should have entered a stable state, and the probability of such a drastic change is very low. However, no one had ever thought about this before. Ever since humans discovered the great changes in the sun, they have been thinking about how to solve the problem and continue the survival of mankind. Now that Chin Yun brought it up like this, it can't help but make people think carefully. You mean, someone did this? The Huxia representative looked at Chin Yun in shock. That's right. The change of the sun is a means of the sweeper. The law of this universe is the dark forest. Don't you think that this universe is so big, but it's too quiet? Why is there no second civilization other than human civilization in such a huge world? Is it because life is too difficult to form? Humans are the only ones in this universe. Chin Yun laughed. Human civilization is ready to step into the starry sky. You should still maintain the idea that the Earth is the center of the universe and human beings are the only intelligent life. Chin Yun's words caused everyone's silence. It is because the amount of information in these languages is too large. They are so big that with their status and rights, they will also feel afraid. In the universe of the dark jungle, every civilization is hiding itself, and once discovered, it will be destroyed. However, the Earth has been born for so many billions of years, why now? The U.S. representative didn't quite believe Chin Yun's words. The Earth has been standing here for so long. What kind of Cambrian and Jurassic that can be regarded as ecology? Since it is going to be destroyed, why wait until now? Hearing this, Chin Yun rolled his eyes. Isn't it related to you idiots? How many broadcasts does the United States send out to out-of-planets each year? Broadcasting Earth's unknown. And that Voyager one. There are always some stupid people who like to make their existence known to the world. U.S. representative. Since there is this country in the world, how little shit have they done? As far as Chin Yun's memory outside the fourth wall is concerned, there are countless worlds that have attracted aliens just because of Voyager 1 and those deep space broadcasts. Some people like to have a sense of presence, but they pull everyone's back together. F***K, it turns out that the helium flash of the sun was caused by you bastards. Asterisk, group asterisk, pulling human beings to be buried with me, I asterisk 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 M. When Representative Malksheng heard this, he flew into a rage, staring at the nose of the U.S. representative and scolding him. FKU, how dare you say that you bears have never done deep space broadcasting? How can you blame us? Besides, there is no guarantee that what this person said is true. I'm asterisk. The American representative was not to be outdone and started to fight back frantically. For a while, the meeting room was like a noisy vegetable market, messy and endless. Although it was noisy, in fact, most people had a lot of trust in Chin Yun's words, because, no matter how much you say, it is not as strong as the reality given by the Mars base. The base on Mars is actually built there, without any moisture. This is not something ordinary people can do. Since the men in black can do it, it means that they do have secrets and abilities that no country in the world can discover or know. One day later, I will send agents to Earth and formally submit a diplomatic complaint to the United Nations, and formally participated in the project to move mountains, in line with our plan to deal with the third type of life. This is the first time Chin Yun has to actively participate in the internal affairs of a world. There is no way, because Chin Yun may make a big scene this time, and if there is no cooperation from the Earth, it may cause some serious impacts. After all, the men in black are here to help, not to destroy the world. Hearing that Chin Yun was going to send someone for a formal meeting, even Malksheng and the representatives of the United States stopped arguing for a while. Compared with this way of communicating with the air, speaking face-to-face is more authentic and convincing, and they can also use this to find some loopholes to prove whether what Chin Yun said is true or not. You want people to come on Earth. In which area? I can send people to pick them up. The Huxia representative said very proactively and enthusiastically. Hearing Chin Yun say that he would come one day, he thought that the Men in Black organization had someone on Earth. No need, our spaceship will leave tomorrow. How is this possible? The spaceship leaves tomorrow? Will it arrive tomorrow? These words almost didn't scare everyone stupid. You know, it will take about a month or two for the fastest spacecraft on Earth to reach Mars. From Mars to Earth in less than a day. How is this possible? Chin Yun smiled slightly at everyone's shock but did not explain. He just said, "See you tomorrow." After finishing speaking, Safan's projection was turned off. Seeing Chin Yun's profile picture disappear, everyone stood up. For a while, everyone stared wide-eyed and then said almost at the same time, "Come here, come a technician, dismantle the meeting room." The sudden projection of the secret meeting made them wonder what equipment might be placed here by the Men in Black organization. However, when an hour later, even the grounds were removed except for the weighing section, they found nothing. Ask for flowers. This is unscientific. There is not a single suspicious third-party device in the conference room. How did he show up? Damn it. Everyone present has some basic scientific literacy. In this era, there is no technical theory reserve, and it is impossible to achieve such a status. They all know that projection requires at least a projection device. What's the matter with just popping out of nowhere? The Men in Black. This organization is more powerful than we imagined, at least with this level of technology, and the speed of construction of the Mars base shows that they have many technologies that we don't know. Mars satellites have been synchronously sending back images of Mars. In such a short period of time, the Mars base has expanded a lot, and it seems that the construction is almost complete, even faster than the speed of the planet engine. It's outrageous. Now the key is not this. They will come tomorrow, how should we deal with it? Speaking of this, everyone fell silent for a while and began to think about their own calculations. Definitely yes, such private organizations cannot be allowed to run rampant anymore. The representative of the United States said definitely, no matter what technology they have, they are all human beings, and we are the United Nations. The future of human beings should be determined by us, instead of some mysterious organization that popped up out of nowhere. Oh. That's right, what makes people different is that the representative of Malksheng actually expressed his agreement. Private organizations are not advisable. Human beings are currently facing such a serious crisis. We must unite. 0. That's right, that's right. For a while, the conference room was filled with condemnation of the man in black. Looking at this posture, it seems that tomorrow everyone will ask the parties to question the feeling of the trial. The Huxia representative shook his head silently. Did not speak, just walked out of the conference room. Now that the matter has come to this point, there is no need for this meeting to continue. Everything is waiting for tomorrow. Time flies. Tonight, no one sleeps. Wait until early in the morning. On the top of the United Nations building, a group of people gathered early. It was the representatives of various countries who broke up unhappy yesterday. However, everyone looked at the Huxia delegation with weird eyes. I saw that besides the speaker, the Huxia delegation also had a few more attendants, holding a red banner in their hands. It read impressively, "Warmly welcome the man in black to guide you tilde. That's called enthusiasm, that's called beaming." Seeing such a banner, the representative of the United States turned black. "Huxia, what do you mean? Didn't we agree that we can't indulge such a private organization? What do you mean now? Do you think that such an organization not legally recognized by the United Nations is enough to win our warm reception? Can we have the same status as our countries? You are an insult to the United Nations, a trampling on the laws of the United Nations." Faced with the questioning of the U.S. representative, the Huxia representative appeared very calm. Yesterday, the Huxia side didn't seem to express their views at the end. Besides, we welcome that as our business. Although the men in black are just an organization, they have the ability to build such a huge space base on Mars, on behalf of them qualified to communicate with us positively. The trial ignition of the lunar engine is only a few months away. The people in black have made it clear that they will join the mountain removal project and support it. You, the United States, have status and the law recognizes it. But at this critical time, what use are you for? Aren't they all involved? The words of the Huxia representative mercilessly tore open the scars of the American representative. It is also a fact that he quit the project of moving mountains halfway. There is no way, with an approval rate of 8% in the country, before the mountain removal project is confirmed, it is impossible for them to continue to spend such a huge amount of resources to continue investing in it. In other words, Daxia is now almost maintaining this huge salvation plan on its own. However, before he found a point to refute Daxia, he discovered that delegations from other countries warmly welcome the men in black to communicate. Welcome back to Earth. Our fellow man? Except for the U.S. delegation, almost every country has its own banners. Although the content is different, it probably means that people in black are welcome. Even the Bear delegation hung its own banner. This scene completely dumbfounded the American representative. No. The content of the meeting yesterday was not like this. Isn't everyone boycotting the men in black? Why did it suddenly become like this? Co-author, now in the whole world, we are the only ones resisting. This is playing snakeskin. You. You are an insult to the United States. Are you going to start a world war? However, the words of the representative of the United States did not even cause any waves. Everyone goes in the left ear and out the right ear, so there is no fear at all. Maoxing's man even said directly, "Oh, a big fight, fight as soon as you fight, who is afraid of whom?" If there is no crisis of the sun, maybe this kind of threat is still useful. But now it's almost the end of the world. Whether there is a war or not, no one is afraid of it at all, and no one even cares. Even if there is a real fight, win or lose, does it matter? In times like these, no one can win. It is true only if you try your best to survive. So, no matter which country it is, they believe that no one will fight at this time. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Representative Mi held his breath and blushed, only feeling an urge to kill. Just when everyone was still watching the performance of the only fool on the scene, in the sky, the air suddenly began to twist. Coming? Everyone quickly looked in one direction. I saw a small spaceship suddenly appear above the building. Optical cloaking technology. Smart people quickly analyzed the reason why this ship could suddenly appear. Optical invisibility. A thing that has always remained on paper and has never been researched by anyone. You must know that even the so-called stealth fighters developed by various countries before, The principle is to prevent radar from being detected through coding and shape. They are still thousands of miles away from real invisibility, and it is not even a thing at all. This ship seems to have completely brought fantasy into reality. Although the man in black hadn't shown up yet, everyone became serious just seeing the ship. 707 was a few years ago, and there was no such thing as the sun. The stealth technology of this fighter alone is priceless. You must know that the spaceships drove over their heads and stopped, and they didn't even know it. The security system of the United Nations building is not bad, almost having the most advanced surveillance and radar detection in the world. After all, almost all the top leaders in various countries work here in this era, but there is still no reminder that the ship can be found. If it does not seem to have lifted the stealth mode by itself, they may not know that there is a ship so close to them. If there is such a ship in the era when countries are independent, it can hit almost any country and person in the world. Even now, maybe, Qin didn't know that just a simple stealth mode could make all kinds of speculations spring up in the minds of the people below. The reason why he let the transport ship come to the Earth in stealth mode is just for fear of trouble. "Let's go, Tilda." Qin opened the cockpit door and waved his hand. Let the fellow agent go down with him. This time when he came to Earth, Qin brought only one agent. That is, Zhang Beihai. That's right, Qin didn't even bring Wanda and Quicksilver this time. The reason is simple, Qin did not come to Earth this time to fight. A C-shaped spaceship plus a T-1000 with some origin magic power remaining is enough to protect itself. He's here to talk peace. And what they are facing is the high-level officials of various countries on the Earth. Now in the Men in Black organization, after much deliberation, only Zhang Beihai is the most suitable for this kind of scene. After all, the fifth wall is not kidding with you. When I met Zhang Beihai for the first time, if Qin didn't know too much, I would almost have been entangled by him. When I got off the spaceship, I saw a lot of people around the landing pad on the roof of the building. Someone even pulled up a banner. Those who didn't know thought it was some leader who came to investigate, but standing here is almost the biggest leader on Earth. When Qin got off the spaceship, he used origin magic power to slightly drag himself and Zhang Beihai up. The two floated down slowly. This move once again shocked everyone. Looking left and right, I didn't see how Qin did it. There is no trace of propellers or other equipment at all. Just flew down like that. It seems that the mysterious veil on Qin body has become more serious. Welcome, just when everyone is still in the thinking stage. Maoxing's representative, however, actively and enthusiastically pushed away the honest man from the United States beside him and shook hands with Qin as if he had missed him for a long time. "We've been looking forward to meeting you since yesterday. Sure enough, you are as handsome in real life as in the video." Surprisingly, as a bear man, his mouth feels a little sweet today. Qin smiled without saying a word, while Zhang Beihai at the side stepped forward and said, "We are also very honored. I am Agent Z of the Men in Black. This time, Agent Q and Agent Q will fully represent the Men in Black organization to discuss with you about the third type of life form and the era of the sun." "Okay, Tilda, let's talk inside. It's cold outside, Tilda." A group of people walked down from the rooftop in a mighty manner, surrounded by Qin and walked towards the meeting room. Along the way, it is inevitable to meet some ordinary workers. I saw representatives from so many countries gathered together. For a moment, I thought something big had happened. Is this because all the representatives are here? It's almost there. What's going on here? In this building, there is no small thing. Hey, wait, who are those two in the middle? Why haven't I seen it on TV? Have no idea. This building handles countless major events from all over the world every day. Many people are used to it. When they see the representatives get together, they just glance at it and get ready to do their own business. But there are still some curious people who took a second look, but it was easy to pay attention to Qin and Zhang Beihai. There is no way, in this team, the two of them take the C position. Just who can occupy the C position among the representatives of various countries? Qin ignored the gazes of the people around him and just calmly followed the flow of people into the conference room. After everyone was seated, Qin Yun also sat next to the Huxia representative. Afterwards, Zhang Beihai took the initiative to take out a square box and put it on the table. The square box quickly projected a light curtain. The content of the light potato is a PPT. Zhang Beihai didn't talk nonsense, and he never had stage fright in the eyes of many big shots. He took the initiative to say, "This time our men in black organization is here. There are only 3 things. First, opinions on the mountain removal project." Everyone did not expect that the people of the men in black organization spoke so directly. Is it just an opinion on the S.H.I.E.L.D. project? Hearing this, Representative Zhang frowned directly. You know, the S.H.I.E.L.D. plan is almost only maintained by the central government. What does the men in black organization mean? Targeting Daxia? Representative Mi gloated when he heard it. Yesterday, their conversation between Mi Fang and the man in black almost ended badly, and they didn't have any good feelings at all. On the contrary, they seemed to appreciate it very much. They thought they were the same breed, but now it seems that maybe the men in black organization are actually their own. With all due respect, do you have a different view on the mountain removal project? Don't you also think that the mountain removal project cannot save the planet? Representative Zhang frowned, turned slightly sideways, and quietly asked Qin Yun next to him. At first, I thought it was because there were more supporters and companions. After all, there is no second person on the whole earth who is willing to continue to move mountains. Did not expect, no, our opinion is, mountain removal is too small, needs to be expanded. Qin Yun smiled slightly, pointing to Zhang Beihai who was explaining on stage. The Huxia representative shrank his pupils and then turned his head to stare at the PPT in Zhang Beihai's hand. At this moment, Zhang Beihai was repeating the original plan to move the mountain. Push the moon away. Then build 10,000 planetary engines, accelerate around the sun, and then accelerate around Jupiter. Half the population lives in dungeons. The mountain removal project is undoubtedly a huge project. Just 10,000 planetary engines are already an unimaginable gigantic structure, pushing the Earth, throwing away the moon. And a series of things just sound enough to shock people, but that's not enough. Zhang Beihai paused suddenly. He said loudly, "It's not enough. The dungeon can only accommodate half of the population, and at such a high price, more than 3 billion people will die. The Earth is so big, but for thousands of years in the future, people will live in underground cities without seeing the light of day." Zhang Beihai shook his head. Even though this kind of plan is the only plan that can save the most people and leave the Earth behind, there are still many cruel places. That's right. I just said that Project S.H.I.E.L.D. can't be used at all. The representative of Mi Fang laughed out loud. Hee, it's better than your ARC project, right? On the side, Maoxing's representative pinched his nose and said with disdain, "It's as good as your monthly plan can be." At the very beginning of discovering the crisis, human beings have actually done a lot of research on this and listed a lot of solutions. In the end, 4 proposals were put to the final decision moment 0. The first is the Digital Life Program. This solution is to turn all human beings into code programs, install them in computers, and take them away. However, it involved a lot of moral and legal issues. I was finally PS. The second one is the ARC plan proposed by Mi Fang, which is to build a huge amounts of space station and use it as an ARC for long-distance voyages. That is, to flee by boat. This is also the solution that most civilizations will choose when encountering such crises. However, the ARC project is a relatively selfish plan. Because no matter how big a space station is, with the current technology, the population and resources it can accommodate are very small. It is almost equivalent to abandoning the vast majority of people on the Earth, leaving only a few elites on board. This is impossible to be accepted by the public. Moreover, the space station is sailing in space without supplies, and if it encounters any crisis, it will have to GG. In contrast, Maoxing is much bolder. They proposed a month-by-month plan, which is actually similar to the wandering Earth. They also put the moon on an engine and took it away. It can be regarded as a small wandering Earth plan. It's just that the problem of the moon is similar to the ARC project. The moon is devoid of water and most of the essentials commonly found on Earth. After all, it is just a satellite. Although it can hold many people, the development of human beings cannot be separated from the water source of the Earth. Even if it takes so many years to transport, it will not be able to transport many people. Water is known for its high volume and low density. In the end, it was the mountain-moving plan proposed by the S.H.I.E.L.D, which took the Earth away in a package. As long as the plan can be completed, human beings can save half of the people, and in the future, there will still be resources that can be developed when traveling in the starry sky. This bold plan finally convinced many people. However, it is precisely because this plan is bold that it is easier to give up. When the space elevator was destroyed by an attack, almost all countries, even Maoksheng, were not very optimistic about this plan. No, I'm not saying that the S.H.I.E.L.D project cannot be used, but the S.H.I.E.L.D project is not bold enough. It should be bigger. Such a small mountain is not enough at all. However, while everyone was still arguing, Zhang Beihai directly interrupted their argument. What? For a while, both the Rice side and the Mao side, and even the Huxia side were a little stunned. The mountain-moving project is not bold enough. Big brother, do you know what you're talking about? The project to move mountains is to talk about the Earth as a ship, pack it up and take it away. This has exceeded the limit of many people's imagination. You tell me it's not bold enough. You must know that 91% of the people in the United States do not believe that this plan can be successful. Facing everyone's shocked eyes, Zhang Beihai just opened the PPT silently. Revised opinions on the plan to move mountains. First, dungeons can be used as backup production bases, rather than as living quarters. The living area can still be placed on the ground, using the deflector shield technology to build a small 4-2 circle of ground protection ecology, artificial heating, and power supply. 11. In the PPT picture, countless translucent semicircular covers are shrouded in the snow-covered ground. The inside and outside of the shield are clearly distinguished into two worlds. On the one hand, the 4 seasons are like spring, with bright lights. On the other hand, the night is like day, and the sky is full of ice and snow. Deflector shield? Ecosphere? Seeing this picture, the representatives were dumbfounded. Someone even asked excitedly, "You mean a unified force field?" A shield is a force field, which can control force to produce protection and affect matter. Isn't this just an application of the grand unification theory? It can be said that, but it is not entirely a unified theory. But don't worry about this, the deflector shield technology. The Men in Black organization will provide it. Although the deflector shield technology is strictly an application of force, it is not considered unified. It can only be regarded as a theoretical application of weak interaction force and electromagnetic force. This is the technology obtained by the technicians of the Man in Black from the C-shaped spaceship after combining the technology of the Trisolaran. Qin Yun didn't mean to be mean either. Because although they have only mastered this thing, it will be eliminated soon. Because we are about to face some medium-level civilizations. At that time, space shields or curvature phase shields may be needed to stop medium-level civilizations or even high-level civilizations. The deflector shield can only be used to deal with low-level civilizations. Zhang Beihai continued, "So, after solving the problem of living quarters, there is no need for billions of people to squeeze into a small underground city and everyone can survive. And this is just the beginning. The next thing is the most important thing. Second section, the Men in Black's first modification to the Move Mountain project. It almost completely solved the biggest drawback in the mountain moving plan. That is, to give up half of the world's population. 10,000 planetary engines will consume almost all human productivity and resources, and there are still decades of hard work. The space under these engines is also limited, but it needs to accommodate the production and living areas of the entire society. Can't accommodate everyone. Because once too many people live in, food, housing, daily necessities, etc. will not be able to be supplied, leading to a collapse and according to the revised opinions of the Men in Black organization, if it can be realized. It means that human beings can still live on the ground, and something like a shield doesn't need to be constructed as complicatedly as a dungeon. Just select an area, frame it, and that's it. In this way, even on the ground, it can still resist severe cold and various harsh environments. Everyone thought that the First Amendment to the S.H.I.E.L.D. project was already very powerful, but the Second Amendment of the Man in Black completely collapsed everyone's three views. The second item, the Solar System Reserve Plan. Earth's materials are also limited, especially to maintain the operation of the engine and the operation of the deflector shield. Whether it is a planet engine, or it can be used as an ecosystem for 24 hours. Oh no, the deflector shield that has been running continuously for thousands of years requires a lot of energy consumption. According to the previous plan to move mountains, the general population will be discarded and people will live underground. The operation of the engine also requires a large amount of material, which is burned in a heavy nuclear fusion reactor to maintain it. When the Earth is where it should be, the surface may have to be hollowed out. Now, because the population has increased by half, the energy required to maintain the deflector shield has to be doubled. It can't be thousands of years, the Earth has no crust, only magma is left. What's the meaning of 2? Therefore, in order to ensure sufficient energy supplies, the mountain-moving plan needs to pack up and take away several major planets in the solar system before leaving the solar system. Venus, Saturn, and Jupiter. These planets can guarantee the long-distance voyage of the Earth and will not affect the development of civilization due to resource constraints. Speaking of which, some planets appeared on the PPT. Except for Mars, almost all the planets in the solar system except the Sun. How is this possible? Seeing this second plan, someone immediately exclaimed, "There is no way we can do this. You know, now they are struggling to even take away the Earth, let alone take away other things." The progress of the mountain-moving plan is almost one step at a time, and the bumps and bumps take away the others. This is almost hollowing out the solar system. It is impossible for human productivity to achieve this, even if it is doubled tenfold. This is also. Even the Huxia representative didn't know how to respond. They were the first to propose the project of moving mountains, which is already a very outrageous plan. However, it is no scientist who has done precise calculations and concluded that human beings can accomplish the most extreme things. It can be said to be the straw that broke the camel's back in the moon belt. How could it be possible to take anything else? This matter. You don't have to worry, these planets will be packaged by us men in black. Since this plan is proposed, it will definitely not be impossible. Seeing everyone was excited. Qin Yun smiled slightly and interjected. Qin Yun might not have brought up packing planets before, but now, it's too easy for the man in black. Seeing Qin Yun's confident appearance taking care of such a big matter, everyone looked at each other and then sat down slowly. Although he seemed to accept Qin Yun's words on the surface, the complexity in his heart was almost on his face. After all, this kind of thing is too outrageous. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Zhang Beihai continued. With the first two items as the premise, the third item is that we want to change the final destination of the Earth. As he said that, the PPT turned into a star map with two lines on it. One was long and the other was much shorter. Originally, the destination of the mountain removing project was Proxima Centauri next door. But now, our destination will become. Zhang Beihai pointed to the end of another straight line on the star map. Kepler. Seeing the label of the fixed star system, the originally calm representative stood up again. Are you crazy? Kepler is nearly 500 light-years away from Earth. You know, the reason why they used Proxima Centauri as the final destination before is because Proxima Centauri is very close to the solar system, for 2 light-years away. However, even if it is such a near Proxima Centauri, the Earth will have to sail on the road for 2,500 years. This is undoubtedly a long journey. 2,500 years, nearly 300 or 400 generations. This is already a very brave plan. Kepler. 500 light-years, according to the current situation, human beings will have to walk on the road for at least 10,000 years. The time consumed by the distance is not a multiple of 500 divided by 42. Most of the time is spent on acceleration and deceleration. The longer the distance, the more time you can accelerate, the faster the speed, and it takes more time to decelerate. So the time consumption is actually a U-shaped curve with the distance. At least 10,000 years. That's too long. Even the bear representative shook his head constantly. 10,000 years is too long. No one knows what will happen in 10,000 years. It's too dark and hopeless for a wandering civilization without a fixed star. Human beings have only entered modern civilization for 200 years. There is also a reason why the destination is Kepler. Zhang Beihai also guessed how far a galaxy 500 light-years away is to people today. However, some things must still be said. First of all, Proxima Centauri is a 3-star system, very unstable, and at the same time, it is not suitable for human survival. The Earth in Proxima Centauri is like talking about where the furnace goes. It would be better to just float in space without fixed star width. Zhang Beihai took out the materials of Proxima Centauri, including some actual photos from the three-body civilization. Seeing the harsh environment of those planets, everyone just thought, this CG is really real. You may think, in 2,500 years, the Earth's technology should be able to develop enough for human beings to adapt to the environment of Proxima Centauri. Zhang Beihai asked rhetorically. Everyone nodded, especially the Huxia representatives. They agreed very much. The Huxia believe in blood and descendants very much. They believe that their descendants can be like themselves in the future, overcome all kinds of difficulties, face up to difficulties, and continue civilization. Then, unless you can become a civilization of level 3 or higher in a short period of time, the environment of Proxima Centauri is not something that low-level civilizations can forcefully adapt to. Having said that, Zhang Beihai switched to another long slideshow. This is a creature similar to jelly with 2 forms, one with only a layer of skin left and the other looks much plumper but still looks very strange. This is the native life of Proxima Centauri. They call themselves Trisolarans, which means that there are 3 fixed stars in their home galaxy. Wait, what do you mean? Proxima Centauri has aliens? Zhang Beihai's words inadvertently startled everyone. Definitely, moreover, the civilization of the Trisolarans has reached the apex of the second-level civilization. Even so, they cannot continue to survive in the mother galaxy. We have had contact with them before, and now we have even more close cooperation. Although this was something from another world, Zhang Beihai didn't blush at all when he said it. Qin Yun snickered aside. The selection of Zhang Beihai is indeed correct. This person is bragging. Oh no, when it comes to things, he has a thicker skin than himself. Part of the base we built on Mars is the technology of the Trisolarans, and even many Trisolarans are still working for the men in black. If you are curious, we can actually bring Trisolarans to meet you some other day. Zhang Beihai pretended very well and even proposed to bring the Trisolarans to meet, which made them very excited. Real, even if the people present are all people who have experienced countless storms. But aliens, I have never seen them in my life. And this alien is still from the fixed star system so close. It is definitely true that the duty of the men in black is to contact the 3rd type of life. Is it strange that there are aliens? Zhang Beihai asked back with a puzzled expression. That look is just unbelievable. Even Qin Yun, watching from the sidelines, felt the urge to give him 2 punches. But I have to say that Zhang Beihai's performance really satisfied Qin Yun. Perfectly localized the organization inadvertently. Even without telling a single lie, it is natural to make people think that the man in black and the 3-body man are both from the local universe. This is also Qin Yun's request. In this world, he didn't want to expose the information that the man in black came from another universe for a short time. Because he still wants to do things in this world, he is afraid that he will encounter some difficult problems or a high-level civilization that is too powerful for him to follow the vines to find the door link of the dimension. Therefore, he wants to hang his skin on the earth and give himself a way out. 3-body people. Proxima Centauri Level 2 civilization. In the short talk of less than half an hour, the information revealed by Zhang Beihai during the performance was almost exhausting. Difficult to digest. They all looked at Zhang Beihai and Qin Yun with strange faces. This organization of men in black. is really awesome. Under the eyes of so many big countries, no one knows the existence of men in black. They have even had in-depth exchanges with aliens, and some people are working for the men in black. They are the upper echelons of humanity. What a shame, I don't know at all. So, Proxima Centauri is not a suitable place for Earth. Kepler would be a little better. What's more, the distance you are worried about is so long. After you have the resources of the entire solar system, is this still a problem? Moreover, with the protection of the 593 deflector shield, the structure of the planet's engine will be unprecedentedly stable, and you can even use the deflector shield technology on the propeller. Going to Kepler may even take less time than going to Proxima Centauri. Coupled with the technological progress in the process, with such sufficient resources, hundreds of years are enough. I heard that it only takes a few hundred years to get to Kepler. Several people were stunned. Hundreds of years? Can deflector shields be used on thrusters? Definitely, maybe faster is also possible. Why do you say that the deflector shield technology is the most powerful core technology of low-level civilization? It is because force fields can be used in too many places for low-level civilizations. Under the cover of the force field, even the material of the object will change, similar to enchantment. Without force field protection, the power of the planet's engine cannot be too high, not because the reactor cannot output such a large power, but because the material cannot bear that kind of thrust, and the Earth's crust cannot withstand it and is easily broken. Huge amounts of engines originally have to bear huge recoil forces. Why build a dungeon under the planet engine? It is because the foundation of the engine is very deep and very strong, and the dungeon is only convenient where the foundation is matched. If the deflector shield can be covered on the main keel of the engine and derived to the crustal plate, the power of the engine can almost be output to the limit under this kind of protection. It is no problem to double it. Trisolarans' mothership is also very huge, but because it is not nuclear fusion, but antimatter, it does not have the pure power of this kind of fusion engine. Therefore, maybe after the deflector shield becomes popular, it is possible that the Earth will fly faster than the Trisolaran fleet. This is the difference between different technologies. Definitely, going faster also consumes more energy. According to normal expectations, if it is really necessary to fly to Kepler within 1,000 years, the engine may have to burn a Jupiter to complete. Definitely, another reason to choose Kepler is: we men in black are going to find the black hand behind the destruction of the sun. This movement may be a bit big, and it may attract other more powerful advanced civilizations in hundreds of thousands of years. Proxima Centauri is too close. In order to prevent the Earth from being discovered by other civilizations, Kepler's distance is just right. Still haven't gotten over the shock of having aliens next door. Zhang Beihai's words in the next round almost caused their hearts to stop suddenly. The man behind the destruction of the sun. The man in black wants to take the initiative to find it. In fact, one of the reasons why they can now sit down and talk with the unofficial men in black organization. It is because of the helium flash of the sun that they also believe that there may really be a certain advanced civilization behind the scenes. But, believe it or not, they didn't intend to do anything from the very beginning. They just wanted to survive and run away. After all, human beings are no match for the enemy that can destroy the sun. It's good to be able to run. The man in black wants to find the mastermind behind the scenes. What is he planning to do, right? This is too brave. You can't do this. In case you annoy each other, The representative of Mi Fang twisted his face, worrying about Rizhao. The civilization that originally destroyed the solar system may just want to destroy the sun secretly and do it at will. But what Qin Yun meant was to prepare for a while, so how about knowing who it is? Don't you know that the Earth is saving itself? What if you are repairing the Earth? This time, before Zhang Beihai said anything, Qin Yun snorted coldly. How to get along with the third type of life is the business of us people in black. As for your task, it is to protect yourself. Running away is enough. The men in black don't need anyone else to teach us how to do it. Whatever you think, that's our plan. Whether you agree or not, this is our responsibility. If you think you can interfere with our decision, then you can try. Qin Yun didn't even have to guess what the Mifeng representative thought. He knows the way of thinking of the people of the United States all too well. It's nothing more than not wanting to take risks, thinking that if the man in black offends someone who doesn't dare to offend, wouldn't it hurt the earth? The Huxia representative pondered for a long time and finally nodded seriously. In principle, we agree with the plan of the man in black, although I don't know what you are going to do with the man behind the destruction of the sun. But after all, people are already riding on our heads. They have already committed the evil act of destroying the sun, so we are not friends but enemies. Enemies, we must deal with them in the same way as enemies. It's such a joy to have friends coming from afar, but if it's a bad guest, you have to treat them with sticks. The Huxia representative's speech was full of domineering. Even if it was an unknown enemy, it still did not show the slightest weakness. So, to deal with them, we must not back down, and that's what we need to do. We will fight side by side with the Men in Black organization. The Huxia representatives could see that the man in black wanted to greeting to the man behind the scenes, and this greeting did not seem like a friendly way to get along. This is obviously a fight. Since it was a fight, and it was because the opponent chose to attack humans, the opponent also wanted to participate. That's not necessary. Hearing the Huxia side's look of wanting to go out to fight with him, Qin Yun felt a warm feeling in his heart. Even if you think about it with your feet, you know the strength of the enemy, but you still dare to take the gun. Maybe this is the blood of the Huxia. In the revised plan, there are still many details to be done, which cannot be separated from Daxia's productivity. What you need to do is to put all your energy on the Earth and let civilization continue. As for the rest, we will do it ourselves. When the Huxia heard that the Men in Black didn't want them to participate, they frowned. However, this should be a war, a fierce battle. Without the support of the country and the public, you are alone and helpless. According to Qin Yun, they will complete the project in a short time and take the Earth with them. And the Men in Black stay in the solar system to draw out enemies. He doesn't know exactly what the Man in Black is going to do, but just analyzing it from the tactical level. This doesn't look like a fight at all, but a break. That's right, from his point of view, a civilization that can destroy the solar system is definitely very powerful. It is impossible for the whole Earth to beat it. Even if the organization of the Men in Black is mysterious and powerful, it is still a member of mankind after all, based on human civilization. How did it survive? So, isn't the meaning of the Men in Black organization to let the Earth run first, and then they stay to attract the other party's attention? After all, if there is no one to stop and attract the enemy, the Earth may still be discovered and chased to destruction. The reason why he thinks this way is because Huxia people will do this. The bravest fighters and top talents tend to take on more responsibilities, leaving the chance of life to the general public. The responsibility lies. This is our business, you don't need to think about this issue. And, behind me, there is more than one person. After all, the Men in Black are a large organization. Qin Yun believes that the organization now has the ability to deal with some difficult enemies. Qin Yun is not afraid of civilization below the medium level. However, what Qin Yun said once again confirmed the thoughts of the Huxia representatives. Behind him, there is not only one person. This is a group. A group that, at critical moments, used their lives to make human beings continue to flee, and stayed behind to die with honor. The Huxia representatives don't know how many people there are in the Men in Black organization and when it was established. But they can stand up in this crisis and choose to die for everyone. There is no doubt, this is a group of brave people. He silently straightened his somewhat rickety back. He saluted Qin Yun with a military salute. Everything you have done, mankind will always remember. Qin Yun was a little confused when he saw the military salute of the Huxia representative. Why is this suddenly so respectful? He never expected that the image of the Men in Black organization would change from a mysterious private organization to a group of great comrades ready to sacrifice for the world in the hearts of the Huxia representatives. Zhang Beihai smiled slightly when he saw the actions of the Huxia representative on the stage. Compared with Qin Yun, he can understand the thoughts of the Huxia representatives better, because he is also such a person. This kind of misunderstanding may be a good thing, and it can better allow the men in black to carry out their work. However, just when the atmosphere among the few people became somewhat tragic. Representative Maukshing whispered with several other representatives, and finally Representative Maukshing coughed and said, "Your plan is indeed very grand, even several times more exaggerated than Daxia's plan to move mountains. But the investment will also increase a lot. Basically, the productivity of all the countries and people on the Earth must be invested. Once this plan is started, the economy will definitely collapse." Hearing this, Representative Yu Fang exploded instantly. Picking up his own crutches, he pointed at the noses of the people opposite and started cursing. "You still have the face to talk about the economy. The world is about to perish. Don't use all your strength to ensure the survival of mankind. Still talking about economics? What's the use of economy when the world is gone? A bunch of stupid dogs." The Huxia representative is so angry because the reason why the Mountain Yishan project is progressing so slowly is because a lot of capital world is holding back. For some capital predators. The end of the world will be 100 years later, and they will not be alive at that time. I earned so much money in this life and put it all into saving the world for free. Why not keep it and enjoy it? There are many people who have this idea. Basically, rich capital predators think this way, because if they don't carry out these plans, they can enjoy life beautifully, but if they carry out, they have to pay. Why do I have so much money, and if I don't enjoy life, it will be spent in a future that I can't see in 100 years? Isn't this nothing to look for? Facing the scolding by the Huxia representatives, many people showed shame on their faces. Most of the people present are still inclined to save the world, but they are not the only ones who have the final say in the country, and they are not as cohesive as the Huxia people. Cough tilde, Representative Maukshing coughed again, and then said, "I don't need to mention economic matters. If the plan is feasible, we will continue to do it even if we don't care about the economy. After all, saving the Earth is the most important thing at present, and it must be the first priority." Hearing these words, the Huxia representative breathed a sigh of relief. Slowly sat down. This kind of attitude is what a high-level person should have. But the crux of the matter is that we don't know if this plan will come to fruition. Everyone looked at the PPT next to Zhang Beihai. This plan is too exaggerated, and there are many technical problems to be solved. Do we really have the ability to complete it? Just think about the ecological circle mentioned here, the deflector shield technology. Does this thing really exist? These are all empty plans. Technical problems. No matter what you do, there are technical problems. If you don't solve the problem, it will be fine. If you don't do it, how do you know it can't be done? Wherever the sun is placed, it will become better by itself. Wherever the earth is placed, it will run away by itself. Hearing this, the Huxia representative ridiculed again. Qin Yun smiled slightly and gently put his hand on the shoulder of the Huxia representative. "Don't worry, sit down and talk slowly." After pressing the Huxia representative on the seat, Qin Yun looked around and found that everyone's eyes were on him. Then, a straw-white pistol suddenly appeared in his hand, and without any hesitation he shot Zhang Beihai. "Build." A sharp sound flashed, and then a light spot shot out from the muzzle of the gun. It hit Zhang Beihai's body. Zhang Beihai was taken aback and subconsciously wanted to escape, but he ran faster than the speed of light and was hit almost as soon as he saw the light. At the same time, a ripple appeared in the place of the junior high school. It was as if a stone had fallen into a pond. A certain point of light slowly dissipated in the middle of the ripples. Gun, seeing Qin Yun shoot suddenly, even if it was aimed at the person Qin Yun himself brought, he couldn't help but get nervous. After shooting Zhang Beihai, Qin Yun fired 3 shots at the ceiling without any hesitation. Biu biu biu. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, 3 holes were broken in the ceiling. Countless gases formed a white mist and dispersed. After a few seconds, the white mist dissipated, and except for the small hole, there were hardly any traces of damage. It seems that a tough knife edge has been cut on the tofu. The B-32-shaped laser gun has a maximum temperature of 30 million degrees at the converging point, which can melt almost all substances. Qin Yun introduced the laser in his hand. standard for men in black. This scene made everyone take a deep breath. Some even stood up boldly, walked to the bottom of the cave, glanced up and saw the sky. What the hell? This scene almost made him stare out his eyes. You know, the conference room on the 8th floor. And this building has more than 50 floors. That is to say, Chin-Yun's shot just now pierced through the entire floor. 40 floors were pierced through without any effort. Moreover, this building is not an ordinary building, but a tactical meeting building of the United Nations. The security is extremely high. Basically, every floor has protective armor in the floor in order to prevent being attacked. Even if the missile hits it, it will blow up 7 or 8 floors at most. Such a small gun directly pierced 40 floors and hit the sky. Don't worry, I've calculated, I can't hit anyone. The timing and angle of Chin-Yun's shooting were also carefully calculated with the help of Safan, which ensured that no one would be hit even if he penetrated through so many layers. Just when everyone was shocked. Zhang Beihai on the side complained helplessly, "Boss, can you tell me in advance next time you shoot? I'm going to be scared to death by you." Just now Zhang Beihai was really frightened. He has also played with the standard gun in Chin-Yun's hand, and he fully knows the power of that gun. If this is really a shot without protection, people will die on the spot hearing Zhang Beihai's words. The crowd reacted. At that time, Chin-Yun's first shot seemed to hit him. Are you okay?" Someone rushed up and looked at Zhang Beihai, then at the ceiling, then at Zhang Beihai, and then at the ceiling, looking back and forth repeatedly. You can't hide the disbelief in your eyes. He is equipped with a portable deflector force field shield, which can withstand almost all attacks on the Earth today, including small-yield nuclear bombs. As he said that, Chin-Yun fired 2 more shots at Zhang Beihai, scaring the people around him to take a few steps back. However, all attacks were blocked by an invisible transparent ripple on his body. Before departure, in order to protect Zhang Beihai's safety, Chin-Yun lent Zhang Beihai the protective wristwatch he bought at the system store. After all, Zhang Bei Zhao Heiahao came here with his real body, and he himself was controlled by the T-1000 remote control. He didn't want any accidents to happen to Zhang Beihai. He was a very useful agent. Miniature deflector shield can resist nuclear bombs. See the effect of the shield and the ripples visible to the naked eye. Nothing is more convincing than this, the deflector shield technology. It is actually true. Besides, has it been applied so maturely? The power is also far beyond everyone's expectations. Can withstand such a powerful attack. It is simply invincible, if only everyone had a. However, this is our special internal product, which belongs to the pinnacle of the 3rd-level civilization. The deflector shield technology we gave you is a 2nd level. It can't be so small and still have this power. Although the man in black has analyzed the technology of the deflector shield, he can't make the current individual portable shield purchased from the system store. The technology still needs to continue to iterate. Up to now, there is still only one Chin-Yun watch with more than 1,000 watches, and I am reluctant to spend money to buy more. What's the difference? Someone already looked at Zhang Beihai with bright eyes and asked. The 2nd-level deflector shield. There is no way to make it portable, but as long as the volume is large enough, the power can be similar. And it can't wrap organisms, it can't achieve breathability and material exchange, it can only wrap non-living organisms, that is, it is airtight. If you can make a planetary engine as big as it is, it can even wrap the entire Earth and use it as a planetary shield. But it's not necessary. It consumes a lot of energy, and the internal oxygen and heat supply is also laborious. Chin-Yun briefly explained the difference between the 2 levels of deflector shields. However, his words made everyone's eyes shine. How could it be unnecessary? This is a shield covering the whole world. If there is really one, the Earth, wouldn't it become a battleship? Or the kind that can resist nuclear bombs 24 hours a day. Taking the Earth on a long voyage, in fact, the most important issue is the strength of the Earth. Strictly speaking, the Earth is a planet with a low density. The structure of the Earth's crust is also unstable. Push it up, and all kinds of disasters are prone to happen. Also, the speed is very fast when sailing, and you will definitely encounter small planets and the like along the way. In the case of one party accelerating, If there is a fish that slips through the net and is not intercepted, it will be devastating to the Earth. But this deflector shield, if it is really a shield that can cover the whole world, doesn't it mean that it is equivalent to installing a solid shell for the Earth? If you encounter something, just hit it. What else to intercept? Brainless. The protection level and safety of the Earth, I don't know how many levels are higher. As for the biosphere, it is actually very easy to solve. Only need to build 2 shells. One large shell does not provide life support equipment, and there are countless small shells that provide life support equipment for people to survive. For a while, everyone subconsciously began to plan the details of the modification plan proposed by Qin Yun. Zhang Beihai and Qin Yun looked at each other, and they both saw smiles in each other's eyes. Sure enough, seeing is believing, hearing is believing. No matter how good the PPT is, it will not be as shocking as this shot. That's not right. The second level is airtight. The particle flow of the engine can't be launched into outer space, and there is no thrust. You can make an extension pipe outside the atmosphere, arrange the shield shape along the pipe, and expose the propeller port. Isn't that all right? Do you know how many nozzles reach the engine and how high it is? I don't know how much construction costs such a large pipeline will cost. What cost are you considering at this time? Didn't they all say that they want to move other planets in the solar system? Use those resources to build. Speaking of this, all eyes were on Zhang Beihai and Qin Yun for a moment. In the plan they proposed, there are 2 very important technical points. The first was the deflector shield, and now they've seen it. For real, if this kind of black technology is true, what the men in black said, they will pack up other planets in a short time. Maybe it is possible. That picture is so beautiful. What we said, we will do. While Qin Yun was speaking, Zhang Beihai also took out a USB flash drive and said, "Here are the technical catalogs and technical rules of the deflector shield that we wrote together with Trisolaran." With that said, Zhang Beihai carefully handed over the USB flash drive to the Huxia representative. For a moment, everyone looked straight at the USB flash drive. Why is it for him? The Huxia representative saw that such an important thing was entrusted to him, so he quickly kicked it into his pocket 193 very naturally. The Huxia side has the highest ability to execute the plan, and the productivity aspect is also the most reassuring for our organization. I believe that only the Huxia side, as the leader of the plan, can allow us to achieve the expected goals. There is also a reason why Qin Yun handed over the USB flash drive to the Huxia representative. Shu said it was worth money, and it was worth money, but Yun actually didn't think much of it. However, after all, it is for them to use, and it must be for the most suitable people. Giving something to Daxia must be used to save the Earth. To others, if it was given to Mi Fang, maybe they will continue to use it to build some kind of ark. After all, the ark with a partial shield seems to be more in line with people's understanding of spaceships. This is what Qin Yun is not happy to see. In the world of wandering Earth, the most worthy of help and salvation is the civilization of the world under the leadership of Daxia. If you really say 123, in fact, most people just make up the number. Just when everyone was still about to say something, suddenly, a loud siren rang through everyone's ears. Woo 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 tilde tilde tilde, what's the situation? Is this an attack alert? Are we under attack? When the Huxia representative heard the voice, he thought for a while, but his eyes lit up. Something must have happened. The meeting is going on tomorrow? As he spoke, he pulled Qin Yun and ran towards the door of the conference room. "Sir, please follow me, I will protect you." Zhang Beihai also hurriedly followed. The others were also a little flustered and hurriedly called and asked. For a while, the originally stable meeting room became a mess. The Huxia representative reacted quickly and disappeared with Qin Yun and Zhang Beihai almost immediately after the alarm sounded. Wait, assault siren? It's not about the 3 holes, is it? The representatives from the Mi side suddenly became smarter because their leaders were often attacked. So the reaction is faster than others. When everyone heard this, they all put down their hands and looked at the 3 holes in the ceiling that lead directly to the top floor. Then, almost at the same time, foul language began to explode. FK, this is F***G. Where are the Huxia? And the man in black? MTFK, this old six, take people away, depend on, and when the people in the conference room are full of foul words. Qin Yun and Zhang Beihai had already entered the elevator surrounded by the Huxia. When the elevator door closed, the Huxia representative burst out laughing. I didn't expect such an interesting thing to happen in this building. It reminds me of when I was a kid, playing football and breaking the next door neighbor's window and running away. Qin Yun also smiled slightly. I have to say, are you putting children's means on diplomacy? The Huxia representative quickly said, means, it doesn't matter whether you are an adult or a child, as long as it is easy to use. It's just that I didn't expect that you would directly hand over such an important thing to me, and you trust me so much. He patted the pocket with the U-disc in it, feeling a little emotional. It's an amazing feeling, coming from the trust of an almost stranger. Sooner or later, things will be used. As for who to give them to, who to trust. What I trust is not you, but the country behind you. Hearing this, the Huxia representative not only didn't lose heart, but straightened up his waist and said with some pride, then I should be really proud of my country. Re-understand, I believe in Joe, you can call me Lao Zhu Tilda. The two reached out and shook hands again. My surname is Chin, you should call me Agent Q Tilda. I understand Tilda, Lao Zhou made a knowing expression. Then he pointed to a girl next to him and said, this is Hao Zioxi, you can call her Zioxi. My secretary. Qin Yun looked at the girl beside him with some surprise. The girl is wearing a professional attire, and she is well organized, but she still feels that the internal materials are very good from this formal attire. She is also very pretty. Qin Yun thought this girl was some kind of nurse bodyguard or something. No way, people always have a misunderstanding of good-looking girls, thinking that they are a flower screen. After all, in the Huxia job structure, high-level secretaries are almost equivalent to successors, with Lao Zhou's status. His successor is so young. Moreover, being able to introduce herself on such a formal occasion without forgetting to introduce her shows that Lao Zhou still values this Zioxi very much. Pretty young. Ha ha ha, the world is always going to be handed over to young people. I may not see how this plan will end up. I'm getting old. It will always be you young people who will finally step into the starry sky. What I can do is to lay a good foundation and pave the way for young people and future generations. As for how to go, Lao Zhou shook his head with some emotion. This huge plan also consumes a lot of time. At his age, he probably won't see the end of the plan. When Zioxi heard the voice, she shook her head. Mr. Zhou, you will definitely see that day, and we will all work hard for it. Lao Zhou didn't speak, but just patted Zioxi on the shoulder. Qin Yun was a little emotional. This is the handover of generations of human beings, and this is how civilization continues, especially with what humans in this world are doing right now. It's really amazing to be able to start, to be honest. After all, the final crisis will not occur until 100 years later. 100 years? Few of this generation in the entire world can survive. The so-called dead birds are up to the sky, and they will not die for tens of thousands of years. If they are all dead, let them be flooded. But there will still be a generation of people who choose to work hard for the next generation, even if they have to dedicate their lives and see no hope. Perhaps this is also the spirit and shining point of human civilization. Qin Yun is different. He may be able to live for a long time, and he will see countless scenes like this when he is sleepy. Old Joe, you will definitely see that day, I promise Tilda. Qin Yun smiled. He is not prepared to let the Earth take so many years. It may be a bit difficult for Lao Zhou to pick Tilda. Hearing this, Old Joe was taken aback for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Okay, Tilda Agent Q, I believe you. If I don't believe you, why would I take you away? Hearing this, Qin Yun rolled his eyes. Needless to say, the reason why Lao Zhou took himself on the road. Isn't it because he wants to win a first move a day? Come on, you want to be the first to take the deflector shield technology into your hands. Hey Tilda, to tell you the truth, this technology is so good that it was almost born for the project of moving mountains. Although it will be made public sooner or later, it is always good to research and apply it in advance. In such a big era, self-preservation in terms of technology will definitely not work. After all, only global cooperation can escape the solar crisis. This is also the reason why, although Lao Zhou took Qin Yun away and other people in the meeting room scolded him, he didn't do anything. However, one step ahead also has advantages. At least one can understand the general outline of this technology first and take more initiative in future production and construction planning. I still have some things to deal with. Let Zioxy take you for a walk first to see. This world tilde, what Lao Zhou thinks is that the world may look different in the future. As an old man, he still misses the blue sky and white clouds. However, Qin Yun got it wrong. Look at this world. Could it be that they guess that they are not from this world? Can you guess this? Subconsciously glanced at Zhang Beihai, Zhang Beihai shook his head and gave Qin Yun a reassuring look. From his point of view, no matter whether it is Lao Zhou or anyone else, it is completely impossible to guess their origins. Qin Yun nodded and also chose to trust Zhang Beihai's judgment. The elevator door opened, and Lao Zhou left with a few people, leaving only Zioxy standing aside. Agent Q, Agent Z, please. He stretched out his hand to signal the two to follow. What Qin Yun didn't expect was that Zioxy took them out of the building and walked towards the seaside. Many people can be seen running nervously on the road. The siren has been withdrawn, but people who don't know the truth still think that the building has really been attacked. Seemingly aware of Qin Yun's gaze, Zioxy smiled and said, "Since the space elevator was destroyed by an attack last time, everyone is indeed a little nervous. But don't worry, someone will explain all this and won't expose you." Qin Yun nodded. "I'm not worried that the guy who attacked the space elevator got caught. When the Earth is in such peril, is there anyone else who does this kind of thing?" To be honest, this disgusted Qin Yun very much. There's always someone holding you back when you're doing big things. However, the biggest reason why Qin Yun paid more attention to the space elevator attack was because Qin Yun was afraid that these people would delay his plan. Qin Yun will be very angry if several attacks in the future disrupt the construction progress. Zioxy shook her head. "So far we haven't found the culprits. They are very mysterious." As she spoke, Zioxy looked at Qin Yun curiously. In fact, in this world, there are not many mysterious organizations like Qin Yun and the others. This is why it is easy to gain trust after the appearance of the man in black. The crisis of the Earth will lead to the differentiation of countless groups within human beings, some yearning for the good side, and some wanting to make things worse or destroying them. There is no doubt that Qin Yun's organization is looking forward to the good side. However, this kind of mysterious organization has different strengths. Some are strong and some are weak, but they are all hidden under the human society. Like the man in black, he went directly to Mars to build a base and did not hang out on the Earth. To be honest, this is the first time Zioxy has seen it. Thinking of this, Zioxy stood by the sea, looked at the distant scenery, and asked curiously, "Hasn't it been a long time since I saw such a scene?" Hearing Zioxy's words from the side, Zhang Beihai narrowed his eyes instantly. "You are indeed Lao Zhou's secretary. You speak so well." This simple sentence, but asked a lot of things. Seaside, long time no see. Whether Qin Yun says yes or no can reveal a lot of information. If yes, it means that the people in black still often return to the Earth, and even live on the Earth, and the Mars base may be used for other purposes. To put it another way, explain the second the places where the men in black are located are closer to the sea. If you say number, it means that the man in black has a high probability of putting all the main personnel on Mars and will not return to Earth for a long time. Even if this is not the case, it means that on Earth the men in black may live in the outback. This information is very useful for them to analyze the organization of the men in black. Thinking of this, Zhang Beihai quickened his pace, pretending to touch Qin Yun's arm inadvertently. Qin Yun didn't think much about it at first, and was just about to answer when he felt Zhang Beihai's touch and swallowed the words abruptly. "Guys, is this the start of a confrontation?" Only then did Qin Yun realize that Zioxy was talking nonsense. Madu is indeed a beautiful woman with a heavy heart. Diplomacy is no small matter. "Zhang Beihai, you and Zioxy have a chat first, I'll get back to you." Qin Yun picked up an old-fashioned communicator, the mobile phone, ready to hand over everything to Zhang Beihai. This is also the reason why he brought Zhang Beihai here. Old Utio, you should play with Lao Utio as your own boss. It is better to control the general direction. Okay, Boss Tilda. Zhang Beihai stepped forward and inserted himself between Zioxi and Qin Yun. Zioxi was also stunned. She didn't expect Qin Yun to be busy without saying a word. But he still smiled and said, "Work is important, Tilda Detective Q. You are busy first, Tilda. Talking with Zhang Beihai should be the same. Maybe it's better to talk." After all, Zhang Beihai is the younger brother, and I can be considered as the younger brother of Zhou Lao. The younger brother and the younger brother should communicate better. However, for some reason, Zioxi always felt a bad premonition when she saw Zhang Beihai's simple and honest smile. However, after only a few minutes, Zioxi, who had been smiling all over her face, had already started to smile. You can even feel the stiffness on her face. The brief exchange between the two of them can almost be described as hell. For example, Zioxi asked, "Agent Z, you should be about the same age as me. How long have you been working?" She wanted to know how long Zhang Beihai and the others had worked with the Men in Black, so as to analyze whether the members of the Men in Black's organization were recruited from the society or cultivated secretly by themselves. However, how did you answer Zhang Beihai? I can't remember exactly how long it was, but it must have been a long time since I joined the Space Force in 2008, right? 2008, Space Force. Zioxi only felt that Zhang Beihai seemed to reveal something, but it seemed to be nonsense. You know it will be 2070 soon. You started working in 2008, Tilda, now you are in your 80s or 90s. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a person in his 80s or 90s. But he didn't know that what Zhang Beihai was talking about was a date from another Earth. For another example, Zioxi asked, "This portable shield on your body looks very powerful. Does each of your agents have one?" "That's not true, only I have it now." "Oh. Is it because the technology is difficult? The smaller things are more difficult to make. This is known to all technical people. Not to mention that although the portable shield is small, according to Qin Yun, the power ratio is even higher than the large one, I don't know how many times. The third level and second level shield technology. The Men in Black have it, but they are only given the second level. Therefore, they really want to know if it is possible to get the best of the third level, even if the cost is high. Originally, this was just a simple temptation, but what did Zhang Beihai say? His answer left Zioxi speechless. "The technology is not difficult, but all of them are not equipped because I am the weakest in the whole bureau. Other agents can resist nuclear bombs and are not afraid of danger. There is a magician who can tear open the space with his bare hands, stepping on thousands of light years, and another who can run at the speed of light and nothing can hit him. I equipped this just to protect my safety." Qin Yun introduced other members to Zhang Beihai, and Zhang Beihai also had some understanding of Wanda, Ancient One, Quicksilver, and the others. Knowing the potential of these people, Zhang Beihai seemed very innocent. But are these words human? Tear open space with bare hands, running out of light speed. Zioxi only felt that Zhang Beihai was running the train with his mouth full. Why don't you say that you can destroy the universe with just one snap of your fingers? Zhang Beihai's words were true and false, and they were spoken very seriously, as if they were true. Instead, Zioxi only felt a headache. "Can't we have a good chat?" Cough, cough, cough. Agent Z joked, "Ha ha ha, you really have a sense of humor." Zioxi said awkwardly, "Sense of humor? Boss always says I'm too straight, but you're the first one to say I'm humorous, Tilda." Zhang Beihai seemed very happy when he heard the compliment. Zioxi. Qin Yun was playing with his mobile phone at the side, but his attention was on the two of them. Listening to the conversation between the two, I almost didn't laugh out loud. Zhang Beihai is really a talent. There is not a single lie in his mouth. But when these things come out of his mouth, it makes people feel like they are talking nonsense. Is this the art of conversation? Seeing Zioxi like this, she probably won't want to say anything again, right? "Agent Q, do you want me to show you around?" Zioxi gave up completely and was not going to deal with Zhang Beihai anymore. This person is simply not good at anything and does not leak at all. Seeing that Chin Yun had already put his phone in his pocket, he thought it would be interesting to chat with Chin Yun. Wait tilde tilde, however, Chin Yun stretched out his hand to signal and then looked at the road beside him with interest. The road is very close to their beach, which is less than 5 meters away. I don't know when it started, but the road that was a little deserted started to become lively. This road, usually there aren't so many cars. Chin Yun suddenly looked at Zioxy and asked. Yes, because this is near the United Nations building. The street next door is actually a very wide 8-lane street, which diverts all the nearby traffic, and most people will not take this small road. Zioxy was asked by Chin Yun and subconsciously replied. Chin Yun nodded thoughtfully. What's the situation? Looking at Chin Yun's expression, Zioxy also sensed something was wrong and her expression changed. Could it be that? Someone is really going to attack here. Thinking of the recent series of attacks, Zioxy dare not be careless. Hastily pressed down on his earphone and then said, Attention, the security team, Wait, don't worry. Chin Yun interrupted Zioxy's behavior. Actually, this matter is quite interesting. As he spoke, Chin Yun pointed to the street on the right. In the block 300 away from us, on the road with the most traffic, a serial car accident happened 7 minutes ago. A white cargo truck lost control in the automatic driving lane, broke through the railing, and hit 19 normal cars one after another. One of them was loaded with a foam building. Chin Yun's eyes seemed to see through countless buildings, as if he was standing at the scene of a car accident. The self-foaming building material vehicle happened to hit a fire truck filled with water, and it expanded when it met the water, blocking the entire road. That kind of building material belongs to the world that has been researched for the construction of various giant structures. It can expand rapidly after encountering water, and it can be shaped. The self-foaming material of the truck can block the entire lane of the platform. Is that why there are so many cars here? Hearing Chin Yun's explanation, Zioxy heaved a sigh of relief and put her hands off her ears. If it was just caused by an ordinary car accident, it would be acceptable. Chin Yun shook his head. This is just the beginning. The automated road squad arrived at the scene 3 minutes ago and checked the autopilot chip of the car that was out of control. The chip caused a breakdown due to overload, which was characterized as a natural accident caused by an electronic device error. Chin Yun recounted the scene almost verbatim. You know this as well? Zioxy was stunned. The autopilot troubleshooting team had just checked the scene. How did Chin Yun know? He was standing here just now and didn't see anything at the scene. How come it's as if he saw it with his own eyes? Speaking of this, Chin Yun pointed to a red off-road vehicle at the end of the road. This car had an accident a month ago. Although it was repaired, the suspension angle was offset by 0.4 degrees. Zhang Beihai and Zioxy also turned their gazes to an off-road vehicle that was waiting for red on the side of the road, about 100 meters away from them. The owner of the car is a person who likes to drive by himself. He rarely uses automatic driving. People who like off-roading always have some minor problems with the car, and he doesn't care about it. After all, he usually goes to various places. He was going to the repair shop today to do a new wheel alignment. But last night, he drank with 7 beauties until the early hours of the morning, so he activated the autopilot for an unprecedented time, and at the moment, he was screaming in the car sleep. One Zioxy? What exactly are you going to say? Zioxy was in a daze at the moment. Chin Yun's sudden topic made her at a loss. How did she start talking about it? Chin Yun smiled slightly and continued. On that road just now, the automatic driving judged that it could not pass, so I chose this road. But when the vehicle left, the left front wheel was stained with a small piece of self-foaming glue of about tens of grams. Because his suspension angle was offset and the autopilot hadn't been driven for a long time, it wasn't calibrated. So, after 12 seconds, he would press on the curb, close to the sidewalk. Under Chin Yun's explanation, the red off-road vehicle began to move slowly. Surprisingly, after walking for a while, the car actually began to tilt to the right, getting closer and closer to the sidewalk. Zioxy looked at Chin Yun's look of a prophet, although he didn't know why he said these things, but it feels really awesome. Later, the cup of coffee will be spilled on the ground, and it will be crushed by the self-foaming wheel. Coffee? What coffee? Zioxy fixed her eyes on the red off-road vehicle and then stared at Zioxy in surprise. The off-road vehicle really touched the curb. The time is also a full 12 seconds. After feeling the scratch, the automatic driving also started to calibrate. Angle offset detected. Calibrating? Subsequently, the off-road vehicle is ready to return to the correct lane as soon as the direction is hit. However, when the vehicle rubbed against the curb, a pedestrian happened to pass by with a cup of milk tea and was taken aback by the movement of the vehicle. "Damn it, your sister. Can you drive? Why are you driving on the sidewalk? You don't have eyes. FK." However, looking through the window, there was no driver. He actually scolded even more fiercely. "FK, it's AI again. Bunch of idiots." As he said that, he threw the coffee he just bought and hadn't taken a couple of sips towards the red off-road vehicle. The coffee spilled on the wheels of the off-road vehicle and flowed down. As the wheels turned, soon, I touched the lump of self-foaming glue that was stained on the previous highway. The scene in front of me was actually predicted by Chin-Yun. Before Zioxy was surprised, Chin-Yun continued. 5 seconds later, the styrofoam will absorb water and suddenly expand, hit the car, and then the dump truck will lose control. 5 seconds is very short. It is exactly the time for the foaming agent to take effect. Before anyone could react, the red off-road vehicle suddenly slanted on the spot and then directly hit a dump truck. 0, asking for flowers. F***K. The driver of the dump truck did not expect that he was driving normally and someone could hit him from the side like this. Hastily turned the steering wheel. Tear, what? Everything that happened before my eyes was really too fast. In the blink of an eye, the red off-road vehicle lost control and the dump truck headed sideways. Then, under the horrified eyes of Zioxy and his group, the huge amounts of dump truck rushed towards them in a daze. Not good. Get out of the way. Zioxy was startled and was about to drag Chin-Yun to hide aside. However, it didn't pull. I saw Chin-Yun continue to look at the dump truck calmly, as if the huge amounts of construction truck wasn't hitting him, and said, "The driver of the dump truck is not in a good financial situation. A few days ago, because he had no money to pay back because he gambled with others, he removed the automatic driving system on the car and exchanged it for 10,000 yuan. I decided to drive myself to make money for a few days. It's just that what he didn't expect was that when disassembling the automation system, his brake fluid pipe was knocked off. 9 seconds ago, the last drop of brake fluid leaked out and the brakes had already failed. Effect. Following Chin-Yun's explanation, the driver of the dump truck constantly honked his horn and stuck his head out. Get out of the way. The brakes are out of order. Get out of the way. Zioxy is also in a hurry. It only takes 2 to 3 seconds. Why is Chin-Yun still not moving? Get away. However, Chin-Yun still stood there calmly. Seeing that it couldn't be pulled, Zioxy gritted her teeth and prepared to hide by a nearby tree. But he found himself held back by Chin-Yun. Chin-Yun's somewhat cold hands tightly grasped Zioxy's arm, motionless as a rock. What you do? Just when she was about to struggle, the dump truck suddenly turned 180 degrees. Then, it rolled fiercely into the flower bed beside it. The huge amounts of weight instantly crushed the flower beds, and then countless construction cement poured up. This scene, however, frightened Zioxy to the core. The dump truck bumped into it just now. Her first reaction was to hide in that flower bed. If Chin-Yun hadn't pulled herself back, she might have been broken to pieces and buried in place. The ground stakes on the sidewalk are raised at exactly 12 o'clock every day. Chin-Yun's words brought Zioxy back to reality. At first glance, it turned out that the automatic piles of the sidewalk were raised. It is because of this ground pile that the dump truck changed its direction 2 seconds before it hit them, and it rolled over under the action of generosity and gravity. Zioxy just felt that what happened just now was too dreamy. Everything seemed like a coincidence, but it was extremely accurate. As long as there is a 1-second error or a little accident in the middle, none of this will happen. Zioxy's tone was still a little trembling. The amount of information was really too much in just over 20 seconds. I didn't do it. I didn't have to create these accidents against myself. Chin Yun shook his head very seriously. Accident? It's not an accident. It's a murder. Zioxy took a deep breath and said very seriously. If one thing is a coincidence, then it makes sense, but everything altogether. Is there really such a coincidence? No doubt they were attacked. And it was a very sophisticated attack. At the door of the United Nations building. If it wasn't for what Chin Yun said, who would be here this time? Who would be the one who died? Even after the fact, the investigation might just think it was a coincidence. Come here, arrest that. The man in the blue down jacket at the door of the Jiyushin convenience store. Also, all the drivers and vehicles involved will be taken away for investigation, including the styrofoam truck on the nearby highway. Zioxy said into the earphone. Soon, a lot of plainclothes appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards the man who threw the coffee before. Among so many coincidences, the water thrower is the most suspicious. The one who threw the water, and all these people, are actually fine, Chin Yun said with a smile on the side. The reason why that person threw water was because he used to be a taxi driver. After the popularization of automatic driving, he also lost his job. So what he hates the most is the intelligent AI. When he finds out that the red off-road vehicle is self-driving, so it just rubs against the side of the road, his fiery temper will definitely make this kind of action. Zioxy slowly stopped her movements. The eyes looking at Chin Yun are full of complexity. How? How do you know this? You mean these were really just accidents? Definitely not tilde. Chin Yun narrowed his eyes, looking at the dump truck beside him. It's interesting. Chin Yun was able to know this in advance, and everything came true according to what he said. Definitely because of Safan's reminder. Safans have been placed on the Earth of this world. As a two-dimensional supercomputer, Safan's computing power can almost handle most of the things that will happen on the Earth. Definitely only for a short period of time. After all, people's subjective consciousness is still the main reason that affects everything. However, this matter was not done by Tomoko. Behind, there is another black hand. This black hand also has the ability similar to Hai Jizi, or the computing power is not low. This is undoubtedly a murder, but the planning is so precise. From the beginning to the end, the Black Hand never showed his face, but hid in the dark, making a series of coincidences connect together and recalling the outside world. This method is also the most defenseless. Perhaps the only thing that can show this Black Hand is the car that got out of control at the very beginning. However, the self-driving chip of that car was burned, and it was difficult for Safan to trace the source. This accident was extremely meticulous, and even the situation and psychology of each participant were accurately predicted. Just the right amount of suspension offset, just the right amount of rage ex-cab driver, even at the last second, allowing for the victim to dodge. And the pedestrian automatic pile that rises on time will overturn the dump truck and crash into the flower bed. All these calculations, for any person on the Earth, will be intimately contacted by that dump truck. However, maybe the mastermind behind the scenes didn't expect that Safan had already analyzed everything before the incident happened. Chin Yun didn't move either. At this moment, Zioxy only feels that her scalp is numb. Even though she had seen so many great scenes with Lao Zhou, she still never expected that there would be someone who could create such a perfect accident. 960. Thank you very much, Agent Q. If it wasn't for you, I would have been assassinated. With lingering fear in her heart, Zioxy bowed to Chin Yun. Thank you for saving my life. Although I don't know how Chin Yun managed to understand everything, it is an indisputable fact that Chin Yun saved her. Without Chin Yun holding her back, she was already buried in the flower bed. Do you really think this is intended to kill you? Chin Yun smiled, then shook his head and said, Our whereabouts are random, no one can predict where we will go, and we will stand here and watch the sea. Besides, if someone with such a method wants to kill you, I will never know you, and I will not stand here with you. You are already dead. When Zioxy heard this, her pupils shrank slightly. You mean, this is directed at you? Chin Yun nodded. This method doesn't look like a human method, but more like a program, or an intelligent life, because Sophons can do the same thing. Their activities are random. No one knows how long they will walk to the beach and how long they will stand there. To be able to arrange such a sophisticated drama in such a fast time, perhaps only Sophon's kind can do it. Who is it? Numerous suspects appeared in Zioxy's mind, and even representatives from various countries were included. Could it be that Mi Fang did it? By the way, didn't you say before that there were many attacks, but the murderer was not caught? Space elevator or something. After being reminded by Qin Yun, Zioxy seemed to have thought of something. All the previous attacks were clueless, and there was not even a single evidence or suspect. In comparison, today's accident can already be regarded as a small scene. The ones who attacked us, the space elevator, and the digital life laboratory, are all a group of people. Qin Yun tentatively murmured to himself, perhaps, not human, not human. Reminiscent of Qin Yun and their identities, Zioxy couldn't help coming up with a bold idea. It's the sun. As she spoke, Zioxy pointed at the sun, but the meaning was obvious. Could it be the man behind the scenes who wants to destroy the sun? After all, isn't the Men in Black an organization that specializes in dealing with aliens? Being attacked by aliens also makes sense logically. It shouldn't be. Zhang Beihai suddenly expressed his opinion. Civilizations that can destroy the sun indicate that their direct strike range has already reached the solar system. This kind of civilization will not look down on Earth people. In their eyes, we are nothing but ants. This kind of small action is only possible when their strike range is not within reach. Now, impossible, if aliens really attacked us, should directly attack the Earth, not this small scene. Zhang Beihai pointed at the dump truck. He is very experienced in this kind of thing, because they have lived under the coercion of Trisolarans for many years. Zhang Beihai should not understand too much what these aliens with a higher level of civilization than the Earth think. The Trisolarans also made small moves, but that was because the Trisolarans' fleet was still far away, beyond the reach of the Earth. Especially after fully accepting the Trisolaran civilization, they are too aware of what means the high-level civilization has. Once the Trisolarans can attack the Earth, it is completely impossible for the Earthlings to have the ability to fight back. What Agent Z said makes sense. I trust Agent Z's judgment. Qin Yun nodded. Zhang Beihai's ability to speak meant that he was sure. Qin Yun still believed in Zhang Beihai's brain. Then, who the hell is it? Zioxy only felt a little pain in her head. Just when she was still trying to analyze, suddenly many special agents came running not far away. Secretary Hao. It's not safe here. We're here to take you out. It turned out that the security personnel who had been hiding in the dark had arrived, and they were worried that they would continue to stay outside when this happened. Agent Q. It's really dangerous outside now. Why don't we go in first? Zioxy is also afraid of another such attack. Now even if he sees a child passing by on a tricycle, he will subconsciously take a half step back. There is always a feeling that something is going to happen. Okay, Tilda. Qin Yun didn't care either. This time he planned to stay in this world for a few more days, anyway, as long as things were done well. Surrounded by security, they were about to leave when they heard a faint cry from the direction of a dump truck. Help! Help! It turned out that the driver of the dump truck woke up and was calling for help in the cockpit. Sir, just leave it to us. Go with the secretary first, the security personnel on the side took the initiative to say. Afterwards, he motioned to the men on the side to save people. I don't know if the dump truck driver was lucky or not. Good luck because someone came to the rescue in a minute. The reason for his bad luck was that when the vehicle rolled over, a steel bar just pierced through his body. At the moment, mud is pouring into the cockpit. The security personnel are not professional rescue teams, so it is difficult to get him out in a short time. Qin Yun waved his hand. It will take at least 3 minutes to get him out. But in 30 seconds, the mud will drown him and fill his lungs. If it is drowning or something, even if it is suffocation for 3 minutes, it can still be saved with current medical methods. But these are all construction materials. Once the high-concentration mud is poured into his lungs, let alone 3 minutes. It took a minute to catch the fish, and no one was saved. Chin Yun ignored the blocking of the security personnel and slowly climbed into the cockpit of the dump truck. Just as the security personnel wanted to stop her, they saw Zioxy shaking her head. She also wanted to see what Chin Yun could do without any equipment in this situation. The security personnel had no choice but to stop their actions, but their hearts were full of motherly criticism. "We can't save it, but you can. It's better to hide quickly to avoid accidents. If something happens again, you might lose your job. These second generations are really difficult to serve." Some people have even said bad things in their hearts, but their good professionalism still makes them keep watching their surroundings to prevent other suspicious people from approaching. Chin Yun's identity, these security personnel do not know. They only know Zioxy. Zioxy is Mr. Zhou's secretary, and the person who can be accompanied by Zioxy must be a big shot and even ordered to die by the superiors, even if it is to protect their safety. But Chin Yun is so young, in their hearts, they already believe that Chin Yun is a certain second generation. However, what Chin Yun did next left them dumbfounded. As a construction vehicle, the dump truck has changed the manufacturing process earlier than decades ago. Bigger, stronger, and sturdier. After a round of technological explosion in alloy technology, even the cockpit is made of special alloys. Now in this world, special alloys can already be made cheaper than steel. Although cheap, the strength of the material is much higher than steel. It is almost impossible to break open without tools and equipment. However, Chin Yun just stretched out his hand and grabbed the door. Then, just swipe. There was a sharp metal friction sound, and the alloy door was torn off so abruptly. F***K? This scene almost scared the security personnel next to him to death. They are all elites from various armies, otherwise they would not be responsible for the security of the United Nations building. But even if they have seen many soldier kings, they have never seen anything like this. This man tore open the alloy door with his bare hands, even without any effort. Is this still a human being? Help me, save me. The driver of the dump truck at the moment, except for his head, most of his body had already sunk into the mud. Seeing this scene, he seemed to be grabbing a life-saving straw and used all his strength to shout Zero. "It's okay, don't be afraid." Chin Yun smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, inserted it into the mud, and grabbed the steel that pierced him without even groping. Then the palm of the hand changed shape in the mud, turned into a sharp blade, and cut the steel like cutting tofu. With a little force, he grabbed the driver's arm and pulled him out with one hand. At this moment, everyone present was silent. Unbelievable to see such a picture. Zioxy also opened her mouth slightly. She originally thought that Chin Yun might just use a gun to smash the cockpit to save people. After all, that laser gun is really powerful, but she never expected it. Chin Yun's way of saving lives turned out to be like this? Thanks. Level 4 of the dump truck thanked excitedly, but after the car accident just now, I don't have much strength anymore. Even when he spoke, there was blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Chin Yun gently put him on the grass beside him, then squatted down and said slowly, "You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank you, please thank your daughter." She got the first grade in the exam today, and the topic of the full score composition is, "My dad." Hearing this, the weak dump truck driver was stunned. He didn't know how Chin Yun knew all this. But the image of her daughter still appeared in her mind. "You have a good daughter, but you are not a good father. From now on, don't gamble." Chin Yun sighed. Here, the driver of the dump truck looks like he is going to die. In the school 12 kilometers away, his daughter is reading her composition on the podium at the moment. In the daughter's world, his father was drinking, gambling, and beating her at every turn, and she was doing the housework and cooking every day at a young age. But she, who lost her mother at a young age, has only one relative in this world. Therefore, this man is also the whole of the daughter's world. In the composition, the girl did not write a bad word about her father. In her eyes, even though her father is bad in every way, he also buys things for himself, pays for himself to go to school, and takes her to the amusement park. Although that was 3 or 4 years ago. To be honest, if it wasn't for this daughter, Chin Yun wouldn't even bother to save him. After all, Chin Yun is not a superhero. He doesn't have the energy to save everyone. I just hope that this man can change a little after going through this life-and-death crisis, right? Hearing Chin Yun's words, the dump truck driver was also stunned. You, how do you know? Chin Yun didn't speak, just stood up and waved his hands. Let's go, send him to the hospital later, and help with the medical expenses. A car accident destroyed a truckload of goods, the car broke down, the family had no savings, and the body was seriously injured. His daughter may be hungry for a long time. This is the only thing Chin Yun can do. Surrounded by security personnel, Chin Yun gradually walked away from the building until he lost sight of his back 5'9". At this time, the driver of the dump truck reacted, suddenly burst into tears on the stretcher. Daughter, my daughter, I will never gamble again. At this moment, no one knew what he was thinking. I just saw him crying and looking towards the place where Chin Yun disappeared. Weak crying spread all over the street. In the elevator, S.H.I.E.L.D also looked at Chin Yun with a complicated expression. It seems that there are countless words to say, but I don't know how to say them. Finally asked, Agent Q, how do you know everything? Chin Yun glanced at the camera in the elevator and said thoughtfully, the development of science and technology can bring unimaginable productivity to human beings. But at the same time, many new problems will arise. The internet is a good thing, but the more developed the internet, the less privacy everyone has. From the beginning of big data, you browse the recommendations given to you by shopping websites, and if it continues to develop, no one in the whole world will be able to survive alone, and everyone will be transparent. Nowhere to hide. If you can become a program and live in the electronic world, maybe you will be omniscient and omnipotent. Huh, you mean? S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Chin Yun strangely, as if to say, evildoer. I can see that you are not human at a glance. Don't get me wrong, I'm human. Well, the kind that can have children. Chin Yun laughed and teased, but S.H.I.E.L.D coughed twice. Cough, 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 tilde, tilde, good guy, can you say such words? Chin Yun continued. Have you ever thought about this attack? Maybe it was controlled by such a guy who lives on the internet. If this is the case, everything can be explained. When Chin Yun heard that there were always people attacking behind the scenes in this world, he felt something was wrong. Moreover, it is able to wreak havoc under the noses of almost all powerful countries, and there is not a single tail left. This kind of thing is too difficult in such a developed modern civilization. Especially when the man in black arrives and Safan controls him, he still hasn't detected who did it. There is only one possibility, or these people can escape Safan's monitoring. This is impossible. Or they are not human at all. Before moving the mountain, didn't you have another plan? You mean, digital life? That project was shut down long ago. Soon, S.H.I.E.L.D thought of the digital life project that was listed together with the S.H.I.E.L.D project before it was staged. It's just because of various issues such as morality and law, although it was carried out for a period of time, it was forcibly closed. The digital life plan. Reasonable, the idea is right, but the direction is wrong. Chin Yun shook his head. According to the original plan of digital life, it is to combine human memory and programs to iterate out an intelligent life with human conscious memory as the main body. Actually, this is just another level of intelligent AI. Digital life is said to be life, but in fact it has nothing to do with life. An intelligent program evolved based on the human memory database is, after all, a program. When a person dies, he is dead, and this program will not be the original person, but just a continuation of memory in a certain sense. This is completely different from the quantum life backup instrument. What the quantum life backup instrument involves is the person's information and sense of existence in the universe. The soul and the body are nothing more than particlesing people and changing places. However, there is no way to do this, as the current technology of the Earth has not yet reached this level. So, are you skeptical that the previous research on digital life was actually successful, and there is a digital life already surviving in the online world? S.H.I.E.L.D was greatly shocked. She never thought that the project that was forcibly closed after such a short period of time was actually a success. But why did it sabotage our plan and attack the space elevator? Who knows, tilde? Chin Yun shrugged. However, if you really want to catch it, it's very simple. We can help with this matter. To deal with intelligent life, the Men in Black 21 have already done it once, so don't be too familiar with it. S.H.I.E.L.D was silent, thought for a long time, and finally said, I have to report this matter to Mr. Joe and discuss it with the leader. There are too many secrets involved in this matter, and there are even many shady things, if a third party is involved. S.H.I.E.L.D can't decide. It's okay, just think about it and contact Agent Z. Qin Yun pointed to Zhang Beihai. Zhang Beihai smiled honestly beside him. Yes, just ask me if you need help. S.H.I.E.L.D. For some reason, S.H.I.E.L.D always felt that seeing Zhang Beihai's smile gave people goosebumps. Then let's do this first. I've lost a lot of time today, so I'm leaving first. Qin Yun looked at the time, and before he knew it, it was already afternoon. Walk. Agent Q, we have prepared a place to live. You are exhausted, why don't you rest for the night? As soon as she heard that Qin Yun was about to leave, S.H.I.E.L.D hurriedly persuaded her. How could you just leave like this? My pants are all tucked. No, our plan has not been verified, at least until the expert team works overtime overnight to verify the plan. Can you leave after several meetings to confirm? Agent Z is leaving, and I'm just going to prepare a big gift for you. Qin Yun smiled slightly. What he meant by leaving was not to leave this world, but to speed up the progress and fulfill the promise of the previous plan. As he said that, Qin Yun waved his hands, ignoring S.H.I.E.L.D's melancholy eyes and his sincere feelings of persuasion. Get on the elevator and walk towards the rooftop. In the end, only Zhang Beihai was left with a smile on his face. The two sides looked at each other. S.H.I.E.L.D was a little helpless. Does Agent Z want a rest? She wanted to report to Mr. Joe about her work, so she planned to put Zhang Beihai down. The main reason was that she couldn't talk to Zhang Beihai at all. Zhang Beihai still had that simple and honest appearance and replied, It's okay, I'm not tired, I'm just strolling tilde S.H.I.E.L.D. Time passed slowly. To S.H.I.E.L.D's despair, Beihai really just walked around for a day, almost walked around their building. He even got acquainted with many people. For such a long time, Zhang Beihai has a very detailed understanding of the power structure of the Earth and various top-level personnel. This is far more comprehensive than the information obtained from Safan monitoring. After all, human beings still have to communicate to feel each other's thoughts. This is also irreplaceable by intelligent programs. But S.H.I.E.L.D felt a little uncomfortable. She hardly got any useful information from Zhang Beihai. Just listening to where Zhang Beihai is talking about running the train in the evening, Mr. Joe's office. What? Agent Q is gone? Joe frowned when he heard that Qin Yun had left. How do you let someone go? You know what the scientists said when I went to the Academy of Sciences today? With that said, Elder Joe took out a report. The deflector shield technology they gave, from a theoretical level, there is no problem at all. It can be applied directly. Even with our current production equipment, it can be directly manufactured. News, do you know what this means? Speaking of this, Mr. Joe, who has always been relatively calm, said a little excitedly. This means that with this technology, we will officially enter the stage of star civilization. The shield looks like a simple defensive technique, but there are too many places where it can be applied. If there is no shield technology, with the existing technology, if you want to enter space, you will face more than 100 times more problems. The simplest ones are debris in space, meteorites. The current spaceships and spaceplanes are just iron shells. Once the shell is broken, the whole ship will have problems. If it is handled well, a part of the hull is discarded. If it is not handled well, the whole ship will be GG. With the shield technology, it is completely different, and the fault tolerance rate will be greatly reduced. As long as there is no problem with the energy equipment, even a person riding a 3-wheeled motorcycle with a propeller can still say that he is driving a spaceship in space. The chain reaction caused by the shield technology allows them to design the spaceship without having to consider many cumbersome things. Achieve huge amounts of leaps in terms of structure, volume, functionality, and carrying capacity. I stayed, he said he would prepare a gift for us. Didn't. But the other agent he brought didn't leave. S.H.I.E.L.D said cautiously, Gift? Elder Joe was taken aback. What gift should I prepare? This shield technology is already the greatest gift to all mankind. Now, it should be time for them to think about how to repay the man in black. While the two were still talking, a technician in a white coat hurried to the door of Mr. Zhou's office and knocked frantically on the door. "Zhao Liu, what's the matter? You're in such a hurry. Zhou, Mr. Zhou, hurry up, come to the command center on the 13th floor." Seeing how excited the technicians were, Mr. Zhou didn't dare to delay. It was obvious that something big had happened. When they arrived at the command center, countless people were already in a mess. The detected target is still getting bigger. OMG, what is this? Elder Zhou and Zioxy also looked at the big screen, and then they all froze. I saw that a long cylinder suddenly appeared on the screen. This is 10 minutes ago, it appeared on our deep space radar at Mercury, and then we put the lens in this direction. The person who spoke had cold sweat on his forehead and subconsciously drank a glass of water. When I first observed him, it was only over 100 meters long. Now, it has exceeded 2,000 meters, and it is still turning into wood at an extremely fast speed. 100 meters, 2,000 meters, that's almost a 20-fold increase. Moreover, this thing is not a natural thing at first glance, but a man-made product. Could it be? Elder Zhou only felt his heart tremble. It reminded me of the conversation I had with Qin Yun before. Is this an alien warship? However, what kind of alien warship can be said to grow bigger as it grows in size, getting bigger and not deforming in any way? Is that scientific? We suspect that this may be an alien's weapon. You see, it has a semicircular head at the top. The technicians start by giving them the objects in the analyst's picture. However, it is facing Mercury, not the Earth. Is this going to attack Mercury? There is nothing on Mercury. There is no doubt that the Earth is the only living planet in the solar system. Even if aliens come to attack, they must attack the Earth. With such a big battle, how is it possible to attack Mercury? Could it be deploying? Will it turn on us when it's deployed? Someone gave his guess. Old Joe, what do you think? Soon, someone set their sights on Mr. Joe, waiting for him to express his opinion. At this time, everyone lacked a backbone. I look with my eyes. Elder Joe said something confusing. Is there something at the end of that thing that can magnify it? Elder Joe pointed to another part of the huge round head in the picture. Wait a minute, it will take 10 minutes, we will adjust the attitude of the satellite. Mercury, among the 8 satellites of the solar system, is the closest to the Earth, and even if it is the closest, it is not small on a cosmic scale. About 200 million kilometers. The communication delay between the two is high, and the message delivery has to wait about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the picture began to change. The camera seemed to start to adjust the angle and finally aimed at the end of the unknown object. This is. However, the picture at the end made everyone dumbfounded. I saw a fan-shaped light beam lasing out from a certain black shadow facing this huge amounts of object. And that shadow, does it look like a person? How can it be? Although the pixel of the satellite camera is high, but this is the angle of the backlight, and only a human figure and his posture can be vaguely seen. It feels like an old photo from the last century. Wearing clothes with one hand in pocket, the other hand is holding something facing a huge object body. The fan-shaped light beam shot out from his hand. Professional people do professional things. Isn't the detective gone yet? Someone invite him over. Seeing this scene, Elder Joe was a little stunned, but he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked someone to invite Zhang Beihai. Agency. Most of the people present didn't know what happened in the past 2 days, and they had never heard of any detectives in black. It's just that I don't understand what Elder Joe asked this person to do. This is about to be invaded by aliens. What can one person change? By the way, do you feel that the thing that is getting bigger looks like a flashlight? Zioxy, who had been silent all this time, said suddenly. As soon as these words came out, the originally noisy scene instantly became quiet. They looked at the still-changing behemoth in the picture and found that it really looked exactly like a flashlight. However, soon, someone smiled awkwardly. Ha 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 ha. Ha, Secretary Hao is really humorous. She is quite calm at times like this. It does look like a flashlight, but how could it really be a flashlight? Although it looks like it, but this is in space, and now this thing is almost 10,000 meters long. Such a big 373 thing. How could aliens have nothing to do and come over with a flashlight? What to do if you are full tilde, this must be a weapon. S.H.I.E.L.D saw that the technicians were arguing endlessly, so she stopped talking. Just when the flashlight expanded to about 10,000 meters, the black figure stopped his movements. No change stopped. Is this deployment completed? F***K, what are we going to do? Seeing this scene, everyone present became impatient. Is this about to start an attack? But Mercury is still 200 million kilometers away from the Earth, and even if their current fastest aerospace plane rushes there, it will take nearly a month. After so long, the day Lily is cold. It's over. The Earth is really going to die this time. Hey, saving the Earth, saving the Earth. After saving for so long, don't you want to die? Don't be so pessimistic. What if they don't come to attack us? It sounds good. Anyone who has gone to school can tell that this thing is definitely an offensive weapon, right? Otherwise, what is such a big tip used for? You don't really think it's a flashlight, do you? Reading will make people have more knowledge, and it will also make people's thinking more complicated. Someone once raised a question, whether a drop of water falling from a high altitude will cause fatal injury to people under the acceleration of gravity. Countless scientists have discussed this. Only one child asked, "Have you never been in the rain?" What's happening now is something similar. In their view, things with this structure can only be offensive weapons, and only weapons are designed in this way. Look quickly. Here we go. A minute later, this huge amounts of object seemed to be activated, and a powerful light began to emit from his head. A dazzling fan-shaped beam of light shot out from the starry sky, and then shone on Mercury. Is it really attacking Mercury? Not attacking Earth? Surprisingly, what was originally thought to attack the Earth was actually launched towards Mercury. Many people wept with joy, but also many people's faces became strange. Because Mercury doesn't appear to be destroyed. Pillars of light shone on the surface of Mercury. As if nothing catastrophic happened, the ground doesn't have any temperature change. Under the illumination of the beam of light, Mercury remained intact, and the instant explosion of the planet as imagined did not happen at all. This made everyone think of what S.H.I.E.L.D said before. This thing, can it really be a flashlight? Everyone was dumbfounded. What are you kidding? A 10,000-meter flashlight. Who is this? What is the point of doing such a thing? Wait, Mercury. Damn it. Mercury's magnetic field is decreasing. That unknown object is still getting bigger. No, it's not that it's getting bigger. It's Mercury that's getting smaller. What? When the light first started to shine, everyone didn't notice any changes. But then, the satellite found that the flashlight was still getting bigger after it was lit, and the speed was getting faster and faster. That's because their detection satellites are in the Mercury synchronous orbit, and they are also irradiated and become smaller. And Mercury, which was originally used as a reference object, is also getting smaller. Damn, so Mercury is being shrunk? This is too sci-fi. Everyone suddenly realized that they had reached something they couldn't understand. The planet is being scaled down, the signal connection is unstable. The picture on the screen began to tremble, and then snowflakes appeared. From less to more, in just 1 minute, they completely lost contact. Signal connection broken? What's going on? Has our detector been destroyed? Someone hastily kept checking the equipment. No, if really we see this, our detector should be fine. It's just that the detector and Mercury have shrunk together. Soon someone responded. The size of the detector has shrunk, and the power has also shrunk. Therefore, it is very likely that its communication power cannot reach the level that can span such a long distance. Then fire up the space station's deep space telescope. Scan with optics? Although they lost the signal of the probe, they can still see the situation of Mercury through the telescope on the Earth. 10 minutes later, the picture of the space station came back. However, everyone was stunned when they saw this picture. No more. Mercury, no more? Originally, the position of Mercury was empty at this moment. The huge amounts of unidentified objects, as well as Mercury, have all disappeared of the 8 planets. There are only 7 left. For a moment, everyone was a little shuddering. This is to change a planet into nothing in just 1 hour. Such means, if placed on the Earth. Can't we last an hour? There is no doubt that if that thing appears on the Earth, humans will not have any means to deal with it. Because even until now, they haven't understood what all this is. Was Mercury wiped out? It becomes smaller. But if it really becomes smaller, what about the mass? Will it not collapse after the molecular density changes? The law of conservation of mass doesn't matter at all, right? Just when the command room was quiet, a person pushed the door and entered. Agent Z, have you heard what happened just now? Elder Joe got up quickly. For some reason, he always had the feeling that the man in black must have something to do with this matter. Oh, you mean Mercury? Didn't I tell you about this a long time ago? Zhang Beihai looked very calm. Say what? Isn't it just a modified version of the Yishan project? I thought there was something big going on, and the boss will come and tell you about it tomorrow. Tilda, I have to go back and catch up on sleep. I'm so sleepy, Tilda. As he spoke, Zhang Beihai yawned. A kind of person watched Zhang Beihai push the door open and leave in stunned amazement. Everyone's mind is full of question marks. Elder Joe stretched out his hand, wanting to say something, but held back. He had some guesses, but this guess shocked him very much. Tomorrow, a gift. Mr. Joe muttered to himself and looked at the hall. Everyone hadn't recovered from what happened just now. Taking a deep breath, he also slowly left the room. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. And it's not just the people in the command center who are witnessing this. Many people have noticed the disappearance of Mercury. After all, the solar system is just a little stuff. What did you say? Men in black blew up Mercury. Inside the building, representatives from several major countries, including representatives from France and me, secretly gathered together. Speaking of today's things. It's not fried, it's gone. What do you mean by disappearing? What kind of nonsense is this? It's a planet. Can't you do magic, Tilda? Representative Mi Fang rolled his eyes, wondering if Representative Fran hadn't woken up yet. FK, you fat B ***** D, I'm talking business to you. He slapped the table hard and put a paper document on the table. When you and your secretary hid in the office to make people, do you know what happened in this building? Representative Fran pointed at the lipstick marks on Representative Mi's face that hadn't been wiped clean and shouted, WT. In fact, satellites from various countries have detected changes in Mercury today. Similar to what happened in the Huxia command room, it happened in almost every country's command center. Only the representative of Mi Fang seemed to be a little confused because of the beauty of Wen Wangxiang. Alien attack. Mercury disappears. 10,000 meters of offensive weapons. Seeing these materials, the Mi Fang representative also realized the seriousness of the matter and sat up quickly. Is this the advanced civilization behind that? Why did they attack Mercury? I don't know. It suddenly appeared and then suddenly disappeared. The degree of exaggeration of this incident made everyone very disturbed. I'm afraid that I will disappear in the next moment. Isn't this a hell? Just when the few people had just entered the state and were about to start talking about business, a series of news began to spread again. It's bad, Venus is gone, Jupiter too, Pluto. There are only Mars and Earth left in the solar system. F***K stopped, but all planets are gone except Mars and Earth. One night, one whole night, all the planets in the solar system began to disappear one by one in the same way under everyone's eyes. When the first ray of sunlight shines in the morning, only Mars and the Earth are left in the entire solar system. Everyone has dark circles under their eyes, as if they are demented. We're going to run. This kind of thing is really terrible. You must know that among the 8 planets in the solar system, the Earth is only a small point, and Jupiter is even more than 1,300 times the size of the Earth. As for Jupiter, it just persisted for more than 2 hours before it disappeared. No one knows how all this happened, only know that if this happened on Earth, it would definitely be a catastrophe. Run. How to run? The space elevator is gone, our ark is only half built. The supplies are not fully equipped. Most Western countries support the ark project. For them, the life of the top is the most important. In fact, although everyone has passed the mountain removing project, the ark project has not completely fallen through, and the 4 plans are almost all carried out at the same time. except for the already banned Digital Life Project. The month-by-month plan, that is, the plan proposed by S.H.I.E.L.D, who drove the moon, was merged with the mountain-moving plan. The ARC project has also become part of the plan. If the engine on the moon is successfully ignited, it proves that the planet can be pushed. The ARC they built can also serve as a navigator space station to lead the Earth forward. So, in fact, the destruction of the space elevator has the greatest impact on their ARC project. Construction of the ARC came to a standstill. Half and half, few people on board, we still have a chance. I originally planned to take away 200,000 people. Now I can only take away 10,000 at most. 10,000 is 10,000. Let's go. The representative of Mi Fang is already a little crazy. The excitement last night was too great. Are you crazy? We haven't fully prepared the supplies, and if any equipment breaks down, we will all die in space. No weapons are installed. Everyone will explode when they touch the meteorite fragments. After all, the construction of the ARC has not been completed. Although it has started to operate, it is just an empty shelf now. It is simply impossible to bear the risks brought about by interstellar voyages. Dangerous? It's more dangerous to stay on Earth. And didn't you say that there is a S.H.I.E.L.D technology yesterday? With the S.H.I.E.L.D, the ARC can withstand it even if it is empty. The representative of the never-setting sun also said suddenly, I don't care how big the risk is. Like Representative me, I will run first. As for how long I can last, with the S.H.I.E.L.D technology, how can we last until we die of old age? At this moment, everyone was silent. The selfishness of human nature is suddenly revealed to the fullest. In their view, as long as they get on the boat and run away, they can live until they die. As for the future, then leave it to posterity. There are 4 of us now. I agree on behalf of France. Mi Fang agrees. The sun never sets agree. For a moment, everyone looked at Representative S.H.I.E.L.D. However, S.H.I.E.L.D's representative didn't speak, just glanced at the others with a sneer. He turned and left without saying a word. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D leave without expressing his opinion, does this mean that he disagrees? Representative Mi Fang stood up quickly and said to Representative S.H.I.E.L.D's back, You will regret it. If what happened last night happens again, we will all die. Hearing this, Representative S.H.I.E.L.D stopped. Then he looked at Representative Fang indifferently. Do what you want to do. I just know that I will not abandon my people and choose to run away. I remember what Representative Zhou said before. Civilization without human beings is not civilization. You guys are nothing but a bunch of selfish mice. It is not unreasonable that S.H.I.E.L.D's month-by-month plan highly overlaps with Daxia's mountain-moving plan. Their purpose is the same, they all want to save more people. Instead of letting the so-called people with status leave behind ordinary people to live. ARC. What's the point of such an ARC and such a civilization? After saying this, Representative S.H.I.E.L.D left without looking back. The representatives of the 3 countries looked at each other, but found that everyone was not angry. It's ridiculous, it's so naive. The lives of ordinary people are not as important as us. Yes, from ancient times to the present, people are different. How much money do they make a month? What contribution do they make to mankind? I can make countless people rich and unemployed with a single phone call. I have given so much to this world. My survival is far more useful than them. Don't worry about this issue. I can't care too much at this time. We represent the continuation of human civilization, and these people who are waiting to die on the earth will understand sooner or later at this moment. The thoughts in their hearts were highly consistent. That is, less people, less mouths. Can't they get a few more people? We will start preparing the space plane, the rocket, and the candidates now. As much material as you can bring. Everyone nodded, ready to make arrangements immediately. The time is today. Before 12 o'clock tonight, the ARC will leave immediately. They didn't dare to wait any longer. I'm afraid that what happened last night will happen again. Now we are racing against time. Our time is very tight, and the most important thing is to get the S.H.I.E.L.D technology first. Otherwise, the ARC may not be able to sail for a long time even if it sets off. After the technology is in hand, it's too late to manufacture and install it. But there are top-notch equipment on the Ark, bring some top talents, and when the time comes, we'll make one now. Is it in time? It is too difficult to arrange so many things in one day. Haven't all the preparations been done long ago? Behind us are the most powerful countries in the world. Believe in miracles. We can also create miracles. At this moment, everyone's blood boiled with excitement, as if they were doing the most important event in human history. It's just that they didn't think about it. What they are doing is abandoning the country they represent, abandoning their people. So, the most important thing now is to go to Representative Joe first and bring the S.H.I.E.L.D. technology to the people. Okay, let's arrange it first. Several people went back to their own rooms and made phone calls, telling their own people about running away. Today, they have a lot to do. After giving various orders via remote control, they gathered together again. Before leaving, he wanted to get the S.H.I.E.L.D. technology in Joe Lau's hands no matter what he said. This is also the key to the long voyage of their half-drawn arc. However, when the three of them came to the Huxia meeting room to find Mr. Joe, only to find that Maoxing's representative was there at the moment. Moreover, yesterday's acquaintance, Qin Yun, is sitting in front of Mr. Joe, Niu Zhao, drinking tea. In the room, it is extremely quiet and you can hear needles falling. Except for Qin Yun, everyone's breathing became weaker. What's the situation? Representative Maoxing came here to complain. But a few people are not vegetarians, they are all big countries, so there is no way to leak secrets at this time. After today, they will be the only people on Earth who can survive. Representative Joe, you should know why we are here, right? The Mi Fang representative also sat down, wanting to make the Joe representative more conscious. However, he found that no one in the room paid attention to him. Even Maoxing's representative didn't look at them, as if they had never been here. Bam! I'm talking to you. Don't pretend you can't see it. He slapped the table down fiercely and was about to speak harshly, but before he finished speaking, he saw the bear representative looking at him in horror, then got up straight away and kicked him in the face with a flying kick superior. Are you aiming at the table? You're looking for death. How can you shoot the table? Ah, with this kick, he used almost all his strength, the blood splashed in the air and sprayed far away. This scene completely dumbfounded the three new representatives. This is the United Nations building? How dare he do it directly? However, before they questioned it, they saw that Maoxing's representative didn't even look at Mi Fang. He scrambled to the side of Mr. Joe and looked at a glass jar on the table. The glass jars are like those picked up by the side of the road, the kind of jars that children put marbles in. In the jar, there are several small balls, the file size is different, and the material looks like it is made of soil. Because Mi Fang slapped the table just now, the ball in the glass jar yipping swayed a few times. No, are you okay? With that cautious look, those who didn't know thought it was some kind of bomb. It was only then that the representatives of the three parties realized that the people in the room were basically staring at the glass jar. Their existence seems meaningless. What's the situation? Wait, how did this thing grow so long? And the star ring? After carefully seeing the structure of the sphere in the glass bottle, the two standing representatives were dumbfounded. There is no doubt that the marbles in the glass bottle in front of him are those planets that have disappeared. The method used is to use the props from the system to zoom in and out. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to shrink a planet by zooming in and out of the scope of use of the lamp. Relatively recently, this is just a handheld device. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the planet on the ground would become smaller if it was lighted casually? However, Qin Yun didn't have only one zooming in and zooming out lamp. The system rewarded 5 lamps at the beginning. First, use a zoom light to enlarge another light, and then use the enlarged light to take effect on the planet. It can be said that it is a bug. However, the effect is very significant. In the end, all those planets became marbles that can be played in the palm of your hand. Qin Yun randomly found a candy jar and packed it. Actually, there is no need to be so nervous. Their structure is very stable. Seeing that Maoxing was so nervous, Qin Yun comforted him. Even Qin Yun didn't understand the principle of shrinking lights, but it didn't prevent him from knowing the effect. This is proportional reduction, and the material level will not affect the structural properties at all. Stabilize. It's scary even if it's stable. This is in a bottle. A planet. Even the star rings of those planets are still there. This is very outrageous. You must know that the conditions for the formation of star rings are very difficult. First of all, a planet needs to have a large enough mass so that the planet's gravitational force can be large. And the range that can be controlled by the Roche limit is also larger, so that those substances will not be destroyed or forcibly fall into the planet. It is also necessary to ensure that it is not too hot, not too cold. And other factors can form star rings. And now, the planet in this bottle is only that big. Where does the gravitational force attract the star rings? Really stable. I just saw Jupiter bounce back. Zioxy said something silently. When she patted the table at Mifeng just now, she observed that Jupiter was very active in the bottle and even bounced a few times. This terrified her. You know, the mass of the sleepy star is more than 1,300 times that of the Earth. Adding up all the things in this bottle, I don't know how many Earths there are. Once there is a problem, it is impossible for the Earth to leave even 730 slags. Most importantly, Jupiter is a gaseous moon. To put it bluntly, it's just a cloud of gas, this cloud of gas. Won't it dissipate? Oh, you said this. Qin Yun stretched out his hand very calmly, opened the glass bottle, and then grabbed Jupiter in his hand under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone. Jupiter, Saturn, Aquaman, Uranus, these are all gaseous planets. So isn't it normal to be a little elastic? As he spoke, he put Jupiter between the index finger and thumb and squeezed it lightly. F***K. This action startled everyone, because under Qin Yun's force, Jupiter was deformed like cotton candy. The most frightening thing is that when it deforms, you can even see a series of reactions on the surface of the sphere, and there seem to be various electric current flames constantly emerging inside. Afterwards, Qin Yun let go, and Jupiter returned to its original appearance. Is it very elastic? It's just a little hot, ha. Qin Yun smiled indifferently. Just now, that moment just now, was a hydrogen explosion? Elder Joe is also technically savvy, and from the flashes on the surface of Jupiter, he sensed that something unusual happened. Jupiter is a huge amounts of gaseous planet. Most of the gas inside is hydrogen. Qin Yun's pinch, in the proportion of the original world, is an unimaginable energy level for Jupiter. The high-concentration hydrogen gas is forcibly squeezed together, and the friction and stress between the substances release energy crazily. Countless hydrogen gas was squeezed by a huge force, and a hydrogen explosion occurred, in Qin Yun's perception. This might just be a little hot, but if Jupiter really changed back to its original state, the few flashes just now would at least blow up 7 or 8 Earths. It should be, right? But don't worry about it. If you really want to make this thing explode, at least you have to press it with a wheel, and it's okay to squeeze it. Qin Yun did some calculations, and if Jupiter is really small enough to trigger a fusion reaction, it should be pressed very hard, right? How come there must be a pressure of several hundred kilograms? The car runs over it. It will explode. Isn't this a few hundred kilograms of pressure? However, hearing this trigger condition did not make them any more at ease, but even more panicked, because it's too easy, even calculated according to the acceleration of the Earth. Even if you throw this thing out of the window and drop it on the ground, it will explode instantly. Is this still safe? It's really fun. Do you want to try it? Qin Yun laughed and pinched again in front of them. Don't. Zioxy hurried forward and grabbed Qin Yun's hand. He didn't care about being polite or that men and women couldn't accept kisses, so he gently picked up Jupiter and put it in the bottle. Then carefully screw on the bottle cap and put it on the table again. She has seen Qin Yun's strength before. This is a strong man who can tear open the alloy car door with his bare hands. If he really accidentally crushes Jupiter, the scene will be unimaginable. Detective Q, you'd better be careful. I'm old, I can't stand this stimulation, tilde. Elder Joe also had lingering fears and asked helplessly. Ha, anyway, I have already given this thing to you. How to deal with it is your business, tilde. Qin Yun spread his hands. He spent the whole night collecting these planets just to give them. It's useless for him to want these planets. You really gave us a problem, Tilda. Elder Joe looked at the glass bottle with an extremely complicated expression, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He thought that Qin Yun's revised plan to move mountains, what is the meaning of moving the solar system? At most, there is a breakthrough in spaceship technology or mining technology, allowing them to mine more useful resources in a short time. Unexpectedly, Qin Yun said packing. It turned out to be packing all the planets in the solar system in a glass bottle. It's just so magical. What's the problem? There are so many planets, all of which are thousands of times the mass of the Earth, which is enough for human beings to travel far, and even enough for the Earth to wander for tens of thousands of light years. You can build whatever you want, and there will be no shortage of materials, Tilda. These are 6 planets, although 4 of them are gaseous planets, but the total amount of matter is still a lot. Even Qin Yun, the satellite of those planets, did not fall, and there were some tiny grains of sand at the bottom of the glass bottle. These resources are even enough for humans in this world to develop to a 3rd-level civilization. What else is there to dissatisfy? Number. I was thinking how to use this thing. Elder Joe looked at this bottle of marbles. Even though he had countless ideas in his mind, he still couldn't make a move. It's actually very simple, Tilda. Let us know when you use it, and we will restore it to you. Qin Yun waved his hand indifferently. Although these planets have different gravitational forces, there may be problems in direct restoration. For example, if they are placed too close, it will affect the Earth, but you can start with the smallest. For example, Mercury or those satellites before departure, the resources of these planets are sufficient. After the successful application of the S.H.I.E.L.D., strengthen the structure of the Earth's crust and continental shelf, and put a few satellites such as Phoebe in synchronous orbit, or at the closest point, very simple. From Qin Yun's point of view, since the planet is in his hands, what is there to say? When the level of civilization is low, use low-quality ones, and when the level is high, increase the quality. At that time, various problems will be solved. Really that simple. Elder Joe was a little speechless. However, since Qin Yun has brought everything, can they still refuse? It must be impossible, Seabat. However, Elder Joe has a doubt. The means of your organization are indeed beyond our imagination. However, since these planets can be reduced, although I don't know the principle, is it possible? Fell text. Mr. Joe had a bold idea. If the Earth shrinks along with it, many things will not matter. Even the planetary engine doesn't need to be built. They directly build a small spaceship fast enough to take the Earth away. Isn't it more troublesome? Moreover, if human beings become smaller, the resources they consume will also become smaller. Perhaps one biscuit is enough for all human beings to eat for thousands of years. This technology can only work on ordinary matter for the time being, and it will cause problems for living things. Qin Yun shook his head. It's not that he didn't think about it, but the effect of zooming in and out lights is different in each world. The world of wandering Earth is also a primordial universe. Qin Yun has done experiments to shrink the living things and bring them to this world. Although there will be no problems with the body, the brain, or the soul, cannot withstand such changes. To put it simply, zooming in and zooming out the lamp, what is zoomed in is just matter, not the soul. Although a human body has shrunk, the total number of souls is still so much. It would be fine if the shrinkage factor is low, but after too many. The body will not be able to carry the original soul, and the person will become a vegetable. It's okay in the Marvel world, maybe this is the problem of rule differences in different worlds. That would be such a pity. Elder Joe sighed. It is indeed a pity that humans cannot be reduced. But enough is enough. With these engines on the moon, it doesn't even have to be verified. Mountain moving project you can start right away. Elder Joe's heart beats fast, because after today they can officially start the plan to move the mountain. As for why, it's simple. It's a question of thrust ratio. Although the planet engine uses a heavy nuclear fusion engine, it still needs the reaction of matter to drive it. Even if you burn stones, you have to burn a lot to move a planet. If it does not involve antimatter, dark matter, or a higher level of energy. It's just pure nuclear fusion, which still has to follow certain laws. That is, If you want to leave, you must leave something behind. This is the law that human beings have been following since the era of chemical fuels. In space, there is no gravity, no aerodynamics, only jets. But how much spray, how much recoil can be produced? How much material is needed to propel the Earth's voyage? This is all a question that needs to be verified. If the thrust ratio of the engine is not enough, it has not reached the theoretical state, and it does not even need to be more, as long as it is 10% lower. It is impossible for the Earth to complete the voyage. Not to mention going to the Kepler star, it may not be enough to burn all the crust that can be burned. Not enough left. But with these planets, thousands of times the mass of Earth. The thrust of the planet engine is less important than the experimental results. With the current results, it is enough to go anywhere. After all, how can it be possible to leave a few Earth masses and not be able to run away? At this moment, Zhou Lao's heart was extremely excited. Because, in this jar, he saw the future of the mountain removal project, the future of the Earth, and the future of mankind. Representative Mauxing also thought of this, and his eye sockets were even a little red. Looking at Qin Yun, he said word by word, "Thank you. Thank you for your contribution to mankind. The whole world. No, all human beings will remember you. This is a feat that is enough to be written in the history of mankind." On this day, for the Mauxing representative, it was almost a day of great joy, great sorrow, and great joy. The change in mood is hard to describe in words. After originally rejecting the proposal to go on the Ark with other representatives, he was ready to die on the Earth. But now it seems that he is ushering in a new era. The month-by-month plan will be completely merged with the mountain-moving plan, and they will also sail away. However, while this side was still excited, on the other side, the Mifeng representative who was kicked unconscious by the Mauxing representative also woke up. As soon as he woke up, he covered his bleeding face and roared angrily, "How dare you hit me, barbarian? You will be punished. You wait." He has never encountered someone beating someone in the United Nations building. Mauxing represents this is the first. You must know that although he is about to run away, he is still the representative of me, and he has nuclear weapons authority in his hand. Is Mauxing crazy? Are you afraid of jumping over the wall before you leave? He hasn't figured out the situation yet, but he thought that the two representatives from the same camp as him would support him. However, they found that the representative of Fran and the representative of the never-setting sun both lowered their heads, their faces full of despair. Representative Mauxing looked at Representative Mi and smiled. Elder Zhou also laughed. "Sanctions? You should think about how to face the public tilde, facing the public." Representative Mi has never considered this issue, because they will soon become the hope for the continuation of mankind, and it will be a few days before the public knows about it. Forget it. We have no chance. On the side, the representative of the never-setting sun, who had seen through the situation, sighed and helped Representative Mi, since the disappearance of those planets was not caused by aliens. They have no reason to leave, and they can't get in if they want to without an external threat. The Earth is really going to be destroyed. Maybe other people can watch them leave. After all, it is a hope. But now, no one wants to watch them drive off the space station. The Ark they have lost. When I made the decision to abandon everyone and leave alone, there was no more. No one wants someone at the top who is ready to leave everyone behind. WT? The truth is, too. There is no impenetrable wall in the world, and, let alone this matter, cannot be kept secret. After all, there are a lot of things to prepare for running away. After a few days, I don't know where the news leaked out, or some insiders took the initiative to say it, and the matter was exposed. Caused an uproar. Representatives of the three kingdoms want to leave the people behind in times of crisis and leave the Earth tilde. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? This is our elected national representative. Their behavior completely angered everyone. You must know that because of the solar crisis, the economic situation in all countries is actually very bad. All walks of life, in order to maintain those large-scale salvation plans, have almost tightened their belts to live. The standard of living of ordinary people continues to decline, and the unemployment rate does not increase much, because they all go to work. But the money they earn is only enough to live on. Most of the production value has been pulled into space, into the moon and those giant buildings on the Earth. This is an era in which, although I am not saving the world is closely related to me. Everyone is actually doing a lot to save the Earth. But you tell me now, we work from dawn to dusk every day, working hard for this era. But these people, because of such a little trouble, ran away at will. Who is happy with this? All of a sudden, in the 3 areas represented by the representatives of the 3 countries, countless people put down their work and began to march on the streets. Mitchell to die. F***K, we don't need such representatives. Our fate should be decided by ourselves. Garbage, government, public opinion, like a raging tide, keeps rushing towards the top. In order to stabilize the situation, the governments of the 3 countries could only forcibly pull down the 3 representatives in a hurry, and also prosecuted them for crimes against humanity. However, just like this, it still couldn't appease most people's anger. For a while, the 3 kingdoms were in chaos. Even this shareholder trend has spread to other places. In order to prevent the chaos from spreading to the whole world, Mr. Joe stepped forward. United Nations building, main meeting room. Numerous reporters will be packed around the venue, and almost all the mainstream media are present. S.H.I.E.L.D stood on the rostrum nervously. This is the first time she has delivered such an important speech. Under the stage, Zhou Lao and Qin Yun sat in the corner. Qin Yun asked curiously, "You let her attend such an important speech? Can you hold it?" After all, S.H.I.E.L.D is still a young man, and the things to be announced today are not ordinary. What speech in this building doesn't matter? Elder Zhou just smiled. "I believe that the world is always young people's. Play early, it's okay." "That's true." Qin Yun laughed. On the podium, S.H.I.E.L.D took a deep breath and glanced at the manuscript in her hand. "Today, on behalf of the United Nations, I announced several important decisions." S.H.I.E.L.D didn't talk nonsense, she just got straight to the point. The first one, the Mountain Moving Project, the Monthly Project, and the ARC Project have officially merged, and we have completed the verification of the thrust calculation. All the academies of sciences have unanimously given a unified answer. The thrust ratio of the planet engine is enough to let the Earth leave the solar system. I announce that the Mountain Removing Project will be officially renamed, the Wandering Earth Project. Just the first news completely detonated the audience. Even in this kind of occasion, in such a serious place, there are still many shouts from the audience. At this moment, countless people are squatting in front of the TV, or holding mobile phones, or carrying computers. Even those who were still marching and demonstrating, when they heard the news, they stopped what they were doing and stood there blankly. Verification succeeded? When did the engines fire on the moon? Why don't we know? That's right, isn't there a live broadcast of my? It can't be a lie, right? Impossible. Representative Me might do it, but the Huxia representative has never lied on this occasion. Bah, he is not our representative. He is a piece of shit. Because the verification process was not to conduct the ignition test on the moon as originally planned, but because of Qin Yun's gift, they changed the algorithm and turned it into a Lita-flying brick. So there was no need to conduct the moon ignition test at all. If someone else told such news, no one would believe it. However, in everyone's mind, Daxia is a country that never lies. Many people subconsciously choose to believe. Afterwards, countless people cheered. "Awesome, are we saved? There is hope for mankind. We can survive." Woo 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 woo. At this moment, everyone is cheering for it. The successful verification of the thrust ratio means that the Earth will usher in a new life, and human beings can also continue. Their sons, daughters, grandchildren, children, and grandchildren will continue to live on this planet. However, this news still caused dissatisfaction among many people. Successful? Doesn't it mean that the Earth is about to enter the preparation stage? We won't see the blue sky and white clouds in the future. We all have to enter the underground city to live. Still entering the dungeon. The Yishin Project dungeon is fully loaded and only half of the people can enter. It's not certain whether you can enter. Doesn't that mean that the other half will stay outside to die? Yeah, when the time comes, the Earth will stop spinning. The thrust will burst out, and those who can't enter the dungeon will die. Then it's better not to save it. Why do you want to carry out this kind of plan? Yes, we are going to protest. If the Wandering Earth project is not carried out, perhaps people today can live to die of natural old age in 100 years. But once this plan is implemented, everyone's probability of survival will become 50% within a few years. This made countless people start to worry. However, Zioxy's speech that followed completely extinguished the objection that had not yet risen. Second, after the name change, the details of the Wandering Earth project will also change. The dungeon plan is cancelled. The location of the original dungeon will become a production industrial zone. The Wandering Earth project will build an artificial ecological zone on the ground, as a place to live. Can accommodate everyone. Details will be announced on the official website. As soon as this remark came out, the moment they were discussing about protesting and opposing the Wandering Earth project, they froze for a moment. Can save everyone. OMG, this. Originally, the reason why most people did not support the S.H.I.E.L.D. project was also because it could save 3 billion people, but they had to give up 3 billion people. No one wants to be that half. But when this plan can save everyone, no one will choose to refuse. However, this piece of news was already shocking enough, but the shocking one made everyone even more dumbfounded. Third, the United Nations will officially change from a representative system to a parliamentary system. From today, there will be no country in the world. The United Nations also officially changed its name to a coalition government, which will unify all countries on Earth, politics, law, etc. 3 pieces of news, one is more explosive than the other, especially the third one. Although changes at the management level may have nothing to do with ordinary people, this matter is also the most difficult. The world is so big and there are so many countries, no one can get along with other countries without gaps. Culture, geography, etc. are all different. Unite. Human civilization has developed to the present, and there has never been a time of unity. However, today, when the Vagabond Plan is going to be implemented, it has to make this choice. Because such a huge plan cannot be decided by one family. It is about the world working together. And after what happened to the representatives of the 3 countries before, everyone realized it. If the management level is not unified, this plan will never be possible to complete. People always have selfishness. How about it? Elder Joe quietly talked to Chin Yun from the side. It's good. A unified leadership can indeed be more cohesive in the face of this crisis. Chin Yun nodded and also agreed with Mr. Joe and his abilities. Joe Lau and the others were able to facilitate this kind of thing in just a few days, and the difficulties involved cannot be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. They did a lot of work. I mean, what do you think about the position of President of the Council? Elder Joe asked a question that surprised Chin Yun. Chairman of the Council, you ask me this. For such a thing, you should have been elected long ago, right? Yes. They mean, let me do? Elder Joe nodded. Isn't that good, haha? Then you will be the most powerful person on Earth in the future, so congratulations. Chin Yun smiled and patted Mr. Joe on the shoulder. Mr. Joe got along well with him, and it would be beneficial for him to be in a high position in his future work. But I want you to be the president of this council. WT, hearing Mr. Joe's words, Chin Yun asked directly, what the hell, let me be the president of the council? What a joke. Mr. Joe, are you awake? I'm not a member of the United Nations, you let me take this position. Elder Joe looked at Chin Yun with a serious face. I said before, this world will be dominated by young people sooner or later. How long can I sit in this position? I'm old. The Wandering Earth project is a long-term job. I hope someone can witness it all from beginning to end. This kind of big project, if it doesn't change coach halfway, is the best, as for you not being a member of the government. Does it matter? Whatever you do, who will think you are not qualified? Strictly speaking, our hope is given by you, and only you are the most suitable person. Asking for flowers. Chin Yun quickly shook his head. Don't leave this kind of thing to yourself. I'm an organized person, and the things and crises that the people in black need to face don't have to be here. To put it bluntly, my current job is far more important than being the president of any parliament here. Are you kidding me? There are still all the heavens and myriad worlds waiting for me to work on. Can I hang myself here? Not to mention the chairman of the council, even if the head of the ball of the earth was the emperor, he would not be able to stay here. Hearing what Qin Yun said, Mr. Zhou fell silent. He found that he didn't know how to refute, because, even now, he still doesn't understand the organization of the men in black. So far, you still can't disclose your work. Mr. Zhou seems to be a little asked resentfully. The Earth is unified, you are a private organization, why do you still want to be so mysterious? And now we are all the most powerful people on Earth. If it wasn't because he trusted Qin Yun enough to be for human beings, he would have wondered if the men in black were some kind of evil organization. Can't even say good deeds. Old Joe, let me tell you this. In the universe, the number of civilizations is far more than you can imagine. The enemy we have to deal with, such as the explosion of the sun, is already considered a small incident. Elder Joe was stupefied. Is the explosion of the sun a trivial matter? The most powerful civilization we have encountered now is level 6. Qin Yun said seriously. The pioneers are level 5 or even level 6 civilizations. The exact number of Qin Yun is not very sure, but there is a high probability that it is not possible. Level 6. Even Zhou Lao, who has always been calm, did not hide his shock. The Earth is now a first-class civilization. Level 6, compared to the current human civilization, is simply an unimaginable existence. Zhang Beihai once said about the Trisolarans before. The Trisolarans are a civilization at the peak of the 2nd level, and they are almost at the 3rd level. Elder Joe thought that this was the highest level of civilization that the men in black had ever come into contact with. Now it seems that they still greatly underestimated what the men in black are facing. You, how many things have you resisted? Elder Joe looked at Qin Yun, feeling a sense of awe. I also didn't feel that Qin Yun was telling lies because it was unnecessary. I just feel that there is an organization in the dark that is still silently resisting such a thing that I dare not even think about. What have they experienced? Some things, I can't tell you too much. The more you know, the easier it is to make mistakes. I can only say that regarding the direction of human destiny, we are in agreement and we all want human beings to go further. This is our population, and we are of one heart. Qin Yun spoke slowly. I believe in you. Elder Joe nodded solemnly. So what do you need help with? Manpower, resources, equipment? Mr. Joe felt that these things should not be borne by the man in black himself. Also, as a part of human beings, they should also contribute their own strength. That's not necessary. Zhou Lao, what you have to do now is to take the Earth and the existing civilization to develop well and live. The best help for us is to make the Earth stronger. Maybe one day, when we need help, someone can stand up. This is the best support. Now it is only a first-level Earth civilization, and it is too bad for the troubles that the men in black are currently encountering. I understand. Mr. Joe nodded seriously. I will take the Earth and go further. I will let everyone live, and as I go, so will my successor. Although I don't know what you are going through, I know that this place will be your eternal support. I hope one day we can fight side by side. Hearing this, Qin Yun didn't know why, and was even a little moved. Perhaps this is the feeling of being recognized by the group and being supported by others. At this moment, Qin Yun stretched out his hand and solemnly shook hands with Mr. Zhou. I hope one day we can fight side by side. This, perhaps, is the meaning of saving the men in black. One day, there will be human legends circulating in all the heavens and myriad worlds. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll come back after a while. I have to go back to deal with a big event. Qin Yun did the math. It was only about 10 days before the arrival of the pioneers. The wandering Earth world is on the right track, and Qin Yun will start to focus on the preparations for dealing with the pioneers, in case the talk with the bishop collapses. As a top combat force that is likely to be a 6th-level civilization, Qin Yun needs to make a lot of preparations. Qin Yun is not completely sure that he can guarantee a perfect result with the pioneer bishop. Then, good luck to you. Wish me good luck, knife? The second day Qin Yun returned to the Marvel world, he came to the laboratory where the technical department was located. His reason for coming here is simple. The corpse of the pioneer herder who committed suicide is placed here. At the beginning, Qin-Yun tried to absorb this body with the subsystem, that is, the infinite evolution system. The result of the prompt is yes. But Qin-Yun didn't do it right away, but asked the technical department to take away the corpse and dissect it for research in order to learn more about the race of pioneers. As a result, Qin-Yun was not disappointed. 808 in the technical department was wearing a white coat and was very excited to introduce the success of the 2-day research to Qin-Yun. The pioneer race is simply a miracle. Their brains are highly similar to humans, and the basic structure is even 80% similar. That alone is quite remarkable. You must know that human beings are carbon-based organisms, while the pioneers are amino organisms. The basic elements of the two races are not in the same place, but the brains are so similar. You must know that there are not many creatures on the Earth that can have a similar brain structure to humans. The most important thing is that their genetic genes also use a structure similar to DNA, and it is also a double helix. It's just that instead of deoxyribonucleic acid, there are 2 stupid strands. Under the observation of onlookers, the pioneers have almost no secrets. Their genetics are very complex, far from the Superman class. With the introduction of 808, Qin-Yun also gained a deeper understanding of the pioneer civilization. It is indeed a race that has evolved for more than 200 million years. The genetic complexity of the pioneers is almost 10 times that of humans, that is to say, the genetic information carried by the pioneers is also twice that of humans. However, most of these genetic information are not dominant, but recessive. 470. This leads to the fact that the body structure of the pioneer in front of him is not complicated. Although there is a lot of genetic information, it does not show up in the body. Reasonably speaking, it is not cost-effective for a normal creature to carry so many recessive genes from an evolutionary point of view. After all, it looks a bit wasteful. At first, I also thought that this information was a remnant of their evolutionary path. That is, the extra useless genes that have been added over a long period of time, but after in-depth research, I found that we were wrong. When 808 said this, his eyes almost lit up, because these things in the pioneer's genes are not what he originally existed at all. What's the meaning? That is to say, these genetic information were not evolved by this race at the beginning, but added slowly. We speculate that during the 250 million years of evolution, they discovered some racial genes that could benefit them and sealed them in their bodies through special means. When a certain condition is triggered, it will be unlocked and change its own form. This is a race that can continue to evolve after adulthood. He has no gene lock. On the Earth, in nature, almost all creatures actually have a genetic lock at the genetic level. Humans also have many recessive genes. The function of gene lock is to lock certain unnecessary genetic information when the body grows to a certain stage. For example, in terms of height, the average height of most human beings is about 17 meters. It's amazing how many big guys grow to 2 meters. After growing to a certain stage, the 17-meter gene will tell you that the body should not grow anymore. So the gene lock starts to work, locking other ways to make the body fit. Almost most people's basic organs will not change in adulthood. This is a good thing, as it allows humans to remain physically stable into adulthood. But again, this also limits human evolution. Even evolution can only pass on genetic information to the next generation over time. It may take hundreds of generations before some noticeable change occurs. Evolution is a complicated process. On the Earth, gene mutation is the main direction of evolution, whether it is human or other races. However, the pioneers are different. They don't have gene locks. They can change their genes at will. Instead, it is an expression similar to an activation condition. As long as a certain condition is met, the internal gene can be activated to start evolution. 808's explanation reminded Qin-Yun of the information he had received from herdsmen before. The pioneers are a stratified race. From the lowest ordinary shepherds to ambassadors, cardinals, bishops. Is it possible that the different numbers of genes they activate represent their different identities? Mental strength. Qin Yun quickly locked on to this key point. After all, it was only after seeing Wanda's psychic power that the shepherd decided she was the reincarnation of the so-called queen. I probably understand. Qin Yun felt that he was not far from the answer. Pioneers, as an advanced biological civilization, they are originally a manifestation of biotechnology. Unlimited evolution. In addition to the huge genetic information set in his own body, he can also integrate other racial characteristics into it through the Knight method. And the sign of their strength, or not, is their spiritual power. This may be the reason why the brains of pioneers and humans are highly similar, because humans also have spiritual powers. Many superpowers, because they have developed the potential of their brains and obtained powerful spiritual powers, affect reality and show various strange abilities. The Marvel world, as a God-created universe, seems that the law in terms of spiritual power is not harsh. Boss. I want to apply to use his genes to create a genetic drug that can be effective on humans. At this moment, 808 only felt that thoughts were gushing in his brain, as if countless ideas had been confirmed. Gene medicine. You mean their genes can make humans stronger? Qin Yun's eyes lit up. Isn't this kind of thing the super soldier potion? 808 can still make this thing. That's right, boss, it's a bit complicated. 808 thought for a while, and after organizing the speech, he said, "The genetic information of the pioneers is encrypted. This is a means of advanced biotechnology, and it is difficult to decipher with our current technology. B. We don't need to decipher their genetic information, we just need to learn from their information expression. Structure, and use the phenyl chain to fuse the 9-AER chain in the fourth quadrant, etc." Hearing that 808 began to explain the details, Qin Yun felt dizzy. He can understand the macro technology, but when it comes to these specific things, he can't understand. We are not professional scientists. Just say, what can this thing do? Can. Unlock the genetic lock of human beings. Unlock the genetic lock? This is undoubtedly a shocking result. Once the genetic lock of human beings is unlocked, it means that a person can complete evolution in the present age, means endless potential. But there are risks, right? Once the genetic lock is unlocked, what if it crashes? Without the existence of gene locks, human beings can grow up to the size of a blue whale or have a strength of several thousand catties, well-developed muscles, etc. However, the key to the original human genes simply cannot afford the results after unraveling. For example, your muscle density is certain. No matter how much you exercise, there will be a limit. Without gene locks, every time you exercise your muscles just keep growing or getting bigger or getting denser, until the slightest movement breaks a bone. So this is my job. It needs the cooperation of genetic agents to change the direction of evolution controlled by nature into artificial control. That is to say, we want to change where we want humans to become stronger. For example, I want a 30 cm big dog. Then control this aspect in the genetic information Qin Yun understands, but the adjective 808 is really untenable. What is a 30 cm Gaoba? This is meow. Okay, I agree. You try it. However, if this thing can be made, it must be good. If it can be turned into a suitable potion and given to everyone, wouldn't it mean that everyone in black will be a little Superman? This is a great boost to the Men in Black organization. After all, the level of science and technology represents the upper limit of civilization, while physical fitness is the lower limit of civilization. Even a powerful weapon must be operated by someone, right? Give an ordinary person a level 3 civilized mecha, and give a Superman the same mecha, the latter can at least hit hundreds of the former. However, boss, there is another problem. This potion is very complicated. It will take at least a year for me to make it alone. 808 said with some bitterness. You mean lack of people? Yeah, at least at the same level as me. Qin Yun looked around but felt a headache. There are technical personnel who can use the system, but genetic medicine, which involves the black technology of level 6 civilization. Ordinary technical personnel can't use it at all. No amount of tricks will help. 808 is different. He is the same as 404. the only two relatively special talents presented by the system at the beginning. One is the technical leader, and the other is the management leader. System. The ordinary special agents sold in the system are actually like the ones synthesized from the clone machine, and their quality is very average. Not as independent as 404 and 808. How many you want? For this level of scientific research, what is more important is not technology, but inspiration. If a scientist like me can cut the time in half. If there are two more, it's not necessarily so. Maybe it can be made in a month or even 2 or 3 days. In the research and development of black technology, the most important thing is inspiration. When there are more people with inspiration and they collide with each other, the result is not as simple as 1 + 1. It is almost an increase of geometric multiples, but how can it be so easy for a scientist of this level? You must know that there may not be many technicians in the entire universe who can research black technology. You do your preparations first. I'll help you find it. Chin-Yun thought, should I go to Three-Body World to borrow some people from the coalition government? Their technology should also be regarded as black technology. There should be so many scientists like this, right? But most of the technologies in the Three-Body World are biased towards physics or materials science. There are not many biological aspects. By the way, how much do you need for this corpse? Just leave some tissue for you? Chin-Yun looked at the corpse of the pioneer. That's when I remembered my purpose of coming here. Boss, take it if you want. We have taken enough tissue to develop genetic medicine. Genetic research only needs some weak genetic information, and it is not necessary to use such a large 3-meter corpse. Chin-Yun nodded and stepped forward slowly. Absorbable ability detected. Is the target absorbed? Infinite evolution system, 2 absorption methods. The first one is to stay with living people to analyze. This Chin-Yun uses on Wanda almost every day. The second one absorbs corpses. Chin-Yun hasn't used it much yet. So far, the infinite evolution system has not been used much, but Chin-Yun believes that as time goes by, the infinite evolution system will definitely give him a surprise when he comes into contact with more third-type life forms. Absorb. Absorbing, estimated time, 4 minutes. Following Chin-Yun's determination, a ray of light emerged from the void, then wrapped the whole body of the herder. The unknown energy seems to be analyzing and dismantling the microscopic information of the dead body. A few minutes later, as the light trembled, the grazing man's corpse instantly turned into countless particles, rushing towards Chin-Yun. Chin-Yun only felt a hot current flowing in his body, flowing through his whole body, as refreshing as soaking in a hot spring. Congratulations to the host, gaining the ability. Gene control, body control. Gene control. You are the master of your genes, you can accommodate foreign genes, and you can switch them between dominant and recessive to obtain different gene expressions. Body control. You are the master of your body, you can fine-tune every cell in your body, and it can be used at the same time as gene control. Please explore the details by yourself. Note, the above 2 abilities require mental power as a prerequisite. If the mental power is not strong enough or insufficient, it will not be able to be used. There are actually 2 kinds. After seeing the ability absorbed by the system, Chin-Yun's eyes lit up, and he didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Happily, these 2 abilities are in line with the previous 808 guesses, and there is no doubt that this ability is very useful for Chin Future 4-2. After all, I am the leader of the men in black, with the ability to travel through the heavens and worlds. There must be many strange creatures in the worlds. If the genes of those creatures can be collected, the speed at which you become stronger will be greatly increased. What is worrying is that this is just an ordinary herdsman. The strength of the 6th-level civilization can be seen from his genetic expression. With such a low status, but with such an ability that is almost a bug, Chin-Yun's emphasis on pioneers has increased. Still, the new ability is a good thing. Chin-Yun began to test. Gene control. After possessing this ability, Chin-Yun discovered that he could actually perceive the information that every gene chain in every organ can express, such as pupil color, hair color, nose bridge height, etc. Even in the details, He also saw some ancient genes that came from before human evolution. Fish. Monkey. Subconsciously, Qin-Yun urges ability, the gene controls the reading of genetic information, and the body controls to promote the iterative changes of cells. Under the amazed gazes of 808 and others, Qin-Yun changed into 808's appearance, and then changed into a marinated egg. There seemed to be a pair of invisible big hands manipulating the skin and flesh on his face. It can become even more ruthless. Qin-Yun thought for a while and closed his eyes. Then, thick hair began to appear on his body. His facial features also gradually became abrupt. After a few minutes, it turned into a monkey. Qin-Yun looked at his body in amazement. It's amazing. Isn't this the 72 changes? He found that this kind of ability is almost the same as Monkey King's 72 changes. Boss, you. 808 looked at Qin-Yun blankly. Is this still human? Genetic mastery and physical mastery combined. As long as Qin-Yun has enough genetic information in his body, he can become almost any creature. However, just when Qin-Yun wanted to change back, he found that his brain became dull as soon as he used the ability. The spiritual power obtained by analyzing the origin magic power has also become weak. F***K? Qin-Yun was startled and quickly adjusted his breathing. It took an hour to transform himself back. I was scared to death. I thought I couldn't change back. Could it be that my mental strength is not enough? Is this thing so expensive? However, Qin-Yun felt it and found that he still looks like he has plenty of energy, and it's not that he lacks mental energy. The cost of activating the ability is not as much as imagined. Oh, I see. Qin-Yun thought for a while and saw the hair on the ground that had fallen from the monkey just now and seemed to think of something. It's the brain. Although the monkey's brain is very similar to that of a human being, there are still differences. It is fine for a short time, but it can't maintain Qin-Yun's consciousness and mental power for a long time. After figuring this out, Qin-Yun almost broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I changed back quickly. I feel like I'm going to delay the whole thing. When my brain collapses, I may not be able to change back at all. I can only resurrect the backup. It seems that you have to be careful when using this ability in the future. At least you can't change the structure of your brain. Qin-Yun took 2 breaths of cold air with lingering fear, lowered his head, and with a thought, he made something bigger. Originally, he already had the appearance of 12 or 13 centimeters, but now he has become 18. After all, he doesn't have as much appetite as 808, 18 is enough. Boss, you have unlocked the genetic lock. The series of changes just now were all noticed by 808, and he rushed up excitedly. After Qin-Yun absorbed the corpse of the pioneer, all the following happened. He was not a fool, so he quickly guessed the result. Don't look at me that way. My method cannot be copied. You should study it slowly by yourself. I'm going first. I'll find some helpers for you. Seeing 808's fiery eyes, Qin-Yun immediately thought of what he was going to do. This is obviously going to draw blood for myself. We obtained ability 21 through the system, and cannot be copied. Thinking of this, Qin-Yun hurried out of the laboratory. Only 808's lonely eyes remained. After leaving the laboratory, Qin-Yun looked refreshed because of the new ability, but I feel a little hungry. It should be that after the changes just now, a lot of energy in the body was consumed. After all, even genetic technology has to follow the conservation of energy. I was about to add some nutrition, but I received a message from an agent. Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff, boss. Tony seems to be going crazy. Should we do something? Natasha Romanoff, and Wani's rocket is going to launch tomorrow. He's going to check the spaceship. Seeing this news, Qin-Yun was stunned. Tony is going crazy. Speaking of which, Qin-Yun was still busy in the heavens and the world. Tony wasn't idle either. The aftermath of the large-scale cleansing of the world's memory back then has always affected him. There is no way, some things cannot be avoided. Tony wanted to hide, but found that this world had become unknown to him. Tony, a call from Congress. Pepper gently pushed away the people in the bedroom and asked tentatively to Tony, who was curled up on the bed, covering his head with the quilt. Don't answer, don't answer. Didn't I say everything? No one will answer. From under the quilt came Tony's muffled but somewhat crazy voice. Pepper looked at Tony's appearance, feeling distressed and helpless. This is the 13th call from Congress. After all, it is Congress. As long as Stark Industries is still in operation, it cannot do without the management of the country. Little Pepper sighed, took the phone silently, and prepared to leave. But I saw that there seemed to be some convulsions in the quilt, and the sound of crying could be heard vaguely. Pepper quickly threw the phone aside and carefully sat beside Tony's bed. The crying sound became clearer. Tony. He really looked like a child, hiding under the blanket and crying. "Boss," Little Pepper's call made Tony tear off the quilt and then hugged her tightly in his arms. The little cry turned into a loud wail. "Ah, Potts, what do you think I should do? Why am I so unlucky? Why can't I remember anything?" During this time, Tony has been under too much pressure. Since the disappearance of the satellite, the space station has replaced the satellite as a communication tool. Tony's not feeling well. Everyone knew that the 3 space stations belonged to him. Even he thought the space station was his. However, no one, any literature, or project records can prove this. The whole world is looking for him, from every company at the beginning to every government department to Congress. Almost the whole world needs help from him. However, he can only refuse, deny everyone, because he doesn't have control over those 3 space stations at all. From compliments at the beginning to doubts to insults. Now, Tony has changed from being highly regarded and welcomed by the world to an existence that everyone spurns and cats and dogs shout and beat. Now, as long as you turn on the internet, 99 of the 100 sentences related to him are scolding him. Said that he is a selfish villain, said that his mind is wrong and he wants to control the world's communications and become the underground lord. Even his fans, when he was Iron Man, turned their backs under the guidance of this wave of public opinion. Tony Stark, spurned by the world, even he began to wonder if he was really a selfish villain. Internet public opinion is very scary. Tony found that the world is so big that there is almost no room for himself. It's outrageous. People who have not experienced similar online violence will not understand Tony's feelings now. Can you imagine that such a proud and conceited man would become what he is now? Pepper didn't say anything unnecessary, but just patted Tony on the back silently, showing him some concern. She's the only one who can trust Tony now. It's such a warm scene. The famous Tony Stark, Iron Man, hugged a girl and cried loudly tilde just when Tony was crying and laughing. At the door, Natasha Romanoff was laughing and joking. Natasha Romanoff. "What are you doing here? Jarvis? Why don't you let someone in without my consent?" Seeing that there was an outsider, Tony wiped away the tears on his face and then started to yell loudly. However, after calling Jarvis, I suddenly remembered that Jarvis is gone. Thinking of this, Tony's head drooped again. There was a problem with the core program of Jarvis, and he still hasn't found the reason, but since that day, everything has changed. The death of Jarvis was also a great blow to him. You must know that Jarvis is an artificial intelligence developed according to the template of his former housekeeper, and the database has been with him for many years. It was my second family member in this world besides Pepper, so I just died for no apparent reason. Originally, he planned to use the legacy of Jarvis to create an artificial intelligence. He had already thought of the name, and it was called Friday. But because of what happened during this period, he completely lost his mood for work. "That's how I walked in, Tilda, you forgot. You gave me an access control before Tilda." Natasha Romanoff spread her hands Tilda. This is true. The information in the door was originally only for Jarvis to better identify visitors. He has the final say on whether to open the door or not. But after Jarvis left, this became a loophole, allowing Natasha Romanoff to become a visitor with information to open the door herself. "You go, I don't want to see anyone right now." Tony was paralyzed on the bed in a large font, like a salted fish. I'm still thinking about why this happened. "Tony, don't you want to know what happened? You don't want to know who owns the 3 space stations in the sky?" Natasha Romanoff said something that made Tony sit up instantly. You know. He jumped out of bed excitedly. I knew it. I knew it was not mine. Who did all this? Seeing Tony's excited look, Natasha Romanoff took out a file and handed it to him. Tony originally thought this document was the answer, but after taking a look, he realized that it was an agreement. Men in Black Visitor Agreement. There are many terms in the agreement because some of them are talking about one thing. It is to confirm that you are going to be a visitor to a certain place, and everything will follow the arrangement after entering, and the man in black reserves the right to continue to keep secrets, etc. What's the meaning? Tony frowned at Natasha Romanoff. I have already applied. As long as you sign it, I will show you the answers to all the questions. Hearing this, Tony thought for a few seconds before signing his name on the agreement. Then, the agreement was pressed on Natasha Romanoff's hand. Tell me. What's going on with all this? Then, come with me. Natasha Romanoff turned to lead the way. Tony hurriedly followed. Without even changing his shoes, he rushed over in slippers. Before leaving, I did not forget to say, pause tilde, wait for me to come back. Tony originally thought that Natasha Romanoff would take him on some vehicle, but found out. After leaving his house, he went to a roadside public toilet 300 meters near the villa. What did you bring me to the public toilet for? Tony thought Natasha Romanoff was some kind of sick man, although he used to be a playboy, but he was not so casual. Just find a public toilet in broad daylight who has this kind of mood. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. Come on. The public toilet is similar to a small room, so small that it is even crowded when two people go in. Better cover your nose. Natasha Romanoff reminded intimately, pinching her nose while speaking. I think it's okay, it's not as Cho. Before he finished speaking, Tony only felt that his feet were empty. Then a large amount of unknown liquid wrapped them up, flushed them down like a toilet. Ah! In the exclamation, I don't know how much saliva I drank. The two follow some kind of pipeline, constantly falling. It didn't stop until dozens of seconds later. FK, what the hell is this? My clothes are expensive. However, before Tony had time to complain, he was shocked by the environment in front of him. It's a subway station. It's obviously underground but brightly lit, a lonely platform. There are even drinks machines and benches, but other than that, there is nothing else. There is no door in and out, only a closed pipe, and I don't know where it leads. Numbers written on the platform. Number 715, the car is almost here. Natasha Romanoff glanced at his watch and pulled Tony up. What surprised Tony was that his body was clean without any water stains. They were obviously washed down just now. Stop! Almost in the blink of an eye, before Tony could react, a very sci-fi train appeared in front of their eyes, just like Seven teleportation. This. Boarding, Natasha Romanoff pulled Tony into the car. However, as soon as he got into the car, the passengers on the car made Tony vigilant, because the people sitting on those seats are not human at all. Alien, Natasha Romanoff, you. Don't worry, Tony, calm down, these are Trisolarans. They are now considered employees of the men in black. Natasha Romanoff waved at Trisolaran very calmly. Trisolarans look different from humans, and their seats seem to have changed according to their body structure. Seeing Natasha Romanoff take the initiative to say hello, Trisolaran also said enthusiastically, hello, Agent N tilde. However, this so-called saying appeared directly in the minds of the two of them. This feeling as if someone was talking in your head made Tony take half a step back involuntarily. What are you thinking? Find a place to sit down quickly. Seeing that Tony had no intention of sitting down, Natasha Romanoff hurried forward to help him. As the seatbelt was automatically buckled, Natasha Romanoff quickly sat beside her. The train moved again. These Trisolarans don't have vocal organs, they speak through brainwave communication, don't worry. When Tony heard this, the expression on his face became even weirder. It's all, what and what? Why in just a few minutes? It seems that the world he lives in is not the original world. Where did the Trisolarans come from? Tony took a deep breath and subconsciously looked out the window. He couldn't even see the remnants of the retina clearly at the scene of the speeding past. How fast is this supersonic train? Tony quickly analyzed the speed of this train. definitely exceeded the speed of sound, but he couldn't feel the acceleration at all. What technology is this? If you use it on your own armor, doesn't it mean? As a scientist, the shock in his brain was quickly replaced by science. At the same time, he also heard that Natasha Romanoff seemed to be chatting with those Trisolarans. Agent N is going back to the base. Yeah, I brought visitors. That's quite new. It's the first time I've seen a visitor, Tilda. What about you? We just went to a small subbase to participate in the dismantling and analysis of the giant robot left by Ultron before. Agent Q said that we will make some humanoid space mechs that can be manipulated as a basic combat unit. Because Gene 808 is researching genetic medicine, the individual quality of special service will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes in the future. Therefore, Chin Yun asked the scientists of the Trisolaran civilization to participate in the research of the mecha and prepared to develop a mecha as a basic combat unit. There's even a prototype, a legacy of Ultron's original existence. Once these two projects are completed, the basic combat effectiveness of the men in black will usher in a great improvement. From the moment he got in the car, Tony has been in a foggy state. Before, he was very familiar with Natasha Romanoff, but Natasha Romanoff's operation today made him even more unfamiliar with this acquaintance. This subway station, at first glance, is not built by ordinary people, and even one of the subway entrances is in a public toilet a few hundred meters away from my home. This is outrageous. Not to mention, the people sitting in this car are not even from Earth. When did aliens start working on Earth? Even before the Battle of New York, Tony didn't know there was such a thing as aliens, and if there were, they were supposed to be some kind of invaders. Natasha Romanoff and their relationship is so good. Before Tony could think too much, about a minute or so later, the subway stopped again. It's here. Tilda leaving his seat. Tony clearly felt that this platform seemed to be much more lively than the previous one. The original one-way lane has become a four-way train, and several subways are parked in the parking area beside it. From time to time, people come in and out. Among them, many aliens can be seen. For these heterogeneous, everyone is a common scene. Even Tony saw that an alien accidentally bumped into a man in black, and the Japanese bowed down to apologize instantly. How respectful that look must be. It can be seen that even the status of aliens here is not high or even inferior. Leaving the platform, it suddenly became clear that there was a huge amount of people in the hall. From time to time, many large equipment can be seen carrying containers into certain entrances. It's so busy here. Like some kind of port, everyone is going their way in an orderly fashion. So many people. Tony thought that there would be very few people in such a secret place, like S.H.I.E.L.D, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't see so many people. Now there are more than 10,000 agents stationed in the headquarters, and there are many in each subbase. The exact number of them is hard to count. Natasha Romanoff also looked at the busy scene in front of her with emotion. As more and more worlds are connected by the dimensional gate, various matters and projects have also begun to proceed. It's a world of difference from when Natasha Romanoff first came here. At the beginning, the entire base should only have about 1,000 people, right? What now? Chin Yun only made up 10,000 yuan for the basic secret service personnel in the later stage. Although he spent a lot of money, how can an organization do without people? The Moon base in the Pioneer world and the Mars base in the Wandering Earth world, these bases are constantly expanding. Immediately, the organization may usher in many third-type beings, and there may even be permanent ones, all of which need resettlement. A venue is needed as a transit reception. And different civilizations and different races need different environments. There are more than 1,000 kinds of biospheres provided by 808 that may need to be built. What ammonia environment, chlorine environment, water environment, hospital environment. These are all planned to be on Mars in the Wandering Earth world. These preparations may never be used, but as a Men in Black organization, they must have them. So, the number of people has expanded unconsciously. Chin Yun originally thought that 1 yuan for one special agent might be the cheapest in the system mall. Now it seems that as the organization continues to expand, if special agents are not recruited from outside. The cost of personnel may be an astronomical sum in the future. The Men in Black, what organization is it? Tony finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked, "Which government department is this? What does what happened to me have anything to do with them?" Tony really hates dealing with this kind of organization, especially the Men in Black organization seems to be even bigger than S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Tony was full of curiosity, but his personality made him want to find out the truth immediately and then leave. "This matter, I don't have the authority to tell you. Wait for the boss to tell you." Although Natasha Romanoff wanted to say it very much, she didn't dare to touch Chin Yun's bad luck now. After all, she is already very sensitive when she works in both S.H.I.E.L.D and the Men in Black. She has to be careful at the base now, lest Chin Yun bring this up. Although he kept silent, Natasha Romanoff still felt a little pimple in his heart. "Oh, Tony, I didn't expect you to come too. Tilda, surprisingly, when I first entered the elevator, I found that there were still people in the elevator. Banner, Dr. Helen Zhao." In the elevator, Wanda led Helen Zhao, Quicksilver led Bruce Banner, and Natasha Romanoff led Tony. 16 people stared together with 16 eyes. "Why are you here?" Banner Tony is also very familiar, let alone Zhao Heilun. The shrapnel on Tony's chest is Zhao Heilun's cradle of life technology to help him take out the treatment. Seeing so many acquaintances in this place at once made Tony start to think. What does the Men in Black organization mean? Tony, do you remember? Before Tony could think about 123, Banner said excitedly. "WT? Remember what?" "Oh, it seems you haven't remembered Tilda." Banner knew the result when he saw Tony's expression and even patted him on the shoulder. "Is it difficult recently? It's okay, you should find the answer here." "What do you mean? You are also a member of this organization?" "No, it's my first time here too." Banner shook his head, but it has to be said. He did recover his memory. The memory eraser is not a high-end technology, and this kind of technology for ordinary people does not need to be so complicated. So, for Banner, amnestics don't work very well. His body is complex, with 2 personalities and shared memories. Banner's personality comes from gamma rays, becoming an energetic soul. This kind of soul is independent, and memory is also independent of the soul. At the beginning, the memory of his main body was indeed eliminated, but some time ago, after his transformation, Banner's soul integrated with him again. That part of the memory that was erased was restored just like that. But he didn't tell anyone, but today, after receiving Quicksilver's invitation, he chose to take a look without any hesitation. As for Helen Zhao, he was kidnapped by Wanda. "Tony, you were kidnapped too." Zhao Heilun's complexion is a bit bad. Today she was still researching something in the laboratory. Suddenly, a woman appeared in the room when her eyes blurred. What's even more outrageous is that everyone, including the security guards, seemed to ignore her after seeing her. She was taken away by Wanda just like that. No one found out, bound. Hearing this, Tony glanced subconsciously at Natasha Romanoff. Seems to be asking what's going on. You understand. Secret organizations always have some special methods. Isn't this normal? As an old agent, she often does this kind of thing. "I know shit." Tony rolled his eyes. Just when several people were still talking about something, the elevator opens. "Are you here?" "The boss has something to go to the Mars base to deal with. Do you want to wait?" 404 happened to be at the door of the elevator. After seeing a few people, he took the initiative to speak. "Mars base? Didn't he just come here?" "Did something happen?" Wanda asked, seemingly worried. "That's not true. I went to the Trisolaran Mars base. Didn't the Trisolarans remodel that mecha? The boss went to see it for testing." Hearing that they were going to the Trisolaran Mars base, Wanda was relieved. She thought it was the sudden appearance of the civilization that destroyed the sun of the wandering Earth world. "Look, wait here," 404 said, ready to take them to the lounge. However, it was interrupted by Tony. "Wait, how long will it take?" "I don't have time to wait here." "Exactly, what are you guys doing to tie me here?" Zhao Heilun also booed. She didn't dare to speak like this before, but after seeing 2 acquaintances, she became a little more courageous. For a long time, others have made appointments for him. As a top rich scientist, when did he sit in someone else's office and wait for others? I'm not sure, maybe I'll be back soon, maybe a day or two. 404 is also not sure how long the mecha test will take. Actually, you can also go to the Mars base to find the boss. He also left a few temporary passes and said that he can take you there if he comes back late. With that said, 404 took out a few cards. On the card, the names and portraits of the three of them were actually written. Before, because they wanted to coax Ancient One into joining the Men in Black, a clause was added at 0 time. That is, people in this world, as long as they are not organized by the Men in Black, cannot use the Dimension Gate. But after Ancient One joined the Men in Black, this clause was just a decoration. Chin-Yun only needs to issue a temporary certificate with his own authority. Then we'll go find him. Tony made his decision without any hesitation. Natasha Romanoff spread her hands and said it doesn't matter anyway, her task today is to bring Tony here. Then I won't go, leave it to your brother. For some reason, Wanda blushed. Originally, she was the most anxious one, but now she was afraid to go to Chin-Yun. Because the situation last night was really difficult to talk about. Last night was originally just an ordinary day of analyzing origin magic power, but the bed is so big, 2 people are always a bit bumpy together. She clearly felt that something was different about Chin-Yun, much bigger than before. He didn't know that Chin-Yun adjusted his body with the new ability at will and thought that Chin-Yun had some other thoughts about him. This made her blush for a long time, and she didn't fall asleep all night. Okay, Tilda, Quicksilver took over Wanda's task. Just like that, Natasha Romanoff and Quicksilver led the 3 into the elevator again. Soon, they came to the floor of the Dimension Gate. This floor is busier than other places. Countless materials are constantly coming in and out of the Dimension Gate. Even because of too much material and personnel flow, 2 passages were set up. A few of them walked towards the artificial passage. Natasha Romanoff and Quicksilver pulled out their ID cards. The 3 of them subconsciously took out the temporary pass that 404 gave them just now. Go, don't stay. After checking the documents, the security guards guarding the Dimension Gate urged them to leave without asking any further questions. When he came to the Gate of Dimension, Tony looked at this weird thing closely and stopped in his tracks. Wait, what is this? A wormhole? How can you build such a thing underground? What if it blows up? As a scientist, Tony only took a few glances to analyze the inner nature of some dimensional gates. Startled, this is a wormhole. Distorting space through the gravitational force of a huge mass. Only a very high magnitude, unimaginably high, is possible to appear. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Natasha Romanoff grabbed Tony's arm and pulled it in. Ah, no, you don't really want to go through the wormhole without protection. FK, isn't this sending you to death? However, with Tony's small body, where is Natasha Romanoff's strength? After all, Natasha Romanoff is also a small super soldier who has been transformed into a human body. Almost forcibly pulled to the edge of the wormhole by Natasha Romanoff. The closer Tony got to the dark hole, the more anxious he became. He regretted why he didn't come wearing armor. At least give me a spacesuit. Before the words were finished, a strong suction came, and the 2 disappeared into this world. Let's go, Tilda, Quicksilver also urged Helen, Zhao, and Banner. Zhao Heilun was also a little scared, only Banner was full of excitement. His memory has been retrieved, and he almost immediately thought of what Chin-Yun once said about this thing. This is the gate that can travel through the world? Let's go. It doesn't even need to be said by Quicksilver. He walked faster than Quicksilver, almost jumped up and rushed up. At this moment, only Helen, Zhao, and Quicksilver are left. Glancing at Quicksilver, he pouted at the Dimension Gate, the meaning being self-evident. I'll go by myself. Zhao Heilun gritted her teeth, but mustered up her courage and walked over. It was better than being dragged away like that. I have experienced darkness for an unknown amount of time, when the light appeared in front of several people again. The sight in front of them made everyone's eyes widen. They seemed to be on a high platform, surrounded by a huge amounts of semicircular transparent cover. Behind them is the Gate of Dimension. The hood is huge. Like Good Zhao, the center of a certain area. As for the outside of the cover, there is a huge construction site. How big is it? As far as the eye can see, the smallest building is over 300 meters. Moreover, the architectural style is completely different from that of human beings, and there is no artistic aesthetic of human beings. Instead, a geometric aesthetic composed entirely of rational numbers. At a glance, you can't see the end at all, as if the entire Mars has become a steel jungle. This is Mars? Tony was also dumbfounded. He heard what they said about the Mars base. Thinking that even if it is awesome, it is just a small colony, right? Unexpectedly, the scale of the building here is so grand. Even if he is a top rich man, he has never thought about money. At this time, he subconsciously calculates how much money will be needed to build these. The conclusion is uncountable. Even 10 of his entire net worth would not be able to make these things. The Men in Black organization is so terrifying, too high. Yes, this is the #1 Mars base. Now half of the construction period is completed, and the remaining half will take about 10 days. Quicksilver snapped his fingers and calculated. Trisolarans' Mars base is almost complete. At that time, members of the entire Trisolaran civilization will move here. Is it necessary to make it so big? Everyone. Looking at the endless buildings, Tony really couldn't figure out what to do to build something like this. This is even more exaggerated than Daxia's infrastructure. Big. Not too big, after all. Hundreds of millions of people have to relocate here, and Mars is inherently small. Quicksilver has no idea about these things. He only knows that the Earth is smaller than Mars, and the entire civilization of three-body civilization lives in such a small place, so it should be no problem to build bigger buildings, right? How many billion people? Tony didn't know what to say anymore. There are hundreds of millions of people in this organization of Men in Black. How many people are there on Earth? Isn't it crazy that there are so many people? These hundreds of millions are definitely not human beings, but Trisolarans. When the three-body civilization needs to be relocated, it is impossible to just bring people with it. The heritage of the civilization must be brought together. Technical equipment, battleships, etc. Are you guys here? So early. Just when several people were still shocked by the scene in front of them, Agent J walked over leisurely. Boss is at the proving ground. He saw you coming and asked me to pick you up. I haven't seen you for a few days. I feel like you are getting fat. Quicksilver at the side went up to say hello enthusiastically. Their personalities are somewhat similar, and they get along relatively well. In addition, Jay brought some souvenirs of this world back to the base from time to time. The two of them were already very familiar with each other, so it was just a matter of asking for help. S.H.I.E.L.D, a new chef, came to the back kitchen recently, and he said it was at the level of a Huxia state banquet. That skill is beyond words. She smiled embarrassingly, clutching her bloated stomach. Let's go, don't be inked, you can catch up with the theater now. As he spoke, Jay waved his hand, and the speeding car hovering in the air not far away slowly landed. What kind of technology is this? Electromagnetic levitation or anti-gravity? Tony was attracted by the speeding car. Flying things are not difficult to see. He often wears mechs to fly and play the key, even if she uses it, is still the propeller. Although the vector thruster he used was considered a very black technology, it still had to be sprayed. This car, however, can't see the nozzle at all, and it is quiet, as if history has not had the slightest influence on it. It should be anti-gravity, right? This is the technology provided by the Trisolarans, and this is what we drive on Mars. He said uncertainly, and looked a little dissatisfied. But this thing is quite boring, there is no sound at all, and there is no feeling of roaring blood spurting tilde. The speed is quite fast. It's just that the smart driving can't be turned off, and I don't know how to turn on the manual driving mode tilde Tony. Blood gushing, the roar of the engine, I have so many sports cars. There are dozens of cars in the garage, so we should change them. Although he really wanted to complain, Tony's pride kept him from saying this. The speed of the flying car was very fast, and after 10 minutes, they came to a site with huge amounts of. There may be hundreds of kilometers of driving, and there are almost no gaps in the huge building complex along the way. It's too big. These buildings may not be able to be built even after selling 433 the United States. Let several people feel the gold content of this Mars base again. Even Heilun Zhao, who was kidnapped, was full of thoughts. This organization is really rich. Why do you want to kidnap me? You are the boss of this organization. When they came to a high platform with a glass cover, an Oriental man was sitting on an exclusive chair looking out the window. Tony could tell almost immediately that he was different from his surroundings. Other people, whether they are aliens or ordinary humans, are all working. Only he seemed to come for sightseeing. Tony, Iron Man, long time no see. Oh, and Helen Ko, Dr. Banner Chin Yun also smiled, raised the teacup in his hand and pointed to the seat opposite, signaling them to sit down. Long time no see. Is it the first time we met? Tony sat down without any hesitation, and his words seemed a little aggressive, because he had already guessed that perhaps the things that made him overwhelmed during this period of time were all done by this man. Banner looked more polite. Agent Q, we meet again, you are still so leisurely. In Banner's impression, Chin Yun has always been calm and breezy. Haha, Dr. Banner, that thing really doesn't work on you. Chin Yun was talking about amnestics. Ham, although I am troubled by it sometimes, it will still bring me some unexpected help. Banner sighed, the Hulk had always been a real headache for him. Hey, don't talk about the old days, I'm here because I need an answer. Tony watched the two of them start chatting about homework and couldn't help interjecting. Tony, you're a smart guy. Actually, you should have an answer in your heart, right? Chin Yun smiled and looked at Tony. Tony. So you actually did those 3 space stations and everything that happened recently. Our memory was disturbed by you, right? By what means? Mind gem or some evil body technology? Tony, actually, Agent Q is not malicious. The Men in Black organization is not some evil organization, I can attest to that. Seeing Tony's anger, Banner quickly consoled him. No offense? Tony suddenly spoke up. You know how I live CBDH all this time? You told me there was no malice. Banner saw Tony start to go berserk, glanced at Chin Yun, and chose to shut up helplessly. He felt that it was a bit uncomfortable to be caught between two people. Actually, Tony, have you ever thought that maybe I wasn't malicious? But I was doing it on purpose. However, Chin Yun said something very contradictory, which made Tony's face full of question marks. Here's a video for you. As he spoke, Chin Yun waved his hand, and a picture was projected in the air. It was the time when I used the T-1000 to go to the Avengers Alliance base and met several people for the first time. In the picture, Chin Yun was about to speak, but was shot in the head by Tony. Then, the picture stopped abruptly. Tony also froze. Subconsciously glanced at Banner, meaning, did I really do this kind of thing? Banner covered his head and nodded awkwardly at Tony. See, you gave me a big gift when we met for the first time, but I made you a person who attracts the attention of the world. I'll repay the blame with virtue, okay? FB, I don't know why, after watching this video, Tony lost his temper completely. In the memory he lost. He shot Chin Yun in the head the first time he met, but why? Why do you want to do this? And, isn't Chin Yun okay? At this moment, Tony only felt that his mind was full of doubts. Why? What happened at that time? Why did you modify the memories of so many people? Why tell me now? Facing Tony's question, Chin Yun did not answer immediately, just looked at the watch. Don't worry about this matter, let's watch something fun first. Just as Chin Yun finished speaking, the huge open space outside the glass cover suddenly began to change. The thick floors on both sides slowly separated, and then something seemed to rise from the ground. This is, to the eye, is a huge amounts of humanoid machine. Looking at the height of about 100 meters, compared with the size of human beings, it looks like a hill. Scary, JC001 Giant Combat Mecha. Basic Type 1, representing the basic combat power index that the Men in Black will soon deploy. Basic Combat Mecha. 100 meters high, Tony was dumbfounded. This thing. A thumb is bigger than his steel armor. You tell me it's the basic type? Just in terms of size, his mecha is like a child in front of this thing. It's outrageous. Today was a test of some of his performance, mainly test one aspect. Defense. Chin Yun looked at this mech with some anticipation in his heart. This is almost a combination of all the skill levels that the men in black can currently play. Even many key parts can only be produced by elementary-level smart factories, and even Trisolarans' industrial equipment cannot be processed. Test mecha. Tony also temporarily let go of the doubts in his heart. For tech men, this kind of technological product that is so awesome just by looking at it is even more attractive. Several people looked out of the glass cover. Begin the test. Item 1. Exploding a 100 million equivalent nuclear bomb at close range, a reminder sounded, but after hearing the content inside, several people were instantly dumbfounded. WT, a 100 million yield nuclear bomb? Is this a joke? What is the concept of 100 million equivalent? In those days, the ones on the 2 islands were only 100,000 level. The whole Earth did not have such powerful nuclear bombs. Once this thing explodes, it can almost destroy the United States for half a week, and the subsequent impact will affect the entire hemisphere. You tell me, you need to use this thing at the beginning? Experimental testing. Science is rigorous, why make this joke? Chin Yun spread his hands. WTFK, under the stunned gaze of the crowd, a ball that looked extremely huge amounts of was caught by the mechanical hand at the foot of the mecha, and it was placed firmly on the ground. Then, the second, the third. It wasn't finished until 6 of them surrounded the mechs. 6 warheads have been placed, totaling 600 million TNT equivalent. Hearing the prompt, even Banner couldn't sit still. I thought that even if it was outrageous, 100 million equivalents is already outrageous. Boy, isn't it one? Is it 6? Damn, playing nuclear bombs as firecrackers. Agent Q, calm down. This is so close to us, once it explodes, we will be gone. In front of them, their protection is just a layer of transparent glass. Reasonable, in front of nuclear bombs, glass is useful. Even if it is made in Daxia, it can't handle it. Don't worry, it's definitely safe enough here. I spent a lot of money to build it, 5,000 yuan tilde. Chin Yun looked a little pained. This test site was indeed built by Chin Yun with a huge sum of money. I bought a Starship-level shield from the system, a level 4 civilization. It is large and difficult to move, but its power and protection level are definitely not what a nuclear bomb can blow up. The products produced by the system must be high-quality goods, and the shield of medium-level civilization is definitely enough to experiment with these things. Countdown to detonation. 10, 9, 8. After hearing the countdown, the 3 of Tony couldn't sit still. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have shot you in the head. Let me go. Tony actually gave in. The main reason is that he didn't expect Chin Yun to play such a big game. This is a 600 million yield nuclear bomb. It's life-threatening, isn't it? The distance between them is less than 1 kilometer, so it can't go directly to the sky. Relax, I can't die. Do you want to eat fruit? This is genetically modified with a plant from Trisolaris and apples. It's delicious. As he spoke, Chin Yun enthusiastically handed over a strange-looking fruit. Tony is in the mood to eat fruit right now. Banner looked at Chin Yun so calmly and actually took the fruit and ate it. He has come into contact with Chin Yun and has memories. Chin Yun doesn't look like that kind of mad scientist. Maybe it's really safe here. Is it sweet? Don't say it, it's quite sweet, but it has a strange taste. Banner subconsciously took another bite. Strange taste. That's a new taste developed by Trisolarans based on human hormones. I really like it. 1. Detonation. At this moment, a burst of dazzling light hit from outside the glass cover. For a moment, the whole room was like daylight, and nothing could be seen. The light wave is detected to exceed the standard, and the filter mode has been turned on after filter mode is turned on. Only then did everyone open their eyes, and the scene in front of them was terrifying. The concentrated explosion of 6 nuclear bombs with an equivalent of over 100 million placed on ordinary matter may even cause a chain reaction, causing the matter to collapse and disappear. Countless shockwaves, heat, and light collided and bounced back and forth in the closed experimental space. Even through the glass, you can feel the horror inside. However, that mech, under such terrifying energy, there is no wave, not even a shiver. Everything around seems to be tickling. Seeing this scene, Chin Yun also stood up. Good, 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 good. The shell with strong interaction is really indestructible. That's right, the materials used in the entire 100-meter-high mecha are shells made of strong interaction materials. Strong interaction materials, as the pinnacle of material science for the three-body human body, are also expensive. They themselves only have a few medium-sized warships and water drop detectors using this material, because of the high energy consumption. During the manufacturing process, a lot of energy needs to be consumed to compact the materials. Roughly speaking, it is to make them inseparable without collapsing like a black hole. The reason why Qin is so rich and powerful and uses this material to make the mecha is also because energy is not a problem for the men in black now. There are also many gaseous planets in the Trisolaran system, but they cannot be used because of the complexity of the Trisolaran star, but Qin used the zoom-in and zoom-out flashlight to take it away. The situation became simpler. At least by burning all the existing glass marbles as energy, Qin can still build 1,000,000 units of JC001. Add more, this time increase 10 times, open the shield too. Qin said to the air. The Trisolarans on the test platform over there received the message and quickly replied. K-tilde received, enabling energy absorption mode, preparing a nuclear warhead. As the energy absorption mode of the laboratory was turned on, the energy waves that were originally crashing around in the enclosed space began to stop at a speed visible to the naked eye. When everything dissipated, the mecha still stood there firmly. Moreover, because the shield protects the test site, there is not even a trace of scratches on the ground. It seemed that everything that happened just now was just a dream. Both Tony and Banner were stunned, and Zhao Helen even sat down beside him, still trembling a little. Also. More, 10 times. Isn't that 6 billion equivalent? Crazy, this is enough to blow the Earth apart. Hearing that Qin had to add more weight, Tony thought he was really going crazy. This is an experimental test, isn't this destroying the world? Really played nuclear bombs as firecrackers. 6 billion equivalents. How much? Qin, on the other hand, looked very calm. 6 billion equivalents is a terrifying destructive force for humans, capable of vaporizing almost all man-made objects. But for a planet, a 6 billion yield nuclear bomb exploded on the surface, which is to scratch the skin. Although Mars is less massive than Earth, it is still a planet after all. It's about the same as 1,000 or 2,000 times. It's not the planet I'm worried about, it's us. Tony looked at the mechanical arm that had begun to place nuclear warheads in the test site and felt his scalp tingling. He doesn't worry about what will happen to the planet after these things explode. The key to the problem lies in them. Such a close distance. At least let's talk a little further away, shall we? Don't worry, the safety standards of my test site are very high and there will be no problems. FB. However, no matter what they think, the will to experiment will not be shifted by other people's ideas at all. A minute later, a bigger explosion occurred outside the glass cover. The powerful shockwave continuously slapped on the observation window a few meters away from several people. The critical feeling of that horrible death is close at hand. But it was strongly blocked by that layer of glass. The target of the experiment, the giant mecha, still stands inside. For a moment, people don't know whether to feel that the armor is strong or this layer of glass is stronger. After experiencing the initial worry and fear, Tony also found that it seemed really safe here. He also focused on the screen next to the viewing window. At this moment, all kinds of data are displayed on the screen, making people dazzled. Most people will only think that these are just background versions. Tony, he understood. 6 gigaton nuclear bomb exploded head-on. The surface temperature is still 0, not even a tremor. The performance of the mecha is simply unbelievable. Does this material really exist in the world? You must know that at this moment, the temperature inside the test site is at least tens of millions of degrees, but it seems that it does not affect the mech at all. It's like he's out of this world. In Tony's previous cognition, the strongest metal in the world is vibranium. The shield in Captain America's hand is made of vibranium. It is said that it can resist almost all attacks. Tony even thought about using vibranium to make a steel armor. But first, there are not so many materials, and second, The molding of armor requires countless parts, and it is very laborious to process precisely. Originally, Tony thought that vibranium steel armor might be the strongest form in the future. Now it seems that it is a fart. The performance of vibranium is also impossible. He has tested the shield of Captain America for countless times. In front of this thing, it is completely the difference between plastic foam and aerospace titanium alloy. The most important thing is the size of this mech. That is amazingly large. At a height of 100 meters, one is enough for him to make thousands of steel armors. Is this a strong interaction metal? After being immersed in the ocean of scientific data, Tony quickly entered the state, completely forgetting about the danger of a nuclear explosion, and even couldn't help but approach the observation window, crawling on it to see clearly what stood in the flames and rays of light JC001. The test results are not bad. Chin-Yun was also very satisfied when he saw that the mecha was intact. When all exposed parts are made of strong interaction materials, the JC001 in front of me can almost be said to have fulfilled expectations perfectly. The base defense utilizes super materials. Originally, he was also equipped with shields. It's just that the protection of the shield depends on the power, and the research of the man in black on the shield is very mature, so there is no need to test it now. Combining the two into one, this mech can almost be said to be an invincible existence of low-level civilizations. Individual level 3 combat effectiveness. To destroy it, unless it is a light-speed weapon that uses physical means, it is possible to hit the strong interaction force that destroys the surface. Such as laser guns, particle guns, and the like, although they can reach the speed of light, there is a gap between them and the real speed of light weapons. Lasers, as well as high-energy particles, are originally a kind of energy, and it is very easy for the energy to reach the speed of light. However, it is very difficult for matter with a complete structure of physical constants to reach the speed of light. It is basically impossible for low-level civilizations to have such means. It's like the light of a flashlight, which is actually the speed of light, but if you shine a flashlight on someone, it won't kill them, right? However, if you accelerate an iron to the speed of light, the power is completely different. The defense test of JC001 is completed. Next, it only needs to be equipped with a driver, give it sufficient power and speed, and add a driver who can control it. This mecha can just enter the assembly stage. As for the weapons, are you kidding me? We need weapons? Simply equipped with some particle weapons would be fine. The main attack method is still a cold weapon. As long as I'm fast enough, I can cut down the battleship with a knife. How about it, Tony? Isn't my mech not bad? How does it compare to yours? Chin-Yun said to Tony with a smile. Tony, You F **** G meow. What do you want me to say? How is it better than mine? Is it worth comparing? Regardless of body size, 10,000 steel mechas can't compare to the fact that they can resist nuclear bombs head-on. Although he is an Iron Man, his combat power increases dramatically when he puts on armor. But his Mark series, just a few ordinary missiles will cost him half his life. Nuclear bombs do not make jokes. However, the pride in his heart made him not want to flatter others. Well, the defense is quite good, but I don't know how to attack. After all, mechs are used for fighting, so you can't stand still and be a target. Where is this mecha? This is a turtle. As he spoke, Tony even laughed out loud, but both Banner and Zhao Heilun could hear the embarrassment in this smile. Iron Man's armor is being compared to others. Definitely won't be the target. Our plan is to equip it with an antimatter inducer as a drive. It can accelerate up to 10% of the speed of light, and can perform right-angle vertical tactical maneuvers at the fastest 1% of the speed of light. Trisolarans have ample experience in the antimatter propulsion combined with strong interaction materials. It can even be used directly. However, upon hearing such technical parameters, Tony said in disbelief, "The highest speed is 1/10 of the speed of light. Can you do vertical maneuvers at 1% of the speed of light? How can this be? You know, the speed of light is about 300,000 kilometers per second. 1% of the speed of light is 3,000 kilometers per second. Prior to this, the fastest human-made object was an intercontinental missile, which could reach Mach 25 to 30, which is 9 kilometers per second and 10 kilometers per second. Not to mention vertical maneuvering. If you do it a little bit, you don't know where you are going. Performing vertical maneuvers at a speed of 3,000 kilometers per second, such a science fiction, even he has never had such a dream. However, looking at everything around, there is still a nuclear explosion of 6 billion equivalents that is slowly dissipating. Perhaps this mysterious organization really has this kind of technology. This is also too outrageous. But even if you can make this kind of thing, it's not considered a machine, right? It can only be controlled by an intelligent program. But the information is always delayed. For such a high-speed mobile combat unit, it must be processed internally. But no driver can bear this pressure, right? Unknowingly, Tony has even brought himself into the role of a technician and began to analyze the pros and cons of this mecha. There is indeed such a problem. Chin-Yun nodded, as an individual mecha that is ready to be installed as a basic equipment. JC001 still has some problems that have not been resolved. The control system is the key among them. To control him, you still need to analyze information. His speed means that his combat radius will be very far, and remote control is simply unrealistic. In the future, the heavens and worlds will be involved, and they will not be in the same world, making it even more difficult to control. Even with quantum communication, there will still be some interference and problems. After all, the current technological level of the Men in Black has not yet reached the level of quantum backup equipment. Even artificial intelligence control cannot handle some complex situations, and how can artificial intelligence be so easy? It is unrealistic to configure 10 motors for every 10 motors. One Ultron is enough for a headache. Chin-Yun doesn't look like he's making an omnic crisis. Therefore, the crux of the problem lies in the driver. Because of the weak force field technology, in terms of overload, there is no need to worry so much. But huge amounts of speed can still be stressful, especially when maneuvering vertically. There is also the reaction speed. The current human reaction speed cannot keep up with the movement speed of the machine, and it is easy to cause a scene where the reaction is too slow. So, this mecha is not prepared for ordinary people at all. His future driver in our plan will be a modified super genetic warrior. This is why I asked you to come. After going around for a long time, Chin-Yun finally revealed his purpose. Super genetic warrior, are you going to study genetic modification? When Banner heard this, he seemed a little resistant. He was originally the product of an experimental accident. Because of the powerful mutation, many people regard him as a guinea pig for genetic experiments. It was undoubtedly a heavy past, which I cannot bear to look back on. Zhao Heilun is very interested, because this is her major. Let me show you a file. As Chin-Yun said, he picked up a few tablets from the side coffee table and handed them to the three of them. The three of them took it and looked at it suspiciously, asking for flowers. 5 minutes later, Helen Zhao was the first to stand up excitedly. I join. There is no doubt that the information on this tablet is exactly the blueprint for the project after the pioneer gene research compiled by 808. Gene locks, controllable evolution, controlling the human body. These, for a scientist in the field of life genes, are simply irresistible things. Moreover, Zhao Heilun is not an ordinary life gene expert. She led the research and development of the Life Cradle project, which has been able to accurately reconstruct various human organs. But compared to gene locks, it is still much worse. This is the active control of genes. Once the research results are obtained, human beings can even completely control their own bodies without using any equipment. That picture is so beautiful, I can't even imagine it. Think you are not smart enough? Then evolve your brain and get 10 times more intelligence first. Do you feel that your strength is not strong enough? Evolve your body structure, and it will take 2 seconds to blow up a tank with one punch. Even when that period comes, the future life of human beings will undergo huge amounts of changes, such as, on the street, 2 people were chatting, and suddenly a man held his chest and said, "My heart hurts a little, it seems to be a heart attack." "Ah, then I'll fix it." While speaking, the person with heartache stretched out his hand without any hesitation, inserted a powerful force into his chest, and tore out a beating heart. Other organs in the chest cavity can also be seen. The bloody scene did not cause the shock of passersby, they just glanced at it and left indifferently. And inside his chest, visible to the naked eye, countless flesh and blood tissues are being reconstructed. After about 10 seconds, a healthy and complete heart grew out. Even the hole in the chest is back to normal immediately. This is the power of gene locks. Human beings will no longer have disabilities, no diseases, and even everyone is a Superman, and everyone is an elite. High IQ, high physical fitness, no disease, no pain, vigorous vitality, at least 1,000 years of life expectancy. If you find the right gene, even immortality is not a dream. This is the great new era of mankind after unlocking the genetic lock. Such a picture, even S.H.I.E.L.D felt trembling all over just thinking about it, even a little shivering. Being able to participate in this kind of research, no matter for any expert in biological genetics, is no less than smoke from the ancestral grave. Therefore, even if it was kidnapped by someone, S.H.I.E.L.D recognized it. I'm joining too. After Banner thought for a moment, he also chose to join. His purpose is very simple. He has a multi-subject degree, and even genetics is not his main research subject. He is not the kind of mad scientist, nor does he look up to his name in the history of science. However, from this project, he found the potential to solve his own physical problems. Perhaps, the Gene Lock project can free him from Hulk's troubles. Seeing that both of them chose to join, Chin-Yun nodded very satisfied. This time, 808 shouldn't be complaining about the lack of people, right? Then, he set his sights on Tony. Tony was also shocked as he held the documents. However, he is very hesitation. I'm curious, why did you find me for such a thing? I'm not an expert in genetics, I don't even have much research on this, I'm best at physics and mechanics. Even though genes are not Banner's main research direction, he still understands and even has a relevant degree. He, Tony, thinks that they are not as bad as them in science, but he is not as good as Helen Zhao and Hulk in the subspecialties. Why did you find yourself involved in this kind of project? Maybe it's because of regret, or it's because of the shot you owe me, Tilda, or it's because of your daughter. Chin-Yun smiled. Once at the fourth wall, he had clearly seen Tony's death. After really getting in touch with him, Chin-Yun found that Tony in this period also had an unlikable personality. Conceited, proud, he is the best in heaven and earth. He even gave himself a little when they met for the first time. However, Chin-Yun still has the feeling that Tony is a deadman. It seemed that in the next second, he would lose his life because of snapping his fingers as he had seen before. Only the sentence from his daughter was left, "Love me 3,000 times." But now, when he arrived, Tian Chen was still alive. Being able to look at him seems to allow Chin-Yun to find his own memories. Realism. Perhaps only in this way, Chin-Yun will feel that he is also a living person, not a plot in a certain world wall. Countless worlds, countless universes, vast and empty. Chin-Yun doesn't know whether he is alive or dead, or if he is just a certain memory, a past that once existed. Tony's biggest role is to remind Chin-Yun, everything he does is still meaningful. Definitely, Tony's research ability is not for nothing. In the research and development of JC001, the control system, mechanical structure, weapon system, and the interactive control between the driver and the mecha are all areas where Tony can exert his strength. After all, although Trisolarans' technology system is mature, the mechas are still for humans to use. In terms of some details that are suitable for human beings, Trisolarans must not consider as well as humans originally. Plus, who said we only have this one project? A scientific research genius like Tony, since he joined our men in black, can he still run? Wait. My daughter, when did I have a daughter? Tony was taken aback. He has a daughter? Why didn't he know? Could it be the romantic debt left over from the past? It shouldn't be. He has already brought safety tools. You and Miss Potts are going to have a daughter. She's lovely. Pepper and I have a daughter in the future? Wait, how do you know about this? Time is a very interesting thing. When you experience time, time has already given you the answer. Chin Yun didn't explain but said something vaguely. Tony looked at Chin Yun but had a bold idea. A time machine. This is too weird. How could there be such a thing in the world? Quickly shake these thoughts out of your head. I join. After countless considerations in Tony's mind, he finally chose to join. No way, he really couldn't refuse the temptation of this JC001. Not even Iron Man. Then, welcome to join the men in Black Tilda, Chin Yun smiled mysteriously. Earn a lot. That is to say, there is no system mall to sell it. If it could be sold, these 3 people would have to sell it for at least 10,000 yuan, right? After all, every special talent with ability is somewhat metaphysical. 683, even if ordinary Secret Service technicians are buying 10,000, they may not be able to use one such scientist. Inspiration is the ultimate destination of scientific research. However, the 3 did not join the men in black as agents. Instead, he signed a contract and became a worker as a logistics employee. This is also a means of hiring the men in black. After all, the human group is so huge and the society is very complicated. There will always be some people who can't really completely abandon the past and become a person out of society who will always hide in the dark. But these people have some abilities that the men in black need. Therefore, logistics employees are a compromise method. The employee's authority is not high, and they don't have much initiative. They have to apply to the agents even to cross the gate of the dimension. However, the men in black don't care too much about them. Just complete the contract. Chin Yun gave them a day to go back and organize their things and deal with things. From the next day, 808's gene lock project will officially start. When Tony got on the subway in a daze and returned to his big villa again. Only then did one thing come to mind. Didn't I go to find answers and solve problems? Why did I become a wage earner without knowing it? Tony froze. The reason why he and Natasha Romanoff went to see Chin Yun was to solve the problem of memory loss. You must know that up to now the internet is still bullying him. You're back. While Tony was still in a daze, Little Pepper suddenly rushed out from nowhere and burrowed into Tony's arms. Are you okay? Are you tired? I'll get you a cup of coffee. Feeling the warmth in his arms and the words of concern, Wani only felt his heart soften. Little Pepper. Although I always tease her for her hot personality, she is the person who cares most about herself in this world. No matter what happened to her, she would never ask or talk too much. She just showed up when she needed it most and handed herself a cup of warm coffee. This warmth also melted Tony's heart. He grabbed Pot's hand. Don't go, I don't want coffee right now. I just want you. It was said that we would have a daughter. I wanted to verify if it was true. As the night passed, Potts waited on Tony helplessly, tying his tie. Why do you want to wear this suit? It's a bit old-fashioned. I think the latest one this year is more suitable for you. This suit on Tony was his black suit from a long time ago. The last time he wore it was a few years ago. Tony looked at himself in the mirror but said with satisfaction, I see that their uniforms are all wearing this style, thinking that sooner or later they will have to change. Why not wear their own, which fits them well? Uniforms. Are you going to some old party from the 1980s? Poji rolled his eyes. What kind of party are you attending? I joined a company to work as a technician. It seems that I have to change clothes on the first day of work today. I'm afraid of trouble, so I just get dressed and go. Tony said very naturally. Joined a company to work? Posy looked dazed and even stopped the movement of his hands. There is the Stark industry of Nuda. The top rich man, Tony Stark. Even though Tony Stark is scolded on the internet now, the stock price has not fallen, and even rose by 50%. It's no exaggeration to say that Tony is the richest man in the country. You tell me you're going to work? This is some kind of snakeskin joke. Is there any company in the world that can make the famous and richest man, Tony Stark, go to work? Is there anyone in this world richer than you? Potts just thought it was funny. Tony was still like a child. One thing came out the other. Rich. To be reasonable, I don't think I'm as rich as he is. Tony couldn't help replaying the scenes he saw yesterday, the boundless Mars base. Where is my little money in Thailand? Not even a fraction. If Stark Industries is a sheep, should they be a blue whale? Hearing Tony's comparison, Paz looked at the man in disbelief. In her memory, Tony has always been proud of Stark Industries. Even when facing the country, he never showed such an expression. But today, he actually compared his company to others like this. What stimulated this? Pause, don't worry, don't ask. The company is temporarily handed over to you. I should be able to take a vacation after I finish this month's work. Tony's expression was also a little strange. I don't know why, but now he suddenly feels like an office worker, a wage earner. This psychological emotion has never been experienced before. Okay, whatever you want to do, just do it. But Potts didn't say much, just quickly helped Tony tidy up his appearance. This is also what Tony likes most about Potts. She never interferes with what she wants to do, but will always be her backing, helping him solve some trivial matters and troubles. Because of the madness last night, both of them got up late in the morning. Tony looked at his watch, didn't even have time to eat breakfast, just picked up the sandwich on the table, carried the bag, and said while running, "I'm going to be late. I'm leaving first. Pazzy, wait for me to come back." Seeing this scene, Little Pepper said helplessly, "You are going in the wrong direction. The garage is on the right." No, I'll go through the gate, take the subway." Potts, subway. The nearest subway station is more than 5 kilometers away from their home, right? Looking at Tony's back, Paz looked worried. "Tony, you're not crazy, are you? 808, there are still 15 days left. After 15 days, the Bishop of the Pioneers will descend on the Earth. You need a helper, and I found 3 for you. Within 15 days, I must see the success of the genetic modification drug." At the entrance of the laboratory, Chin Yun and 808 spoke seriously. The arrival of the pioneers is the biggest problem that the Men in Black organization is currently facing. Chin Yun has been having a headache with this. As an old 6th-level civilization, the hard steel on the front is definitely not strong enough. Only by confirming that Wanda is the reincarnation of the Pioneer Queen is it possible to continue dealing with them. But Wanda is a native of the Marvel world after all, not the reincarnation of a heroine at all. As the lowest level of pioneers, herders must have a lower vision than bishops. In order to make Wanda closer to this identity, genetic medicine is imperative. After taking the genetic medicine to unlock the genetic lock, Wanda will look more like a reincarnated queen. Therefore, before the arrival of the pioneer bishop, the genetic medicine must be successful. This is also the most critical 15 days, and the genetic medicine will become Wanda's best disguise. 15 days? Boss, this is too difficult. This is scientific research. I don't know how to make it. I can't guarantee Tian Wushan. Hearing the 15-day request, 808 seemed very embarrassed. Why didn't you say that scientists of this level, as long as there are a few more, they can even succeed in research the next day? Is it these few people who can't do it? Are they not genius enough? Chin Yun looked at 808 with a puzzled face and said that scientific research depends on inspiration. The combined inspiration of these 3 people is enough to play a superhero movie. That's not the reason. They do have great potential. They are all geniuses, but they have potential. Genius and ability are 2 different things. Their foundation is too weak, and they can't use it for the time being. 808 felt helpless. The scientific basis of the Men in Black has been completely updated to the stage of a 2nd-level civilization. So is the body of knowledge. Although Tony Banner and the others are also very powerful genius scientists, their knowledge base is still at the 1st level of civilization. That is, the theoretical knowledge on Earth. Even some black technology cannot represent how high their theoretical foundation can be. This caused a generation gap between them and 808 after they participated in the work. No matter how good the inspiration is, it doesn't work in front of the generation difference. Then you can't teach them. I can teach, but in terms of time. 15 is even more impossible. The work of 808 is also very heavy. If you are a teacher and work at the same time, the time will definitely be too late. Chin Yun also frowned. Let me figure out a way. This is a problem that must be solved at present. If the genetic medicine is not developed as soon as possible, the flaw will be seen due to the probability. At that time, the men in black will not be able to participate in the battle of the 6th-level civilization. Now, it is necessary to find a teacher for the 3 of them. Those who have sufficient advanced genetic science knowledge and have time to teach should teach quickly. Qin-Yun remembered one thing. That is, those 2 herders of the Pacific Rim world. I can't work too much for the things I caused by myself, right? Thinking of this, Qin-Yun quickly greeted people and went to the Pacific Rim world. Hearing what Qin-Yun asked the herders to do, the 2 herders were stunned. Ah, Queen, do you mean that you want us to be teachers to human beings to teach knowledge? But none of us major in scientific research, we are miscellaneous soldiers. Herders are the lowest level unit of the pioneer civilization. As an advanced civilization, you must have the most basic quality education. Human beings have 9 years of compulsory education. Qin-Yun does not believe that there is no such thing in the pioneer civilization. When we were born, there was a lot of basic scientific knowledge in our genes, but it was all basic and useless. Advanced ones can only be accessed by people with high status. Shepard explained. Enough, don't need advanced knowledge, just basic knowledge. Qin-Yun nodded. It seems that the pioneers have already written the inheritance of knowledge into genes. Although low-level pioneers are equipped with low-level knowledge, that is for the pioneers. Where does the low-level knowledge of the 6th-level civilization go when it is low energy? It can't be lower than humans, right? At least being Tony's teacher is definitely enough. Okay, Tilda the Queen's will is our direction. It was okay to hear that, and the 2 herdsmen agreed without any hesitation. Just go to one of them. Which one of you will go with me? Let me do it. Soon, Qin-Yun determined the candidate for the teacher. In order to prevent the leakage of the information of the Dimension Gate, Qin-Yun specially had him stunned and frozen before passing through the Dimension Gate. The vitality of the pioneers is extremely tenacious. As long as the head is not lost, even if it is frozen into a popsicle for decades and then thawed, it can still be alive and kicking. It is said that at a higher level, only the head can live. The legendary queen is even more spiritual in the universe and can be reborn from a long time. This is why they believe that Wanda is the queen. Stop what you're doing first. I've found a teacher for you. The first day they entered the laboratory of the man in black, the 3 of them were very excited. Because everything here is brand new projects, new knowledge systems, and new research directions, and each of them is completely invisible from the outside. When interrupted by Qin-Yun, I saw Qin-Yun pushing a big coffin in with the Secret Service. As the coffin was opened, several people were startled. They also met a lot of Trisolarans, but this was the first time they saw the pioneers. This is a pioneer, a teacher from another civilization who came here for you. Your level is too bad. He will give you tutoring for the next 10 days. Within 1-2 days, you must learn to the extent that project number 1 can be progressed smoothly. And what's more, don't tell him what you are researching. Hearing Qin-Yun's words, the 3 of them looked at each other, then nodded. It's just that the expression is a little weird, because this is the first time someone said that their level is too poor in scientific research. But after working all morning, they had to admit this problem. Many things are the most basic in 808's eyes, but they don't know anything about them, and they can't even hear what he is talking about. Seeing everyone nodding, Qin-Yun pressed the unfreeze button. Oh, Queen, I see you again. The first time the herdsman regained consciousness after thawing, he began to flatter him. Qin-Yun waved his hand. Work, your time is only 10 days. 10 days, although nervous, should not be a big problem for these 3 geniuses, right? There is no way, as much as you can learn in 10 days, you can only leave 5 days for them to study the gene-locking potion. This is already very tense. If the research fails, we can only wait for the trial of fate. Qin-Yun was also anxious. After Qin-Yun left, the 3 of them came together out of curiosity. Look at this 3-meter-tall teacher. The pioneer and the emaciated Trisolaran are completely aliens in 2 styles, and their bodies look very strong, full of power. Zhao Heilun asked even more curiously. You called him queen just now? This is what the shepherds called Qin-Yun. That's definitely. Agent Q is our queen forever. Why is it called that? The one who matches the king's 111 is the queen, isn't it like this for human beings? Upon hearing this, the three of them froze for a moment. And, Wangjiao 213 match. Qin Yun actually did such a thing? The Harbinger is 3 meters tall and has more than one arm. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is superhuman. Not to mention looks, they are not of the same race, and they are not of the same aesthetic at all. Qin Yun actually got involved with the king of such a race. Tony felt a chill. How did you manage to do this? Won't you be sluggish? It seems that the work of the man in black is not easy to do. Banner shook his head and sighed, feeling that Qin Yun was really too difficult. These words instantly won the approval of Tony and Zhao Heilun. The two nodded quickly. Tony was even a little bit upset with Qin Yun before, but now it's completely gone. They have even made up various plots in their minds. What powerful alien civilization wants to invade the Earth at the time of life and death? The king of the alien civilization has taken a fancy to Qin Yun at a critical moment. Qin Yun chose to sacrifice himself for the sake of world peace, to be the queen of aliens. The sacrifice is too great. At this moment, the impression of Qin Yun in their hearts became great. Qin Yun didn't know it. It was just because a title aroused everyone's imagination of him. Because he is dealing with a big event. The Dimensional Gate has received a new world connection request, but this world is different from all the previous worlds. Light conceives all living beings. Life follows shadows. Light washes away my soul. Shadow shelters my body. Restrain desires with Taoism. Be happy but not promiscuous. Ning residual body and skin. Do not abandon light and shadow. Lord of light and shadow, please listen to our prayer. On the control panel of the Dimensional Gate, countless religious slogans are constantly swiping the screen. The people watching were stunned, and even Qin Yun saw such a way of communication for the first time. Shouldn't the normal situation be, call XXX, here is XXX, request to connect? Something like that? How did this start to become metaphysics? The most important thing is that in the column of basic information about this world, the label of the two-dimensional world is clearly visible. We suspect that the other party discovered the Dimensional Gate somewhere, but we don't know that we men in black thought it was left by some god. So it became like this 404 is also analyzed. I understand, that is to say, a certain sect has discovered our Dimensional Gate now, and pray as a miracle now? Qin Yun was speechless. Moreover, this slogan, he felt a little familiar. 21 was a bit like an anime he had seen outside the fourth wall. In combination with the label of the two-dimensional world, the opposite world should be a certain cage. But in my impression, although that world has encountered a crisis, what Mayan ecology? But isn't this thing made by humans in their own laboratories, and it doesn't match the work of the man in black? The most important thing is that there seem to be few living people left in this world, and it seems that there is little point in rescuing. However, since they are all connected, they still cannot be ignored. The two-dimensional world, it's the first time I've seen it. Isn't it full of paper figures? 404 was a little excited. Qin Yun was a little curious. He always thought that the objects connected by the Dimensional Gate could only be human beings in the three-dimensional world or higher dimensional ones, but he was really interested in the low-latitude ones. Go in and take a look, don't you know? Now that they decided to take the initiative, 404 immediately arranged a special service team to investigate the bottom. Soon, in less than half an hour, the special intelligence team came back. However, the first thing everyone came back was to look at each other, and then their expressions became very strange. What's the situation? 404 hurriedly asked. The situation on the other side. It's not clear, it's strange, it's hard to describe in words. However, there is no danger. We launched a satellite to scan. Everyone on their side is a bit fanatical. The boss has to deal with it. The Secret Service team are all professional Secret Service personnel, but as pioneers, they are somewhat indescribable about this experience. They just felt that after traveling through the past, everyone seemed to have undergone plastic surgery. But there was no discomfort in the body, and it returned to its original state after returning this aroused Qin Yun's curiosity. Back up Tilda, He picked up his quantum life backup device and took the initiative to back up his current state once. I'll go and see for myself. I have to say that although this new world is very weird, it is actually very meaningful to the man in black. The attack of the two-dimensional foil is coming, and the research of advanced civilizations on two-dimensional destruction weapons is definitely more than that of Trisolaran. How to deal with it is also something the man in black needs to consider. Under normal circumstances, when a three-dimensional creature is suppressed into a two-dimensional creature, life will definitely be in danger. After all, if one dimension is lost, the life body will collapse with a high probability. But this world is a complete two-dimensional world, even if the man in black has not done anything in this world. Just studying the situation in this world is enough to improve the man in black's current understanding of dimension technology. After everything was ready, Chin-Yun called Quicksilver, and together with the special service team entered the dimension gate. Originally, I wanted to ask Wanda to go with me. But I don't know why, these 2 days Wanda has always looked like she didn't sleep well, very tired. I don't know why, she sleeps together every day. The moment he passed through the dimension gate, Chin-Yun noticed a different change. He felt that the whole world suddenly became enlightened. It's an amazing feeling. It was like being covered in a quilt all the time, and suddenly, the quilt was lifted. Everything has become so fun. It's like drinking 10 bottles of iced Coke in a row. This feeling cannot be described in words. At the same time, Chin-Yun found that his body was also changing. The color of his body began to become uniform, and his facial features began to change towards the direction of the second dimension. Interesting. If Chin-Yun was originally a full-color human with 128 colors, now it seems to be a low-profile version with 16 colors. The body loses more detail, but maintains full awareness and structural drive. Two-dimensional. Three-dimensional, sure enough, one dimension is lost, that is, some kind of information is lost. It is different from the imagined world where the surrounding world is full of paper. In Chin-Yun's eyes, the world is still 3D. It's just that if you close your eyes and feel, you can still perceive that the information doesn't seem to be lost. It's just that the world can't show it, just like a black and white TV cannot display a color picture. Lord of Light and Shadow. You have finally arrived? When Chin-Yun was still perceiving this change into a two-dimensional world, a man in a robe rushed up excitedly. He knelt down on the ground, shouting the name of the Lord of Light and Shadow like a fanatic. At a glance, many uniformly dressed people all knelt down early, as if on a pilgrimage. Charles, for some reason, Chin-Yun saw a lot of information from the man in front of him just by taking a look. Moreover, what Chin-Yun can confirm is that this information does not come from his own memory outside the fourth wall. Instead, it seems to be obtained from the three-dimensional perspective that I have long been accustomed to in my subconscious. In other words, the extra dimension in the three-dimensional world is likely to be related to information. Chin-Yun couldn't figure it out for a while. However, Charles, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled. The great Lord of Light and Shadow, you really are paying attention to us. He seemed very devout, but while Chin-Yun listened to his words, he felt that he was more excited than admiring the gods he expected. It's surprise and threat, and even hostility in thinking. This shouldn't be the thinking that a fanatic should have at all. If I remember correctly, this world should not be complicated. After the experiment was leaked, a kind of life form took over the whole world, and human beings were almost extinct. Some human beings live above the lighthouse, which is an old-fashioned prison that can fly. The Church of the Lord of Light and Shadow is a tool that appeared one day to rule ordinary people. Charles is the son of Morgan, the Lord of the Lighthouse, and the leader of the Church of Light and Shadow. If you look at it this way, perhaps Charles' attitude is not difficult to understand. What church? What gods, in the eyes of their rulers, are just tools, prayers, ceremonies, etc., are just means used to maintain the faith of the church. They just discovered the existence of the dimension gate and felt its extraordinariness. Maybe someone was the first to think it was a miracle, and everyone thought so. Charles did everything he could and just arranged for people to pray and stabilize his rule. but what he didn't expect was that someone actually came out of the dimensional gate. Qin-yun only thought it was funny. After experiencing so many big scenes, watching such a small trick made him feel a bit like watching children frolicking. So, now Charles should be very deceived, right? But after all, he made it up by himself, but now it cannot be denied too clearly, otherwise wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Charles is playing. Maybe he is going to appease his congregation and their mysterious uninvited guests first, and then he wants to deal with them? Qin-yun had already perceived Charles' killing intent. In his field of vision, every thought of Charles is very obvious, just like a Trisolaran, thinking is language. Qin-yun also saves trouble. There are only so few people in this world. There is no need for diplomacy at all, just push all the way. Charles pretended to be the same as anyone else. Muluo, fan dai, beautiful. Looking across the crowd, everyone's information automatically appeared in Qin-yun's mind. As a three-dimensional creature, he can see more in this world, just like cheating. The great lord of light and shadow, you know everything. Everyone who was called by name became excited. I just feel as if I have received the attention of the gods, and I feel very honored. I know each of you, and I hear your prayers every day. I know the suffering you have suffered. Today, I am here to respond to your demands. Qin-yun also put on the look of a magic stick. Praise light and shadow are with us? Hearing Qin-yun's words, all the believers kowtowed excitedly. Charles lowered his head, but the expression on his face was full of ferocity. Who would have thought that a gate that popped out of this G wilderness could really show people? Now everyone thinks this is a miracle. Isn't this a hell? However, as the leader of the Light and Shadow Society, he knows how fanatical the believers he personally cultivated are. Even now, he doesn't dare to dampen people's enthusiasm. But he has silently made up his mind, and when he gets to the lighthouse, he must make these people look good. Go, take me to see where you live. Qin-yun walked up the steps of the gate of the next yuan, and the surrounding area instantly gave way to a road. Qin-yun thought for a while and said to the Secret Service on the side, "Go back and ask 404 to arrange for someone to build a defense base here, and bring a few 3-year-olds who are proficient in latitude technology. Let the human scientists study it carefully. This place should become our most important scientific research base in the future, so the defense level should be higher and the best shields should be used." Okay. After arriving in this world, Qin-yun couldn't let it go at all. This feeling of enlightenment will definitely help scientific research with huge amounts of help. A complete 2-dimensional world is too scarce. As for the human beings in this world, Qin-yun is ready to directly incorporate and control them. After all, there are not many people in the whole world, so maybe they can't even get the population of a county together. The lighthouse, the largest human gathering place, is the first step of incorporation. Lord of light and shadow, I will guide you. I am. Charles raised his head, regained that frenzied expression, leaned forward, and respectfully wanted to be the leader. I know, you are the leader of the light and shadow. Qin-yun smiled, but 197 suddenly moved closer to him. This kind of action aroused the praise of all the believers around. Charles tensed up. I know what you think. You are also a smart person. I advise you to put away your little thoughts. The world is very big, and you may not be able to provoke some people. Qin-yun's words only reached Charles' ears. Hearing these threatening words, Charles' face froze, then, lowering his head, he whispered equally viciously, I don't know where you guys came from. But this is my place. Don't think that you can sit back and relax in this situation. Pretending to be the Lord of Light and Shadow is a capital offense. S.H.I.E.L.D, Qin-yun smiled and ignored him. All Charles wanted to do was wait until the lighthouse guards arrived. Don't tell me, he can't bear it. Qin-yun was not worried at all and walked towards the distance surrounded by everyone. As a giant flight device, the lighthouse is actually easy to see. It's not far from the dimensional gate. A group of people ran towards the direction of the lighthouse in a mighty manner. After you can clearly see the whole picture of the lighthouse. Qin-yun found that under the lighthouse, there were already many fully armed mech soldiers waiting for battle. The elevator used to access the lighthouse was also put away. Those who didn't know thought that there was going to be a big war. Boss. The situation is not right, they seem to be making trouble. A Secret Service member reminded in a low voice. He had just caught Charles secretly sending some messages on the communicator. The content is all for them. I know. Seeing it getting closer and closer, even the muzzles of the mecha soldiers have been raised. Who is coming? Put your hands up, put your head in your hands. From the soldiers lined up, a shout appeared. Presumptuous, this is the Lord of Light and Shadow. How dare you disrespect the Lord of Light and Shadow? Among the believers, a fanatical believer stood up. To those who shout is just a curse. No, they are fake. At this moment, Charles suddenly jumped out of the disc. After holding back for a long time, he finally dared to speak after seeing the mecha soldiers. Arrest them all. These people dare to pretend to be the Lord of Light and Shadow. This is blasphemy. Fake. The believers who had witnessed the miracle at the dimensional gate were also stunned. Impossible. Leader, we saw it with our own eyes. Some believers wanted to say something, but were quickly interrupted by Charles. What I saw with my own eyes may not be true. I have received the favor of the Lord of Light and Shadow, and they are simply fake, blasphemers. Even if Charles said so, the believers were still skeptical. Fake, who are they then? In the cognition of the lighthouse people, they are the only ones left in the land. Not the people of the lighthouse, nor the gods. This is a little hard to understand. Things got weird. However, just when Charles wanted to say something more, Qin-Yun was too lazy to be, with a light wave. The leader of the meeting, who was clamoring to arrest them with his waist on his waist, felt his body light. Ah! In the astonished eyes of everyone, Charles actually floated out of nowhere, and then flew into Qin-Yun's hands at an extremely fast speed. He was strangled tightly by the neck. After so many days, Qin-Yun's origin magic power resolution has reached the 5% stage. At this stage, it is almost the same as Wanda's current ability development. Even if Wanda didn't explode, she might not be able to defeat Qin-Yun with chaos power alone. Most importantly, Qin-Yun discovered that the origin magic power in this world was not only not suppressed, but even strengthened. Almost strengthened more than 7 or 8 times. This is why Qin-Yun dared to go here alone without bringing a large army. Well, Qin-Yun is a little swell now. The sense of power after weft lowering made Qin-Yun even feel that he is really a god. Definitely, his greatest confidence lies in being able to resurrect. Lord of Light and Shadow, this supernatural scene instantly made the skeptical believers completely believe in Qin-Yun's identity. Even some of those mecha soldiers put down their guns and knelt down. Isn't this the power of the gods? What are you doing? A soldier saw his companion put down his gun and pushed him quickly. However, the soldiers who put down their guns were even more excited. What are you doing? This is the Lord of Light and Shadow. What an honor. I can still see the Lord of Light and Shadow with my own eyes in my lifetime. This life is worth it. As he spoke, he put his hands on his chest and kept praying. Seeing his companion's movements, he also felt a little hesitation. The hand holding the weapon was unconsciously lowered. I've said it all, Charles. It's best not to cause trouble for me. Why don't you listen, Tilda? Pinching Charles, Qin-Yun said angrily. Even if he is also a human being, he doesn't like this kind of guy who pretends to be a ghost. It's okay to act with them for a while, it's best not to act too much. In Qin-Yun's view, the progress of human civilization does require a high degree of spiritual unity. However, that kind of unity requires unity of belief in the future, hope for human progress, and maintaining the pride of being human and the identity of the species. That kind of determination to unite as one, overcome all difficulties and work hard towards a common goal. Rather than relying on religion to play with people's hearts and maintain a dominant position. This will only make civilization lose its potential and become more and more depressed. Instead of expecting that the so-called gods can bestow everything on human beings, why can't we be more confident and rely on ourselves? The Lord of Light and Shadow shines on everything. You who are false will be punished. Although Charles blushed and had a thick neck from being pinched, his mouth was still very hard. However, Qin-Yun felt that Charles seemed to really feel that the Lord of Light and Shadow would punish him for being wrong. Could it be that the first thing people who play with beliefs is to deceive themselves? Chin-yun just thought it was funny. Just about to solve Charles, let's solve a problem first, when I heard an anxious voice say loudly, "Wait, let him go." Looking for the reputation, it was a man in a wheelchair. "This person is the Lord of the Lighthouse, Morgan. It's the City Lord, Master City Master, the Lord of Light and Shadow has come." Morgan's position in the lighthouse was extraordinary, and many people greeted him subconsciously. "You are not the Lord of Light and Shadow? Who are you? Put down the leader." Morgan said without any hesitation, "These strangers are definitely not Lords of Light and Shadow. Master City Master. He is really the Lord of Light and Shadow. Just now a believer next to him explained excitedly. "You shut up." But he received a sharp reprimand from Morgan. Morgan's accumulated prestige over the years is still effective at this time. In an instant, the fanaticism in the hearts of many people was extinguished. Even some soldiers who put down their guns took up arms again. Chin-yun smiled. He didn't intend to continue acting. "I am indeed not the Lord of Light and Shadow." As soon as these words came out, countless believers were dumbfounded. Unbelievable eyes. How can it be? Chin-yun and the others are obviously gods who came out of the void while praying. All of this is in the eyes of everyone. Moreover, the environment on the ground cannot survive at all. Aren't the people on the lighthouse the last human beings in the world? If it wasn't the Lord of Light and Shadow, then where did these people come from? "We come from outside the world." Chin-yun didn't explain too much, just said something that was ambiguous. However, in the perception of ordinary people, the world is this planet, out of this world. Heaven? Subconsciously, everyone glanced at the sky. Is it space? Thinking of this, everyone became excited. Before the end of the world, human science and technology have been very developed and entered the stage of space colonization. Mars and the Moon have both established some colonies. However, until now, no one has ever returned to Earth. People always thought that those colonies were destroyed too, but now it looks like that doesn't seem to be the case. The people from the space colony came back. "Are you guys coming back to pick us up?" "Great." All of a sudden, everyone was excited. Living on the Earth is too difficult. It is almost hard to survive, and everyone would rather die than live. Lack of supplies, but also bear the attack. And the space colony must have brought together the elites of the previous human civilization with a complete civilization technology tree. Now these astronauts are back on Earth. Surely to save them, the survivors. Seeing that their thinking was wrong, Chin-yun followed suit and said, "That's right, I'm here to help you." It is not difficult for the current Haiyan People organization to find a place where there are no monsters, even if it is in the orbit of the Earth, to build an ecological circle. There are only tens of thousands of people left on the entire Earth, and they can survive by making them casually. Impossible. Surprisingly, Santo Morgan became agitated. "For all these years, I have never received a message from space." Back then, the Mayan ecology had spread to the colony along with the spaceship. The bombing land was also destroyed like the Earth. Morgan seems to know a lot of information. However, in the face of Morgan's doubts, Chin-yun spread his hands. "Since you think it's impossible, then pretend that I haven't been here. You're right, I'm not the Lord of Light and Shadow, and I'm not from a space colony. Since I don't need my help here, I'll go tilde." As he spoke, Chin-yun threw Charles to the ground. With such a small number of people, it would be a waste of time to save them. To be honest, the world has come to an end, and there is no need to save it. Civilizations cease to exist, and the rest can only be described as survivors. They don't want the man in black to help Chin-yun, and they are too lazy to help. With this time saved, it is unknown how many people have been saved in other worlds. Are you tired of chatting with 10,000 to 20,000 people here? That is to say, this two-dimensional world is more important, otherwise Chin-yun would not have a BB word with them. Watching Chin-yun lead the people and turn away directly. For a while, everyone became anxious. "Ah. Don't go, my lord, you can't let them go, they are here to help us. Earth can't stay any longer, let's go to the Mars colony, this is our hope." After so many years, the colony is the first time people come, how can you give up? Those who spoke were all well-dressed and looked like they had some status in the lighthouse. The class of the lighthouse is distinct, and the upper class owns everything. but the dusty name is not even qualified to speak. Therefore, the Shangmen who have always enjoyed a favorable position also have more ideas. In their view, leaving aside the illusory identity of the Lord of Light and Shadow, the only possibility for Qin Yun and the others is to come back from the space colony. After all, no one can survive on the ground. Right? Shut up. I said they are not. Morgan knew a lot more than anyone else. He knew that there were still people living on the ground, but he couldn't tell the public about this matter. Therefore, he can only use his prestige to cover everyone's voice. However, when people face hope, they can burst out with extraordinary strength. At this moment, in the face of the possibility of leaving the Earth and going to Mars without danger, Morgan's prestige seems to be useless. Someone bit the bullet and gritted his teeth and said, "My lord. This is one of the few opportunities we have. Even if it's fake, don't give up." "Yes, my lord. Maybe you think the lighthouse is very good, you can continue to hold on. But how many years can you hold on? 10 years, 20 years, or 100 years. Our fuel has been running low, and the collection of materials is getting less and less. The lighthouse will not stay on forever. Master City Lord, to put it bluntly, you are old and won't live long, but we still have a lot of life left. You can't let us be buried with you." When the first person starts to speak, then the seriousness becomes difficult to control. The crowd was turbulent, and even the words became more and more ugly. Morgan's whole body began to tremble. The stable rule that I have established for many years will be shaken by some people who suddenly appeared. Qin Yun heard the discussion behind him clearly. However, Qin Yun didn't have the slightest intention of turning back. Morgan has been silent all the time. Even if people who usually dare not speak loudly to him start to say something bad, he still has no reply. Just hold your breath. Things have developed to this level, but they still haven't escaped his control. Even if many people are in a hurry, they can only watch Qin Yun and the others leave. Morgan's rule still had some effect, and they still didn't dare to cross the City Lord because they were blocking Qin Yun. "Go back to the lighthouse. When the hunting team returns, set sail immediately." Morgan, however, glanced at Charles, who was coughing on the ground, and gave orders coldly. Qin Yun left anyway. Morgan also returned to the lighthouse. However, even if everything remained the same, a certain seed was still planted in the hearts of everyone present. This moment. It seems that Morgan is no longer as tall as before. The next day, the Wild Hunter team returned to the place where the lighthouse was docked in some embarrassment. The hunters are back. It was attacked this time. The delivery was not good. Mark, the captain of the Hunter, seemed a little decadent, and many died in this operation. Moreover, he also saw some strange things and didn't know what to say. However, Mark found that the people who received him were in a worse mood. On weekdays, no matter how bad the harvest of their hunters is, after all, there are supplies, and the recipients will look very happy. Today, everyone in the hall is preoccupied and absent-minded. As a confidant big brother, he had to choose to suppress his emotions and comfort others. "What's the matter? Why does everyone feel that something is on their minds?" "Captain Mark, don't mention it. You don't know, a lot of things happened when you were not here." The soldier looked around, and after no one noticed him, he whispered the ins and outs to Mark. Mark was taken aback when he heard that. Light and shadow will sacrifice. People from the space colony appear. We're driven away by the City Lord. The amount of information is bigger than he imagined. That's right. Many people are now spreading the rumor that the city owner is reluctant to be in the lighthouse, and he is afraid that he will become an ordinary person after going to the space colony. That's why he drives people away. When Mark heard this, he frowned. The city owner is not such a person, don't guess. Speaking of this, the soldier couldn't help but say something else. "Captain Mark, I also heard that before the end, all people in the world are equal." "There is no such thing as dust people in Shangmen. Are you saying it's true? Where did you hear that?" Some old people said. "I don't know if it's true." They also said that people used to have children too. "What is it, love? Space colonization, it should be the same in Mindy, Captain Mark. What is love?" "I got it." At this moment Mark froze. A girl's face can't help appearing in my mind. What does it feel like to be in love? However, beside this face, another figure appeared. That was his sister. Many years ago, because she pursued the so-called love, she was not allowed by the lighthouse's rules. On a sunny day, she was burned to ashes. While the two were still chatting, someone interrupted them. "Stop talking. Captain Mark, the city owner told you to come back to his place. We are ready to set sail now." So fast. Generally speaking, after returning to the lighthouse, the hunters have to pack up their supplies and prepare to take off. "Why do you have to take off as soon as you come back today? Is it about those people?" With doubts, Mark walked all the way towards Morgan's office. Just less than halfway through, I felt the lighthouse tremble. This is where the engines kicked in and took off. However, when he passed by the residential area, he heard countless exclamations. "Look, my God, are those people? 3X, no, cannot go, we cannot go, you can't listen to the city owner. We can't go, we can't be buried with Morgan, he wants to drag us to die, Shin. I'm going down, I'm going to find them." Countless people stretched out their heads and looked at the ground as if they saw something extraordinary. Many people even said bad things about the city lord, which is simply unimaginable. On the lighthouse, in front of the public, who still dare to say that the city lord is not. Does this mean you don't want to live? Did they see something? With doubts, Mark also hurried to the edge of the lighthouse and looked down. However, after just one glance, he was completely stunned. F***K? At this moment, even he, who has seen countless storms and waves, was shocked by the scene in front of him. I saw a huge building complex suddenly appeared on the originally empty ground. Those buildings, like a small piece of steel jungle, are full of modern atmosphere. The building complex is very large, and there are 3 or 4 lighthouses on top of it just by visual inspection. You know, before that, there was nothing here. And it's the end of the world. The Mayan ecology has long occupied most of the land on the ground, and there is almost no space for human beings to live. Even the only survivors rely on lighthouses to gather in the sky. Now, how could someone build so many buildings on the ground overnight? A little light is not the most shocking thing, but the most surprising thing. On the outside of the building complex, a layer of transparent film is wrapped, S.H.I.E.L.D. It's a shield. Under the shield, there are even many wild Mayan creatures attacking. But the moment it touched the shield, it turned into ashes. No residue left. That's the pole devourer. The pole devourer was actually killed. The polar beast is the most common monster that appears in the Mayan ecology after the end. They are connected to the ubiquitous ecological chain. Even if they are seriously injured and their heads are blown off, they can be revived after a period of time. Therefore, in the understanding of the lighthouse people, the polar devouring beast is almost an immortal existence. Every time when they encountered polar devouring beasts while exploring the ground to find supplies, they could only temporarily kill them with weapons to delay time. But, looking at this, even if the vitality of the pole devourer is tenacious, it is impossible to revive it. It has all become particles. No wonder when our wild hunter team came back, we found that there were fewer polar devourers along the way. It turned out that they all came here. Mark muttered to himself. Outside the shield,